Central America in the New Cold War. Edited by Marvin E. Gettleman, Patrick Lacefield, Louis Menashe, David Mermelstein. To the memory of Benjamin Ernest Linder. Contents. Acknowledgements 7. General Introduction 15. Map 2. El Salvador in brief 3. Chapter I, Seeing Red, the Reagan Administration looks at the world 7. Editors Introduction 7-1. U.S. Interests in Central America, by Ronald Reagan 11-2. Dictatorships and Double Standards, by Jean Kirkpatrick 14-3. Totalitarianism vs. Authoritarianism, by Michael Walzer 35-4. Reagan's Latin America, by Tom J. Ferrer 39. Chapter I, Social Forces and Ideologies in the Making of Contemporary El Salvador 49. Editors Introduction 495. El Salvador, A Political Chronology, by the editors 53-6. Class Struggle and Civil War in El Salvador, by Harold Young 64-7. Roots of the Salvadoran Right, Origins of the Death Squads, by Craig Pies 86-8. El Salvador's Divided Military, by Shirley Christian 99. The Roman Catholic Church in El Salvador, The Early Years, by the staff of Karen 10410. The Ideology of Salvadoran Christian Democracy, by Stephen Weber 108. Chapter 3, The Church and Liberation Theology 121. Editors Introduction 121-1. The Rebirth of Christian Militancy in El Salvador, by the staff of Karen 123-12. Oscar Romero, Archbishop of the Poor, by Patrick Lacefield 131-13. Avoiding Bloodshed, A Letter to President Jimmy Carter, by Archbishop Oscar A. Romero 135-14. The Option for Life, Challenge to the Church in El Salvador, by John Sobrino 137-15. Protestant Challenge in El Salvador, by Marl Simons 141. Chapter 4, Salvadoran Politics at the Top, Duarte and the Right-Wing Opposition 145. Editors Introduction 145-16. At Home with José Napoleon Duarte, by Tom Buckley 148-17. Promoting Democratization and Economic Vitalization, by José Napoleon Duarte 157-18. Arena, The Salvadoran Right's Conception of Nationalism and Justice, by Major Roberto Dogwison 162-19. Arena's Bid for Power, by Craig Pies 165-20. Demonstration Elections in El Salvador, by Frank Broadhead 174-21. Duarte's Fix, by Sam Dillon 180. Chapter V, The Salvadoran Rebels 185. Editors Introduction 185-22. The Salvadoran Left, by Robert S. Lycan 187-23. The Guerrilla Army, by the FMLN 224. Platform of the Revolutionary Democratic Government 202-25. Proposal for a Provisional Government, by the FMLN 205-26. Dual Power in the Guerrilla Zones of Control, by James Lemoyne 210-27. FMLN, Toward a Single Party, by Commander Leo Cabral 216. Chapter 6, The Civil War 219. Editors Introduction 21-9-28. Stalemate in El Salvador, by N. Nelson 222-29. The Escalation of Air War, A Congressional View, by Representative Jim Leach, Representative George Miller, and Senator Mark O. Hatfield 229-30. Living Under El Salvador's Air War, by Mary Jo McConaughey 235-31. The Invisible War on the Environment, by Gar Smith 240. Chapter 7, Special Aspects of the Civil War, Terror and Human Rights 245. Editors Introduction 245-32. Recording the Terror, El Salvador's Tutela Legal, by the staff of Tutela Legal 247-33. The Death of a Salvadoran Church Worker, by Terry Troya 25A34. A Tragic Nun's Tale, by the Special Presidential Mission to El Salvador 256-35. Communique from a Death Squad, by the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Squad 260-36. The Execution of Hammer, Perlman, and Vieira, No Justice in Sight, by Senator Edward Kennedy 261-37. Massacres in El Salvador, by a Presbytery of Honduras and Holly Burkhalter 264-38. Marines killed in San Salvador, new stage in the Salvadoran War, from a variety of sources 268-39. Abuses by Salvadoran guerrillas, by Ariane Nair 111-40. Why We Kidnap Mayors, by the FMLN 11A41. The Kidnapping of President Duarte's Daughter, from Central American Broadcast Sources 111. Chapter 8, Agrarian Reform and the Revival of Labor 287 ed. Introduction 28-742. The Failure of Land Reform, by Raymond Bonner 289-43. Economic Recovery in El Salvador, from Preciso 344. Radical Unions Revive in El Salvador, by Clifford Krause 302-45. Labor Woes for Duarte, by Chris Norton 305. Chapter 9, U.S. Policy and the Civil War in El Salvador, The Decision to Intervene 309 editors Introduction 309-46. Communist Interference in El Salvador, the U.S. State Department White Paper, by U.S. Department of State 314-47. Blots on the White Paper, The Reinvention of the Red Menace, by James Petras 324-48. The White House Searches for a Consensus, The Kissinger Report, by Henry Kissinger, ETAL 335-49. Failings of the Kissinger Report, by Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr. 351-50. Substantial Progress 1 year after the Kissinger Report, by George P. Schultz 355-51. Insufficient, misleading, and false information from the administration, by Representative Jim Leach, Representative George Miller, and Senator Mark O. Hatfield 363. 52 Vietnam, El Salvador, and the Uses of History, by George C. Herring 369. 53 The El Salvador Soudorite Movement in the United States, by Barton Myers and Jean Weissman 379. 54 Opposing U.S. Policy, The Pledge of Resistance, from the Solidarity Movement 391. Chapter X, Dialogue and the Prospects for Peace 393 Editors Introduction 393-55. An Offer of Peace, by Jose Napoleon Duarte 396-56. La Palma and Ayaguelo, Brief, Peaceful Encounters in a Long Civil War, by Terry Lincarl and Edward S. Herman 404-57. Blood Has Not Been Shed in Vain, Resolving the Crisis of Dual Power, from the FMLN 434. Bibliography and Resources 439. Index 447. General Introduction. Coffee growers should not anguish over the situation in El Salvador today. There was a similar one in 1932, and if it was solved then it can be now. Representative of the Frente Unido Cafetalero March, 1980. When the first edition of this book appeared, the tiny Central American nation of El Salvador was in the throes of a civil war that already displayed ominous regional and international overtones. The conflict continues, and dangers that it will intensify and spread are, if anything, more serious now, a half-decade later. Why? The answers must be sought not only in the present situation but in a history extending back to the fateful Matanza of 1932 referred to by the oligarch quoted in the epigraph above, and even to the 16th century Spanish conquest. By 1524 Pedro de Alvarado, one of the crudest of the conquistadores, had subdued the indigenous population of Central America with legendary brutality. Under Spanish colonial domination, El Salvador was part of the Captaincy General of Guatemala, and for some time after independence it continued to be part of a federated Republic of Central America. Although this union dissolved in factional struggles among the post-independence local tyrants, these indigenous leaders could occasionally unite in response to a common situation, as in 1855–56, when Central American armed forces came together temporarily to defeat the U.S. filibuster William Walker. For the remainder of the 19th century and into the 20th, El Salvador was plagued by frequent interference by the dictators of neighboring countries, as well as the depredations of its own dictators. The most notorious modern dictator, whose name has been adopted by a leading right-wing death squad, was General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez. Believer in the esoteric doctrines of theosophy, as well as in the tenets of fascism, Martínez took over the state by a coup d'état in 193 just as the full force of world depression was reaching Central America, dramatically affecting the already vulnerable economies of the region. Introduced in the early 19th century, coffee rapidly came to dominate not only the economy but the social structure of El Salvador. The coffee plantations that flourished on the country's fertile volcanic soil depended upon a fluctuating world market and demanded intensive mobilization of the labor force. Thus, there developed both a coffee growers' oligarchy, virtually a state within a state, and a rapidly growing rural proletariat. Leftist organizations and propaganda began to appear by the 1920s, appealing not only to the landless workers but to segments of the middle class as well. The major figure in the Salvadoran left in this period was Agustín Farabundo Martí, scion of one of the leading oligarchic families, who, when the international price for coffee dropped and the growers attempted to pass on at least part of their losses to the peasants, organized resistance in the rural areas. In January 1932, just as El Salvador's major volcano, Izalca, erupted, the peasants in many regions attacked villages and cities, aiming at the local oligarchs, military outposts, and telegraph stations. This has been called the first communist revolution in Latin America. Accounts of it, and of the massacre carried out by General Martínez, may be found in a major work of scholarship by the U.S. historian Thomas P. Anderson. According to Professor Anderson, the heritage of military dictatorship and indeed, the whole political labyrinth of El Salvador can be explained only in reference to the traumatic experience of the uprising and the Matanza. Dealt a crushing blow in 1932, the left in El Salvador has risen again in response to the persistence of misused oligarchic power and military brutality. The leading insurgent organization has taken the name of the martyred leader of the 1932 uprising, while a right-wing death squad took the name of the dictator who ordered his execution. The current contest of such forces as the Hernández-Martínez death squad against the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front illustrates the importance of historical factors in shaping the present-day confrontation in El Salvador. This book is being offered in the hope of stimulating informed debate and careful consideration of policy options, some of which go far beyond the alternatives now being considered in official circles. Even before Ronald Reagan won the presidency in 1980, Washington exhibited an alarming tendency to view upheavals and insurgencies in such places as Central America as exercises in externally directed communist expansion. We have included in this book a rich selection of readings expressing this orthodox if contested point of view, including in its entirety Jeane Kirkpatrick's now famous 1979 commentary essay Dictatorships and Double Standards, which anticipated the Reagan administration's outlook so well that it earned its author a high government position. We have also presented several official U.S. government policy pronouncements, briefing reports, and white papers, in as full and complete versions as space allowed. We also offer other points of view, as well as those emanating from official Washington, including the position of the U.S.-backed Salvadoran government and its antagonists, the guerrillas of the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. Allowed in these pages to speak in their own voices, The actual participants in the Salvadoran conflict: rebels and oligarchs, military brass and church workers. President Duarte and his opponents can bring readers as close as many of them will ever come to the struggle in Central America unless, of course, deepening U.S. involvement should lead to the introduction of increasing numbers of North American combat troops. But that is precisely what the editors of this volume are trying to avoid. By presenting developments, reports, viewpoints, and perspectives little known by the general public, we hope to promote wider knowledge and thus help prevent the tacit or active support for further bloodshed in that country named for a peaceful savior. The editors: Central America in the New Cold War. From United States Department of State, Special Report Number 132, September 1985. El Salvador in brief. El Salvador was conquered in 1525 by Pedro de Alvarado, a lieutenant of Cortés. Along with other Central American territories, El Salvador declared independence from Spain in 1821. With the dissolution of the United Provinces of Central American States in 1838, El Salvador became a republic. Geography. Area: 8,124 square miles. Contiguous neighbors: Honduras to the east and north, Guatemala to the west and north, Nicaragua across the Gulf of Fonseca. The Pacific and the mountains form the natural boundaries of El Salvador, the smallest mainland nation in the Western Hemisphere. The country is about 160 miles long, from east to west, and about 60 miles wide, from the ocean to Honduras. A hot Pacific coastal plain in the south rises to a cooler plateau and valley region about 2,000 feet high. The mountainous north holds many volcanoes and crater lakes. There are no jungles. Population. Total population, 4,685,000. Annual rate of population increase, 1970 to 81, 3%. Density, 570 per square mile. Age distribution, 0 to 14 years, 45.2%, 15 to 59 years, 48.4%, 60 years and above, 5.4%. 3. 4. Capital, San Salvador, population 440,000. Second largest city, Santa Ana, population 175,000. Ethnicity, Mestizos, 89%, Indians, 10%, Caucasians, 1%. Language, Spanish. Religion, Roman Catholicism prevails but Protestantism is gaining adherents. Economy. Overview. Monetary unit, colon. Official rate 2.50 colons for US $1, black market rate, 4.15 to 5.00. Gross national product, $2.7 billion, gross domestic product, $2.9 billion. Per capita income, $470. Average annual growth of GNP, 1.4%. 1979 to 83, GNP down 25%, average per capita income down 29%, capital outflow, $1 billion. Agriculture and land. Percentage of GDP from agriculture, 26%. Agricultural exports as percent of total, 59%. Land, 60% engaged in agriculture, 1.9% of population owns 57% of land. Agricultural production: agriculture 107.4, 91.7, cattle 88.3, 67.2. Since 1979, the production of coffee, accounting for 60% of all foreign exchange earnings, has dropped 20%. El Salvador in brief. 5. Exports and imports. Value of exports 1982, $626. Value of imports 1982, $741. Value of exports, by crop, coffee, $473 million, sugar, $30 million, shrimp, $17 million, cotton, $9 million. Investment and debt. U.S. share of foreign investment, approximately 56%. Value of American investment, $103 million. Foreign debt, $2.3 billion. Deficit on current account, $204 million. Interest and capital payments on foreign debt, $250 million, as a percentage of the value of exports, 40%. Interest and capital payments on foreign debt plus petroleum imports, as a percentage of the value of exports, 60%. U.S. aid, U.S. fiscal years 1981 to 85, $1.7 billion. Inflation and unemployment. Inflation rate, 13.1%. Unemployment, 30%, up from 6.7% in 1979, unemployment plus underemployment, 60%. Social. Literacy rate, urban, 50%, rural, 30%. Life expectancy at birth, males, 56.7, females, 59.7. Infant mortality, 60 per 1,000 have births. Physicians per 100,000, 27. Durables in use, TV sets, 300,000, radios, 1.5 million, telephones, 75,920, passenger motor vehicles, 77,300, commercial vehicles, 63,000. Electrification, percentage of total population, 18%. World Economic Social Standing, average rank El Salvador 84th. From The Nation, June 15, 1985. Chapter I. Seeing Red. The Reagan Administration looks at the world. Editor's Introduction. Ronald Reagan brought to the presidency a fundamentist anti-communism and a hostility to the Soviet Union that recalled the mood and rhetoric of the early Cold War. Reagan and his first Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, spoke the language of Harry Truman and John Foster Dulles. At his first press conference in 1981, President Reagan accused Soviet leaders of reserving unto themselves the right to commit any crime, to lie, to cheat. Later, he would describe the Soviet Union as an evil empire, with Moscow as the focus of evil in the modern world. Secretary Haig, in his first public speech in office, denounced Moscow as the greatest source of international insecurity today and charged that Soviet promotion of violence as the instrument of change constitutes the greatest danger to world. This rhetoric helped justify a new escalation of arms production. Adding another aperture to the vocabulary of strategic metaphors arising from U.S. Soviet rivalry. Remember earlier talk of the bomber gap and the missile gap. President Reagan warned of the existence of a window of vulnerability. This signified a purported disproportion between U.S. and Soviet nuclear arsenals that could allow Moscow to launch an incapacitating first strike. In 1981, accordingly, the Reagan administration programmed new generations of intercontinental weapons systems, MX missiles, B-1 bombers, and Trident submarines. In 1983, the United States deployed updated intermediate-range missiles, the ground-launched cruises and Pershing-Liss, in several NATO countries to offset what was perceived as the threat from Soviet SS-20s based in European Russia. The same year, President Reagan announced his commitment to research and development of an anti-missile shield in space, what he called the Strategic Defense Initiative, popularly known as Star Wars. In so doing, the president had unlocked a new, potent destabilizing force in the nuclear balance of terror. If the 1970s were the decade of détente, of relaxing Soviet-American tension, the 1980s inaugurated a revival of international friction and confrontation, with the boundaries possibly extended into space. Yet, as during other periods of the Cold War, propitious circumstances could generate dramatic reversals. The rabid anti-communist Richard Nixon and his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, orchestrated U.S. foreign policy along themes of accommodation with the Soviet Union. They concentrated on improving relations and building mutual trust through arms treaties and cultural, scientific, and economic exchanges. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, together with what were described by Washington as threatening projections of Soviet power in other regions of the world, helped unravel détente even before the tough anti-Soviet posture of the new Reagan administration carried. Gradually, however, even Reagan began modulating his anti-Soviet rhetoric and started exploring policy alternatives. One sign of this came late in 1983, when his administration concluded the largest grain sale in history to the Soviets. Most remarkably, in November 1985, Reagan went to Geneva to meet the new Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, for the first summit encounter between the superpowers since Carter and Brezhnev met in 1979. No major breakthroughs in the outstanding area of arms control took place at Geneva, but at least the two leaders were talking to one another, often cordially. The process has continued. Reagan and Gorbachev met again in the early fall of 1986 in the so-called pre-summit in Reykjavik, Iceland. If in the end this meeting ended in ambiguous disarray, it should nonetheless be noted that daring proposals to end the arms race were negotiated in apparent seriousness. With another summit meeting yet promised, it appears the curtain of total antagonism has been partially lifted. Perhaps the new Cold War was making way, painfully, with measured steps, toward a new détente, or at least a thaw in US-Soviet relations. It was no longer entirely accurate, therefore, to characterize Reagan's foreign policy as animated by the single spring of simple anti-Sovietism. Global strategic, economic, and political realities, especially the nightmare prospect of nuclear conflict, are apparent enough to impress even the most hardened anti-Sovieteer like President Reagan with the need to negotiate with, rather than confront, the Soviet Union. Has speaking more softly to the Soviet Union meant that the big stick is now less an instrument of US policy abroad? With respect to the Third World, the answer is, unfortunately, no. The amicable spirit of Geneva was still in the air when President Reagan startled the press with his announcement of support for covert military assistance to the South African-supported forces fighting the left-wing government of Angola. The revelations about arms sales to Iran and subsequent diversion of funds to the Contras late in 1986 showed the lengths, including possibly illegal ones, the Reagan White House was willing to pursue to supply arms to the anti-Sandinista forces based in Honduras. In Central America and the Caribbean, historically zones of North American influence and hegemony, the temptation for Washington to employ direct or indirect force against the left is very nearly irresistible. One does not have to reach back to the era of McKinley and Teddy Roosevelt for examples of this historic trend. It is evident from a glance at the recent record. In 1954 the Eisenhower administration engineered, with CIA direction, the destruction of the left-leaning Arbensgov-Jamepound-Lj Bagu.at-Pound-Mala, leading to decades of military rule, opposition, and violent repression in that country. In 1961, under the new leadership of John F. Joan Lee, an earlier plan to invade Repetitionary Cutte, using anti-Castro exiles under CIA control, was put into motion and failed the inglorious landing at the Bay of Pigs. In 1965 President Gettleman sent airborne troops and the Marines into the Dominican Republic to ensure that leftist officers did not take power in the aftermath of a coup. Most recently, in 1983, President Reagan ordered the Marines into the tiny Commonwealth Island Republic of Grenada, ostensibly to protect U.S. citizens, in order to crush a new leftist regime. Clearly, the status of Soviet-American relations has little bearing on U.S. determination to settle things its way in Central America and the Caribbean. Reasons of geography, together with traditional patterns of trade, tourism, military assistance, and emigration, explain the fate that has bound the small nations of the region to the will of the colossal neighbor to the north. Late in the 19th century and into the first decades of the 20th, the U.S. desire for stability and protection of economic investments dictated policies that resulted in periodic military interventions. With the Cold War, the powerful ideological lubricants of preventing the spread of communism or of Soviet influence were added to the machinery of diplomacy and security strategies for the region. The Reagan administration contributed still another impetus for asserting U.S. global strength, a resolution to overcome what were decried as the foreign policy doldrums of the Carter years. Vietnam had shown that U.S. power, even massively applied, had limits. Ultimately, despite tremendous costs to themselves and their land, the Vietnamese achieved national unity and independence according to their own lights despite Washington's initiatives to prevent this. This was a sobering lesson in the limits of superpower control over the Third World and its nationalist and revolutionary turbulence. But what was a lesson for some in the United States was a sense of national humiliation for others. When the Iranian Revolution of 1979 exploded against a regime long considered comfortably in the American orbit, another chapter was added to the lesson. But the sense of humiliation was enlarged as well, especially when Iranians subjected the U.S. Embassy staff to a harrowing confinement lasting more than a year. In 1978, the Panama Canal, long the great symbol of U.S. sway in Central America, was turned over by treaty to full Panamanian sovereignty. In the last half of the Carter and Resi leftist revolutionaries of unsirl J**I**O*L orientation, the Sansum Jaces overthrew the pro-TL.S. dictatorship of the Sochiaza family in Nicaragua. In El Salvador, a military-civilian junta fell apart and a guerrilla campaign, led by leftist groups, took shape in the countryside. All these events were mourned as foreign policy reversals either engendered by weak-willed Carter policies or having effects that the Carter administration was powerless to manage. Ronald Reagan, seeing red, resolute about overcoming the Vietnam syndrome of defeat and humiliation, prepared the United States for a mission to regain lost prestige and reassert former influence. In the Caribbean region and Central America, there were several targets of opportunity. One of them was El Salvador. In the last 5 years, the growth of Soviet military power has meant a radical change in the nature of the world we live in. This does not mean, as some would have us believe, that we're in imminent danger of nuclear war. We're not. As long as we maintain the strategic balance and make it more stable by reducing the level of weapons on both sides, then we can count on the basic prudence of the Soviet leaders to avoid that kind of challenge to us. They are presently challenging us with a different kind of weapon, subversion and the use of surrogate forces. Cubans, for example. We've seen it intensifying during the last 10 years as the Soviet Union and its surrogates moved to establish control over Vietnam, Laos, Kampuchea, Angola, Ethiopia, South Yemen, Afghanistan, and recently, closer to home in Nicaragua and now El Salvador. The issue is our effort to promote democracy and economic well-being in the face of Cuban and Nicaraguan aggression, aided and abetted by the Soviet Union. It is definitely not about plans to send American troops into combat in Central America. Each year, the Soviet Union provides Cuba with $4 billion in assistance, and it sends tons of weapons to foment revolution here in our hemisphere. Central America is a region of great importance to the United States. And it is so close. San Salvador is closer to Houston, Texas, than Houston is to Washington, D.C. Central America is America. It's at our doorstep. And it has become the stage for a bold attempt by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Nicaragua to install communism by force throughout the hemisphere. When half of our shipping tonnage and imported oil passes through Caribbean shipping lanes, and nearly half of all our foreign trade passes through the Panama Canal and Caribbean waters, America's economy and well-being are at stake. Right now in El Salvador, Cuban-supported aggression has forced more than 400,000 men, women, and children to flee their homes. And in all of Central America, more than 800,000 have fled, many, if not most, living in unbelievable hardship. Concerns about the prospect of hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing communist oppression to seek entry into our country are well-founded. What we see in El Salvador is an attempt to destabilize the entire region and eventually move chaos and anarchy toward the American border. As the National Bipartisan Commission on Central America, chaired by Henry Kissinger, agreed, if we do nothing or if we continue to provide too little help, our choice will be a communist Central America with additional communist military bases on the mainland of this hemisphere and communist subversion spreading southward and northward. This communist subversion poses the threat that 100 million people from Panama to the open border on our south could come under the control of pro-Soviet regimes. If the communists can start war against the people of El Salvador, then El Salvador and its friends are surely justified in defending themselves by blocking the flow of arms. If the Soviet Union can aid and abet subversion in our hemisphere, then the United States has a legal right and a moral duty to help resist it. This is not only in our strategic interest, it is morally right. It would be profoundly immoral to let peace-loving friends depending on our help be overwhelmed by brute force if we have any capacity to prevent it. If our political process pulls together, Soviet and Cuban-supported aggression can be defeated. On this, the centennial anniversary of President Harry Truman's birth, it's fitting to recall his words spoken to a joint session of the Congress in a similar situation: the free peoples of the world look to us for support in maintaining their freedoms. If we falter, we may endanger the peace of the world, and we shall surely endanger the welfare of this nation. The speech was given in 1947. The problem then was 2 years of Soviet-supported indirect aggression against Greece. The Communists were close to victory. President Truman called on the Congress to provide decisive aid to the Greek government. Both parties rallied behind President Truman's call. Democratic forces succeeded and Greece became a parliamentary democracy. The simple questions are, will we support freedom in this hemisphere or not? Will we defend our vital interests in this hemisphere or not? Will we stop the spread of communism in this hemisphere or not? Will we act while there is still time? There are those in this country who would yield to the temptation to do nothing. They are the new isolationists, very much like the isolationists of the late 1930s, who knew what was happening in Europe but chose not to face the terrible challenge history had given them. They preferred a policy of wishful thinking that if they only gave up one more country, allowed just one more international transgression, then surely, sooner or later, the aggressor's appetite would be satisfied. Well, they didn't stop the aggressors, they emboldened them. They didn't prevent war, they assured it. It's up to all of us, the administration, you as citizens, and your representatives in the Congress. The people of Central America can succeed if we provide the assistance I have proposed. We Americans should be proud of what we're trying to do in Central America, and proud of what, together with our friends, we can do in Central America, to support democracy, human rights, and economic growth, while preserving peace so close to home. Let us show the world that we want no hostile, communist colonies here in the Americas, South, Central, or North. 2 Dictatorships and Double Standards. By Jeane Kirkpatrick. The failure of the Carter administration's foreign policy is now clear to everyone except its architects, and even they must entertain private doubts, from time to time, about a policy whose crowning achievement has been to lay the groundwork for a transfer of the Panama Canal from the United States to a swaggering Latin dictator of Castroite bent. In the 30-odd months since the inauguration of Jimmy Carter as president, there has occurred a dramatic Soviet military buildup, matched by the stagnation of American armed forces, and a dramatic extension of Soviet influence in the Horn of Africa, Afghanistan, Southern Africa, and the Caribbean, matched by a declining American position in all these areas. The U.S. has never tried so hard and failed so utterly to make and keep friends in the Third World. As if this were not bad enough, in the current year the United States has suffered 2 other major blows in Iran and Nicaragua of large and strategic significance. In each country, the Carter administration not only failed to prevent the undesired outcome, it actively collaborated in the replacement of moderate autocrats friendly to American interests with less friendly autocrats of extremist persuasion. It is too soon to be certain about what kind of regime will ultimately emerge in either Iran or Nicaragua, but accumulating evidence suggests that things are as likely to get worse as to get better in both countries. The Sandinistas in Nicaragua appear to be as skillful in consolidating power as the Ayatollah Khomeini is inept, and leaders of both revolutions display an intolerance and arrogance that do not bode well for the peaceful sharing of power or the establishment of constitutional governments, especially since those leaders have made clear that they have no intention of seeking either. It is at least possible that the SALT debate may stimulate new scrutiny of the nation's strategic position and defense policy, but there are no signs that anyone is giving serious attention to this nation's role in Iranian and Nicaraguan developments, despite clear warnings that the U.S. is confronted with similar situations and options in El Salvador, Guatemala, Morocco, Zaire, and elsewhere. Yet no problem of American foreign policy is more urgent than that of formulating a morally and strategically acceptable, and politically realistic, program for dealing with non-democratic governments who are threatened by Soviet-sponsored subversion. In the absence of such a policy, we can expect that the same reflexes that guided Washington in Iran and Nicaragua will be permitted to determine American actions from Korea to Mexico, with the same disastrous effects on the U.S. strategic position. There were, of course, significant differences in the relations between the United States and each of these countries during the past 2 or 3 decades. Oil, size, and proximity to the Soviet Union gave Iran greater economic and strategic import than any Central American republic, and closer relations were cultivated with the Shah, his counselors and family than with President Somoza, his advisors, and family. Relations with the Shah were probably also enhanced by our approval of his manifest determination to modernize Iran regardless of the effects of modernization on traditional social and cultural patterns. And, of course, the Shah was much better looking and altogether more dashing than Somoza. His private life was much more romantic, more interesting to the media, popular and otherwise. Therefore, more Americans were more aware of the Shah than of the equally tenacious Somoza. But even though Iran was rich, blessed with a product the US and its allies needed badly, and led by a handsome king, while Nicaragua was poor and rocked along under a long-tenure president of less striking aspect, there were many similarities between the two countries and our relations with them. Both these small nations were led by men who had not been selected by free elections, who recognized no duty to submit themselves to searching tests of popular acceptability. Both did tolerate Hamidid opposition, including opposition newspapers and political parties, but both were also confronted by radical, violent opponents bent on social and political revolution. Both rulers, therefore, sometimes invoked martial law to arrest, imprison, exile, and occasionally, it was alleged, torture their opponents. Both relied for public order on police forces whose personnel were said to be too harsh, too arbitrary, and too powerful. Each had what the American press termed private armies, which is to say, armies pledging their allegiance to the ruler rather than the Constitution or the nation or some other impersonal entity. In short, both Somoza and the Shah were, in central ways, traditional rulers. 16. Of semi-traditional societies. Although the Shah very badly wanted to create a technologically modern and powerful nation and Somoza tried hard to introduce modern agricultural methods, neither sought to reform his society in the light of any abstract idea of social justice or political virtue. Neither attempted to alter significantly the distribution of goods, status, or power. Both Somoza and the Shah enjoyed long tenure, large personal fortunes, and good relations with the United States. The Shah and Somoza were not only anti-communist, they were positively friendly to the U.S., sending their sons and others to be educated in our universities, voting with us in the United Nations, and regularly supporting American interests and positions even when these entailed personal and political cost. The embassies of both governments were active in Washington's social life, and were frequented by powerful Americans who occupied major roles in this nation's diplomatic, military, and political affairs. And the Shah and Somoza themselves were both welcome in Washington, and had many American friends. Though each of the rulers was from time to time criticized by American officials for violating civil and human rights, The fact that the people of Iran and Nicaragua only intermittently enjoyed the rights accorded to citizens in the Western democracies did not prevent successive administrations from granting with the necessary approval of successive Congresses both military and economic aid. In the case of both Iran and Nicaragua, tangible and intangible tokens of U.S. support continued until the regime became the object of a major attack by forces explicitly hostile to the United States. But once an attack was launched by opponents bent on destruction, everything changed. The rise of serious, violent opposition in Iran and Nicaragua set in motion a succession of events which bore a suggestive resemblance to one another and a suggestive similarity to our behavior in China before the fall of Chiang Kai-shek, in Cuba before the triumph of Castro, in certain crucial periods of the Vietnamese War, and, more recently, in Angola. In each of these countries, the American effort to impose liberalization and democratization on a government confronted with violent internal opposition not only failed, but actually assisted the coming to power of new regimes in which ordinary people enjoy fewer freedoms and less personal security than under the previous autocracy regimes, moreover, hostile to American interests and policies. The pattern is familiar enough. An established autocracy with a record of friendship with the U.S. is attacked by insurgents, some of whose leaders have long ties to the communist movement, and most of whose arms are of Soviet, Chinese, or Czechoslovak origin. The Marxist presence is ignored and or minimized by American officials and by the elite media on the ground that U.S. support for the dictator gives the rebels little choice but to seek aid elsewhere. Violence spreads and American officials wonder aloud about the viability of a regime that lacks the support of its own people. The absence of an opposition party is deplored and civil rights violations are reviewed. Liberal columnists question the morality of continuing aid to a rightist dictatorship and provide assurances concerning the essential moderation of some insurgent leaders who hope for some sign that the U.S. will remember its own revolutionary origins. Requests for help from the beleaguered autocrat go unheeded, and the argument is increasingly voiced that ties should be established with rebel leaders before it is too late. The president, delaying U.S. aid, appoints a special emissary who confirms the deterioration of the government position and its diminished capacity to control the situation and recommends various measures for strengthening and liberalizing the regime, all of which involve diluting its power. The emissary's recommendations are presented in the context of a growing clamor for American disengagement on grounds that continued involvement confirms our status as an agent of imperialism, racism, and reaction, is inconsistent with support for human rights, alienates us from the forces of democracy, and threatens to put the U.S. once more on the side of history's losers. This chorus is supplemented daily by interviews with returning missionaries and reasonable rebels. As the situation worsens, the president assures the world that the U.S. desires only that the people choose their own form of government. He blocks delivery of all arms to the government and undertakes negotiations to establish a broadly based coalition headed by a moderate critic of the regime who, once elevated, will move quickly to seek a political settlement to the conflict. Should the incumbent autocrat prove resistant to American demands that he step aside, he will be readily overwhelmed by the military strength of his opponents, whose patrons will have continued to provide sophisticated arms and advisors at the same time the U.S. cuts off military sales. Should the incumbent be so demoralized as to agree to yield power, he will be replaced by a moderate of American selection. Only after the insurgents have refused the proffered political solution and anarchy has spread throughout the nation will it be noticed that the new head of government has no significant following, no experience at governing, and no talent for leadership. By then, military commanders, no longer bound by loyalty to the chief of state, will depose the faltering moderate in favor of a fanatic of their own choosing. In either case, the U.S. will have been led by its own misunderstanding of the situation to assist actively in deposing an erstwhile friend and ally and installing a government hostile to American interests and policies in the world. At best we will have lost access to friendly territory. At worst the Soviets will have gained a new base. And everywhere our friends will have noted that the U.S. cannot be counted on in times of difficulty and our enemies will have observed that American support provides no security against the forward march of history. No particular crisis conforms exactly with the sequence of events described above. There are always variations on the theme. In Iran, for example, the Carter administration and the president himself offered the ruler support for a longer time, though by December 1978 the president was acknowledging that he did not know if the Shah would survive, adding that the US would not get directly involved. Neither did the US ever call publicly for the Shah's resignation. However, the president's special emissary, George Ball, reportedly concluded that the Shah cannot hope to maintain total power and must now bargain with a moderate segment of the opposition, and was known to have discussed various alternatives that would effectively ease the Shah out of total power. There is, furthermore, not much doubt that the US assisted the Shah's departure and helped arrange the succession of Bashir. In Iran, the Carter administration's commitment to non-intervention proved stronger than strategic considerations or national pride. What the rest of the world regarded as a stinging American defeat, the US government saw as a matter to be settled by Iranians. We personally prefer that the Shah maintain a major role in the government, the president acknowledged, but that is a decision for the Iranian people to make. Events in Nicaragua also departed from the scenario presented above, both because the Cuban and Soviet roles were clearer and because US officials were more intensively and publicly working against Somoza. After the Somoza regime had defeated the first wave of Sandinista violence, the US ceased aid, imposed sanctions, and took other steps which undermined the status and the credibility of the government in domestic and foreign affairs. Between the murder of ABC correspondent Bill Stewart by a National Guardsman in early June and the Sandinista victory in late July, the U.S. State Department assigned a new ambassador who refused to submit his credentials to Somoza even though Somoza was still chief of state, and called for replacing the government with a broadly based provisional government that would include representatives of Sandinista guerrillas. Americans were assured by Assistant Secretary of State Byron Vaki that Nicaraguans and our democratic friends in Latin America have no intention of seeing Nicaragua turned into a second Cuba, even though the State Department knew that the top Sandinista leaders had close personal ties and were in continuing contact with Havana, and, more specifically, that a Cuban secret police official, Julian Lopez, was frequently present in the Sandinista headquarters and that Cuban military advisors were present in Sandinista ranks. In a manner uncharacteristic of the Carter administration, which generally seems willing to negotiate anything with anyone anywhere, the U.S. government adopted an oddly uncompromising posture in dealing with Somoza. No end to the crisis is possible, said Vaki, that does not start with the departure of Somoza from power and the end of his regime. No negotiation, mediation, or compromise can be achieved any longer with the Somoza government. The solution can only begin with a sharp break from the past. Trying hard, we not only banned all American arms sales to the government of Nicaragua but pressured Israel, Guatemala, and others to do likewise, all in the name of ensuring a democratic outcome. Finally, as the Sandinista leaders consolidated control over weapons and communications, banned opposition, and took off for Cuba, President Carter warned us against attributing this evolutionary change to Cuban machinations and assured the world that the U.S. desired only to let the people of Nicaragua choose their own form of government. Yet despite all the variations, the Carter administration brought to the crises in Iran and Nicaragua several common assumptions, each of which played a major role in hastening the victory of even more repressive dictatorships than had been in place before. These were, first, the belief that there existed at the moment of crisis a democratic alternative to the incumbent government; second, the belief that the continuation of the status quo was not possible; third, the belief that any change, including the establishment of a government headed by self-styled Marxist revolutionaries, was preferable to the present government. Each of these beliefs was widely shared in the liberal community generally. Not one of them can withstand close scrutiny. Although most governments in the world are, as they always have been, autocracies of one kind or another, no idea holds greater sway in the mind of educated Americans than the belief that it is possible to democratize governments, anytime, anywhere, under any circumstances. This notion is belied by an enormous body of evidence based on the experience of dozens of countries which have attempted with more or less success to move from autocratic to democratic government. Many of the wisest political scientists of this and previous centuries agree that democratic institutions are especially difficult to establish and maintain because they make heavy demands on all portions of a population and because they depend on complex social, cultural, and economic conditions. 2 or 3 decades ago, when Marxism enjoyed its greatest prestige among American intellectuals, it was the economic prerequisites of democracy that were emphasized by social scientists. Democracy, they argued, could function only in relatively rich societies with an advanced economy, a substantial middle class, and a literate population, but it could be expected to emerge more or less automatically whenever these conditions prevailed. Today, this picture seems grossly oversimplified. While it surely helps to have an economy strong enough to provide decent levels of well-being for all, and open enough to provide mobility and encourage achievement, a pluralistic society and the right kind of political culture and time are even more essential. In his essay on representative government, John Stuart Mill identified 3 fundamental conditions which the Carter administration would do well to ponder. These are: 1. That the people should be willing to receive it, 2. That they should be willing and able to do what is necessary for its preservation, 3. That they should be willing and able to fulfill the duties and discharge the functions which it imposes on them. Fulfilling the duties and discharging the functions of representative government make heavy demands of leaders and citizens, demands for participation and restraint, for consensus and compromise. It is not necessary for all citizens to be avidly interested in politics or well informed about public affairs, although far more widespread interest and mobilization are needed than in autocracies. What is necessary is that a substantial number of citizens think of themselves as participants in society's decision-making and not simply as subjects bound by its laws. Moreover, leaders of all major sectors of the society must agree to pursue power only by legal means, must eschew violence, theft, and fraud, and must accept defeat when necessary. They must also be skilled at finding and creating common ground among diverse points of view and interests, and correlatively willing to compromise on all but the most basic values. In addition to an appropriate political culture, democratic government requires institutions strong enough to channel and contain conflict. Voluntary, non-official institutions are needed to articulate and aggregate diverse interests and opinions present in the society. Otherwise, the formal governmental institutions will not be able to translate popular demands into public policy. In the relatively few places where they exist, democratic governments have come into being slowly, after extended prior experience with more limited forms of participation during which leaders have reluctantly grown accustomed to tolerating dissent and opposition. Opponents have accepted the notion that they may defeat but not destroy incumbents, and people have become aware of government's effects on their lives and of their own possible effects on government. Decades, if not centuries, are normally required for people to acquire the necessary disciplines and habits. In Britain, the road from the Magna Carta to the Act of Settlement, to the Great Reform Bills of 1832, 1867, and 1885, took 7 centuries to traverse. American history gives no better grounds for believing that democracy comes easily, quickly, or for the asking. A war of independence, an unsuccessful constitution, a civil war, a long process of gradual enfranchisement marked our progress toward constitutional democratic government. The French path was still more difficult. Terror, dictatorship, monarchy, instability, and incompetence followed on the revolution that was to usher in a millennium of brotherhood. Only in the 20th century did the democratic principle finally gain wide acceptance in France, and not until after World War II were the principles of order and democracy. 21. Popular sovereignty and authority finally reconciled in institutions strong enough to contain conflicting currents of public opinion. Although there is no instance of a revolutionary socialist or communist society being democratized, right-wing autocracies do sometimes evolve into democracies given time, propitious economic, social and political circumstances, talented leaders, and a strong indigenous demand for representative government. Something of the kind is in progress on the Iberian Peninsula, and the first steps have been taken in Brazil. Something similar could conceivably have also occurred in Iran and Nicaragua if contestation and participation had been more gradually expanded. But it seems clear that the architects of contemporary American foreign policy have little idea of how to go about encouraging the liberalization of an autocracy. In neither Nicaragua nor Iran did they realize that the only likely result of an effort to replace an incumbent autocrat with one of his moderate critics or a broad-based coalition would be to sap the foundations of the existing regime without moving the nation any closer to democracy. Yet this outcome was entirely predictable. Authority in traditional autocracies is transmitted through personal relations, from the ruler to his close associates and from them to people to whom the associates are related by personal ties resembling their own relation to the ruler. The fabric of authority unravels quickly when the power and status of the man at the top are undermined or eliminated. The longer the autocrat has held power, and the more pervasive his personal influence, the more dependent a nation's institutions will be on him. Without him, the organized life of the society will collapse, like an arch from which the keystone has been removed. The blend of qualities that bound the Iranian army to the Shah or the National Guard to Somoza is typical of the relationships personal, hierarchical, non-transferable that support a traditional autocracy. The speed with which armies collapse, bureaucracies abdicate, and social structures dissolve once the autocrat is removed frequently surprises American policymakers and journalists accustomed to public institutions based on universalistic norms rather than particularistic relations. The failure to understand these relations is one source of the failure of U.S. policy in this and previous administrations. There are others. In Iran and Nicaragua, Washington overestimated the political diversity of the opposition, especially the strength of moderates and Democrats in the opposition movement, underestimated the strength and intransigence of radicals in the movement, and misestimated the nature and extent of American influence on both the government and the opposition. Confusion concerning the character of the opposition, especially its intransigence and will to power, leads regularly to downplaying the amount of force required to counteract its violence. In neither Iran nor Nicaragua did the U.S. adequately appreciate the government's problem in maintaining order in a society confronted with an ideologically extreme opposition. Yet the presence of such groups was well known. The State Department's 1977 report on human rights described an Iran confronted with a small number of extreme rightist and leftist terrorists operating within the country. There is evidence that they have received substantial foreign support and training, have been responsible for the murder of Iranian government officials and Americans. The same report characterized Somoza's opponents in the following terms: a guerrilla organization known as the Sandinista National Liberation Front seeks the violent overthrow of the government, and has received limited support from Cuba. The FSLN carried out an operation in Managua in December 1974, killing 4 people, taking several officials hostage. Since then, it continues to challenge civil authority in certain isolated regions. In 1978, the State Department's report said that Sandinista violence was continuing after the state of siege had been lifted by the Somoza government. When U.S. policymakers and large portions of the liberal press interpret insurgency as evidence of widespread popular discontent and a will to democracy, the scene is set for disaster. For if civil strife reflects a popular demand for democracy, it follows that a liberalist government will be more acceptable to public opinion. Thus, in the hope of strengthening a government, U.S. policymakers are led, mistake after mistake, to impose measures almost certain to weaken its authority. Hurried efforts to force complex and unfamiliar political practices on societies lacking the requisite political culture, tradition, and social structures not only fail to produce desired outcomes, if they are undertaken at a time when the traditional regime is under attack, they actually facilitate the job of the insurgents. Vietnam presumably taught us that the United States could not serve as the world's policeman. It should also have taught us the dangers of trying to be the world's midwife to democracy when the birth is scheduled to take place under conditions of guerrilla war. If the administration's actions in Iran and Nicaragua reflect the pervasive and mistaken assumption that one can easily locate and impose democratic alternatives to incumbent autocracies, they also reflect the equally pervasive and equally flawed belief that change per se in such autocracies is inevitable, desirable, and in the American interest. It is this belief which induces the Carter administration to participate actively in the toppling of non-communist autocracies while remaining passive in the face of communist expansion. At the time the Carter administration came into office, it was widely reported that the president had assembled a team who shared a new approach to foreign policy and a new conception of the national interest. The principal elements of this new approach were said to be two: the conviction that the Cold War was over, and the conviction that, this being the case, the U.S. should give priority to North-South problems and help less developed nations achieve their own destiny. More is involved in these changes than originally meets the eye. For, unlikely as it may seem, the foreign policy of the Carter administration is guided by a relatively full-blown philosophy of history which includes, as philosophies of history always do, a theory of social change, or, as it is currently called, a doctrine of modernization. Like most other philosophies of history that have appeared in the West since the 18th century, the Carter administration's doctrine predicts progress and a happy ending. The administration's approach to foreign affairs was clearly foreshadowed in Zbigniew Brzezinski's 1970 book on the U.S. role in the technotronic era, Between Two Ages. In that book, Brzezinski showed that he had the imagination to look beyond the Cold War to a brave new world of global politics and interdependence. To deal with that new world, a new approach was said to be evolving, which Brzezinski designated rational humanism. In the new approach, the preoccupation with national supremacy would give way to global perspectives, and international problems would be viewed as human issues rather than as political confrontations. The traditional intellectual framework for dealing with foreign policy would have to be scrapped. Today, the old framework of international politics, with their spheres of influence, military alliances between nation-states, the fiction of sovereignty, doctrinal conflicts arising from 19th-century crisis, is clearly no longer compatible with reality. Only the delayed development of the Soviet Union, an archaic religious community that experiences modernity existentially but not quite yet normatively, prevented wider realization of the fact that the end of ideology was already here. For the U.S., Brzezinski recommended a great deal of patience, a more detached attitude toward world revolutionary processes, and a less anxious preoccupation with the Soviet Union. Instead of engaging in ancient diplomatic pastimes, we should make a broader effort to contain the global tendencies toward chaos, while assisting the processes of change that will move the world toward the community of developed nations. The central concern of Brzezinski's book, as of the Carter administration's foreign policy, is with the modernization of the Third World. From the beginning, the administration has manifested a special, intense interest in the problems of the so-called Third World. But instead of viewing international developments in terms of the American national interest, as national interest is historically conceived, the architects of administration policy have viewed them in terms of a contemporary version of the same idea of progress that has traumatized Western imaginations since the Enlightenment. In its current form, the concept of modernization involves more than industrialization, more than political development. It is used instead to designate the process through which a traditional or pre-technological society passes as it is transformed into a society characterized by machine technology, rational and secular attitudes, and highly differentiated social structures. Condorcet, Comte, Hegel, Marx, and Weber are all present in this view of history as the working out of the idea of modernity. The crucial elements of the modernization concept have been clearly explicated by Samuel P. Huntington. The modernization paradigm, Huntington has observed, postulates an ongoing process of change, complex, because it involves all dimensions of human life in society, systemic, because its elements interact in predictable, necessary ways, global, because all societies will, necessarily, pass through the transition from traditional to modern, lengthy, because time is required to modernize economic and social organization, character, and culture. Phased, because each modernizing society must pass through essentially the same stages. Homogenizing, because it tends toward the convergence and interdependence of societies. Irreversible, because the direction of change is given in the relation of the elements of the process. Progressive, in the sense that it is desirable, and in the long run provides significant benefits to the affiliated people. Although the modernization paradigm has proved a sometimes useful as well as influential tool in social science, it has become the object of searching critiques that have challenged one after another of its central assumptions. Its shortcomings as an analytical tool pale, however, when compared to its inadequacies as a framework for thinking about foreign policy, where its principal effects are to encourage the view that events are manifestations of deep historical forces which cannot be controlled, and that the best any government can do is to serve as a midwife to history, helping events to move where they are already headed. This perspective on contemporary events is optimistic in the sense that it foresees continuing human progress, deterministic in the sense that it perceives 25 events as fixed by processes over which persons and poses can have but little influence, morastic in the sense that it perceives history and us posse as having moral ends, cosmopolitan in the sense that it attempts to view the world not from the perspective of American interests or intentions but from the perspective of the modernizing nation and the end of history. It identifies modernization with both revolution and morality, and US policy with all three. The idea that it is forces * rather than people which shape events recurs each time an administration spokesman articulates or explains policy. The President, for example, assured us in February of this year, the revolution in Iran is a product of deep social, political, religious, and economic factors growing out of the history of Iran itself and of Asia, he said. At this moment there is turmoil or change in various countries from one end of the Indian Ocean to the other. Some turmoil as in Indochina is the product of age-old enmities, inflamed by rivalries for influence by conflicting forces. Stability in some other countries is being shaken by the process of modernization, the search for national significance, or the desire to fulfill legitimate human hopes and human aspirations. Harold Saunders, Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern and South Asian Affairs, commenting on instability in Iran and the Horn of Africa, states, "We, of course, recognize that fundamental changes are taking place across this area of Western Asia and Northeastern Africa: economic modernization, social change, a revival of religion, resurgent nationalism, demands for broader popular participation in the political process. These changes are generated by forces within each country." Or here is Anthony Lake, Chief of the State Department's Policy Planning Staff, on South Africa: "Change will come in South Africa. The welfare of the people there, and American interest, will be profoundly affected by the way in which it comes. The question is whether it will be peaceful or not." Brzezinski makes the point still clearer. Speaking as Chief of the National Security Council, he has assured us that the struggles for power in Asia and Africa are really only incidents along the route to modernization. All the developing countries in the area from Northeast Asia to Southern Africa continue to search for viable forms of government capable of managing the process of modernization. No matter that the invasions, coups, civil wars, and political struggles of less violent kinds that one sees all around do not seem to be incidents in a global personnel search for someone to manage the modernization process. Neither 26. Brzezinski nor anyone else seems bothered by the fact that the political participants in that arc from Northeast Asia to Southern Africa do not know that they are searching for viable forms of government capable of managing the process of modernization. The motives and intentions of real persons are no more relevant to the modernization paradigm than they are to the Marxist view of history. Viewed from this level of abstraction, it is the forces rather than the people that count. So what if the deep historical forces at work in such diverse places as Iran, the Horn of Africa, Southeast Asia, Central America, and the United Nations look a lot like Russians or Cubans? Having moved past what the President calls our inordinate fear of communism, identified by him with the Cold War, we should, we are told, now be capable of distinguishing Soviet and Cuban machinations, which anyway exist mainly in the minds of cold warriors and others guilty of oversimplifying the world, from evolutionary changes, which seem to be the only kind that actually occur. What can a U.S. president faced with such complicated, inexorable, impersonal processes do? The answer, offered again and again by the president and his top officials, is, not much. Since events are not caused by human decisions, they cannot be stopped or altered by them. Brzezinski, for example, has said, "We recognize that the world is changing under the influence of forces no government can control." And Cyrus Vance has cautioned, "The fact is that we can no more stop change than Canute could still the waters." The Carter administration's essentially deterministic and apolitical view of contemporary events discourages an active American response and encourages passivity. The American inability to influence events in Iran became the president's theme song. Those who argue that the U.S. should or could intervene directly to thwart are wrong about the realities of Iran. We have encouraged to the limited extent of our own ability the public support for the Bashir government. How long we'll be out of Iran, we have no way to determine. Further events and his own desires will determine that. It is impossible for anyone to anticipate all future political events. Even if we had been able to anticipate events that were going to take place in Iran or in other countries, obviously our ability to determine those events is very limited. Vance made the same point. In Iran, our policy throughout the current crisis has been based on the fact that only Iranians can resolve the fundamental political issues which they now confront. Where once upon a time an American president might have sent Marines to assure the protection of American strategic interests, there is no room for force in this world of progress and self-determination. Force, the president told 27 Us at Notre Dame, does not work. That is the lesson he extracted from Vietnam. It offers only superficial solutions. Concerning Iran, he said, certainly we have no desire or ability to intrude massive forces into Iran or any other country to determine the outcome of domestic political issues. This is something that we have no intention of ever doing in another country. We've tried this once in Vietnam. It didn't work, as you well know. There was nothing unique about Iran. In Nicaragua, the climate and language were different, but the historical forces and the U.S. response were the same. Military intervention was out of the question. Assistant Secretary of State Viren Vaki described as unthinkable the use of U.S. military power to intervene in the internal affairs of another American republic. Vance provided parallel assurances for Africa, asserting that we would not try to match Cuban and Soviet activities there. What is the function of foreign policy under these conditions? It is to understand the processes of change and then, like Marxists, to align ourselves with history, hoping to contribute a bit of stability along the way. And this, administration spokesmen assure us, is precisely what we are doing. The Carter administration has defined the U.S. national interest in the Third World as identical with the putative end of the modernization process. Vance put this with characteristic candor in a recent statement when he explained that U.S. policy vis-a-vis the Third World is grounded in the conviction that we best serve our interest there by supporting the efforts of developing nations to advance their economic well-being and preserve their political independence. Our commitment to the promotion of constructive change worldwide has been vouchsafed in every conceivable context. But there is a problem. The conceivable contexts turn out to be mainly those in which non-communist autocracies are under pressure from revolutionary guerrillas. Since Moscow is the aggressive, expansionist power today, it is more often than not insurgents, encouraged and armed by the Soviet Union, who challenge the status quo. The American commitment to change in the abstract ends up by aligning us tacitly with Soviet clients and irresponsible extremists the Ayatollah Khomeini or, in the end, Yasser Arafat. So far, assisting change has not led the Carter administration to undertake the destabilization of a communist country. The principles of self-determination and non-intervention are thus both selectively applied. We seem to accept the status quo in communist nations, but not in nations ruled by right-wing dictators or white oligarchies. Concerning China, for example, Brzezinski has observed, we recognize that we have different ideologies and economic and political systems. We harbor neither the hope nor the desire that through extensive contacts with China we can remake that nation into the 28 American image. Indeed, we accept our differences. Of Southeast Asia, the President noted in February, our interest is to promote peace and the withdrawal of outside forces and not to become embroiled in the conflict among Asian nations. And, in general, our interest is to promote the health and the development of individual societies, not to a pattern cut exactly like ours in the United States but tailored rather to the hopes and the needs and desires of the peoples involved. But the administration's position shifts sharply when South Africa is discussed. For example, Anthony Lake asserted in late 1978. We have indicated to South Africa the fact that if it does not make significant progress toward racial equality, its relations with the international community, including the United States, are bound to deteriorate. Over the years, we have tried through a series of progressive steps to demonstrate that the U.S. cannot and will not be associated with the continued practice of apartheid. As to Nicaragua, Harding Carter III said in February 1979. The unwillingness of the Nicaraguan government to accept the group's proposal, the resulting prospects for renewal and polarization, and the human rights situation in Nicaragua unavoidably affect the kind of relationship we can maintain with that government. And Carter commented on Latin American autocracies. My government will not be deterred from protecting human rights, including economic and social rights, in whatever ways we can. We prefer to take actions that are positive, but where nations persist in serious violations of human rights, we will continue to demonstrate that there are costs to the flagrant disregard of international standards. Something very odd is going on here. How does an administration that desires to let people work out their own destinies get involved in determined efforts at reform in South Africa, Zaire, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and elsewhere? How can an administration committed to non-intervention in Cambodia and Vietnam announce that it will not be deterred from righting wrongs in South Africa? What should be made of an administration that sees the U.S. interest as identical with economic modernization and political independence and yet heedlessly endangers the political independence of Taiwan, a country whose success in economic modernization and egalitarian distribution of wealth is unequaled in Asia? The contrast is as striking as that between the administration's frenzied speed in recognizing the new dictatorship in Nicaragua and its continuing refusal to recognize the elected government of Zimbabwe-Rhodesia. 29. Or its refusal to maintain any presence in Zimbabwe-Rhodesia while staffing a U.S. information office in Cuba. Not only are there ideology and a double standard at work here, the ideology neither fits nor explains reality, and the double standard involves the administration in the wholesale contradiction of its own principles. Inconsistencies are a familiar part of politics in most societies. Usually, however, governments behave hypocritically when their principles conflict with the national interest. What makes the inconsistencies of the Carter administration noteworthy are, first, the administration's moralism which renders it especially vulnerable to charges of hypocrisy, and, second, the administration's predilection for policies that violate the strategic and economic interests of the United States. The administration's conception of national interest borders on doublethink. It finds friendly powers to be guilty representatives of the status quo and views the triumph of unfriendly groups as beneficial to America's true interests. This logic is quite obviously reinforced by the prejudices and preferences of many administration officials. Traditional autocracies are, in general and in their very nature, deeply offensive to modern American sensibilities. The notion that public affairs should be ordered on the basis of kinship, friendship, and other personal relations rather than on the basis of objective rational standards violates our conception of justice and efficiency. The preference for stability rather than change is also disturbing to Americans whose whole national experience rests on the principles of change, growth, and progress. The extremes of wealth and poverty characteristic of traditional societies also offend us, the more so since the poor are usually very poor and bound to their squalor by a hereditary allocation of role. Moreover, the relative lack of concern of rich, comfortable rulers for the poverty, ignorance, and disease of their people is likely to be interpreted by Americans as moral dereliction pure and simple. The truth is that Americans can hardly bear such societies and such rulers. Confronted with them, our vaunted cultural relativism evaporates and we become as censorious as Cotton Mather confronting sin in New England. But if the politics of traditional and semi-traditional autocracy is nearly antithetical to our own at both the symbolic and the operational level, the rhetoric of progressive revolutionaries sounds much better to us, their symbols are much more acceptable. One reason that some modern Americans prefer socialist to traditional autocracies is that the former have embraced modernity and have adopted modern modes and perspectives, including an instrumental, manipulative, functional orientation toward most social, cultural, and personal affairs, a profession of universalistic norms, an emphasis on reason, science, education, and progress, a de-emphasis of the sacred, and rational, bureaucratic organizations. They speak our language. Because socialism of the Soviet/Chinese/Cuban variety is an ideology. 30. Rooted in a version of the same values that sparked the Enlightenment and the democratic revolutions of the 18th century, because it is modern and not traditional, because it postulates goals that appeal to Christian as well as to secular values, it is highly congenial to many Americans at the symbolic level. Marxist revolutionaries speak the language of a hopeful future while traditional autocrats speak the language of an unattractive past. Because left-wing revolutionaries invoke the symbols and values of democracy, emphasizing egalitarianism rather than hierarchy and privilege, liberty rather than order, activity rather than passivity, they are again and again accepted as partisans in the cause of freedom and democracy. Nowhere is the affinity of liberalism, Christianity, and Marxist socialism more apparent than among liberals who are duped time after time into supporting liberators who turn out to be totalitarians, and among left-leaning clerics whose attraction to a secular style of redemptive community is stronger than their outrage at the hostility of socialist regimes to religion. In Jimmy Carter, egalitarian, optimist, liberal, Christian, the tendency to be repelled by frankly non-democratic rulers and hierarchical societies is almost as strong as the tendency to be attracted to the idea of popular revolution, liberation, and progress. Carter is, par excellence, the kind of liberal most likely to confound revolution with idealism, change with progress, optimism with virtue. Where concern about socialist encirclement, Soviet expansion, and traditional conceptions of the national interest inoculated his predecessors against such easy equations. Carter's doctrine of national interest and modernization encourages support for all change that takes place in the name of the people, regardless of its superficial Marxist or anti-American content. Any lingering doubt about whether the U.S. should, in case of conflict, support a tested friend such as the Shah or a friendly power such as Zimbabwe Rhodesia against an opponent who despises us is resolved by reference to our long-range interests. Stephen Rosenfeld of the Washington Post described the commitment of the Carter administration to the sort of progressive liberalism the Carter administration came to power, after all, committed precisely to reducing the centrality of strategic competition with Moscow in American foreign policy, and to extending the United States association with what it was prepared to accept as legitimate wave of the future popular movements around the world, first of all with the victorious movement in Vietnam. Indochina was supposed to be the state on which Americans could demonstrate their post-Vietnam intent to come to terms with the progressive popular element that Kissinger, the villain, had denied. In other words, the Carter administration, Rosenfeld tells us, came to power resolved not to assess international developments in the light of Cold War 31 perspectives but to accept at face value the claim of revolutionary groups to represent popular aspirations and progressive forces regardless of the ties of these revolutionaries to the Soviet Union. To this end, overtures were made looking to the normalization of relations with Vietnam, Cuba, and the Chinese People's Republic, and steps were taken to cool relations with South Korea, South Africa, Nicaragua, the Philippines, and others. These moves followed naturally from the conviction that the US had, as our enemies said, been on the wrong side of history in supporting the status quo and opposing revolution. One might have thought that this perspective would have been undermined by events in Southeast Asia since the triumph of progressive forces there over the agents of reaction. To cite Rosenfeld again. In this administration's time, Vietnam has been transformed, for much of American public opinion, from a country wronged by the US to one revealing a brutal essence of its own. This has been a quiet but major trauma to the Carter people, scarring their self-confidence and their claim on public trust alike. Presumably, however, the barbarity of the progressive governments in Cambodia and Vietnam has been less traumatic for the president and his chief advisors than for Rosenfeld, since there is little evidence of changed predispositions at crucial levels of the White House and the State Department. The president continues to behave as before, not like a man who abhors autocrats but like one who abhors only right-wing autocrats. In fact, high officials in the Carter administration understand better than they seem to the aggressive, expansionist character of contemporary Soviet behavior in Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, the Indian Ocean, Central America, and the Caribbean. But although the Soviet/Cuban role in Grenada, Nicaragua, and El Salvador had already prompted resumption of surveillance of Cuba, the president's eagerness not to heat up the climate of public opinion remains stronger than his commitment to speak the truth to the American people. His statement on Nicaragua clearly reflects these priorities. It's a mistake for Americans to assume or to claim that every time an evolutionary change takes place in this hemisphere that somehow it's a result of secret, massive Cuban intervention. The fact in Nicaragua is that the Somoza regime lost the confidence of the people. To bring about an orderly transition there, our effort was to let the people of Nicaragua ultimately make the decision on who would be their leader, what form of government they should have. This statement, which presumably represents the president's best thinking on the matter, is illuminating. Carter's effort to dismiss concern about military events in this specific country as a manifestation of a national proclivity for 32. Seeing Cuban machinations under every bed constitutes a shocking effort to falsify reality. There was no question in Nicaragua of evolutionary change or of attributing such change to Castro's agents. There was only a question about the appropriate U.S. response to a military struggle in a country whose location gives it strategic importance out of proportion to its size or strength. But that is not all. The rest of the president's statement graphically illustrates the blinding power of ideology on his interpretation of events. When he says that the Somoza regime lost the confidence of the people, the president implies that the regime had previously rested on the confidence of the people, but that the situation had now changed. In fact, the Somoza regime had never rested on popular will, and was not being ousted by it. It was instead succumbing to arms and soldiers. However, the assumption that the armed conflict of Sandinistas and Somocistas was the military equivalent of a national referendum enabled the president to imagine that it could be, and should be, settled by the people of Nicaragua. For this pious sentiment even to seem true, the president would have had to be unaware that insurgents were receiving a great many arms from other non-Nicaraguans, and that the U.S. had played a significant role in disarming the Somoza regime. The president's mistakes and distortions are all fashionable ones. His assumptions are those of people who want badly to be on the progressive side in conflicts between rightist autocracy and leftist challenges, and to prefer the latter, almost regardless of the probable consequences. To be sure, neither the president, nor Vance, nor Brzezinski desires the proliferation of Soviet-supported regimes. Each has asserted his disapproval of Soviet interference in the modernization process. But each, nevertheless, remains willing to destabilize friendly or neutral autocracies without any assurance that they will not be replaced by reactionary totalitarian theocracies, totalitarian Soviet client states, or worst of all, by murderous fanatics of the Pol Pot variety. The foreign policy of the Carter administration fails not for lack of good intentions but for lack of realism about the nature of traditional versus revolutionary autocracies and the relation of each to the American national interest. Only intellectual fashion and the tyranny of right/left thinking prevent intelligent men of goodwill from perceiving the facts that traditional authoritarian governments are less repressive than revolutionary autocracies, that they are more susceptible of liberalization and that they are more compatible with U.S. interests. The evidence on all these points is clear enough. Surely it is now beyond reasonable doubt that the present governments of Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos are much more repressive than those of the despised previous rulers, that the government of the People's Republic of China is more repressive than that of Taiwan, that North Korea is more repressive than South Korea, and so forth. This is the most important lesson of Vietnam. 33. And Cambodia. It is not new, but it is a gruesome reminder of harsh facts. From time to time a truly bestial ruler can come to power in either type of autocracy. Idi Amin, Papa Doc Duvalier, Joseph Stalin, Pol Pot are examples, but neither type regularly produces such moral monsters. There are, however, systemic differences between traditional and revolutionary autocracies that have a predictable effect on their degree of repressiveness. Generally speaking, traditional autocrats tolerate social inequities, brutality, and poverty, while revolutionary autocracies create them. Traditional autocrats leave in place existing allocations of wealth, power, status, and other resources which in most traditional societies favor an affluent few and maintain masses in poverty. But they worship traditional gods and observe traditional taboos. They do not disturb the habitual rhythms of work and leisure, habitual places of residence, habitual patterns of family and personal relations. Because the miseries of traditional life are familiar, they are bearable to ordinary people who, growing up in the society, learn to cope. As children born to untouchables in India acquire the skills and attitudes necessary for survival in the miserable roles they are destined to fill. Such societies create no refugees. Precisely the opposite is true of revolutionary communist regimes. They create refugees by the million because they claim jurisdiction over the whole life of the society and make demands for change that so violate internalized values and habits that inhabitants flee by the tens of thousands in the remarkable expectation that their attitudes, values, and goals will fit better in a foreign country than in their native land. The former deputy chairman of Vietnam's National Assembly from 1976 to his defection early in August 1979, Hoang Van Hoan, described recently the impact of Vietnam's ongoing revolution on that country's more than 1 million Chinese inhabitants. They have been expelled from places they have lived in for generations. They have been dispossessed of virtually all possessions, their lands, their houses. They have been driven into areas called new economic zones, but they have not been given any aid. How can they eke out a living in such conditions reclaiming new land? They gradually die for a number of reasons: diseases, the hard life. They also die of humiliation. It is not only the Chinese who have suffered in Southeast Asia since the Carrot liberation, and it is not only in Vietnam that the Chinese suffer. By the end of 1978 more than 6 million refugees had fled countries ruled by Marxist governments. In spite of walls, fences, guns, and sharks, the steady stream of people fleeing revolutionary utopias continues. There is a damning contrast between the number of refugees created by 34 Marxist regimes and those created by other autocracies. More than 1 million Cubans have left their homeland since Castro's rise, as compared to about 35,000 each from Argentina, Brazil, and Chile. In Africa more than 5 times as many refugees have fled Guinea and Guinea-Bissau as have left Zimbabwe-Rhodesia, suggesting that civil war and racial discrimination are easier for most people to bear than Marxist-style liberation. Moreover, the history of this century provides no grounds for expecting that radical totalitarian regimes will transform themselves. At the moment there is a far greater likelihood of progressive liberalization and democratization in the governments of Brazil, Argentina, and Chile than in the government of Cuba, in Taiwan than in the People's Republic of China, in South Korea than in North Korea, in Zaire than in Angola, and so forth. Since many traditional autocracies permit limited contestation and participation, it is not impossible that U.S. policy could effectively encourage this process of liberalization and democratization, provided that the effort is not made at a time when the incumbent government is fighting for its life against violent adversaries, and that proposed reforms are aimed at producing gradual change rather than perfect democracy overnight. To accomplish this, policymakers are needed who understand how actual democracies have actually come into being. History is a better guide than good intentions. A realistic policy which aims at protecting our own interest and assisting the capacities for self-determination of less developed nations will need to face the unpleasant fact that, if victorious, violent insurgency headed by Marxist revolutionaries is unlikely to lead to anything but totalitarian tyranny. Armed intellectuals citing Marx and supported by Soviet bloc arms and advisors will almost surely not turn out to be agrarian reformers, or simple nationalists, or democratic socialists. However incomprehensible it may be to some, Marxist revolutionaries are not contemporary embodiments of the Americans who wrote the Declaration of Independence, and they will not be content with establishing a broad-based coalition in which they have only one voice among many. It may not always be easy to distinguish between democratic and totalitarian agents of change, but it is also not too difficult. Authentic democratic revolutionaries aim at securing governments based on the consent of the governed and believe that ordinary men are capable of using freedom, knowing their own interest, choosing rulers. They do not, like the current leaders in Nicaragua, assume that it will be necessary to postpone elections for 3 to 5 years, during which time they can cure the false consciousness of almost everyone. If, moreover, revolutionary leaders describe the United States as the scourge of the 20th century, the enemy of freedom-loving people, the perpetrator of imperialism, racism, colonialism, genocide, war, then they are not authentic Democrats or, to put it mildly, friends. Groups which define themselves as 35 enemies should be treated as enemies. The United States is not in fact a racist, colonial power, it does not practice genocide, it does not threaten world peace with expansionist activities. In the last decade especially we have practiced remarkable forbearance everywhere and undertaken the unilateral restraints on defense spending recommended by Brzezinski as appropriate for the technotronic era. We have also moved further, faster, in eliminating domestic racism than any multiracial society in the world or in history. For these reasons and more, a posture of continuous self-abasement and apology vis-a-vis the Third World is neither morally necessary nor politically appropriate. No more is it necessary or appropriate to support vocal enemies of the United States because they invoke the rhetoric of popular liberation. It is not even necessary or appropriate for our leaders to forswear unilaterally the use of military force to counter military force. Liberal idealism need not be identical with masochism, and need not be incompatible with the defense of freedom and the national interest. 3. Totalitarianism vs. Authoritarianism. By Michael Walzer. Michael Walzer taught at Brandeis, Princeton, and Harvard universities before taking his current position as permanent fellow of the Institute for Advanced Studies in Princeton, NJ. He is co-editor of Dissent magazine, and his many books include The Revolution of the Saints, Just and Unjust Wars, and Exodus and Revolution. Consider the two major moral/political arguments of the new Cold Warriors. I'll take them from Jeane Kirkpatrick's commentary article, a particularly good example of contemporary ideology, even if it isn't, or just because it isn't, a particularly good article. The first of these is an argument about political possibility. Communist totalitarianism brings with it a long, dark night. There is no instance of a revolutionary socialist or communist society being democratized, writes Kirkpatrick. Our own tyrants, by contrast, are sometimes replaced by democratic regimes, though it is always important for the stability of the new democracy that the replacement take place very slowly. Kirkpatrick doesn't discuss what might be called the reverse replacement rate. In fact, I'm afraid, the decline of democracy in the free world. For a Latin American update on Kirkpatrick's views, see her U.S. Security and Latin America, Commentary, 71, No. 1, January 1981, 29-40. eds. *The New Republic, 185, NOS 1 and 2, 21-25. 36. Is rather more noticeable than its slow advance. In any case, this is a false distinction. Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Poland probably would be democratic states today were it not for the Red Army. The Red Army is a threat to human freedom, but communism, in these states at least, is an ugly but not a powerful political system. There is nothing in its internal mechanics that rules out a democratic transformation. Assuming that the Russians don't intervene, an unlikely but analytically necessary assumption, the prospects for democracy are probably better, certainly no worse, in much of Eastern Europe than, to cite some of Kirkpatrick's odder examples, in Argentina, Brazil, South Korea, and Zaire. In all these cases, social structure and political culture are far more important than the current regime in shaping the long-term evolution. The second argument is about relative brutality. Old-fashioned tyrannies, according to Kirkpatrick, because they don't set out to transform their societies, do much less damage to them. They tolerate existing patterns of misery and injustice, but at least they don't create new ones. And their subjects are accustomed to the old patterns, have long ago adjusted to them and learned how to survive. Hence such societies create no refugees. This is the damning contrast between communist regimes and other autocracies. The massive refugee population of the modern world is largely a creation of communist totalitarianism. It would be nice not for the refugees but for the ideological peace of mind of the rest of us if this were true. But it isn't true. The refugees who fled Hungary in 1956 or Afghanistan in 1980 were fleeing the Red Army, not domestic oppression. The million Cubans who have reached our shores since the 1960s probably could be matched by a million Haitians, were the latter given a comparable welcome. And the largest single group of refugees since World War II was produced by Pakistani repression in East Bengal, which was nothing if not old-fashioned. Certainly there are communist states that fit Kirkpatrick's account. East Germany and Cambodia are different but equally clear-cut examples. But the line she draws is a fabrication. The contrast between totalitarian and authoritarian regimes is a conceptual contrast, not a practical one. It doesn't conform to, nor does it justify, our actual alliances. It doesn't make Kissinger's Pakistani tilt of 1971 smell any better. It doesn't rule out economic cooperation with communist China. One can't pull politics or morality out of a theoretical hat. That sort of thing is always a trick. Theory, once we have it right, does nothing more than shape our perceptions, guide our understanding. Within the framework it provides, choices still have to be made. The hardest choice, and the one for the sake of which the new Cold War ideology has been worked out, is simply this: an authoritarian regime, old-fashioned, brutal, repressive, allied to the West, is threatened by a revolutionary movement some of whose leaders have totalitarian ambitions and or Russian connections. What should we do? The claim of the new Cold Warriors is 37. That the virile impulse in all such cases is to support the revolutionaries or at least to desert at the first opportunity the authoritarian regime. And what they want instead is the opposite policy, a steadfast commitment to the regime, because totalitarianism is the greater danger, the irreversible transformation, and so on. But this is to turn policy into a reflex of ideology. There just isn't going to be one answer in cases like the one I've described, and to act as if there is one answer, we get it right or wrong, we win or lose, is the beginning of political disaster. Often we can't do anything at all. Or rather, our choice is the same choice that the Russians have faced again and again in Eastern Europe: send in the troops or let the local conflict take its course. But let's assume that there is room, some limited room, for political maneuver. Then, obviously, the direction of our maneuvers will have to be determined by the shape of the terrain. How much popular support does the regime have? How much capacity for change? Who are the rebels and what is their cause? What sorts of alliances have they already made and how stable are those alliances? What are our own strategic interests in the area? That last question is generally taken to mean we should align ourselves with the established regime. In fact, however, if there really are strategic interests, and if we take them seriously, then it would seem to follow that we should line up as early as possible with the side most likely to win, so long as there is a real chance of keeping the winners out of the Russian camp. It is characteristic of the new Cold Warriors that they would support authoritarian governments both when it is in our interests to do so and also when it isn't, so that one is led to suspect that they just support authoritarian governments. In any case, there probably are such governments that we ought on balance to help. Otherwise, we could hardly have any relations at all with third world states. And there probably are oppositionists and revolutionaries whom we ought on balance to help too. Rarely, however, in any part of the third world, are there going to be old or new regimes, governments, or movements to which we should be ideologically committed. We don't have to become apologists for the internal policies of our allies. What we owe them at most is critical support. Foreign policy is always a double business. We have to pursue our interests and we have to defend our values. In the long run, we hope that these two efforts come together, but at any given moment there are conflicts and contradictions. Maybe it is in our interest to support, say, the present South Korean regime. But we must also, for the sake of our values, maintain some critical distance from it. And that kind of argument doesn't work only for right-wing regimes. After 1960, it was in our interest that Cuban communism develop in, say, a Yugoslav rather than a Bulgarian direction, and we might have accomplished that, or at least assisted in it, through some sort of economic cooperation. But cooperation would have been no excuse for a failure to criticize Castro's 38. Dictatorship, the repression of dissidents, the campaign against homosexuals, and so on. A pussy of this kind assumes that there is no long, dark night, no thousand-year Reich, no totalitarian transformation that is proof against political opposition and social change. That has to be, I think, the working assumption of any sane diplomacy. The new Cold Warriors exploit what we might think of as the apocalyptic features of the theory of totalitarianism. And in the 20th century it is difficult to avoid some engagement with, some hard contemplation of, apocalypse. In political terms that means that there have been and will be again regimes so evil that the only moral stand one can adopt toward them is absolute opposition. But what policies follow from that moral stand? Surely Stalin's was one such regime, and yet we fought with Stalin against the Nazis. Even evil has its degrees. We must hope we can reasonably believe that it also has its duration. In the third world, at any rate, there is not likely to be much permanence, no sustained development toward modernity and liberty, but also very few stable or solidly established tyrannies. No doubt many of the tyrants will have totalitarian ambitions. The rhetoric of revolution is now the lingua franca of the third world. But that only means that there will be many failed totalitarianisms. Whether these failures will be bloodier than the other autocracies is a question unlikely to find a yes or no answer. Some of them will and some won't. For our part, we can and should maintain a steady hostility toward every sort of totalitarian ambition. But that is no reason for supporting the other autocracies or excusing their bloodiness. We can make the alliances we have to make on both sides of this shadowy line, and we can condemn when we must the internal policies of our allies. I understand, of course, that there are serious diplomatic difficulties involved in any such policy, much discussed and never overcome during the Carter years. But it is a worse policy to refuse altogether to confront those difficulties. The real danger, the present danger, of the new Cold War ideology is that it will drive us into alliances that our material defense does not require and rule out the outspokenness that the defense of our values does require. And all this for the sake of a misunderstood and badly applied political theory. But perhaps I overestimate the power of theory. One might detect among contemporary Cold Warriors a sneaking sympathy for traditional autocrats leave in place existing allocations of wealth, power, status, and other resources. On the far left, there is often similar sympathy for revolutionaries who upset those allocations, even if they do so only in order to establish a new tyranny, and this view, too, has its theoretical rationale. But I would propose a different sympathy, for the tortured dissidents, the imprisoned oppositionists, the threatened minorities, all the disappeared and murdered men and women of all the tyrannies, old and new. And we don't need a political theory to explain why we should keep these. 39. People always in the forefront of our consciousness, their names on the tip of our tongues. For Reagan's Latin America. By Tom J. Ferrer. Tom J. Ferrer has been president of the University of New Mexico, distinguished professor at Rutgers Camden Law School, and president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the Organization of American States. Professor Ferrer's re-election in June 1981 as head of the commission, he was the first U.S. citizen to hold elected office in the OAS. Was unanimous despite an attack on him by the Chilean government for views expressed in the following article. Some of President Reagan's advisers believe that Jimmy Carter had a clear policy for dealing with third world countries, and that it was wrong, above all in Latin America. Probably the most detailed and influential statement of their view is the article Dictatorships and Double Standards. The central problem, according to Professor Kirkpatrick, is that of formulating a morally and strategically acceptable, and politically realistic, program for dealing with non-democratic governments who are threatened by Soviet-sponsored Zion. Drawing principally on Iran and Nicaragua, she describes what she takes to be a typical non-democratic government and the wrong-headed response to it she had come to expect from the Carter administration. In such a government, a long-established autocrat is supported by a private army which owes allegiance to him and his family rather than to some abstract idea of the state. The autocrat tolerates limited opposition, including opposition newspapers and political parties. But because he is confronted by radical, violent opponents bent on social and political revolution, he must sometimes invoke martial law to arrest, imprison, exile, and occasionally, it was alleged, torture opponents. The autocrat enriches himself in large part by confusing his own resources with those of the state and makes no attempt to alter significantly the distribution of goods, status, or power. In the past, this model autocrat was a good friend of the United States, and successive American administrations gave him tangible and intangible support. But then came Jimmy Carter. Kirkpatrick's remedies follow ineluctably from her diagnosis of Carter's errors. The United States must not undermine friendly authoritarian governments. It may encourage a process of liberalization and democratization, provided that the effort is not made at a time when the incumbent government is fighting for its life against violent adversaries, and that proposed reforms are aimed at producing gradual change rather than perfect democracy overnight. When Marxists or other enemies of the United States seek violently to overthrow the traditional order, the United States should send aid, not excluding the Marines. Of this proposal, it may be said, first, that it rests on an almost demented parody of Latin American political realities as well as on a grave misperception of Carter's policies and achievements. On the most elementary facts Kirkpatrick is misinformed, for example when she claims that Carter disarmed Somoza. Before the last round of the Nicaraguan conflict, Somoza's National Guard bristled with weapons supplied by Argentina and Israel. Passing to more important misconceptions, dictatorial regimes of the Somoza type are far less common today than they were 20 or 30 years ago when Kirkpatrick's views seem to have been formed. A few relics survive, Duvalier, Jr., in Haiti, Stroessner in Paraguay. But in number, population, resources, and strategic importance, such countries are inconsequential compared to the hemisphere's other non-democratic, anti-communist governments, including those in Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, El Salvador, and Uruguay. Nor, despite his success in eliminating all personal rivals, does her model apply to Pinochet's Chile. In these authoritarian countries, the names at the top can and generally do change without any shifts in the pattern of wealth and political power. Formidable institutions are in control, usually the armed forces, a notable exception being Mexico's dominant political party, and the huge state bureaucracy dependent on it. And these institutions work within a complicated setting of interest groups including various sectors of the national business community, multinational corporations, the Catholic Church, professionals' guilds, the state bureaucracy, and occasionally trade unions, all struggling to influence the regime's economic and social policies. It is a political world very different from the one conjured up by Kirkpatrick. While the eccentricity of Kirkpatrick's account may raise doubts about her competence for public service, what matters more is the effect her account is likely to have on policy makers who confuse it with reality. Any political order sustained by little more than the force of a single autocrat's or family's prestige 41. Is bound to be precarious, especially where that prestige is linked to the ruler's bestial behavior or his special relationship with a feared or admired great power. Regarding such cases as the norm, Kirkpatrick not surprisingly demands we form a circle of fire around our protégés as soon as reformers of any kind appear armed in the street. What would she do about those missionaries and other activists, as she calls them, who get in the way of hard-nosed policy? One possible hint appears in an interview Kirkpatrick gave after the election. Commenting on the torture, mutilation, and summary execution of the civilian leaders of El Salvador's left-wing coalition, she said that people who choose to live by the sword can expect to die by it. So apparently any form of association with rebels makes one fair game. If we turn from Kirkpatrick's model to the real world, we find instead of the old-style caudillos, regimes of a very different character. Roughly half the members of the Organization of American States are recognizable democracies, including, for example, Venezuela, Colombia, Costa Rica, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and most of the Anglophonic states of the Caribbean. Kirkpatrick has little to say about democracy in such third-world countries other than to doubt its existence when it elects leaders who practice socialism, criticize the United States, and talk with Castro. While castigating Carter for tolerating the Manley regime in Jamaica, she refers to it as a so-called democracy. One wonders whether the recent transfer of power there has shaken her implied assumption that socialism is totalitarianism aching to be born. For her, the heart of our third world problem is the regime that is anti-communist, but authoritarian, brutal, poor, corrupt, and hence unloved by the liberals. One redeeming feature of Kirkpatrick's essay is its demonstration of how a distinction that could be useful between authoritarian and totalitarian regimes is being subverted by dogmatists who assign practically all rulers professing capitalism and trying to liquidate leftists to the category of merely authoritarian, while coincidentally expelling every revolutionary government and movement into the outer darkness of totalitarianism. In this way the distinction has become simply a polemical weapon, useful for attacking Carter's human rights policy and for countering criticism of regimes that brutally crush proponents of reform, liberals, socialists, and Marxists alike. In order to maintain their Manichaean vision, former liberals like Kirkpatrick must practice a heroic indifference to detail. The revolutionary who haunts their hysterical prose never acquires a face. Neoconservatives ask no questions about the particulars of time and place and program, about why a man or woman has assumed the awful peril of rebel Han. They never ask because, for their crabbed purposes, they have all the necessary answers. Having taken up arms, some of them Cuban or Russian or otherwise tainted. 42. Against an anti-communist government, the revolutionary is either a totalitarian communist or a Fouchier tool, not to mention a terrorist. You find an equivalent coarseness of thought in the pages of Pravda, where the Soviet counterparts of our intellectual thugs ask not, who is Lech Walesa? But rather, whom does Walesa consciously or unconsciously serve? Since his opponent is a loyal communist government, for Pravda the only possible answer is U.S. imperialism. Kirkpatrick herself admits that absolute monsters such as Hitler and Stalin or Pol Pot and Papa Doc Duvalier will occasionally appear at both ends of the imagined political spectrum. What concerns her, however, are the systemic differences between traditional and revolutionary autocracies that have a predictable effect on their degree of repressiveness. Generally speaking, Traditional autocrats tolerate social inequities, brutality, and poverty while revolutionary autocracies create them. Traditional autocrats do not disturb the habitual rhythms of work and leisure, habitual places of residence, habitual patterns of family and personal relations. Because the miseries of traditional life are familiar, they are bearable to ordinary people who, growing up in the society, learn to cope. As children born to untouchables in India acquire the skills and attitudes necessary for survival in the miserable roles they are destined to fill. The other presumed moral advantage of anti-communist autocracies is their capacity for evolution toward more humane societies. Nothing so well illustrates the stupefying power of dogma than this attribution of permanence to revolutionary regimes and of an always latent fluidity to most conservative ones. In any fair test of durability, the latter make an impressive showing. The Somoza family, for example, lasted 45 years. By monopolizing so much of the nation's economy, it had, by the time of its overthrow, actually reduced the possibility of democratic evolution. Military rule in El Salvador, to take another current example, has endured since Franklin Delano Roosevelt's first election. If we use a measure more relevant to human rights and equate the regime with a very rigid structure of power and wealth and opportunity, then El Salvador had a stable autocracy from its independence in the early 19th century at least until the armed forces coup of 1979. What was characteristic of this period was not evolution toward democracy but prevention of that evolution. In Peru, 150 years of oligarchic control ended in 1968 not through democratic evolution but by means of reforms imposed by the armed forces. Authoritarian governments of every ideological hue extend their jurisdiction as far as necessary to achieve their ends. They tolerate autonomous activity outside the formal state structure only when it is harmless or when it is informally but effectively integrated with the regime. In El Salvador before 1979, the military government and a small group of capitalists consciously shared virtually the same interests and acted together. Though the press was nominally free, mass circulation newspapers in San Salvador conformed to the policies of the ruling groups. Serving the existing distribution of wealth and power and poverty is a deceptive summary of the goals of Kirkpatrick's traditional autocrats. It is deceptive in that it implies that Latin American nations exist in a state of muscular placidity, as if society were ruled by a group of not necessarily good-natured but decidedly unambitious thugs who have no serious ambition beyond retaining control of their privileges and extorting protection money and are willing to live and let live. When threatened by violent assault, of course they will actively hurt people, the violent malcontents and their sympathizers. But once the problem is liquidated, the ordinary people who want only to be left alone will come out of the cellar, where they have been hiding to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, and docilely resume their habitual rhythms. This image is unreal because it misses the dynamic character of contemporary Latin American societies. When the masses are quiet, unambitious rulers can be placid. Today their serenity is constantly disturbed. All the interconnected tendencies of recent years, urbanization, industrialization, rapid population increase, the vast spread of TV and transistor radios, revolutionary ideas about man and society have unleashed a torrent of demands that may seem all the more terrifying because they cannot be suppressed by a government's administering exemplary punishment from time to time. Feeling a consequent need for sterner and more sweeping measures, rulers claim that national security requires them to impose comprehensive surveillance and more tightly controlled social institutions by increasing the power and reach of public authority. This political project is corporatism, fascism's cousin. As the Yale political scientist Alfred Stepan notes in his penetrating study of Peru's corporatist experiment, it has two poles. At the inclusionary pole, the state offers working-class groups positive inducements to take part in its political and economic plans, as did the first Perón regime in Argentina, Lázaro Cárdenas in pre-war Mexico, and Peru's military government before it turned to the right in 1975. At the exclusionary pole, the state elite rests heavily on coercion to break up existing working-class organizations and then to institutionalize docility. Chile under Pinochet is a particularly harsh example. When the second of the two patterns predominates, as in Brazil and Chile following their respective military coups, it follows that universities are purged, political parties dissolved, unions reorganized, dissidents murdered, the church harassed, all as part of a huge effort first to demobilize the popular classes, and then to direct and strain their demands through new, purified institutions subject to manipulation by the state. In this effort, which has been analyzed with particular brilliance by the 44 Argentine social scientist Guillermo O'Donnell, the ruling groups can be said to be following, consciously or not, the example of empires like that of Rome, which for several centuries aggressively expanded its domain in a furious effort to liquidate threats to the status quo before they became unmanageable. Seeking to preserve their own status quo, uncompromising right-wing governments aped the campaigns of classical revolutionary regimes to remove every source of dissent. They call themselves conservative. They are anti-communist. They will say nice thing about the free world. And contrary to Kirkpatrick's optimistic speculations, they often take society on a road without any democratic exit. The defense of right-wing authoritarian regimes finds a receptive, uncritical audience among many Americans because deeply ingrained ideological commitments affect their moral sensitivity. Anyone familiar with conditions in Haiti, for example, knows that its desperately hungry people would emigrate en masse if only a country able to provide life's basic needs would open its doors. Although poverty and the nature of the Duvalier regime are linked, since that autocracy is non-communist, the U.S. government presumes that its refugees who reach our shores merely flee economic conditions and must therefore be turned back. On the other hand, practically all Cubans who arrive here are presumed to be fleeing political persecution rather than economic privation. Another case of selective perception: if a revolutionary state commands people to move from one section of a country to another, we naturally condemn this ugly act as violating the right to travel freely and choose one's place of residence. But if the state enforces an absentee landowner's decision to expel sharecroppers, who have tilled the land for generations, and if the landowner's choice was a rational response to market forces, even if those forces were themselves determined by political decisions about subsidies or the tariff on imported farm equipment, many economists will applaud it. Farming will be more efficient, free marketeers will say, and sharecroppers will eventually find employment in more productive and hence better paying activities. Or at least, it is claimed, they would if only markets could be manipulated to function in accordance with theory. The account of the Third World provided by Kirkpatrick and those who think like her obscures the realities of life under authoritarian governments, not only the torture and murder of political dissidents but also the more subtle yet often more comprehensively destructive acts carried out through the operation and manipulation of economic forces in societies with vast gaps between the power and education and wealth of relatively few people and the rest of the population, a pattern of inequality often inherited from a pre-capitalist era. In countries like Brazil and Guatemala, these differences, and the statist tradition that goes with them, multiply the community-shattering impact of capitalism by placing the state at the service of a relatively few powerful people. 45. Acting through the state, the few can require proof of land tenure which illiterate peasants cannot produce. They can manipulate the exchange rate to encourage high technology imports at the expense of high employment. They can prohibit strikes and hold wage increases below the rate of inflation. They can subsidize large-scale agriculture and monopolize irrigation, while withholding subsidies for basic consumption goods. They can and do intervene in 1,000 ways which have the predictable effect of uprooting whole communities because neither they nor the state apparatus is a neutral arbiter guided by some abstract calculus of national interest. One certainly need not be a Marxist to see this. And one needs only a minimum of candor to admit it. Quietly and anonymously, economic and social forces unleashed or at least aided by the state can emanate entire cultures. Sylvia Hewlett notes in her recent study of Brazil that there remained during the 1950s a major concentration of indigenous tribes in the Amazon and central regions. As a consequence of the decision to open up these regions through highway building, colonization schemes, and other means, the indigenous population is disappearing. Some Indians will survive disoriented, adrift on the edge of an alien world. As for their habitual patterns of family and personal relations, soon the world will forget that they ever existed. Honest scholarship would have to ask what is the difference between a revolutionary state that decides to eliminate a group with bayonets and one that proceeds to do so by indirection. Both claim that they are promoting modernization and advancing national interests as defined by those who rule. Yet one case rightly horrifies us and will command the attention of Walter Cronkite while the other passes almost unnoticed. Conservatives are properly impressed by Brazil's rapid expansion and the deepening of its industrial base during the era of intense political repression 1968 to 1973. They tend to be silent about its record in producing equity or welfare. A recent World Bank study using 1977 figures estimates that 65% of the Brazilian population age 15 and above is functionally illiterate. The figure runs close to 90% in rural areas. Roughly 20% of the children in Brazil are in a state of second or third degree malnutrition. According to figures cited by Hewlett, between 1960 and 1973 the rate of infant mortality in São Paulo increased 45% to a high of 97 deaths per thousand live births. Life expectancy for the middle and upper classes of São Paulo is estimated to be around 67. The poor in parts of the rural northeast still have a life expectancy of only about 40 years. Such misery is no doubt familiar, as Kirkpatrick claims, but unlike our new ambassador to the UN, even a minister in the Brazilian government wonders if it is bearable. In a recent interview with Veja, Brazil's equivalent of Newsweek, the present Minister of Industry and Commerce, João Camilo Pena, said, "The country possesses today a social stratum with high managerial capacity that has, however, a great debt with 40 million humble Brazilians. A debt that, if it is not paid, will result in these humble people being turned into humiliated people. And after humiliated people, I don't know." Preoccupied with such games as distinguishing between the authoritarian and the totalitarian, many people concerned with U.S. diplomacy have failed to notice changes in Latin American institutions that have been unfolding in the shadows cast by state and private terrorism. Perhaps the most important of these is the emergence of national human rights movements. Under a variety of names, often supported by the Catholic Church, these movements have united hereditary political enemies in alliances reminiscent of wartime France. In countries where the armed forces agree to return to their barracks, these Latin analogies to the resistance could emerge as stable, center-to-left political coalitions able to carry out orderly programs of economic and social reform. In most of the Western Hemisphere today, moreover, unlike post-war Western Europe, the orthodox Moscow-oriented party is only a fragment of the left, in many countries a trivial one. The experience of modern authoritarian government has enhanced the prospects for such coalitions. Frustrated in the 1960s by the obduracy of vested interests, their imagination fired by illusions about the Cuban Revolution, susceptible to a rigidly Marxist view of norms and political institutions, reformers in such countries as Brazil, Colombia, and Chile tended to see demo. 47. Cratic politics only as the means of preserving privilege. They became correspondingly insensitive to the violence lying beneath the accumulated restraints and tolerance of relatively decent social orders. They have since learned how ferociously competent modern security forces can be and how private leftist terrorism can evoke deep antipathy throughout societies with liberal if not always strictly democratic traditions. The result in such countries as Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil has been increased support of unrestrained counterterrorism. However, moderates and conservatives who have seen their children ground up in the state's security machine also have had a lesson in the difficulty of stopping violence once it rushes into the streets. The failure of Cuba's economic model is another factor in the education of the left. Fidel Castro himself has helped to disseminate the bad news and has drawn one of the appropriate conclusions. In conversations with Alfonso Rabello, leader of the political opposition to the present Nicaraguan government, and with Sandinista leaders, Castro emphasized the importance of preserving a significant private business sector. Some Central and South American leftists may still be reluctant to admit it, but they cannot indefinitely evade the fact that a commitment to a private sector is also a commitment to some species of political pluralism. Advocates of democratic reform face enormous difficulties. In many Latin American countries, a demographic explosion is taking place while the economy relies on a capital-intensive technology that was developed in the labor-scarce states of Europe and North America, a combination that usually creates very high levels of unemployment. Also imported from the developed states are consumer appetites that stimulate the greed of the well-to-do. Because international capital is hard to obtain, politicians and businessmen feel they must compete for it by suppressing every sign of social disorder, and modern technology provides an apparatus for official terror beyond the dreams of 19th-century rulers. Western stagflation meanwhile threatens export markets and consequently the ability to finance growth of any kind. The rush to authoritarian governments in the 60s and early 70s heightened academic appreciation of these and related obstacles, and encouraged a pessimistic determinism about projects for social and political reform. But the failure of countries like Chile and Uruguay to reproduce the Brazilian economic miracle by combining assaults on the working class with an open door to international capital has helped to undermine confidence in the stability of that formula for social order. It received another blow recently when Uruguayan voters rejected a constitution designed by the armed forces to perpetuate their rule. The democratic impulse has not yielded to competing claims to legitimacy. The great question is whether reform coalitions can increase equity and welfare without sacrificing the long-term growth necessary for peaceful relations between classes. If they can, they should satisfy the demands of the Latin. 48. American military officers who have seized power in order to halt class warfare and the consequent disintegration of all traditional institutions, including the armed forces themselves. Plausible blueprints are available. In the case of Brazil, for instance, a recent confidential study shows how moderate changes in government policy designed substantially to reduce inequality could also do much to relieve the shortages of energy and foreign exchange that threaten the country's future. A more equitable distribution of income would coincidentally benefit domestically controlled private businesses because they enjoy a comparative advantage over multinational corporations in producing basic consumer goods. Most of Latin America is now open to renewed projects for democratic social reform, or could soon become so. Carter helped to shape this more promising situation by insisting that the way a regime treats its own people has to affect the quality of its relations with the United States. Having initially disarmed himself by forswearing intervention in trade or private capital as a means of defending human rights, he could, however, offer few incentives and he used few convincing threats. By 1977, only a derisory amount of bilateral economic aid was available to reward good behavior. In a few cases Carter could and did block or delay aid to authoritarian states such as Argentina from international financial institutions, but various, partially self-imposed, constraints made this a rarely used and only marginally threatening weapon. In cautioning authoritarian governments against repression, Carter drew mainly on the accumulated prestige of the United States among Latin American military establishments and the upper classes. His considerable achievements, including fair elections in the Dominican Republic, are partly owing to the weight of American influence, but primarily to the gathering force of human rights as an ideal that cuts across deep divisions of class and ideology in Latin America. That force powerfully multiplied the effect of Carter's efforts. Simply by acting to demonstrate some continuity in Washington's support for human rights, Ronald Reagan could easily match Carter's achievement. He needs to act quickly. His victory has particularly encouraged the predators in those few remaining social jungles where an alliance of corrupted soldiers, industrialists, and landowners would rather fight to the last worker, peasant, politician, and priest than accept reform. While campaigning for the presidency, Mr. Reagan allowed certain ideologues who were vindictive toward all critics of traditional capitalist order to speak in his name. Responsible Republicans such as Congressman Jack Kemp should urge the president to reject association of American power with conservatism that relies on vicious repression. They should act because it is the right thing to do, and because it is in the national interest that Latin Americans succeed in establishing capitalism with a human face. Chapter 2. Social Forces and Ideologies. In the Making of Contemporary El Salvador. Editor's Introduction. Coffee was king, it earned the country's foreign exchange, paid for its imports, provided revenue for central and local government, financed the construction of roads, parks, and railways, gave employment permanent or seasonal to a large part of the population and made the fortunes of a few. David Browning, El Salvador. In his classic description of oligarchy, Aristotle defined this form of government as a corruption of aristocracy, in which presumably the noble and virtuous rule. An oligarchy exists when men of property have the government in their hands. In the broad sense of rule by the wealthy and powerful, most governments are to some extent oligarchies, whatever other formal political designation may be applied to them. Although they fit the Aristotelian definition, the clusters of plantation owners, industrialists, and high military officers that make up the traditional oligarchies of Latin and Central America exhibit certain special features. Their historical genealogies may be traced to the early 16th century conquistadores and their descendants, the European colonial elites, whose special privileges under Spanish and Portuguese royal power far exceeded anything comparable in the British colonial settlements farther to the north, out of which the United States eventually emerged. In the post-colonial period, the Salvadoran oligarchy evolved similarly to other Central American elites, while showing certain unique features as well. The study by Harold Jung attempts to analyze some of these social forces, concluding that the social structure of El Salvador is highly differentiated, not only with sectors of the oligarchy occasionally pitted against each other, but also with elements of what in that country can only be called the oppressed groups divided from others in ways that prevent sufficient popular mobilization to achieve overthrow of even a tyrannical government. In a Central American context, rivalries between factions of the ruling class, even when they result in armed struggle and overthrow of regimes, must be sharply differentiated from revolutions, which involve shifts in power between social classes. Thus the turbulence of political life in such a place as El Salvador, which is skillfully summarized in the early chapters of Tom Buckley's Violent Neighbors, El Salvador, Central America, and the United States, tend to be palace revolts, disputes within the oligarchy over who would enjoy the profitable privileges of exploiting the peasant masses. The present struggle is far deeper and may even strike at the heart of the question whether exploitation itself need necessarily exist. Or so the guerrillas seek to frame the question. The military is also far from a negligible social force in El Salvador, reflecting the general importance of the armed forces in countries where democratic tendencies have been suppressed. Arising not from the upper reaches of the oligarchy, but from the lower middle class, and getting its training at the Gerardo Barrios Military Academy in the capital city, the Salvadoran officer corps has developed intense institutional loyalties and beliefs that include intense anti-communism, contempt for civilians, an easygoing tolerance for corruption, and a penchant for extra-legal violence. According to veteran journalist Raymond Bonner, the armed forces operate with the macho belief that authority that does not abuse loses its prestige. Thus, the phenomenon, the extraordinary number of unpunished brutal killings by the country's armed forces, a phenomenon that immediately strikes even the most casual observer of Salvadoran reality, is no longer a puzzle. In her insightful study of the Salvadoran military, Reading 8, Shirley Christian shows how abuses of authority by the armed forces are part of the institutional fabric of Salvadoran society. Although the higher levels of the armed forces come from other sectors of society than the oligarchy, military leadership provides opportunities for later entrance into the charmed circles of wealth and political power. This social mobility for military officers reinforces the historic role of the Salvadoran armed forces, to keep order in the interests of the country's economic and political elite. The lower ranks of the army are filled with peasant conscripts and draftees from the urban underclasses, who, of course, have no say in determining how military power is used, and many of whom welcome the regular pay and freedom from agricultural toil as a relief from destitution and direct exploitation. Thus, The army served to keep a lid on popular discontent inherent in a system that functioned to enrich the dominant oligarchies and their allies, but by the 1960s social forces that were impossible to contain became manifest. By the time John F. Kennedy became President of the United States, an enormous population rise, fluctuating markets for Latin American agricultural staples, and political pressures were combining to produce unprecedented levels of popular discontent in the region. The Cuban Revolution had suggested one possible reaction to this discontent, one that not only generated panic among the oligarchies, but also stimulated Cold War fears among U.S. policymakers as well. The Kennedy administration launched the Alliance for Progress as a U.S.-aided reform program aimed at diverting burgeoning popular discontent into moderate channels. But this modern reform was too little and too late. By the end of the decade, sustained indigenous guerrilla movements had spread through all the countries of Central America, except the lone democracy, Costa Rica. The local oligarchies used their military forces to put up a fierce campaign of terror against the insurgents. The U.S. government, always more favorable to established, authoritarian regimes of the right than to left-wing insurgents, gave military aid to the oligarchies, but was recently unable to prevent a popular resistance movement from overthrowing the almost half-century-old Nicaraguan dictatorship imposed by the Somoza family and supported by U.S. power. The 1979 revolution in Nicaragua threatened embattled oligarchies across the borders in Honduras and El Salvador and in nearby Guatemala. One response was for the dominant groups to suppress even more fiercely any dissenting or revolutionary tendencies in their country. In El Salvador, with an unspecified level of support and encouragement from the United States, the response to the challenge of revolutionary upheaval was a coup that brought into power a military junta that displayed what Harold Jung shows as a significant reformist impulse. But the power of the right-wing oligarchy soon reasserted itself, blunting this initial thrust. The persistence and staying power of the Salvadoran right cannot be simply credited to the backing it gets from the United States. Massive military and economic aid does in part sustain the right and its military allies, as Craig Pies shows in Reading 7, a path-breaking exploration of the sources of the leading right-wing grouping in El Salvador, the National Republican Alliance. But this sector also enjoys wide popular support, as measured by the electoral success of ARENA and other right-wing parties in the Constituent Assembly elections of 1982. So great was this success, and so embarrassing to Washington policymakers hesitant at the prospect of backing yet another militaristic dictatorship, that they later threw support to the Christian Democrats and helped bring José Napoleón Duarte to the presidency in 1984. The left in El Salvador is obviously a significant social force, with a powerful ideological appeal. Because it is rarely allowed legitimate political expression, the left's claim to speak for the overwhelming majority of the Salvadoran people is difficult to verify. Harold Jung explores the circumstances under which, after the military gulp of 1979, elements of a divided left came together into a coalition that would eventually call itself the FMLN/FDR. The United States is one of the strongest social forces shaping contemporary El Salvador. This theme permeates this chapter, and the rest of the book. One example of this is the substantial U.S. impact on the origins of the Salvadoran right, dealt with in Reading 7. But influence is not always control, and Washington policymakers have often been hard put to restrain the very rightist groups they helped to create. Thus, North American support for Duarte as a third force, dealt with in Chapter 4, emerged as the main U.S. strategy. But in turn, Duarte's position, squeezed between unreconstructed rightists and an aggressive left, leaves the future of El Salvador uncertain. 5. El Salvador, A Political Chronology. By the editors. 1821 Independence from Spain. 1823. United Provinces of Central America declared independent from Mexico. 1847. El Salvador declared a sovereign republic. 1879–82. The commercial lands that had been used by peasants to grow food for their own consumption are expropriated by government decree and consolidated into large farms to grow coffee. 14 families, the core of the emerging El Salvador oligarchy, control the export crops, in particular coffee. 1930. The Salvadoran Communist Party is formed, uniting leaders of many of the local unions of the Regional Federation of Salvadoran Workers. 1930. May Day, 80,000 workers and peasants march into San Salvador demanding minimum wage for farm workers and relief centers for the unemployed. 1931. Arturo Araujo is elected president but is deposed by the military led by Vice President General Martinez. The oligarchy gives the mandate to the military to rule El Salvador. 1932. The military government refuses to allow the seating of PCS candidates who win in municipal and legislative elections. Economic conditions are grave. The PCS responds with a call for uprisings simultaneously in cities, countryside, and military garrisons. 3 days before the uprising, Agustin Farabundo Martí and other leaders are arrested. Because of a communications breakdown, Salvadoran peasants and farm workers nevertheless march into the cities as originally planned. Virtually unarmed, the rebels cannot defend themselves against the military. As a result, 4,000 are killed and the uprising crushed. As a lesson, the army begins what comes to be known as La Matanza, the massacre. Within the first few weeks the army and paramilitary forces kill more than 30,000 people. Peasant leaders are hanged in the town square. By the time the Matanza is over, 4% of the population is killed, the PCS liquidated, the FRTS annihilated, and the Indian population forced to abandon their native dress, language, and cultural activities. 1931–44. Martinez rules for 13 years, his policies preventing industrialization. 1944. Martinez is forced from power, but the military continues to rule. Late 1940s. This is a period of major economic transformation. A new coalition is formed of the military technocrats and a tiny industrial bourgeoisie, with part of the coffee oligarchy. Martinez's anti-industrial laws are abolished. U.S. manufacturing investments begin. 1950. Colonel Oscar Osorio becomes president in fraudulent elections. Continued repression is viewed as a necessary complement to reforms, which are intended to induce economic modernization, rationalize an otherwise archaic society, and produce a modest facade of democracy. 1950s. The Revolutionary Party of Democratic Unity is formed as the official party of the coalition of the military and the bourgeoisie who want modernization. Its policies lead to the growth of the Salvadoran economy and the development of small middle and working classes in the cities. 1961. The Central American Common Market is formed with support from the United States, providing a free trade zone in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. The United States views the common market as providing the necessary political infrastructure for the investment of U.S. capital. 1962. PRUD is by this point thoroughly discredited because of continued election frauds, the failure to improve living conditions, and uninterrupted repression. The same ruling military oligarchy coalition reconstitutes the party as the Party of National Conciliation, and Colonel Rivera comes to power. The PCN rules for the next 17 years. 1962–67. Rivera, the first to have truly contested elections, allows opposition parties for the first time since 1934. 3 main opposition parties quickly emerge. The Christian Democratic Party, supported by European Christian democracy and by local professionals, quickly becomes the largest. 55. Opposition Party. The National Revolutionary Movement is a small party, made up of professionals and intellectuals. The National Democratic Union emerges, it includes the PCS, outlawed in 1932. 1969. War breaks out between Honduras and El Salvador, precipitated by Honduras in an effort to expropriate the lands of peasants who had migrated from El Salvador after losing their land to the coffee and cotton plantations. The Central American Common Market collapses. The Christian Democrats, the MNR, and the UDN form a coalition called the National Opposition Union. 1970–72. The manipulation by the military of the elections of 1970 and the blatant fraud in the 1972 elections announced to many sectors that meaningful reform via elections will not work. 1970–75. Popular armed elements emerge. The Popular Liberation Force develops from a split within the PCS. The FPL argues for both armed action and mass organizing. The People's Revolutionary Army develops from a split in the left wing of the Christian Democratic Party and focuses primarily on armed struggle. The National Resistance, like the FPL, urges both military action and mass organizing. 1975–80. Thousands of people from the worker, peasant, teacher, student, and church sectors come together in the popular organizations, using civil disobedience and mass protests as their tactic. The popular organizations are linked to the popular armed movements. 1977–79. The PCN selects General Carlos Romero to replace Colonel Molina in the 1977 elections. Romero represents the far-right, repression without reform faction. Under General Romero there is a major escalation of government terror. June–July 1979. Archbishop Oscar Romero becomes an outspoken CRJUG of the military's rule and economic injustice. The XSTOF General Romero's regime the condemnation of Amnesty International and other Humanity_TS_RG_TTL_JPNS. Finally, the government's repression becomes intolerable. 6 harassment to the Carter administration and the victory of the Sandinistas in nearby Nicaragua makes the United States fearful of backing an unpopular dictator. October 15, 1979. The first revolutionary junta is formed. AU.S-backed bloodless coup overthrows General Romero and sets up the revolutionary governing junta of 2 military persons and 3 civilians from the center and moderate left. A truce with the popular organizations is worked out. Many members of the UNO coalition join the government in various ministerial and sub-ministerial positions. A proclamation of October 15 calls for nationalization of foreign trade in coffee and sugar, establishment of an investigatory commission on political prisoners and the disappeared, beginning a land reform program, and mobilization of international support. By December it becomes clear that none of the measures will be carried out. 56. January 3, 1980. The civilian members of the junta, virtually all the civilian members of the cabinet, and most civilian sub-ministers resign over the continued repression by the government and paramilitary forces. January 6, 1980. Archbishop Romero calls on the people to back the popular organizations and preserve the liberation process. January 9, 1980. A second governing junta is constituted, again with 2 military and 3 civilian members. January 11, 1980. The popular organizations begin to unify. The People's Revolutionary Bloc, the United Front for Popular Action, the Democratic Nationalist Union, the February 28 People's Leagues, and the People's Liberation Movement come together to form the Revolutionary Coordinating Committee of the Masses. January 22, 1980. 200,000 march in San Salvador to celebrate the popular unity. February 17, 1980. Archbishop Romero denounces the unscrupulous military and calls on Christian Democrats to stop serving the junta as a cover for repression. In a letter to President Carter, Romero demands that the United States stop military, economic, and diplomatic intervention. March 3, 1980. The second junta falls and a third is created. Civilian members resign from the second junta to protest continued repression. March 6, 1980. The new junta announces a land reform program under the direction of the U.S. State Department and the American Institute for Free Labor Development, an affiliate of the AFL-CIO, which has known links with the CIA. At the same time, a state of siege is imposed as peasants are attacked by the military and paramilitary forces. March 23, 1980. Archbishop Romero denounces the agrarian reform as reforms bathed in blood and calls on military personnel to disobey their commanders. March 24, 1980. Archbishop Romero is assassinated while celebrating Mass by right-wing forces. April 2, 1980. The United States approves $5.7 million in military aid to El Salvador. April 18, 1980. Thousands attend ceremony to celebrate the creation of the Democratic Revolutionary Front, a broad coalition of the CRM, the Social Democratic Party. Christian Democrats fed up with the junta, 80% of the trade unions, church people, professionals, students, small business people, and the national and Catholic universities. It is the largest political movement in El Salvador's history. May 14, 1980. 600 peasants fleeing rural repression massacred at the Sumpul River by Salvadoran and Honduran troops. June 24, 1980. Three-day general strike is 90% effective. Army occupies National University, killing 50. August 12, 1980. Three-day general strike a partial success. Government bombs sections of San Salvador, killing 200. Social forces and ideologies in the making of contemporary El Salvador. 57. September 1980. The United States sends $20 million in economic aid to El Salvador to make a total of $90 million for 1980. October 4, 1980. Army begins military offensive in Morazan region, creating 24,000 refugees and killing 3,000. November 1980. The Farabundo Martí Front for the National Liberation is formed as the political military arm of the FDR. It brings together the FPL, the ERP, and the RN, as well as the PCS and the newly formed Central American Revolutionary Workers' Party. November 28, 1980. 6 leaders of the FDR assassinated by security forces and paramilitary agents. December 3, 1980. 4 U.S. church women assassinated by the National Guard. December 4, 1980. Carter administration suspends military and economic aid to El Salvador. December 6, 1980. Acting Archbishop Rivera y Damas denounces U.S. military aid for facilitating repression against the people and persecution of the Church. December 13, 1980. Third junta dissolves. Fourth junta forms with José Napoleón Duarte as president. The United States reinstates economic aid. December 15, 1980. UN General Assembly passes a resolution condemning the repression in El Salvador, with 55 countries abstaining. December 16, 1980. U.S. government loans $20 million to El Salvador government. December 18, 1980. U.S. government loans El Salvador government a further $45.5 million, bringing the total aid for 1980 to $15 million. December 26 to 27, 1980. FMLN, the political military FDR, attacks 4 major towns in the northern province of Quetzaltenango, where the Salvadoran government maintains police and military installations. January 5, 1981. AFL-CIO representatives Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman, who had been working in El Salvador as advisors on the land reform program, and José Vieira, the president of the Salvadoran Institute for Agrarian Transformation, are murdered by 2 right-wing hitmen. January 11, 1981. A general offensive of the FMLN begins. January 13, 1981. The FDR calls for a general strike. January 14, 1981. The U.S. administration resumes fiscal year 1981 military assistance to El Salvador. That aid $5 million in foreign military sales credits and $420,000 in training funds had been held up on December 5, 1980, after the murder of 4 U.S. church women. In addition, the United States sends 6 advisors to El Salvador. January 15, 1981. About half the shops in San Salvador are closed, in addition to the walkout of 20,000 government workers. January 17, 1981. U.S. administration invokes special executive powers to send an emergency package of $5 million in military assistance to El Salvador. January 18, 1981. The United States approves an additional $5 million in 58 military aid, bringing the total for the first 3 weeks of 1981 to $10 million. The latest aid package includes 3 military advisory teams. February 7, 1981. The FDR calls for a dialogue with the U.S. government. * We want to find a way to end the violence, an FDR spokesperson explains. February 11, 1981. The Reagan administration drops U.S. insistence on an investigation into the death of the 4 U.S. church women as a condition for giving economic and military aid to El Salvador. February 23, 1981. The State Department releases a major white paper purporting to show that what is occurring in El Salvador is indirect armed aggression by the Soviet Union, Cuba, North Vietnam, and other communist bloc governments. Mexican Foreign Minister José Velasco calls the document an attempt by the United States to transfer its confrontation with the Soviet Union to Latin America. March 7, 1981. State Department spokesperson James R. Cheek denies the authenticity of a dissent paper from within the government that takes issue with administration policy. March 1981. Secretary of State Alexander Haig denies on several occasions that the United States would look favorably upon a coup by the rightist oligarchy. The comments come in response to statements by rightist leader Roberto D'Aubuisson in El Salvador. March 1981. The Salvadoran junta names an electoral committee to pave the way for free elections in 1982. Duarte wants a dialogue but no negotiations with the FDR. He invites opposition figures back to take part in electoral process but admits he cannot assure their safety should they return. April and May 1981. The U.S. Congress passes strictures on U.S. aid to El Salvador that require President Reagan to certify that the Salvadoran government is dedicated to assuring human rights and prepared to negotiate. May 3, 1981. 100,000 Americans rally at the Pentagon in opposition to U.S. involvement in El Salvador. June 1981. Efforts at pursuing mediation in the Salvadoran conflict by the Socialist International end in failure. The Christian Democratic military junta refuses to negotiate. June 1981. The Salvadoran Association of Jurists declines to participate in preparations for 1982 elections because of the continuing terror and state of siege. July 1981. Duarte calls conservative businessmen trying to roll back limited land reform and nationalization of banks the biggest threat to the junta. The private sector, says Duarte, is in its final offensive. July 2, 1981. Newly elected French Socialist President François Mitterrand expresses support for the Salvadoran rebellion. It is a question of people, social forces and ideologies in the making of contemporary El Salvador. 59. Refusing to submit to misery and humiliation, he states. 2 days later, the French Socialist Party promises an FDR delegation all possible support in the struggle. July 17, 1981. The Reagan administration declares itself committed to a political solution in El Salvador, by which it means support for the 1982 proposed elections rather than, as European and Latin American allies have urged, negotiations with the FDR. August 28, 1981. A joint French and Mexican declaration gives official recognition to the Salvadoran opposition as a representative political force. January 1982. Reagan certifies that Salvadoran junta is making progress in curbing violations of human rights, 800 people killed by National Guard at Mazote, FMLN destroys half of Salvadoran Air Force in raid at Ilopango Airport. February 1982. U.S. advisor sent home for carrying rifle in combat zone. Mexican President José López Portillo announces plan for regional Contadora negotiations. March 28, 1982. Right-wing coalition of the Nationalist Republican Alliance and the National Conciliation Party win a majority of the 60 seats in the Constituent Assembly. Christian Democrats are the largest single party. There is a massive turnout despite sporadic FMLN efforts to halt the balloting. April 29, 1982. After extraordinary U.S. pressure and at the behest of the Salvadoran military, the Constituent Assembly elects banker Alvaro Magana rather than Roberto Dogwison as the country's provisional president. May 1982. Constituent Assembly suspends provisions of the land reform process. October 29, 1982. Ambassador Hinton, departing from the Reagan administration's policy of quiet diplomacy, tells the U.S. Salvadoran Chamber of Commerce that a mafia that carries out the murder of innocent civilians and American citizens must be stopped. November 8, 1982. In a cover story, Newsweek reveals details about the Reagan administration's so-called secret war against Nicaragua, being fought from Honduras by counter-revolutionaries trained and supplied by the United States. March 1983. Pope John Paul II visits Central America. April 12, 1983. Guerrilla leader Salvador Cayetano Carpio commits suicide in Managua, Nicaragua, a few days after one of his top aides, Comandante Ana Maria, is bludgeoned to death, publicly revealing splits within the Salvadoran guerrilla forces. April 27, 1983. Reagan takes his Central America policy to a joint session of Congress, one of the few times in history that an American president has addressed the joint body on a foreign policy issue. May 25, 1983. Lieutenant Commander Albert A. Schoffelberger 3 asses. 60. Sinated by a guerrilla faction while sitting in his car, waiting for his woman friend, at the Catholic University in San Salvador. May 28 to 29, 1983. Reagan shakes up his Central America team, removing Thomas Enders as Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs and Hinton as Ambassador to El Salvador. June 1983. 100 U.S. military advisors begin training Salvadoran troops in Honduras. July 20, 1983. Reagan names former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to head a 12-man National Bipartisan Commission on Central America. July 20, 1983. Reagan administration certifies for the fourth time that Salvadoran government is making progress on human rights, implementation of land reform, and investigations into the murders of American citizens. November 30, 1983. President Reagan vetoes a bill that would have continued the certification requirements. December 30, 1983. Guerrilla forces, in their largest and most successful action of the war, attack military base at El Paraíso, killing at least 100 government soldiers, who are buried in a mass grave. January 1, 1984. Guerrillas destroy Cuscatlan Suspension Bridge. January 11, 1984. Kissinger Commission releases its report. March 25, 1984. Christian Democrat José Napoleon Duarte wins round 1 of the Salvadoran presidential elections. April 13, 1984. Reagan uses emergency powers to send an additional $32 million in military aid to El Salvador. May 24, 1984. 5 National Guardsmen convicted of the murder of the 4 American church women in December 1980, although charges remain of complicity and cover-up on the part of high officials, including the current defense minister, Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova. September 1984. University of El Salvador reopened after being closed 2 years. Duarte, in speech before the United Nations, *ERS to open a dialogue with the opposition. October 15, 1984. FDR/FMLN representatives meet with Duarte and representatives of the armed forces at La Palma under the mediation of the Salvadoran Church. November 30, 1984. Second dialogue meeting is held at Ayaguelo, a few miles south of San Salvador. January 2, 1985. New Year's truce ends as guerrillas dynamite power lines, blacking out parts of San Salvador. February 12, 1985. United States acknowledges it routinely has 120 soldiers in El Salvador but claims it is not in violation of 55% congressional HMIT, since surplus soldiers are handling other duties or are in El Salvador for less than 2 weeks of temporary duty. March 23, 1985. Retired rightist General José Alberto Medrano, founder of 61. Oden, slain, an indication guerrillas are moving their fight back to the cities. March 31, 1985. The Christian Democrats win an upset victory in elections for the Constituent Assembly, gaining 34 of the 60 assembly seats and sweeping most of the country's municipal offices. April 18, 1985. Guerrilla leader Nidia Diaz captured with secret documents purporting to show that rebels attended courses in the Soviet bloc. Nicaragua probably cut off aid after the invasion of Grenada in 1983. Duarte's win was considered a political setback. April 21, 1985. Government and guerrillas observe undeclared truce, allowing medical teams to vaccinate 250,000 children against 5 major diseases. April-May 1985. Guerrillas burn municipal offices and kidnap and kill a number of mayors they say are part of the government's counterinsurgency effort. May 16, 1985. Duarte meets with President Reagan. June 2, 1985. Hospitals and clinics, on strike for nearly a month, are stormed by government security forces, who inadvertently kill 4 of their undercover agents. June 6, 1985. 1,000 rebel combatants carry out a spectacular attack, the largest FMLN operation since 1983 on the National Telecommunications Administration installation in Santa Ana. June 19, 1985. Guerrillas from the Central American Revolutionary Workers' Party gunned down 13 people, including 4 U.S. Marines and 2 U.S. civilian businessmen, at a sidewalk cafe in San Salvador. June 25, 1985. Guerrillas issue warning that the cafe attack was only a beginning and promise to carry war to Yankee aggressors wherever they are in El Salvador. July 31, 1985. Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger says the Salvadoran army captured or killed those responsible for the slaying of the Marines, an action later clarified by the Defense Department as a retaliatory attack on the guerrilla faction that took responsibility for the shootings. September 4, 1985. Honduran soldiers raid UN camp for Salvadoran refugees in Calamancagua, many injured or killed. September 10, 1985. Inés Guadalupe Duarte Duran, President Duarte's 35-year-old daughter, kidnapped. September 16, 1985. Testifying before the World Court, former CIA analyst David McMichael claims no credible evidence of Nicaragua's providing significant arms to Salvadoran guerrillas for at least 4 years. September 29, 1985. Roberto D'Aubuisson resigns as head of National Republican Alliance. October 10, 1985. Guerrillas raid training base near La Union, killing at 62. Least 40 and wounding 68. Guerrillas claim their goal was to kill or capture 25 American soldiers serving there. October 14, 1985. Duarte sends 3 of his daughters and 4 grandchildren to United States. October 17, 1985. Series of civil servant strikes begin, involving 20,000 50,000 workers, mostly on economic matters but partially in protest over the arrest of union members, resulting in concessions by the Christian Democratic government. October 24, 1985. Duarte's daughter released in exchange for 22 of the 34 rebel prisoners on the FMLN's list, including Nydia Diaz. Also released by the FMLN were 23 kidnapped mayors in exchange for about 100 wounded rebels who were given safe conduct out of the country. 2 weeks later, guerrillas released tape in which Duarte's daughter praises the rebels. Duarte is criticized by the Salvadoran military for his emotional handling of the affair. November 23, 1985. The guerrilla commanders say they will fight indefinitely if the Salvadoran government ignores their peace plan, reiterated on November 18, which called for a direct sharing of power in a transitional government. December 21, 1985. Top military leaders of the FMLN say they are trying to unite in a single Marxist-Leninist political party, marking, it is believed, the first time the FMLN has publicly defined itself as a Marxist movement. January 3, 1986. Rebels end holiday truce with attacks on more than 20 electric power stations in provinces around the capital. January 12, 1986. Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas condemns the Salvadoran military for its indiscriminate bombing of civilians and its destruction of homes and crops in army sweeps of rebel-held areas. January 18, 1986. Nearly 10,000 march in San Salvador protest against austerity measures planned by the Duarte government. February 13, 1986. 2 former National Guardsmen are found guilty of homicide in 1981 deaths of 2 American land reform experts and a Salvadoran. February 21, 795 described in several of the readings in this book, including this essay by Harold Jung, a former researcher for Fundación Lisa in Madrid, Spain. In contrast to much of the social commentary current in the United States, which focuses on personalities, and to surface chronicles of political events, Jung's essay is an examination of underlying social class forces at work in El Salvador prior to the Gulf of 1979. In short, Jung's work is an exercise in Marxian analysis. For at least a generation, such analysis had been generally excluded from acceptable political and social discourse in the United States. Part of the explanation is the intellectual repression of the 1950s known as McCarthyism. A recent study of the impact of McCarthyism strongly suggests that the exclusion has deprived American society not only of the intellectual products of a marginalized generation of left-wing scholars, but of an entire mode of discourse that might have provided badly needed illumination of such areas as popular social movements in places like Central America and Southeast Asia. Repression of dissenting scholarship on Cold War issues obviously does not provide anything like a full explanation for American foreign policy mistakes in the post-World War II era, but it may help suggest why there was so little public opposition to questionable policies. Exposure of a new American generation to the kind of analysis their predecessors lacked is one of the aims of this book. Another is the hope that an enlightened public will prevent new cycles of counter-revolutionary interventionism in the future. The military coup in El Salvador of October 15, 1979, provoked a new and remarkable twist in the bloody social conflicts which have racked the Central American Republic. The former dictator, General Carlos Humberto Romero, was replaced by a junta which proclaimed the need for sweeping reforms and which initially attracted the support of Christian Democrats, Social Democrats, and Communists. The most important groups of the armed revolutionary left maintained an attitude of watchful hostility towards the reformist junta, and in the days following the coup there were clashes in several working-class districts around the capital between the army and the leftist guerrillas. It quickly became clear that the new government could not carry through its program of reforms in most parts of the country and was unable either to suppress rightist terrorism directed at the popular forces, or even to control its own military and security apparatus. In December the Social Democrats and Communists withdrew support from the junta, and in subsequent months some of the Christian Democrats have followed suit. On March 24 Archbishop Oscar Romero was assassinated, On the previous day he had made an impassioned appeal for an end to military repression and had declared that soldiers were not obliged to obey orders that were contrary to their conscience. Between January and June over 2,000 people were killed as a result of official or paramilitary violence, while in May the Salvadoran High Command declared that two northern provinces, Morazan and Quetzaltenango, were military emergency zones. In January and mid-April the oppositional guerrilla forces moved to form a wider united front and to integrate some of those who had formerly supported the reformist government set up in October 1979. The mounting popular opposition to military repression in El Salvador has often been compared to the last stages of the struggle against Somoza in Nicaragua. Yet, as we will see, El Salvador's particular socio-economic and political development has been different from that of Nicaragua and does not lay the basis for the same type of polarizations. In El Salvador the rightist paramilitary groups can command some sectional support while the military-sponsored government continues to proclaim the need for reform and to receive the support of some Christian Democrats and the United States. El Salvador remains as ever an agricultural country. In 1974 agriculture made up 26% of the GNP, and in 1977 it provided around 4/5 of revenues from exports. In 1975 more than 60% of the population were classed as agricultural. The rural sector is thus of fundamental importance for all political developments. The division in land utilization between cattle-raising haciendas and villages cultivating maize, which dated from the colonial epoch, was overridden by the introduction of coffee planting. Between 1880 and 1912, the common lands of the villages in the hilly volcanic regions were for the most part sold to urban middle and upper class families at giveaway prices, a small portion alone being distributed among the villagers. Since the coffee tree needs 5 years. 66. Growth before its first harvest, its cultivation is only possible for persons with a certain amount of capital, and hardly at all for small farmers, for whom the land has to provide their basic foodstuffs. Right from the beginning, therefore, coffee was concentrated preeminently in the hands of a small and relatively rich coffee bourgeoisie owning large estates. At first, these big coffee planters maintained the traditional relations of production that existed on the haciendas. The workers received a plot of land on which to cultivate food crops in return for their work for the landowner. Since in the coffee-growing regions, however, the land left to the colonos could be more profitably used for coffee cultivation, the colano system was already replaced by wage labor in the 1920s. The workers no longer received any land for their own use, but only a primitive hut on the estate. During the 1940s and 1950s, with the extension of coffee cultivation, the number of landless rural laborers also rose in proportion to the traditional colonos. In the 1950s, modern technology took root in coffee cultivation and made possible a reduction of the permanently employed labor force. In the 1960s, the era of the Alliance for Progress, social legislation, and a guaranteed minimum wage was introduced for the permanent employees, so as to forestall the radicalization of the growing trade union organization in the countryside. The coffee bourgeoisie subsequently counteracted the tendencies of the workers to organize, as well as the minimum wage, by seeking to reduce to a minimum the number of permanent employees, replacing labor by capital, so that they only needed to employ a larger number of workers for the short periods of harvesting. A mobile rural proletariat of seasonal workers now grew up, with the chance of finding employment on the coffee estates only between November and March. This process of replacing permanent employees by seasonal workers, which in coffee cultivation took place only slowly on account of the relatively narrow limits of mechanization imposed by natural conditions, was repeated far more violently in cotton cultivation. The rapidly rising demand for cotton on the world market in the early 1950s opened up the lower-lying valleys and coastal areas to agricultural production for export. The land used for cotton was generally leased by the big landlords to capitalist farmers. 52% of the cotton fields, at the beginning of the 1970s, were leased in this way, with 83% being operated by middle and large enterprises. The colonos of the haciendas, who had no legal title to the land that they tilled, had to make way. Since cotton cultivation required still less labor than cattle raising, and experienced an enormous intensification in the course of the 1950s, only a small proportion of the former colonos found work in cotton growing, and generally only then during the months of harvest. From colonos, they became landless peasants and seasonal workers. Coffee and cotton remain El Salvador's principal export products. In the late 1970s, coffee comprised between 80 and 90% of export revenue, and cotton between 10 and 15%. The growth of a mobile rural proletariat, employed only on a seasonal basis, can thus be seen as characteristic for virtually the entire agricultural export sector. At the same time, the mechanization of the agricultural export economy led to a reduction in the number of workers employed in agriculture from 310,097 in 1961 to 267,079 in 1975. The old colono system now exists on only a few obsolete haciendas, although in the late 1960s, a middle strata of peasants managed to develop and become quite significant on the basis of sugar cultivation. The expansion of the agricultural export sector also had its effects on the peasant subsistence economy and the small peasants. In El Salvador, 10 hectares is generally taken as the minimum amount of land required to support an average peasant family. In 1971, only 19,951 out of 384,540 families engaged in agriculture possessed 10 hectares or more, 15.6% cultivated between 2 and 10 hectares, and 245,015 less than 1 hectare. Of the peasants with less than 1 hectare, only 24% actually owned the land that they tilled, as did only 31% of the peasants with between 1 and 2 hectares. The great mass of small peasants are thus directly affected by changes in the conditions of farm leases. Traditionally, the big landowners leased out portions of their land to small peasants on a sharecropping basis. This pre-capitalist rent in kind was gradually replaced from the 1950s onwards by a variable money rent, with the expansion of the export economy and the emergence of capitalist farmers. The small peasants could not pay the rising land prices and rents, and had to move out. The rural banking sector controlled by the agricultural bourgeoisie also compelled many peasants to give up their holdings. Between 1961 and 1975, export-oriented undertakings received between 80 and 90% of agricultural credits. 87% of all these credits, in 1971, went to farms with more than 10 hectares, and only 1% to farms with less than 1 hectare. 95% of the land belonging to farms with less than 2 hectares was used in 1971 for the production of basic necessities. In the context of an export-oriented agricultural policy, it seemed inopportune to promote this. Many small peasants were therefore forced before harvest time either to borrow from local money lenders to exorbitant interest rates, or else to sell their crops in advance at cut price, simply so as to feed their families. They thus got into a chronic cycle of unending debt, and had sooner or later to sell their land. The process of expropriation and expulsion of small peasants, side by side with a simultaneous reduction in employment in the expanding export cultivations, were aggravated in their social consequences because of the limited amount of land available in El Salvador for agriculture, and an annual population growth of 3.1%. In 1975, the total population stood at 4.1 million. 68. A density of 192 per square kilometer. A steadily growing number of independent peasants were thus pressed together on a shrinking area. From 1950 to 1961, the number of farms with less than 10 hectares rose in the cotton-growing regions by 72%, while the average size of these farms fell by 54%. From 1961 to 1975, the number of independent peasants, together with their dependents, rose from 176,051 to 339,601. From 1961 to 1971, the number of peasant families with less than 10 hectares grew by 126,839, out of which the number of families with under 2 hectares grew by 37,194 and the number of completely landless peasant families by 81,657. The number of peasant families with more than 10 hectares grew by only 354. The big export businesses became ever more concentrated in a few hands. In 1971, 0.5% of all agricultural enterprises farmed some 34% of the agricultural area, while 52% of the peasants farmed only 3.7%. Since one family often owns several large agricultural holdings, the real extent of concentration is still higher. In 1971, 6 families alone possessed as much land as 80% of the rural population together. This situation can be summed up as follows. 1. The agricultural export sector is in the hands of a small number of families. 2. Over the last 3 decades, permanent workers in the agricultural export cultivations have been increasingly replaced by migrant workers employed only seasonally. 3. The expansion of the export sector is reducing the agricultural land that remains for the small peasants. At the same time, the number of jobs in export cultivations is on the decline, so that a growing agricultural population has to feed itself as peasants off a shrunken area of land. For 3 decades the size of these peasant farms has been declining, and 95% of them do not have sufficient land to guarantee their own subsistence. These small peasants have to compete with the landless seasonal workers for jobs on the big exporting estates. For some 64% of rural families are seasonal and migrant workers, with no land or less than 1 hectare. Their number is growing rapidly, particularly the number of completely landless families, even though the number of jobs for wage workers in agriculture is declining. This means a constant rise in underemployment and unemployment in the countryside. Socio-economic development in the towns. The industrial development that has taken place since 1930 and particularly in the 1960s proved unable to absorb the labor power set free in the agricultural sector. Due to the low purchasing power of the mass of the population, and the preference for luxury import goods on the part of those with most money to spend, the local market could only develop a weak demand for locally produced consumption goods. Manufacturing industry, therefore, is not just the further development of traditional handicrafts, but predominantly a capital-intensive export industry concentrated in the hands of a few big bourgeois families. Often the same families accumulated wealth in the agricultural export sector, financed the industrialization boom of the 1960s and subsequently themselves became industrial capitalists. At the present time, the entire economy of El Salvador is dominated by some 14 families, all involved in agriculture, finance, and industry, even if their specializations are somewhat different. The development of a capital-intensive export industry only created a small number of new industrial jobs. Between 1961 and 1971 the manufacturing sector grew by 24%, while the number of people employed in this sector grew by only 6%. The number of employees in manufacturing as a proportion of the economically active population fell from around 13% in 1961 to some 10% in 1971 and 1975. The number of workers in manufacturing industry grew by only 2,500 between 1961 and 1971. The number of wage earners in the sectors of mining, manufacturing, construction, and transport, storage and communication remained virtually constant throughout the 1960s, and only began to increase after 1971, rising by 32,000 to a total of 152,000 in 1975. In the wake of the industrialization of 1961 to 1975, the total number of wage earners not employed in agriculture grew by about 1/3, from 246,000 to 361,000. The total of self-employed in the non-agricultural sectors, however, almost tripled in the same period, from 68,000 to 193,000. This expresses on the one hand the sharp growth of an independent middle class, on the other a process of marginalization. Out of these 193,000 independently active, 131,000 were involved in commerce and 11,000 in the service sector. Both these categories in statistics for developing countries generally conceal a vast number of shoeshiners, lottery ticket sellers, street traders, prostitutes, washerwomen, etc. The number of self-employed in commerce grew from 47,000 in 1971 to 131,000 in 1975, but it can hardly be assumed that in these 4 years El Salvador, with an increase of 122,000 in the total number of economically active, counted 84,000 successful new business people among these. In 1975, 126,000 urban wage earners were employed in the service sector. This total also conceals untold thousands of marginalized people, most of whom have fled into the cities from underemployment and unemployment in the countryside. The capital-intensive export industry could not provide sufficient jobs for these migrants, and compelled them to lead a marginalized existence in the ever-growing slum districts in and around San Salvador. To sum up, industrialization produced an industrial proletariat that comprises 42% of all urban wage earners and 27% of all those economically active in the urban sector. Compared with other developing countries. 70. The industrial proletariat is thus relatively well developed in the urban sector. At the same time, the middle class of self-employed and people active in professional services and commerce has expanded. Most of all, however, there has been an explosion in the number of petty retailers and street traders, now running into the tens of thousands. These traders should be classed as marginalized people without adequate income. The surplus of petty traders reduce one another's sales and profit potentials. The number of those marginalized elements who perform personal services and odd jobs should also be estimated in tens of thousands. Among others, this group includes the more than 40% of all urban wage earners who in 1974 were receiving less than the legal minimum wage of 28.70 colones per week. But the economic position of the industrial workers has also deteriorated in the 1970s. While the number of these workers has risen, the index of real industrial wages has fallen by 1975 back to the level of 1965, after rising briefly until 1970–71. The political implications of social stratification. The political developments in El Salvador must be viewed against this socio-economic background. The expansion of the agricultural export sector did not mean a simple proletarianization of the peasants, a process that would have smoothly transformed the agricultural population into a revolutionary subject. This interpretation, of a kind often met with in the works of left-wing writers, may well be correct in the long run. In a shorter time scale, however, and in El Salvador this has been underway for at least 40 years, the transformation that follows in the wake of the expansion of the agricultural export sector gives rise to a whole range of different groups of peasants and agricultural wage workers, with very different immediate interests based on differing relations of economic dependence. These different immediate interests of small peasants, seasonal workers, worker peasants, small farmers, permanent plantation workers, etc., time and again serve to impede and destroy the political unification of the agricultural population, even though all these elements are completely subject to a common exploitation by the agricultural oligarchy. This is all the more true for an agricultural population which has to compete for the daily necessities of life on an inadequate land surface and in a hopelessly overfilled labor market. And this competition does not merely determine whether life is more or less comfortable, it also determines the very life or death of individual family members. Political conduct, good or bad, can lead to a peasant having his conditions of existence taken away. It can decide which out of 3 or 4 seasonal workers gets the one job, whether a permanently employed agricultural worker continues in his privileged position, etc. Similar factors destroying the solidarity of the exploited masses also exist. 71. In the towns. The wage struggles of the industrial proletariat, to which the urban trade unions confined their activity during the 1960s, can scarcely manage to win the solidarity of those who rarely receive a wage. The masses of marginalized elements, as an industrial reserve army, pose a constant latent threat to unskilled workers. For any worker who is fired, there are 10 unemployed who are ready to take his or her place. These marginalized masses are in constant competition for the few irregular jobs in the street markets, in personal services, petty crime, etc. The petty bourgeoisie and the urban middle strata similarly have their own particular interests. Society is transformed into a conglomerate of people fighting for their survival, without considering or reflecting on who are their true enemies, in the words of a group of Salvadoran social scientists, who characterize their country's society as disintegrated and organized along alienated lines of battle. Given an existence of this kind, whether individual and sectoral particular interests end up preventing or dissolving the process of political solidarity and unification of the exploited population is decisively dependent on the extent to which the rulers manage to reinforce these particular interests politically. This is all the more so in that those social sectors that might potentially be united have only a relatively short history, lacking a tradition of struggle that dates back even one generation, such as might be able to harmonize differing immediate interests of particular social groups in the interest of a long-run goal. Political development up to the 1970s. The El Salvador military regime understood very early the possibilities of this situation for a policy of divide and rule. Already in January 1932, only a month after seizing power, the military rulers received an important lesson. In the 1920s, groups of working-class activists had risen among the urban artisan population, defining themselves as communists in the wake of the Russian Revolution. Between 1928 and 1931, coffee prices and the wages of coffee workers fell by more than 50%. Against this background, the communist and revolutionary trade unions in the west of El Salvador succeeded in organizing some 80,000 workers in the coffee plantations and leading major strikes and demonstrations. The relatively free presidential elections of 1930 saw these working-class activists supporting the coffee planter Arturo Araujo, who presented himself as a champion of reform. On assuming office, however, Araujo found himself unable to carry out his promised reforms, owing to the precarious economic situation. The generals accused the president of incompetence, overthrowing him at the end of 1931 and appointing General Martinez as president. In January 1932, Martinez permitted local elections to be held with the participation of the communists. After the communists had won the vote in certain coffee-producing districts in the West 72 of the country, the generals refused to allow them to take office. The communists called for an uprising. On the night of 22nd to 23rd January, agricultural workers armed with machetes attacked and occupied public buildings in the western districts. The revolt was concentrated in the western coffee-growing areas, where coffee had already spread to cover most of the ground in the areas of cultivable altitude, and the rural population was already almost completely dependent on seasonal wage labor on the coffee plantations. There was no space left for them to plant subsistence crops. This process had not gone so far in the eastern coffee-producing zone, where there was no revolt. The uprising came to grief due to the division between the pure wage workers and the colonos and worker peasants. The generals butchered between 20 and 30,000 workers. Martinez found a modus vivendi with the Salvadoran bourgeoisie. The military kept the office of president and the politically important ministries, while the key positions in economic policy were filled by representatives of the bourgeoisie, and in part completely withdrawn from state control. All matters of management and regulation that bore on the cultivation and marketing of coffee were dealt with not by the Ministry of Agriculture, but by associations and organizations of the coffee bourgeoisie itself. This applied also to the Central Reserve Bank and the Banco Hipotecario, the latter controlling credit to the rural sector. This division of functions between the military and the bourgeoisie continued right through to the 1970s, and emerged intact from all government crises and coups. Political differences within this bourgeois-military alliance, between the reform-oriented forces and those that were exclusively repressive, cut through the bourgeoisie and the military alike. During the Second World War, the Salvadoran economy experienced a recovery which gave an impetus to the democratic forces among the urban workers and artisans, who revolted in 1944 against the extremely repressive regime of the time. These received active support from the students, and even from sections of the bourgeoisie and the military. Even though Martinez was able to suppress the rebellion, the U.S. ambassador in El Salvador declared him redundant, and he resigned. Following a democratic interlude in summer 1944, the purely repressive faction of the army pushed its way to power again, until it was overthrown in its turn in December 1948 by a new military coup led by Oscar Osorio. Osorio and his successor Lemus aimed to establish a second pillar for the system alongside the bourgeois military alliance, by reinforcing the division between workers, peasants, and the marginalized population. Their policy was to split these sectors along three lines in the following fashion. 1. While the formation of trade unions still remained illegal in the countryside, and the agricultural export economy could expand without government regulation, in the towns a policy of industrialization was pursued, giving the growing industrial working class a certain privilege vis-a-vis the mass of the 73. population. These workers were granted a relative freedom of trade union organization, a minimum wage legislation and system of social welfare, as well as a housing program. 2. While the agricultural workers and the small peasants practicing a subsistence economy were prey to the expansion of export cultivation, with no protection from the state, the military sought to create or maintain a stratum of middle peasants, involved in family-based commodity production, by way of state credits and the control of basic grain prices. 3. While moderate demands for reform as well as wage demands were granted to the urban trade unions, revolutionary forces, whether within or outside of the trade unions, were mercilessly persecuted, imprisoned, and murdered. Despite this policy, by 1959-60 the militant left in the towns had so gained in strength that one section of the military and the bourgeoisie saw their only opportunity to stave off crisis in far-reaching reforms. In 1960 they overthrew Lemus, formed a transitional government together with socialist representatives of the working class, and prepared to hold free elections in which the militant left was also permitted to take part. This sharp turn to the left led to a new military coup in 1961 under Julio Rivera. Since the support for the transitional government lay principally in the towns, the mass of the agricultural population being still unorganized and to a large extent uninvolved, any resistance was condemned in advance to failure. For a second time, the divisions between the popular sectors played into the hands of the military in a crisis situation. Julio Rivera and his successor Fidel Sanchez Rivera understood these lessons well. They refined the divisions and strengthened them organizationally. In the towns a new middle stratum had grown up in the wake of industrialization. The generals permitted this stratum to organize political parties. In the universities the regime permitted the left a certain freedom of debate. The urban working class was allowed to organize trade unions for the purpose of wage demands, while working class militants, and groups that aimed at any social transformation, were still persecuted and even murdered. In the countryside, trade union organization continued to be forbidden. At the same time, however, 1965 was set as the date for social and minimum wage legislation for the permanently employed rural workers, so that these were given a certain privilege over the mass of seasonal workers. The regime then began to organize the groups and individuals whom it had thus privileged. In the 1950s, already, the ruling circles and their party, the Partido de Conciliación Nacional, sought to build up trade unions among the urban working class that were friendly towards the regime. They gradually succeeded in establishing the Confederación General de Sindicatos, which at the beginning of the 1960s had more than 15,000 members, twice as many as the left-wing independent unions. In 1957-58 most of the 74 latter had combined to form the Confederación General de Trabajadores Salvadorinos. By a combination of concessions to the industrial working class on the one hand, and brutal suppression of left-wing unionists on the other, the regime forced these independent unions from the mid-1960s onwards to confine their activity to economic demands. This abandonment of political demands and struggles found expression in the replacement of the CGTS by the Federación Unitaria Sindical de El Salvador. In the countryside, any attempt at autonomous organization was brutally suppressed. At the same time, however, the military regime attempted to win certain sections of impoverished peasants behind it. In the early 1960s it began to build up a paramilitary anti-revolutionary organization in the countryside called the Organización Democrática Nacionalista. By 1964-65 ORDEN had already assumed a firm structure. It won its members by helping them to escape the worst poverty. Small peasants who joined the organization could be granted favorable credit terms, while seasonal workers could hope for permanent employment. Privileged members or sympathizers of ORDEN would be engaged for public works in the rural districts. In some cases hospital beds or school places were provided for ORDEN members and their families. For many small peasants, ORDEN provided the only escape from poverty. In return, the ORDEN members supervised the villages in which they lived, reported attempts at subversion, watched over the rest of the agricultural population, and sometimes actually liquidated those who were rebel house. By the early 1970s, ORDEN had covered every village and town with a dense network of informers and collaborators. While the number of armed and military organized members of ORDEN never rose above 10,000, it is estimated to have had up to 60 or 100,000 loose or occasional collaborators. If family members are added, we can say that at least 1 to 2/10 of the entire rural population were linked up with ORDEN in one way or another. ORDEN directly supported the Guardia Nacional and the president. The generals thus understood how to extract political benefit for their regime from the very poverty of the agricultural population. The development of resistance. The industrialization and political liberalization in the towns was accompanied by the development of urban opposition parties and groups. Whereas the bourgeoisie traditionally occupied the key posts in the governing party together with the military, during the 1960s a political tendency with the slogan of democratization gained strength even within the 14 great families of El Salvador. This faction was led by the De Sola family and their Miraflor group of companies, who became consistent opponents of the military regime in the course of the 1970s. The development of new urban middle strata, either petty bourgeoisie or highly skilled professionals, gave the Partido Democrático Cristiano its 75. Social base. The PDC, formed in 1960, stood for a policy of reform, in which positions of the Chilean Christian Democrats mingled with social democratic elements. The party demanded freedom of organization for agricultural workers and an economic policy that would accelerate national development by the full use of labor power, rather than the employment of modern machines that had to be paid for by foreign debts. The PDC attracted a steadily growing support in the towns, and in the countryside it organized the first groups of rural workers and peasants out of which the revolutionary people's organizations of the mid-1970s were to emerge. An older party of liberal opposition, the Partido Acción Renovadora, also took a turn to the left in the mid-1960s, and adopted left social democrat positions. It called for a fundamental agrarian reform, a far-reaching program of labor procurement by the government, a national cooperative for the marketing and storage of agricultural products, progressive income tax, and a social policy in the interest of the underprivileged sectors. Once the 1967 elections had shown that the reforming Social Democrat positions had found a strong base among the urban working class, the PAR was banned by the military regime. In place of the PAR, there appeared a party of Social Democrat intellectuals, the Movimiento Nacional Revolucionario, founded in 1964-65, and the Unión Democrática Nacionalista, founded in 1968-69, which incorporated former politicians from the left wing of the PAR, and was also strongly influenced by the illegal Partido Comunista Salvadorino. The PCS had increasingly oriented itself after the defeated insurrection of 1932 to trade union work in the towns, and in the 1960s it confined even this trade union work to economic demands. Both the communist-dominated Confederación Unificada de Trabajadores Salvadorinos, with some 26,000 members, and the other major urban trade union grouping, Fizinconstrans, with about 28,000, had stood almost exclusively for economic demands up to the beginning of the 1970s. On the political level, the PCS agitated chiefly for democratic reforms. In the universities it played an important role in organizing Marxist discussion circles, out of which the first beginnings of a guerrilla struggle developed in the course of the 1970s. It can broadly be said that up to the end of the 1960s the agricultural population was either not organized at all, or was organized in the interest of the regime, while in the towns the middle strata and the working class overwhelmingly followed Christian Democrat and Social Democratic orientations, while the trade unions confined themselves to economic demands. Only in the early 1970s did a broad-based process of radicalization commence, for which the following factors were responsible. 1. The year 1969 saw a war between El Salvador and Honduras, attributable essentially to an ever-growing indebtedness of Honduras towards El Salvador and to the illegal immigration of tens of thousands to Honduras. After the war, 76. The border between the two countries was closed, and Salvadorans driven off the land could no longer move across to the relatively thinly settled Honduras. The number of marginalized and completely landless people rose in the early 1970s by leaps and bounds. 2. The number of industrial workers also underwent a steep rise in the first half of the 1970s. At the same time the real wage level constantly fell. The purely economic policy of the trade unions, which had still been successful in the 1960s, had come up against its limits. 3. The PDC, MNR, and UDN had combined for the presidential elections of 1972 into the Union Nacional Delaware position, under the leadership of the Christian Democrat Napoleon Duarte. It was only through blatant electoral fraud that the PCN managed to secure the victory of its presidential candidate. A constitutionalist faction in the army made a coup against the illegal government and installed Duarte as president. After a few days, however, Duarte was overthrown by the reactionary majority of the armed forces under Colonel Molina. Molina became president. Duarte was imprisoned and exiled, along with many other politicians from the urban opposition parties. These reform-oriented parties were thus thrown into uncompromising opposition to the regime. 4. The regime stepped up its repression against even the reformist left. Numerous intellectuals and trade unionists were imprisoned and expelled from the country. ODEN and the terrorist organizations of the radical right began a policy of systematic persecution and assassination of trade unionists, peasant leaders, and intellectuals. Persecution of the urban and reformist organizations also led to their radicalization and to attempts to bring the reformist forces, whose perspectives had come up against their economic and political limits, together with the revolutionary groups. In June 1974, the Peasant League Federación Católica de Campesinos Salvadorinos, set up in the 1960s by the Christian Democrats and the Catholic Church, combined together with the left trade union organization FUS, the Teachers Union Andes, and other trade union organizations, into the Frente de Acción Popular Unificada. Representatives of the reform-oriented political parties took part in FAPU as observers. FAPU viewed the Molina's regime as a fascist military dictatorship. In its strategic perspective, the mass organizations of the left, and the revolutionary sectors of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and the church, should join together with the democratic and reformist forces into a broad political front against the regime. By combining parliamentary and extra-parliamentary struggle, this front should struggle in the first instance against the rising cost of living, and for minimal democratic liberties. The question of an alliance with the reformist forces, however, led to a split in the FAPU. The Peasant League FECAS, increasingly radicalized in a Marxist direction, split away from the FAPU in 1975. This move was followed 11. By other mass organizations of the left. In the same year, FECAS joined forces with the left-wing Rural Workers Union de Trabajadores del Campo and certain urban trade unions and students and teachers organizations, to form the Bloc Popular Revolucionario. Since FECAS and UTC, each with 6,000 members, were by far the strongest individual organizations of the militant left, the Bloc was not only the dominant opposition force in the agricultural sector, but the largest revolutionary organization in El Salvador in general. By 1978 the Bloc was estimated to have around 30,000 members. The Bloc concentrated its activity on mobilizing and organizing the workers and peasants, and aimed to establish a revolutionary people's government on the basis of a workers' and peasants' alliance under proletarian leadership. See Alianza Obrero Campesina con Hegemonia Proletariat. FAPU, on the other hand, remained more open to an alliance with the reformist parties and worked together with them on various committees. But FAPU, too, worked in the long run for a revolutionary people's government of workers and peasants. In parallel with these mass organizations, the early 1970s saw the development of a guerrilla struggle. The oldest guerrilla group, the Fuerzas Populares de Liberación, was formed in 1970 from the radical wing of the Communist Party and Marxist discussion circles in the universities. The FPL saw its activity as defense and protection against Orden and other repressive forces directed against the peasants and workers' organizations. From 1967 to 77, the FPL was able to recruit a large number of workers as the repression against the trade unions was intensified. The Ejército Revolucionario del Pueblo was formed in 1972. When one of its leaders, the historian and writer Roque Dalton Garcia, criticized the military activism of the ERP and called for the subordination of armed struggle to political struggle, he was liquidated in 1975 by the militaristic faction of the ERP. This led to a split in the ERP and the foundation of the Fuerzas Armadas de Resistencia Nacional. The FARC kidnapped several representatives of multinational firms in El Salvador, as well as members of the country's 14 families, holding them for ransom, and obtaining more than $40 million between 1975 and 1979. Even if the connections between the popular organizations and the guerrilla groups are not visible, it is clear that a part of this sum found its way to the popular organizations. The intensification of the situation from the mid-1970s. In the mid-1970s, the situation facing the military regime was as follows. 1. Against the background of an economic development locked in crisis, there was a rapid growth in the number of discontented workers, of landless 78. And unemployed agriculturalists, and, in the slum quarters, of the marginalized population. 2. Revolutionary mass organizations had arisen alongside the mass organizations of the government. And while the lower strata of the population were still divided among themselves, now those that were hostile to the government were also organized. 3. The urban parties and trade unions that in the 1960s had been moderate and oriented to reform were now radicalized. 4. The state's monopoly of violence had been broken. If the security forces of the military and the reactionary bourgeoisie fired on the workers and peasants, then the guerrilla groups also fired on the military and the bourgeoisie. 5. The bourgeoisie was itself split into a reactionary wing and a wing with a democratic orientation. There were even constitutionalist groupings within the military itself, and these had proved strong enough in 1972 to make a coup against the electoral fraud. In 1975 to 76 the Molina government sought to defuse this critical situation by a cautious agrarian reform. The rural oligarchy and the Association of Private Businessmen, ANEP, raised a storm against even the first timid reform project. 59,000 hectares in the eastern cotton-growing region was to be distributed to 12,000 peasant families, and the big landowners were to receive the full market price. The proprietors affected organized themselves in the Eastern Region Farmers Front, which soon spread right across the country and, together with ANEP, mobilized almost the entire private sector against the reform. This led to a government crisis, with the opponents of reform and the extreme right wing of the PCN and the military under General Romero emerging as victor. This right wing, together with ANEP and Pharaoh, organized the radical right terrorist groups Phalange and UGB, who proceeded with murder, torture and terror against both revolutionary and reformist forces in the trade unions, parties, popular organizations, and church. By electoral fraud, this right wing under Romero managed to seize the presidency as well in 1977. Only a few days after Romero's carrot electoral victory on December 28, 1977, the military massacred demonstrators in San Salvador. In memory of this massacre, a third left organization, formed in 1978, took the name Liga Popular 28 de Febrero. Under Romero, Oden, and the UGB stepped up their terror. For many reformists, there was no choice left but exile, or adhesion to the revolutionary underground. The revolutionaries defended themselves. While the reformist parties and organizations were robbed of their leaders and condemned to inactivity, a particular polarization took place in the rural sector. Every small town and even every village saw a split between the supporters of Oden 79 and those of the Bloc and the FAPU. Oden and the military persecuted every individual suspected of subversion, and 1977 saw bloody attacks upon sectors of the agricultural population. The popular organizations and guerrilla groups resisted bravely. In the rural districts, the beginnings of a civil war developed in the most literal sense of the term, growing still more intense after November 1977, when the law in defense and guarantee of public order came into force. It was not just the armed forces that fought against the agricultural population in these regions, but the armed forces together with one section of the rural population who fought against the other section. In San Salvador, members of the popular organizations occupied foreign embassies and churches, to draw attention to the massacres in the rural districts and compel the release of political prisoners. While the majority of the Catholic clergy supported the moderate opposition forces, a minority, under the leadership of the Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, in certain cases actually supported the demands of the popular organizations. In both universities, following various massacres of students by the military from 1975 onwards, the guerrilla groups found a pool for recruitment upon which they could draw almost without limit. At the same time, falling prices for coffee in the world market and a bad harvest in 1978 owing to climatic conditions, as well as a high rate of inflation, led to declining real wages for rural workers and a consequent rise in their combativity. By the late summer of 1978, the domestic political situation in El Salvador had developed into a permanent violent conflict between the extreme right and the popular organizations and guerrilla groups of the left. From September 1978 onwards, the U.S., under the direct influence of the popular insurrection in neighboring Nicaragua, sought once again to bring into play the moderate opposition forces and to compel the Romero government to democratic concessions. By now even the Salvadoran private sector, and its ANEP organization, were pressing Romero to make such concessions after resistance by foreign and continuing violent clashes had led to a hectic flight of capital. The majority of foreign business people had left the country. The Japanese business community, for example, declined from 2,400 to 200 individuals. At the beginning of March 1979, Romero gave in, repealed the public order law and was immediately faced with strike action by sections of the urban working class, now dominated not by the moderate unions but by the revolutionary popular organizations. It was significant that these strikes included political action in solidarity with the demands of other striking workers. The workers in the La Constancia and La Tropical bottling plants, a majority of whom were organized in the unions of the BIOC, and a minority in those of the FAPU, went on strike in support of 30 concrete economic and 80 social demands. The army intervened. On March 10 violent clashes took place between demonstrators and the armed forces, with at least 7 demonstrators being killed. During the following days, 24 other factories came out on strike in solidarity with the workers of La Constancia and La Tropical. On March 19 the Power Workers Union, its 1,500 members belonging to FAPU, called a 23-hour sympathy strike, crippling industry and commerce. The power workers locked themselves in the power stations and threatened to blow these up if the metery intervened. The armed forces and bosses admitted defeat. 20 of the 30 demands of the bottling plant workers were conceded. The right wing made a brutal reply. By the end of April, Oden had murdered more than 50 members of the bloc in the countryside and in the slums. Also in March and April, more than 130 people vanished without trace. At the same time, the Carter administration stepped up its attempt to put together a bloc of the center that could launch a democratic initiative. This bloc was to consist of the Christian Democrats, the De Sola family and a group of parliamentarians including the President of the National Assembly, Leonardo Echeverria. In February, Echeverria had already met Carter for a carrot working breakfast. The extreme right, for its part, lined up behind the Hill family, and Colonel Eduardo Irahita, and opted for a decisive violent destruction of the left. General Romero's decline now began. At the beginning of May the bloc occupied the embassies of Costa Rica and France, as well as the San Salvador Cathedral, demanding the release of 5 of its leading members. A demonstration in front of the cathedral was fired on by the army. More than 20 demonstrators were killed on the steps of the church. Archbishop Oscar Romero supported the demands of the bloc. The Christian Democrat leader, Colonel Escobedo Claramount, living in exile in Costa Rica, called for a coup by the constitutionalist sectors of the army. General Romero, following diplomatic pressure from the U.S., declared himself ready for a carrot national dialogue with the moderate opposition parties. The popular organizations, however, were to be excluded from this dialogue. On May 22 the military fired on a demonstration by the bloc, killing 14 people. Altogether during that month, 188 people died in clashes of this kind. While these clashes and the guerrilla war in the countryside continued throughout the summer, the U.S. succeeded in wresting from General Romero the concession that the moderate opposition politicians could return from exile, while seeking to build up Napoleon Duarte as the leading figure of the moderate opposition. These attempts were also supported by Archbishop Oscar Romero, who increasingly distanced himself from the bloc for its use of violence. The national dialogue failed to take place, as General Romero did not accept the preconditions placed by 81. The Christian Democrats and the MNR, demanding the disbanding of ORDEN and the UGB. The coup and the new junta. The victory of the Sandinistas in Nicaragua was seen by the popular organizations in El Salvador as proof that a dictatorship really could be overthrown by a determined population. In September the unrest in both town and country rapidly intensified, workers supporting the bloc and the FAPU occupying 4 factories in San Salvador, and the popular organizations declared 1980 the year of liberation. The increasing polarization and the failure of attempts at a national dialogue left the moderate opposition forces only the solution that the Christian Democrat leaders had already called for in May. On October 15, 1979 a section of the army made a coup, overthrew Romero, disarmed all the officers who had held ministerial posts in Romero's government, dismissed the armed forces' 10 generals and prematurely retired many higher and middle-ranking officers. The new junta and cabinet was an alliance between conservatives and left Christian Democrats and social democrat forces from the urban sector, intent on radical reforms within the capitalist system. Not only were the extreme right excluded, so too were the popular organizations and those forces set on abolishing the capitalist system itself. FAPU was represented by Jaime Abdul Gutierrez, conservative, from a pro-U.S. faction in the army, which has allowed the overtly fascist elements in the military, implicated in numerous crimes against the population, to go about unpunished. The defense minister, Colonel José Garcia, belonged to this same faction. Colonel Adolfo Arnaldo Maginot represented a group of young constitutionalist officers, who were suppressed in the army, but gained strength following the coup of 1972 and were held not to have compromised with imperialism. Mario Andino, head of the local Phelps Dodge subsidiary, represented that faction of the 14 big bourgeois families led by the de Salas, who stood for a democratic initiative and agrarian reform, but could do nothing against the reactionary agrarian oligarchy. The new agriculture minister also belonged to this reform-oriented faction of the 14 families. He was already Minister of Agriculture under Molina, subsequently resigning when his land reform projects were rejected. Roman Mayorga Quiros, rector of the Catholic University UCA, represents a policy oriented towards Catholic social doctrine, pragmatically set on concrete measures to improve the situation of the lower strata of the population. The education minister and the minister for planning also belong to this political tendency. Guillermo Ungo is head of the Social Democratic MNR, while the finance minister and the justice minister were both also close to the right wing of that party. The 82 Christian Democrats provided the foreign minister and the minister-president. The economic ministry was given to a bourgeois technocrat, the Ministry of Labor to a leading member of the Communist Party. This composition makes clear that the new government essentially aimed at an effective economy with a strong social component. The junta proclaimed its intention to guarantee freedom of political and trade union organization without ideological discrimination, as well as freedom of speech, press, and assembly. In the junta's program, the prevailing economic and social structures were said to pose obstacles to the country's development. Above all, a basic agrarian reform and a reform of the financial system were promised. On the other hand, the program guaranteed private property in its social function. Despite this declaration of intent, the junta immediately proclaimed a state of emergency and banned meetings of more than 3 people. Security forces raided 4 of the occupied factories and arrested more than 70 workers. The popular organizations accordingly viewed the junta as simply a new form of the familiar Salvadoran military dictatorship, and called for a new popular uprising. This insurrection, however, failed to materialize. By the end of October, several clashes had taken place between demonstrators and security forces, in which more than 100 demonstrators were shot. The junta declared that both the arrest of workers and the murder of demonstrators were the acts of groups in the security forces that were not under its control. In the second week of November, 60 members of the National Guard were discharged, 1-2 being brought before the courts. After the bloc had occupied the economic and labor ministries for some 2 weeks, the junta agreed in principle to the bloc's demands for higher wages, lower basic food prices, a freeze on bus fares, freedom for political prisoners, the dissolution of Orden and a settlement to several labor disputes. After subsequent dialogues between the popular organizations and the junta, arranged via the Sandinistas, the popular organizations confined their agitation to concrete demands. The bloc's spokesperson, Juan Chacon, declared, "This is the first Salvadoran government that recognizes the justice of our demands." The collapse of the junta and the turn towards civil war. The bourgeois military junta and its cabinet were in fact a combination of forces whose social base lay only in a minority of the Salvadoran population. To the left, there stood the revolutionary popular organizations with their strong support among the rural workers, sections of the small peasants, industrial workers, marginal population, students, and the lower ranks of the clergy. To the extent that the transformation of the rural economy, as depicted above, 83, expelled ever larger sections of the rural population even from the transitional forms between independent work and wage labor, turning them into pure agricultural wage laborers, the socio-economic basis of the split in the agricultural population disappeared and the revolutionary left tended to gain growing influence in the countryside. To the right of the junta, there were the members of Orden, which still had considerable influence among the small peasants and marginal population, and among those who saw themselves faced with the loss of a relative privilege in poverty by the junta's reform policy, groups whose social base was becoming ever more narrow, a fact that only intensified their violent readiness for self-defense. Also on the extreme right were to be found the great majority of the bourgeoisie, of the 14 great families and of the senior military commanders. In the middle stood the government, supported by the reform-oriented urban middle strata, by a small minority of the bourgeoisie proper, by sections of the industrial working class and the army, and the majority of the higher clergy. And this government of the center was itself split into numerous factions, which Lilian Jimenez of the Communist Party saw as stretching from communist through fascistoid officers, and which can be divided into two major blocks, on the one hand the bloc of the bourgeoisie and military, for whom the intended reforms were only an extreme measure for de-escalating the domestic political situation, and who therefore sought to restrict the reforms to those necessary for this end. On the other hand, the young constitutionalist officers, the intellectuals, and the politicians of the traditional urban opposition parties, for whom these reforms were only the first step in a series of far-reaching structural measures. This internally divided government was forced by the pressure of the revolutionary popular organizations, as well as by its own supporters among the urban population, to a reform policy that had to be pursued against a right wing prepared to oppose it by all possible means. Faced with this situation, the government's internal unity inevitably collapsed, with the two blocs pulling increasingly apart. From last November, all proposed reforms were wrecked in the same way. The junta declared a reform measure. The business associations prevented its practical execution and frequently found support for this in the right-wing bloc within the government. This right-wing bloc was led by the defense minister José Guillermo Garcia and included the junta members Colonel Jaime Abdul Gutierrez and Mario Andino. Workers under the leadership of the popular organizations then sought to compel the reform by mass struggle. The extreme right-wing faction of the armed forces and police brutally repressed the workers, either with support from the right-wing bloc within the government, or in flagrant contravention of the junta's instructions. By the end of 1979, 350 people had been killed by the armed forces since the junta took power. The conflict that led to the collapse of the government also proceeded in the same 84 way. The left demanded wage increases for the coffee workers. In the first half of December, the junta accepted this demand and decreed an increase. The coffee planters ignored the decree. Agricultural workers went on strike and occupied the plantations. Sections of the armed forces evicted the workers with the most brutal violence, not on government orders, but with cover from the right wing in the junta and cabinet. 40 workers were murdered on one farm alone, El Refugio. In this way, the junta and cabinet lost more and more power to the commanders of the armed forces and the right-wing bloc. At the end of December, 9 civilian ministers demanded that the junta take a clear position against the terror campaign abetted by the extreme right wing in the military. They also demanded the resignation of the defense minister and Mario Andino. They demanded, too, that the leadership of the armed forces accept democratization, otherwise they would themselves resign. In the beginning of January, the left-wing civilian junta members Roman Mayorga Quiris and Guillermo Ungo stepped down, leaving the big bourgeois Mario Andino as the only remaining civilian. The entire cabinet resigned as well, with the sole exception of the defense minister. The right-wing bloc had won the day, and any reformist solution to El Salvador's problems was now impossible. The officers could only find a right-wing faction of the Christian Democrats to collaborate with them in a new government. The year 1980, proclaimed by the popular organizations as the year of liberation, began with the preparation of civil war. The popular organizations and guerrilla groups on the one hand, Orden, and the business associations on the other, stepped up their efforts to arm their supporters. The traditional parties of the urban opposition and the trade unions overwhelmingly came down on the side of the popular organizations. The clandestine Communist Party made known its agreement with the FLP and foreign guerrillas. The three popular organizations and the UDN established coordinating organs at the local and national levels with the aim of achieving the unity of the left. This revolutionary bloc has been working since the middle of January to establish a Unidad Popular that would encompass the more progressive sections of the army as well as the traditional urban opposition parties, groups, and trade unions. By the end of the month, the university intellectuals of UCA, the MNR, and sections of the Catholic clergy under the leadership of Archbishop Romero declared themselves ready to support this Unidad Popular. A further section of the clergy, under the leadership of Bishop Pedro Aparicio, declared a crusade against communism. Rank-and-file priests and monks, for their part, joined the revolutionary organizations by the hundreds. A deep split also developed within the armed forces. A crucial role in the coup of October 15, 1979 had been played by the Juventud Milita group of young constitutionalist officers. This movement can be seen as the successor to the reform-oriented wing of the armed forces of the late 1940s, 1950s and 1960s. In 1968-69 Colonel Adolfo Maginot had established a training program in the military academy designed to familiarize competent officers with socio-political problems, so as to form a military cadre able to deploy instruments of social and economic policy, as well as weapons, in dealing with their country's problems. The socio-economic situation rapidly brought home to the officers who experienced this program that El Salvador's problems could only be mastered by radical structural changes. Juventud Milita thus envisaged not only political democratization, in accordance with the Salvadoran constitution, but also the nationalization of foreign trade and the banks, and agrarian reform to promote national economic development. With this ideological development, Juventud Milita gradually eroded the prevailing consensus between the extreme right wing of the military and the moderate reform wing. Even though these two factions had taken turns in overthrowing one another over the previous 4 decades, neither had ever sought the other's total elimination. Juventud Milita, however, was repressed as far as possible under the Molina and Romero governments. It sought in turn, after the coup of October 15, 1979, to neutralize the right-wing senior officers by setting up soldiers' councils designed to invigilate recalcitrant commanders. It seems that this experiment backfired in several military zones and strengthened the hand of the defense minister, José García, who emerged as the most powerful member of the junta. In early March the government announced sweeping measures nationalizing the banks and effecting an agrarian reform. The assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero appears to have been a calculated rightist provocation, aimed at exacerbating tension as well as eliminating an influential opponent. In early May Maginot attempted to arrest one of the commanders of the paramilitary forces linked to Garcia, Roberto Dogwison. This attempt met strong resistance within the military hierarchy. Garcia dismissed Maginot from his post and appointed Jaime Abdul Gutierrez as sole army commander. This marked the eclipse of the pro-constitutionalist faction and the imposition of ultra-rightist hegemony within the junta. The U.S. ambassador, Robert White, was said to have played a mediating role in these events. Meanwhile the military and paramilitary forces passed ahead with their version of the agrarian reform. This entailed not only renewed offensives in the countryside but also a division of some large estates in the interests of the leaders and supporters of Orden. In this way the rightists have found a way to exploit the reform program for their own ends, sacrificing the interests only of weaker, or more liberal-minded, landowners. The junta continues to represent a section of the Christian Democrats and to enjoy the support, or toleration, of the bulk of the bourgeoisie. So long as there is no open split in the armed forces, the position of the Salvadoran junta remains much stronger than that of Somoza's regime in 1978-79, since the latter had, by this time, lost any significant social base. 86. 7 Roots of the Salvadoran Right, Origins of the death squads carried by Craig Pies. There is a perennial debate among social scientists about whether the United States has a ruling class. One group, departing somewhat from the traditional Marxian conception of ruling class, argues that there is a coherent elite that dominates the corporate system, the military, and the government. Another group, more influential academically, maintains that the United States is a pluralist society with many groups vying for power, essentially peacefully, with no one of them enjoying hegemony. Obviously, the differences between these schools cannot be resolved here, it is not even possible to review the wide range of issues substantive and methodological involved. But on at least one matter both groups agree: whether or not there is an effective ruling class or power elite, social control in the contemporary United States depends upon popular conceptions of democratic legitimacy rather than upon widespread, regular applications of illegal official and semi-official terror. But democratic political practices at home do not preclude support and even encouragement for such anti-democratic practices in such countries as El Salvador, where the United States exercises substantial influence. In its crusade to cripple the revolutionary left in Central America, the U.S. government has often abetted brutality and terror by local security forces it sustains. In Honduras, for example, the CIA has recently aided local security forces responsible for the systematic killing and disappearance of as many as 200 suspected leftists. Similar U.S.-supported activity has long been apparent in El Salvador, but only recently has documentation appeared in mainstream media, such as excerpted from Salvadoran rightists, The Deadly Patriots, a series by Albuquerque Journal investigative reporter Craig Pies, December 18 to 22, 1983, and reissued in pamphlet form. For further excerpts from this pamphlet, see Reading 19. Some of this material has been rearranged slightly. The Albuquerque Journal, which late in 1983 published the account by Craig Pies presented in this reading. An associate of the Center for Investigative Reporting, Pies was, with journalist Lori Becklund, co-recipient of the 1984-1985 Outstanding Media Coverage Award from the Latin American Studies Association for their reportage on El Salvador's death squads. In a parallel report issued about the same time, journalist Alan Nairn actually interviewed one of the U.S. trained Salvadoran security officials, who fled his country and later settled near Minneapolis. This former official graphically described the techniques of torture learned from his North American mentors. If a Marxist or a revolutionary, it's not easy to make him talk, so you have to psychologically harm the prisoner. If the person is important, if he's, let's say, a journalist or a teacher or a labor or student leader, or if he's a person with some leadership or has something to offer, he isn't treated cruelly at the beginning. Well, of course, they may hit him at some time, but after that, when he's taken to one of the interrogation rooms, you start by talking to him as a friend, you try to convince him that you understand his idealism. When the actual physical torture begins, there are a lot of different methods: cutting off pieces of his skin, burning him with cigarettes. They teach you how to hit a person in the stomach, but in a sophisticated way so the person suffers a lot of pain but you don't see signs on the outside. Or sometimes you just beat his hands and beat him in the stomach, either with fists or with heavy sticks. Beat him, and beat him, and beat him. After that, if he still doesn't talk, you take him to a toilet filled with excrement. You put on gloves and shove his head in the toilet for 30 seconds or so. You pull him out, then shove his head in again. You do this over and over. Then you wash him and take him to the electric shock room. There's a special torture room in the Treasury Police, only the intelligence section can enter, no uniformed men are allowed. It's soundproof so they don't hear anything outside. You learn how to give electric shocks, shocks to the brain, shocks to the stomach. There are some very sophisticated methods for this kind of torture. In general, you will kill the prisoners because there's an assumption they shouldn't live. If we pass them to the judge, they'll go free and we'll maybe have to pick them up again. If there's lots of pressure like from Amnesty International or some foreign countries, then we might pass them on to a judge, but if there's no pressure, then they're dead. When it's over, you just throw him in the alleys with a sign saying Mano Blanco, ESA, or Maximiliano Hernandez Brigade. You learn how to torture, how to cut the balls off a person when he's still alive. These are the things that happen in war. El Salvador's Nationalist Republican Alliance first made its appearance as an organized political party in the fall of 1981, behind the charismatic leadership of former Army Intelligence Major Roberto Diaby's René Hurtado, quoted in Alan Nairn, Behind the Death Squads, The Progressive, May 1984, 22:88. Sun. A meeting took place in the Baroque headquarters of Guatemala's ultra-right-wing National Liberation Movement in downtown Guatemala City. Presiding was MLN leader Mario Sandoval Alarcon, a man whose name has become synonymous with right-wing terrorist violence in Central America. The meeting was the beginning of an extended program of aid and guidance from Guatemala's MLN to a group which would later become the Nationalist Republican Alliance in El Salvador. Sandoval spoke in an electronic rasp caused by a cancer operation. He told his audience, a group of young Salvadoran businessmen worried by the leftist direction their country was taking, about the bloody history of the MLN and the sacrifice each of them would have to make to form a party like the MLN in El Salvador. Sandoval's own political organization has earned him the nickname Godfather and the Vice Presidency of Guatemala. That organization is one of the largest and most disciplined in Central America. Its origins go back to 1953, when the party was formed hastily as a mercenary army by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency for the successful overthrow of Guatemalan reformist President Jacobo Arbenz Guzman the next year. During the 1980 Guatemalan presidential elections, the MLN advertised itself as the Party of Organized Violence. Sandoval is an important figure in the rise of ARENA. He not only advised it politically, but loaned the Salvadorans advisors to train them in underground techniques. And Sandoval said he gave ARENA the MLN slogan, Dios, Patria y Libertad, which the MLN received from the assassinated Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo. But the most important advice Sandoval said he gave his Salvadoran counterparts was to organize themselves politically. The Guatemalan leader told the Albuquerque Journal that at first, when Roberto D'Aubuisson and the other Salvadorans came to see him in 1979, they were concerned only with getting arms and organizing their paramilitary underground. Sandoval said he tried to restrain them from falling into the error of a terrorist organization. If they kill you, you kill back, he said. But he warned that without a political organization they would lose within a year. To help them get started, Sandoval said, he raised money for D'Aubuisson's group, making several trips to Miami to visit relatives. The sum was far less than $10 million, he said, and was earmarked for political purposes. The MLN also aided the Salvadoran rightists in smuggling weapons into El Salvador, according to a former highly placed Guatemalan official who asked not to be identified. D'Aubuisson first met Sandoval through a group of young Salvadoran rightists who had formed a group called the Salvadoran Nationalist Movement. One of its members, David Escobedo Nito Panama, who became a 89. D'Aubuisson aide, is Sandoval's nephew. Panama proudly describes his uncle Mario as the biggest anti-communist leader in the world, now that Chiang Kai-shek is dead. When the MLN was established under Carlos Castillo Armas Carrot in 1953, the group began as a paramilitary force and only later became a political party. In the mid-1960s, the MLN leadership integrated anti-communist civilians into the military security apparatus to wage an anti-guerrilla campaign in eastern Guatemala. In the cities, according to a well-informed Guatemalan politician, the MLN began a new organization called the Mano Blanca, or White Hand, which began issuing death threats, followed by assassination teams. During the ensuing terror campaign, a program of mass political assassinations was directed against those who spoke out in favor of the poor. It was the first such terror campaign in Central America. During the 2 years of its duration, human rights organizations estimate that between 3,000 and 8,000 Guatemalans were killed by rightist forces. When the Guatemalan guerrilla movement reappeared in the late 1970s, the Guatemalan death squads also returned, and thousands more were killed. Each time the death squads appeared in Guatemala, similarly named killing groups appeared in neighboring El Salvador. They believe in Jeffersonian democracy and death squads. Their colors are red, white and blue. They are strident Salvadoran nationalists who have built the country's second largest political party from a violent anti-communist paramilitary network. and in perfect English they learned in American schools, they defend the killing of thousands of civilians as necessary to preserve democracy and the free market. In short, they are fighting for what Americans cherish most with the methods Americans value least. Uncontrolled killing of civilians is at the center of debate about growing U.S. involvement in El Salvador. Since 1979, and after nearly $1 billion in U.S. aid, the commitment of U.S. advisors and training programs, 40,000 Salvadorans, the majority of them non-combatants, have been killed. Many died at the hands of leftist guerrillas and their sympathizers. But most were killed by forces allied with a government supported by the United States. The so-called rightist death squads use terror as a weapon to forestall economic reform and prevent negotiations with leftist guerrillas to bring an end to the Civil War. 8. El Salvador's divided military by Shirley Christian. El Salvador is a sobering and disillusioning place for anyone who believes that military and police forces are neutral agencies that even-handedly defend the safety of all a country's citizens. The armed forces make ritual statements confirming such a benign role. For example, in an address at the Gerardo Barrios Military Academy in San Salvador, Defense Minister General Eugenio Vides Casanova proudly announced to the cadets in May 1985 that the Salvadoran military is a monolithic organization that has eliminated internal antagonisms. That their armed forces is a neutral and independent entity in the midst of complex and divisive circumstances that have been affecting our society. Some months earlier, Vides Casanova's aide assured one of the editors of this book that whatever may have been the case in the past, the military has developed its professionalism to the point that it corrects its own mistakes internally by punishing soldiers who violate civilian laws and terrorize the population. In the essay that follows, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Shirley Christian shows a different side of the Salvadoran military, a long tradition of routine brutality and corruption that cannot be so easily swept aside with self-serving rhetorical declarations. Enjoying contacts within the ranks of the Salvadoran military, the envy of other reporters, she writes with inside knowledge about its splits and tensions. Having covered Central America for the Miami Herald, Shirley Christian is now with the Washington bureau of the New York Times. She is the author of Nicaragua, Revolution in the Family. One evening in March of 1980, a slightly built man wearing glasses and the 3 gold stars of a full colonel in the Salvadoran army went on television and told the nation that more than 200 of the largest private farms in the country were being expropriated, as part of the military's commitment to bring social and economic justice to the downtrodden. The next morning, army troops led by officers waving the new decree moved onto the farms to begin setting up cooperatives run by peasants. During the coming weeks, in a temporary operations center at the High Command headquarters, an army major kept track of completed takeovers by placing pins on a large wall map showing most of the farms in the country. Because of the tense atmosphere caused by the brewing guerrilla war and bitter opposition from well-armed landowners, it was thought that only the army enjoyed the power and security to set the agrarian reform in motion, a job that otherwise would have been given to a civilian agency. One night a few months later, uniformed men pulled up to one of the newly created farm cooperatives in an armored vehicle, awakened a dozen or so men including cooperative members and government specialists assisting them, and shot them to death. 2 agronomists died while they were trying to show the troops their government identification cards. Most of the outside world has come to look on the Salvadoran military as a murderous, repressive, monolithic institution, the problem, if you will. But there is also the other side of the Salvadoran military, the one that is looking for solutions to the country's social, economic, and political problems, and that is willing to break with the past to find them. It is a military that cannot be characterized only with a set of good-bad, black-white images. When I try to think of episodes or circumstances that capture the essence of the Salvadoran army, it is neither the reforms nor the killings that come to mind. Rather, it is the night, when a captain in his mid-30s sat before me, a bandage on one shoulder visible through his freshly ironed yellow Guayabera shirt. It was not a guerrilla war wound that the bandage covered, but a wound from the army's own internal warfare. Someone had shot the captain as he drove down the highway from Santa Ana, a provincial capital. He thought it was one of the supporters of Roberto d'Aubuisson, a vehement anti-communist major who had been invited to leave the army a few months earlier, because he had refused to turn over to the new military-civilian junta his files on leftist subversion and political prisoners. D'Aubuisson and about a dozen of his army and civilian friends were being detained for allegedly plotting a coup d'état on behalf of rich men who had lost land to the agrarian reform. Troops loyal to Colonel Adolfo Maginot, one of the two military officers in the ruling junta, had swooped down on an isolated farmhouse the night before and captured the alleged plotters. The wounded captain was in an agitated state. Maginot, who was his colonel, might be in danger. There had been threats from members of the d'Aubuisson camp. The whole officer corps, about 700 men at the time, was in confusion as it began several days of debate on the crisis. It was tempting to characterize the debate as the captain did in terms of Maginot, a committed reformer, being under assault from a group of officers serving the interests of big money. But it was just as much, or more, a dispute over the undefined rules under which the officers of the Salvadoran army hold themselves together as the ruling elite. Maginot had ordered the arrests without consulting Colonel Jaime Abdul Gutierrez, the other army officer in the governing junta. Gutierrez was angry. He too supported reforms, and was not fond of d'Aubuisson, but he thought the way to deal with the problem would be quietly to ship those involved abroad, instead of arresting them and running the unacceptable risk of army officers killing other army officers. The issue of what d'Aubuisson and his friends had, or had not, been plotting became entangled with what Gutierrez thought of as Maginot's questionable methodology. Gutierrez appointed a military judge to rule on the charges against d'Aubuisson. In a fence-straddling decision worthy of Salvadoran military tradition, Gutierrez selected as judge a major who was strongly identified with the so-called Maginista, or Reform, sector of the army but who also had graduated from the military academy in the same class as d'Aubuisson. Gutierrez hoped that a man with allegiances in both directions might somehow decide the case on its merits. To Gutierrez that meant a decision avoiding a permanent rupture in the military institution. Within the week, d'Aubuisson went free and fled to Guatemala, and his alleged co-conspirators were dispatched in various directions. Maginot lost a subsequent vote of confidence to Gutierrez but remained in the junta until he was thrown out of the government, though not the army, at the end of 1980. My captain subsequently did the unbelievable and took to the hills with the guerrillas. D'Aubuisson returned to relative glory last year, by founding a political party and getting himself elected president of the Constituent Assembly. Gutierrez saw the government through to those elections, then stepped out of the picture and watched in dismay as some civilian politicians tried to undo the social programs he had helped put in motion. The appeal of an army career. Where it begins for most of these men is at the Captain General Gerardo Barrios Military School, a place of waxed tile floors, fresh paint, tropical flower beds, and polite cadets. The teachers talk of rewards that come with loyal service to the nation, and the cadets learn that the welfare of the army and the welfare of the fatherland are indistinguishable. Most of the cadets come from lower middle-class families who struggle to put their sons through high school in the hope that they will pass the entrance examinations for the military school, which provides 4 years of free education and living expenses. Becoming an officer is the most certain way to rise socially for an intelligent, earnest young man lacking family means. It will never put him on the same social level as those whose ancestors built the great coffee estates, but 93. It offers the imprimatur of respectability in a country where that is denied to all but a few. It has traditionally led, at the very least, to influence, to moderate and sometimes great wealth, and to cabinet ministries and maybe the presidency. Many enter the academy, few finish. Most officers now deciding the future of the country graduated in classes of 12 to 20 men in the late 1950s and the first half of the 1960s. They emerged from the academy with strong alliances and a sense of shared past and future. Most received advanced training in the United States, Panama, Taiwan, Argentina, and Chile, and at the Army's own School of High Command. By law, a professional military career lasts 30 years, beginning the day a young man enters the academy, which means that most officers retire before they are 50. Though their paths may cross only occasionally in the years during which they move to seniority and power, no one forgets his classmates. Together they constitute what Salvadorans call a tanda. We might call it a caste, each graduating class a subcaste of the larger caste. If a member deviates too much from a line that nobody can define, he gets a stint abroad for re-education, drumming on a desk in a cubbyhole at a Salvadoran embassy in some country that hardly knows El Salvador exists. Seldom is a member of the caste turned out permanently. The military in El Salvador is divided into two groups of armed bodies, those traditionally concerned with defense of the national territory and those concerned with keeping internal order. The first group includes the 22,400-man army plus the Navy and the Air Force, each of which has only a few hundred men. The second group includes the National Guard, with 3,300 men, the National Police, with 3,500 men, and the Treasury Police, with 1,700 men. The creation of the internal security forces is generally linked by historians to the conversion of El Salvador's agricultural economy, in the second half of the last century, to coffee growing and private ownership of land by criollos, Spaniards born in the New World. Such farms needed labor, so the emerging military forces were used to persuade Indians, who had previously farmed in an informal communal system, to work on the farms. When the National Guard was created, it was for the express purpose of carrying out a new law against vagabondism aimed at any Indians who did not want to work for the criollos. The guardsmen also protected private property against thieves or squatters. The Treasury Police was created after the turn of RHE century to combat trafficking in all kinds of contraband, on which the Central Treasury was being denied its tax revenue. Specifically, however, it was understood that the Treasury Police agents were to prevent Indians from getting drunk on chicha, the local version of corn liquor, and being unable to work. Treasury agents chased the chic heroes who produced and sold the liquor to the Indians. Of the three branches of the internal security forces, only the National Police, which is assigned to handle police functions in the 20 largest urban areas, has dealt with anything remotely connected with protection of human 94. Life. Protection of the economic system was always the primary function of the security apparatus. By tradition, the toughest, meanest men in villages and rural townships were selected for the National Guard and Treasury Police, which offered lifetime careers that were attractive to men who had done their army draft duty and needed work. Because of the large size of many estates, groups of guardsmen or Treasury Police were often based on the farms and worked virtually at the direction of the owner or his manager. No one ever told these men to use finesse in carrying out their assignments. The prevailing philosophy of the security forces was found in a phrase thought to have been brought to the New World by instructors from the Spanish Civil Guard and repeated often in the Salvadoran National Guard: authority that does not abuse loses its prestige. In addition, the National Guard, too short-handed to cover the entire country, organized canton patrols under the command of sergeants or retired sergeants and staffed by men who are not formally a part of the National Guard but are given uniforms and guns. As the war has developed, an additional paramilitary organization, called Civil Defense, has organized patrols in rural battle areas, with only loose connections with the nearest army base. The quality of the manpower, and the attitudes toward individual rights among these two groups, are, at best, on a par with those of the National Guard and the Treasury Police. The army developed as a garrison force, and until the war began, more than 3 years ago, its strength was held to only about a third of its present size. The young conscript soldiers, recruited among the peasants and urban poor for 12 to 18 months of service, sat in barracks in the 14 departmental capitals waiting for war with a foreign power, such as the 100-hour war with Honduras, in 1969, while the academy-educated officers devoted themselves to building the only political party that mattered at the time. To a large extent, the officers have been the only element connecting these various defense and security forces, and officers have traditionally come from that tight little network of graduates from the Army's Military Academy. In recent years, there has been some promotion from within the security forces, but the control and leadership of each force has remained with Army officers. 1932, the Marti Uprising. Newspaper stories often say that El Salvador has been ruled by the army for half a century. In fact, since Central America became independent from Spain, in 1821, El Salvador has almost always been governed by men whose right to power is based on guns. But historians usually treat 1932 as the watershed year in Salvadoran history. That was the year of a peasant uprising led by Farabundo Marti, one of the first communists in Central America and the man whose memory the present guerrilla movement invokes in calling itself the 95. Marti National Liberation Front. A military dictator named General Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez emerged to quell the uprising by killing a number of people, mostly peasants, put variously at between 7,000 and 30,000. He won for himself the designation of El Salvador's first modern military ruler. Before 1932, the rulers were men who commanded local armies or were combinations of landowners and warlords. After the bloodbath came a period of modernization. Highways were built, a communications system established, and a national currency created for the first time. Even counting only from 1932, El Salvador has experienced the longest-running and most institutionalized military rule in Latin America. This rule has been centered in the military, in contrast to the personal dictatorships common in many other Latin American countries, where one man a Somoza, a Trujillo, a Stroessner ruled or rules through the military. In El Salvador during the past 50 years, no one individual has ever been allowed to place himself above the military, with the exception, to a certain extent, of General Hernandez Martinez, who put the system in motion. In the late 1940s, the army organized a formal political party through which it governed the country, though other parties were not prohibited. At the beginning of the 1960s, the party was reorganized and named the National Conciliation Party, but the system of relying on senior army officers for leadership and for presidential candidates remained the same. The officers called elections every 5 years and established a National Assembly. If the National Conciliation Party did not win the elections, the military stuffed the ballot boxes. The National Conciliation Party and its predecessor were not ideological parties, they existed for the purpose of attaining and holding power behind a facade of legitimacy. An officer had to support the party. It was not something he learned in the academy but something he learned as he went along in his career. If he did not, he passed his days in dead-end hardship posts. The presidential candidate was always a military officer, though civilians were occasionally in the running for the nomination. In 1966, General José Alberto Medrano, the head of the State Intelligence Agency, founded a vast rural network called the Nationalist Democratic Organization, known by its Spanish acronym, ODEN, to promote democratic virtues and to combat communism. It served as the grassroots structure for the party. White-collar civilians, particularly business and professional men, were also encouraged to support the party. Corruption in the army. The birth of institutionalized army rule in the 1930s came about in tacit agreement with the landed rich, usually referred to as the coffee oligarchy. It was not a hand-in-glove arrangement, in which the rich pulled the military 96 strings, but an unwritten pact to use and use each other for mutual benefit. One coffee grower told me that the arrangement guaranteed an accommodating attitude by the military toward those with economic power. Another member of his class explained that the productive sector agreed to finance the government, i.e., pay taxes, and close its eyes to the fact that army officers steal a substantial amount in return for being left in peace to make money. The rich financed the electoral campaigns and were allowed to name their own kind to the ministries dealing with the economy and foreign affairs. They looked down upon their military partners, who, in turn, felt great social resentment toward those who bankrolled them. Corruption is still extensive. Officers are routinely bought off or blackmailed by civilians seeking military influence. Some officers receive payoffs from men doing business in their territory. Each provincial commander has the opportunity, for example, to make a profit on the monthly food budget for the 1,000 or so troops under his command. In some cases, it is difficult to draw the line between corruption and the granting of favors, such as the offering of bank directorships and jobs in private business after retirement from the military. Some officers accept only what is dangled in front of them, others aggressively seek payoffs. In 1976, the Chief of Staff of the Army was convicted in U.S. federal court in New York and sentenced to prison for his part in a scheme to sell $2.5 million worth of submachine guns to American gangsters, guns he was intending to buy in the United States by submitting to the State Department a false certificate saying that the weapons would be shipped to his own army. Corruption is so much a part of anything related to the Salvadoran military that any time an officer changes his position on any question, Salvadorans automatically assume that someone has bought him. Over the past 4 years, I have heard so many whispered charges and countercharges of corruption from officers and civilians that I conclude that the alleged corruption adds up to an impossible amount. Even the rare officer who joins the left or so much as proposes talking to the insurgents is likely to encounter the allegation that the guerrillas have offered him money. One theory of why U.S. military assistance is not more successful as a pressure device for ending human rights abuses is that it offers little prospect of individual rake-offs, because very little of it actually comes into El Salvador as money. Most comes as equipment and subs or in the form of training Salvadoran soldiers in the United States and Panama. Military changes from within. Despite the electoral framework created by the military and its pact with the rich, there have been periodic eruptions from within the military caused by various things: the desire for reform, individual officers overstepping acceptable bounds of corruption, pressures from younger officers eager for their turn. 97. At the top, and external events. Each such eruption, however, has had some lasting effect, because each new group of officers has justified the assumption of power with promises to create a fair society and hold free elections, and has taken at least some steps toward keeping them. 2 tumultuous periods of coups and government reorganizations, one in the mid-1940s and another at the beginning of the 1960s, resulted in substantial improvements, relatively speaking, in social and labor laws and the freedom to organize opposition political parties. This freedom led, in turn, to the birth and growth in the 1960s of the Christian Democratic Party, now the strongest single party in the country, though it lacks an outright majority. Some smaller opposition parties to the left of the Christian Democrats also developed, including a legal front organization for the Communist Party. Throughout the 1970s, the Communists participated in elections as part of the opposition coalition, but a split in their party spawned 3 of the present guerrilla groups, and the party itself opted to become a guerrilla force at the end of 1979. It was obvious that this gradual opening up of the society would lead to a victory by the opposition, given free elections. When that came close to happening in 1972, the year the coalition led by José Napoleón Duarte got a plurality and possibly an outright majority of the popular vote, the army went through another eruption. It announced false election results, giving the victory to its own candidate. A month later, several officers, dissatisfied with the fraud, attempted a rebellion. Perhaps because this rebellion raised the ultimate question whether the military would actually give up power, the rest of the army put it down with 100 or more deaths and no significant change in the power structure. Duarte was arrested, beaten, and sent into exile, though he had played no role in organizing the rebellion. Today, many officers, as well as foreign analysts, believe that the failure to allow Duarte his victory contributed to the growth of guerrilla groups and social problems. In May of 1979, a small group of officers began to meet. They saw a burgeoning leftist movement that not only was raising tens of millions of dollars by kidnapping wealthy Salvadorans or foreign businessmen but could put 200,000 demonstrators in the streets at one time. They looked at Nicaragua, where the Somoza dynasty was in its death throes, and saw that the United States was doing nothing to rescue the Nicaraguan National Guard, a military institution that had been, until recently, as strongly entrenched as that in El Salvador. Finally, they considered the occupant of the presidential palace. General Carlos Humberto Romero, who was isolated from many senior officers, deaf to the pleas of moderate civilians that he take drastic measures to correct national problems, and out of favor with the Carter administration because of the growing number of bodies turning up in trash cans and along the roads. The officers concluded that circumstances were such that the Marxist-Leninist guerrilla groups and their supporting organizations could carry out a successful insurrection by the end of the year. They decided to act before then. 98. The 1979 coup. On the morning of October 15, the three senior men in the small group of officers, Colonel Gutierrez, Lieutenant Colonel René Guerra y Guerra, and Major Alvaro Salazar Brands took command of San Carlos, the headquarters of the 1st Brigade in the capital. Junior officers working with them demanded the surrender of barracks commanders around the country. Gutierrez telephoned President Romero to request that he leave the country. Another shaking of the meadery tree was underway, and everyone involved thought that this one would turn out to be more momentous than any in the past. Salazar Brands had said during the planning sessions that it would have to be the last military coup in El Salvador for at least 20 years. The political planning that went into it was even more careful than the logistical planning. A proclamation was written containing a heavy dose of theory about the redistribution of wealth primarily through an agrarian reform, a vague promise to call elections, and a commitment to work to repair the divisions in Salvadoran society, presumably meaning an attempt to patch things up with insurgents. In a country desperately short of skill in political analysis and organization, the three officers represented a remarkably large amount of what skill there was. Gutierrez, an engineer, had respected administrative and managerial talents. Salazar Brands had earned a degree in political science at the Central American University after finishing military school, an unusual education for a military officer. Guerra y Guerra, more highly born than most military officers, consulted closely with a relative among the Jesuit priests, who dominate the teaching and administration of the university. After much jockeying in the final days before the coup, Colonel Gutierrez and Colonel Adolfo Maginot were selected to represent the military in the new ruling junta, which was also to include 3 civilians. Guerra y Guerra wanted to be a member of the junta, but Gutierrez insisted that only full colonels should serve, so Guerra y Guerra and the younger officers working with him asked Maginot, then deputy director of the military academy, to represent them. He played no role in organizing the coup and apparently hesitated at the last moment, not arriving at the San Carlos barracks until late on the day of the coup. Maginot was then 41 and Gutierrez was 43, both were part of the small elite that full colonels constitute in a country where few make general. Like the U.S. Senate, the colonels form an exclusive club of people with great influence and status. After the coup, nearly 60 senior officers, including all the generals and the majority of the colonels, were retired or sent abroad. Only about a dozen full colonels were allowed to remain, all of them handpicked by Gutierrez, though the number was allowed to rise with promotions made in the months after the coup. 99. A continuing military shakedown. The 1979 coup was not the beginning and end of change in the meadery. The years since have brought an ongoing shakedown involving both power and ideas. The Salvadoran military has washed its linen in public as no other Latin American military institution has, providing a rare look inside a situation that would be reported with rumor and supposition in other countries. In part, this public display came about because the coup was followed by the assertion of a form of internal military democracy by the entire officer corps. For a while, everybody claimed the right to an opinion and a vote about every government policy. Gutierrez thought that this was no way to fight a war, and set out to reassert the traditional top-to-bottom command structure. Eventually, some 25 commanders, all colonels or lieutenant colonels, assumed the power to make most military decisions, but the lingering effects of the democratization period have made it necessary for commanders to take into account the opinions of lower-ranking officers if they want their barracks to function. There was military unity when the coup was carried out in 1979, but within a few months it began to break down over various issues, and the consensus continues to be in debate today. Among the issues being debated are commitment or non-commitment to the promised reforms, past associations, corruption, relations with, and manipulations by, civilian groups, personal ambition, and, on occasion, conduct of the war. Guerra and many young officers, for example, viewed Gutierrez as corrupt, because of his past position as head of the State Communications Corporation, a traditional source of rake-offs. The left regularly dropped the suggestion that Gutierrez worked for the CIA. Guerra was distrusted by Gutierrez and his friends, who saw him as too personally ambitious and for that reason damaging to the agreed-upon goals. Gutierrez, a somewhat retiring person, thought that Maginot hogged the limelight too much for a man who had done nothing to bring off the coup. Maginot, known to friends and detractors alike for honesty, intelligence, and naivete, thought that as the elected representative of a group of younger officers he had the responsibility to improve the miserable human rights record of the armed forces. Robert E. White, the American ambassador, encouraged him in this role. In all the allegations of coup attempts and purges during 1980, it was never clear who was trying to do what to whom. Some officers accused Maginot of flirting with the guerrillas, whose political front groups were tempting him to make a grab for total power with statements to the effect that they knew him to be recuperable, not bloodthirsty. At the same time, some officers, particularly those friendly to the ousted Major d'Aguisson, were viewed as being in the pay of the extreme right. When the many versions of civilian government Thai have shared power with the military since the 1979 coup are added to this equation, the machinations, 100, and interests involved in any policy decision are multiplied. The first junta, made up of the 2 colonels and 3 civilians and backed by a cabinet that ranged from businessmen to communists, lasted through 10 weeks of tears, shouting, and mutual accusations before the inevitable self-destruction. Most of the civilians in the junta and the cabinet wanted Maginot to assert the power of the younger officers to remove 3 senior officers the civilians perceived to be blocking progress: Gutierrez, Defense Minister José Guillermo Garcia, and Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova, the director of the National Guard. Those 3 colonels, on the other hand, claimed that the civilians were being manipulated by the extreme left. Maginot was apparently swayed against attempting a takeover by the fear that he might be destroying the military. When the first junta broke apart, the Christian Democrats joined the military in forming a government, and while they had more collective staying power than the first set of civilians, they were shaken by the unsolved killings of various party activists and the flight of others to exile and affiliation with the insurgents. Though close to Maginot in social ideas, the Christian Democrats found him a difficult loner in day-to-day affairs, and decided that Gutierrez was more realistic and effective. At the end of 1980, Gutierrez and Defense Minister Garcia made a written pact with the Christian Democrats that led to restructuring the government in the form that lasted until the elections in March 1982 for the Assembly, which began writing a new constitution. The catalyst for the 1980 restructuring, aside from the power struggles involving Maginot, was the murder of 4 American missionaries by a National Guard patrol. The idea was to give a respected civilian, Duarte, more power by making him president of the junta, and to establish firmer authority lines in the army and security forces. In the process, Garcia, Gutierrez, and Vides Casanova became generals. A month later, however, the Reagan administration came into office almost simultaneously with the first big guerrilla offensive. The question of how to fight the insurgency on the battlefield quickly became more important than abuse of authority. A tradition of violence. El Salvador's convulsions of the past 4 years have drawn attention to the terrible violence that has existed seemingly forever but that has increased as part of the reaction and counter-reaction to the insurgency. Somewhere along the line, the general principle that in wars people try to kill their enemies has been replaced in El Salvador with the notion that one kills whoever is easiest to kill. Usually, that has meant any young man between 18 and 24, families of government troops and of guerrillas, politicians who think it 101 might be a good idea for the sides to negotiate, and nuns and other social activists who become involved with the intention of helping the poor. The killings and abuses fall into several categories. One is crimes committed by so-called death squads or by individuals in them, which usually single out individual people or families, often those known nationally or in small towns for commitment to a particular cause, revolutionary or otherwise. It is accepted, among military officers and others, that the death squads are commanded by a few middle or lower level officers, who, in the pay of civilian groups, recruit gunmen, particularly enlisted men from the National Guard or Treasury Police, to carry out political assassinations. This theory is largely based on supposition, but there are some factual kernels that support it. Papers taken from the briefcase of a captain arrested with Dogwison during the alleged farmhouse plotting 3 years ago revealed a list of last names of military officers suspected by other officers of receiving payoffs to run death squads. Distinct from the death squad killings are mass killings in rural battle zones. The circumstances of these killings are clouded by great confusion and lack of information, such as whether the victims were families of guerrillas and whether they were killed intentionally by government troops, caught in crossfire, or eliminated in a no-holds-barred cleanup sweep. Sometimes what the guerrillas describe as the site of a military massacre the army will describe as a burial ground for guerrilla combat losses. A third category of killings is related to feuds in small towns and rural areas which are only nominally, if at all, related to any of the issues in the war. In the absence of legal and police authority, those who have guns, which seems to be almost everyone, resolve things in their own way. Some analysts like to fix responsibility for this violence squarely at the top of the military structure, particularly on General Garcia in his long reign as defense minister, beginning the day after the 1979 coup and ending with his resignation in April 1983, and a few other men in key positions, such as the heads of the National Guard and the Treasury Police. But the structure of the Salvadoran military is so diffuse that there is no such thing as a clear order. By tradition, the defense minister presides rather than directs. He is dependent on the willingness of the 14 departmental commanders and of the heads of the 3 security forces to obey him. Even the link from the heads of the security forces to their troops is imprecise, because the security force detachments in the 14 departments are responsible first to the provincial army commander. When officers are inclined to clean up the units under their command, the old ways are often so embedded as to prevent it. The 2 officers assigned to take over the National Guard and the National Police after the 1979 coup, General Vides Casanova and Colonel Carlos Reynaldo López Nula, sought unsuccessfully in 1980 to be rehabbed of their posts, because they feared that it was impossible to get internal control of the organizations they 102 were supposed to command. Further removed from the center of power and the command structure is the network of canton and civil defense patrols in rural zones. These patrols, unpaid or badly paid, appear to take the brunt of guerrilla firepower and, in turn, to bear a large part of the responsibility in mass killings. There have been efforts to deal with these problems, with mixed degrees of enthusiasm and success. The National Police, the National Guard, and the Treasury Police have dismissed several hundred men during the past 3 years as part of a campaign to weed out those who abuse their authority and to replace them with younger men who might carry out their assignments in a more humane way. Since the time when he wanted to throw up his hands in defeat in his effort to control the National Police, Colonel López Nula, a lawyer who previously served on the Army legal staff, has made some advances in teaching the police how to investigate crimes, particularly kidnappings, and in developing a code of conduct that includes keeping arrest records. Nevertheless, it is still routine for the post to beat up anyone they arrest. The Army High Command has held occasional meetings, which are well publicized, with the leaders of the canton and civil defense patrols, to plead for better behavior. A key element in the problems of violence, to which military leaders point as proof that they cannot bear the full responsibility, is the absence of a functioning judicial system. Many people concerned with achieving human rights progress in El Salvador, Americans as well as Salvadorans, believe that until the example of legal punishment is demonstrated, those who commit violent acts, whether they wear uniforms or not, will never change their ways. Some army officers speak bitterly of arresting people and turning them over to the civilian courts for investigation and prosecution, only to find them soon freed on technicalities. Salvadoran judges are known for being easy to buy off and easy to frighten. Bombs, threats, and terrorist attacks are the established methods used by people on all political sides to influence judges. A colonel told me about a large cocaine bust in which he played a significant role several years ago. The defendants, 2 Peruvian women arrested in a San Salvador hotel, went free after a large amount of money came into the country and, according to the colonel, was generously distributed among key people in the judicial system. Finally, there is the matter of what José Napoleon Duarte calls the culture of violence that prevails in El Salvador. Most Salvadorans are as convinced that extreme violence is part of their national character as they are convinced that corruption is endemic to the military and those who surround it. Government in El Salvador has traditionally been based on the authority of terror, implied even when not exerted. Rumor, cruelty, and ignorance are also at play in many killings among the rural population, which is largely illiterate. Some argue that the issue of military abuse will be solved only as the entire society resolves its violence problem by a combination of education and legal punishment for the guilty. The complex truth. Each one has his own truth, a colonel commanding a post in eastern El Salvador once told me as he discussed the army's degree of commitment or non-commitment to social change. Anyone trying to take an objective view will indeed find many truths about the Salvadoran military institution. A few truths are commendable, some are only barely palatable, and some are despicable. Some are simply facts that will not go away. Among them, the Salvadoran military has a lot of innocent blood on its hands, and admits it only reluctantly. It also has an ample historical sense of how its hands got bloody. It has reached a degree of consensus about the need to change the country's social and political attitudes, and to make the military put a high value on human life. But there are sectors in the armed forces not in agreement, men who believe that it is still possible to use the threat of a communist takeover to justify oppression. There is also disagreement, even among the majority, about how to reach the national goals and how much internal change the military can absorb in time of war. Finally, as Salvadoran military history has shown, conflicts over ideas and policies often get deflected by personal ambition and greed. The error lies in believing only one of these truths about the Salvadoran military, whichever it may be, and ignoring the others. In the end, the military wants to survive, and its leadership wants to do what is necessary to ensure that. Despite its own soul-searching of the past few years, the Salvadoran military, in large measure, looks to the United States to define what is necessary. The messages it gets are unclear at best, and often contradictory. Trying to interpret the demands coming from the many centers of power and influence in the United States, the White House, the National Security Council, the State Department, the Pentagon, Congress, the press, opinion polls, pressure groups, and demonstrators leads some officers to conclude that it is enough merely to talk a reformist line, and others to see the disaster ahead if the military does not take the lead in effecting actual reforms. Without a clearer message from the United States, the officers may be unable to agree on what to do next. This is a military that is at war as much with itself as with the guerrillas. 104. 9. The Roman Catholic Church in El Salvador, the early years carried by the staff of Central America Research Institute. Traditionally, and despite the occasional dissenting voice of an exceptional churchman, Latin America has seen what Alan Riding has called the alliance of cross and sword. The dominant Roman Catholic Church not only has supported the unjust and oppressive colonial and post-colonial societies in the region, but through its own land holdings, was itself part of the system of injustice. Hidden away in Christian doctrine, however, were seeds of radicalism that could flower under appropriate historical circumstances. The emergence of liberation theology in El Salvador and other places in Latin America shows that by the 1970s the time had come for a challenge to the alliance of cross and sword within the Church. This development is treated in Chapter 3. Here, we offer discussion of the social forces out of which liberation theology emerged in El Salvador. The Church in the colonial era. The papacy actively promoted colonization and Christianization of the New World by the Spanish monarchy, in a series of mutual agreements designed to counter the Catholic Church's decline in Europe. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI granted the Spanish crown dominion over all of the Americas except Brazil. Subsequent agreements ceded the crown the right to the tithes of the Church in the New World and the right of universal patronage, including the right to nominate bishops and archbishops for the colonies. In return, the Crown agreed to fund the establishment of the faith in the New World. Additionally, in 1478 Pope Sixtus IV granted the Crown complete control over the Inquisition, which was extended to the New World in 1570. This allowed the Spanish authorities to persecute and eliminate both religious and political dissent. Challenges to both official doctrine and royal authority were attacked as heretical rejections of the divine order of the empire. Thus the Church and Crown collaborated closely in the strengthening of Spanish dominion in Latin America. As part of the subjugation of the indigenous population, all native culture and religion, including temples, shrines, religious books and images, were destroyed and replaced with of the conquistadores. To this end, priests learned the native languages and counseled the Indians to accept the new order and religion. The first priest sent to El Salvador, for example, was sent in 1528 to help ensure the docility of the Indians. Dissenting voices. A minority within the Church protested the barbarous exploitation of the Latin American Indians and asked for the absolution of their irreligion due to their state of innocence. In 1551-52, Friar Bartolomé de las Casas urged the Crown to curb the forced exploitation of Indians in the mines and in the encomienda system of the great colonial estates, through which the Indians were placed under the control of the conquistadores, some as a serf-like and others, dispossessed of their lands, as a slave-like labor force. Many missionary clergy in touch with the Indian population on a daily basis argued that they be allowed to preserve their traditional lifestyle of communal agriculture. Partially due to these efforts and partially as an attempt to save the rapidly dwindling Indian population from extinction at the hands of the encomenderos, the Crown interceded on behalf of the Indians, limiting their exploitation and exempting them from the Inquisition. According to King Philip II, more than v3 of the Indian population had been killed by 1581. Establishment of hierarchy. While initially the missionary clergy had been given relative independence in their work, as the colonial system was consolidated, a traditional ecclesiastical hierarchy was established in the New World. In the General Capitancy of Guatemala, which included most of Central America, the Bishopric of León de Nicaragua was established in 1531, Comayagua and Guatemala in 1534, and Chiapas in 1538. Throughout the early 16th century, the ecclesiastical hierarchy struggled to wrest economic and religious control over the cofradias from the missionary clergy. The cofradia, a medieval Spanish socio-religious organization promoted by the Catholic Church, was strongest in Central America in the rural areas. Although in appearance its primary function was religious, it also served as a political administration of the indigenous population and an economic source of revenues for the local religious and political powers. The basis of the cofradia was the communal land tenure practiced by the indigenous population in El Salvador. While most of the major agricultural product during the colonial era, indigo, was produced on a few large estates, some 40 to 50% of less important land remained in the collective hands of the local community, regulated and taxed by the Crown. When in the mid-18th century Charles III awarded official control over the 106 cofradias to the ecclesiastical clergy, the cofradias themselves rejected this. This struggle led to a slow reduction in the role of clergy in the cofradias, to the perfunctory performance of Mass and other ceremonies. By 1821 the Archbishopric of Guatemala had 20 vicars and 161 parish priests, serving 424 villages, settlements in 85 valleys, and 23 newly organized Indian communities. It had under its control 1,720 cofradias. Contemporary descriptions pointed out the uneven wealth of parishes, the unsystematic pastoral attention, the exploitation of the Indians, and in general the lack of clergy necessary to carry out all the duties of the Church in the region. Independence. Towards the end of the 17th century, liberal ideas promoting the emancipation of the colonies penetrated the Catholic Church in the New World through clergy of Creole background. In El Salvador, the liberal priest Father José Matías Delgado led an abortive revolt against Spanish rule in 1811. The ecclesiastical hierarchy, however closely tied to the crown, actively opposed the Central American independence movements, using excommunication and other measures against progressive clergy. In 1821, Central America achieved independence from Spain. El Salvador had constituted itself as a nation by 1840. The struggle between the conservatives, who supported the old political and religious order, and the liberals, who sought to restructure the economy and church-state relations, lasted most of the 19th century. Salvadoran liberals called for land reform to replace the communal lands with freely alienable private property, to meet the demands of El Salvador's integration into the world economy. The liberal program called for sovereignty of state over church, including religious tolerance, civil marriage, and secular education. Most important, they sought to end church control of land held in mortmain by restricting church holdings to land upon which its buildings were located. Once in power, the liberals moved to break up the traditional land structure to facilitate the production of export crops, specifically coffee, which by 1874–75 had become the principal export product. This process led to an enormous increase in the landless rural and urban working classes. The church in El Salvador had held relatively little property, its source of power was not so much economic as from the institutions it controlled. The ecclesiastical hierarchy supported the conservatives as long as they remained politically viable, warning that insurrection was a mortal sin and that state order was divinely ordained. With the liberal triumph, however, the institutional church joined the new state in the breakup of the communal lands. Moving to assert control over the cofradias. Archbishop Pérez Aguilar ordered parish priests to seize control over the cofradia funds. When many cofradias resisted, he ordered priests to rely on the military for support. The peasants fiercely resisted seizure of their lands. In many areas there was open insurrection, and when that failed they often burned the fields they were forced to leave. The rural police was formed in 1889 to enforce the liberals' program. Decline of church influence. Although the church's collaboration with the state tipped the balance in its favor in the struggle for control of the cofradias, it ultimately did not enable the church to take control of them, rather, it destroyed them. Attempts by the church to incorporate the dispossessed cofradias or to recreate their structure failed. The few which remained in existence continued to resist the liberal reforms. In 1932, for example, the Isalca cofradias led by Feliciano Ama played a key role in the insurrection against the dictator Martinez. Thus the presence of the church in rural areas became sporadic, while with the rise of the liberals its general political power and economic control declined. Growing new institutions, government bureaucracies, workers' and artisans' organizations, political parties and economic groups diminished the church's political influence in the new order. Attempts at the beginning of the century by modernizing economic sectors to diversify agriculture and to establish some manufacturing were cut off by the effects of the 1929 world economic crisis. This entrenched the coffee-producing oligarchy in power. Before the 1929 crisis, El Salvador was governed by coffee producers as presidents, afterwards specifically after the 1932 peasant uprising and massacre by the armed forces. The church as a whole collaborated with the powerful oligarchy and their governments. In the countryside, landowners invited priests and even bishops to celebrate Mass in the private churches on their estates. In the cities, political figures bolstered their image with the support of local priests and church hierarchy. Throughout his 13-year reign, General Martinez continued to favor the coffee oligarchy at the expense of the country's industrial growth. After World War II, supported by United States aid and rising commodity prices, attempts at modernization recommenced. Labor organizing grew, despite anti-labor laws and political repression. The 1960s marked the regional integration of El Salvador into the Central American Common Market, favoring the new industrial economic sectors. In spite of the relatively rapid industrial and economic growth, the social and economic conditions of some sectors of the population, especially rural, did not improve and in fact deteriorated. Of 450,000 agricultural workers in 1961, 108. Only 290,000 owned small plots of land. In 1965 there were 54,000 landless families, in 1971, 72,000. As industry grew an average of 9% annually, industrial employment increased from 9% in 1950 to 13% in 1961. While minimum daily expenses for a Salvadoran family were estimated at 7.08 colones in 1961, the average industrial salary was 3.48 colones. In 1964 the average rural wage was only 1.61 colones. Rural pauperization, urban migration, unemployment, and poverty began to create a pressing problem for the regimes in power, which met attempts at labor organizing with repression. The growing misery and poverty were also to impact significantly upon the Catholic Church in the next decade. 10. The ideology of Salvadoran Christian democracy carried by Stephen Webre. Christianity, which was forced upon the indigenous populations of Latin America by the Spanish conquistadores in the 16th century, has been hard put to escape its early role as the oppressor's religion. In the 1960s, Christian democracy surfaced in the region as a serious alternative to the traditional religious viewpoint, which upheld the prerogatives of the conquistadores' successors, the oligarchs and militarists, whose religious apologists preached popular passivity in the face of injustice. Except among die-hard conservatives, reformist Christian democracy was not only an improvement over religious backing for the status quo, but also a palatable alternative to left-wing revolution, especially after Fidel Castro's victory over the Batista dictatorship in Cuba in 1959. As Stephen Webre clearly demonstrates, for El Salvador Christian democracy was the political ideology of a section of the middle class who found an eloquent spokesman in the U.S.-educated engineer José Napoleón Duarte. Duarte v. to contest the political power monopolized by the oligarchy and the military, but he opposed the sweeping redistribution of wealth called for by socialist parties on the left. The right-wing opposition to Duarte did not make fine distinctions between reformists and revolutionaries. They considered the Christian Democrats watermelon man green carrot on the outside, red on the inside. The problems of a moderate Christian Democrat in a society as highly polarized as El Salvador's are analyzed further in Chapter 4. In the excerpt below, Weber skillfully sets forth the background and hemispheric context of Duarte's quest for a middle way in El Salvador. The period of democratic experimentation in El Salvador in the 1960s coincided with a time of apparent electoral stability in many Latin American countries and thus served to confirm the beliefs of those who argued that the process of political development was linear and cumulative and would inevitably lead to a golden era of civil supremacy and parliamentary democracy. Somehow the collapse in 1964 of the boisterous Brazilian democracy went unappreciated amidst the general optimism. Few people would have guessed that the authoritarianism of the Brazilian colonels and not such enthusiastically welcomed democratic regimes as that of Romulo Betancourt in Venezuela would come to characterize Latin America in the 1970s, or that even such countries of long democratic tradition as Chile and Uruguay would ultimately produce repressive regimes. What non-communist progressives sought in Latin America in the years immediately following the Cuban Revolution was a safe reformist alternative to the threat of a proliferation of Castroist revolutions in the area. The most substantial tradition for such a movement was that provided by the Peruvian Opera and such other social democratic parties as Acción Democrática in Venezuela and Liberación Nacional in Costa Rica. Although these movements enjoyed impeccable democratic credentials forged in the struggle against dictatorship that passed for revolutionary activity in most of Latin America before the triumph of Fidel Castro, they had over the years grown staid and conservative. Another possible model, although one peculiar to a single country, was the Mexican PRL, a third alternative, which must have seemed to come virtually from nowhere in the late 1950s and early 1960s, was Christian democracy. The expansion of this movement was remarkable. By 1964, the year of the first Christian democratic victories in El Salvador, there were similar parties in 16 of the 20 Latin American republics. Only Honduras, Paraguay, Haiti, and Cuba lacked them. For the most part, Christian democracy in Latin America was a relatively recent phenomenon. Although the oldest parties, those of Uruguay and Chile, were of much earlier origin, most of the parties were founded in the period following World War I. Their leaders were inspired by the role European Christian democratic parties had played in the post-war recovery of West Germany, Italy, and France. The early 1960s were important years for Christian democracy in all of Latin America. In 1963, the Peruvian Christian Democrats joined the government in coalition with Fernando Belaúnde's Acción Popular and, by the 110 end of the year, elected one of their own leaders mayor of Lima. In Venezuela, Rafael Caldera's Social Christian COPI placed second in the 1963 presidential race and was the only party that actually gained in voter support over the previous elections. By far the most successful of all the Latin American Christian democratic parties in 1964, however, was the Chilean PDC. In the municipal elections in 1963, the Christian Democrats had suddenly replaced the Radicals as Chile's leading political party. Then in 1964, Eduardo Fremontalva's triumph in the presidential race made Chile the first Latin American republic to come under a modern Christian democratic administration. Many observers hailed Free's victory as the coming of a new era in Latin America, an era in which social injustice would fall beneath the onslaught of humane and Christian government operating in an open atmosphere of democracy and liberty. To reformers, progressives, even revolutionaries who found communism distasteful, Christian democracy seemed to offer an excellent alternative. Free's defeat of a communist-backed coalition led by Salvador Allende Gossens offered encouragement to those who feared that all of Latin America was in imminent danger of communist takeover. The communists themselves recognized the potential significance of this setback. Although Radio Havana attributed the Free victory to fraud, intimidation, and bribery, Cuban Prime Minister Fidel Castro candidly admitted that sometimes our opponents surpass us in ability. By the end of the decade, it would become abundantly clear that Christian democracy was no more a panacea or a wave of the future than had been the opera movement or even the guerrilla socialism practiced by Castro in Cuba. In particular, observers tended to overlook the importance of the fact that Free owed his victory to a coalition with Chile's intransigent right. Still, in 1964, when Free's triumph was fresh, all was euphoria and optimism. Latin American Christian Democrats state with pride that theirs is an ideological movement, a claim significant in a region where political parties have seldom been more than vehicles for personal ambition, with little goal other than the conquest and enjoyment of high political office. From the beginning, the leaders of the Salvadoran PDC emphasized this major difference between their party and the crowd of ephemeral, personalist parties that continued to characterize Salvadoran politics. Their party, they declared upon announcing its formation, would be permanent, purely ideological in character. Something new in our country. The most important single source of inspiration for the Christian democratic movement has been the social doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church, especially as set forth in Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum. Leo attacked both Marxist socialism and classical liberalism. He admitted the similarity between many socialist tenets and the teachings of the gospel, but he condemned the notions of economic materialism and determinism as denials of the spiritual nature of man. He defended private property as a natural 111 right, but cautioned that it must be held and used in a socially just manner. He upheld the rights of labor against capitalist exploitation and called for state intervention on behalf of workers. He urged trade unionization, collective bargaining, experiments in agricultural cooperatives, cooperation among the classes, and the preservation and strengthening of such traditional social institutions as church and family. In short, his was a call for Christians to work together to build a better society based upon traditional spiritual values and founded in the teachings of the Catholic Church. 40 years later, Pope Pius XI echoed Leo's ideas in his Quadragesimo Anno, a condemnation of laissez-faire liberalism and defense of proletarian organization. More recently, 2 encyclicals of Pope John XXIII, Mater et Magistra and Pacem in Terris, have provided further reinforcement for the social Christian position, as has the important Populorum Progetio of Paul VI. The Christian Democratic Party of El Salvador emerged from a series of meetings dedicated to the study of the writings of these men and others. The men who participated in these discussions were mostly lawyers who had studied political theory at the National University. They were also Catholics attracted by the spiritual foundation of Christian democracy. Roberto Lara Villadue, Abraham Rodriguez, and such younger men as the student leaders Hector Dada Hierze, José Ovidio Hernández, and Carlos Herrera Rebollo, were all familiar with the works of Maritain, Caldera, and Free. On the other hand, some were not so well read. Party leader Napoleon Duarte, an engineer by training and profession, freely admits the deficiency of his own ideological preparation. In the early days of the movement, he devoted his time and talent almost exclusively to the mechanical aspects of party organization, leaving theory to the lawyers and humanists. Not surprisingly, the Catholic background of Christian democracy at times caused the movement to be identified in the public mind with the Church itself. In Latin America, where pacifism and obscurantism rather than progressivism traditionally characterized the social attitude of the ecclesiastical establishment, this was potentially a source of great misunderstanding and embarrassment. The radical and Marxist left often criticized the Christian Democrats for their supposed clericalism. The truth was, however, that, despite the religious inspiration and symbolism evident in the movement, there were no formal and very few informal ties between it and the Church. In fact, in most cases neither the parties nor the Church was willing to accept or encourage any such cooperation. Christian democracy is not a religion. It is a social and political movement concerned with worldly rather than heavenly kingdoms. The founders of the Salvadoran Party made their position as clear as possible when they declared that the PDC categorically denies that it is in any way directed by the Catholic Church or any other religious body, behaving that politics and religion should not be mixed. 112. While the left has attacked the Christian Democrats for their clericalism, the Catholic right has generally disowned them for their progressivism. There are some issues upon which the PDC and conservative churchmen and laity have found agreement, such as support for religious education and opposition to birth control, but there are many others on which they have remained antagonists. In addition to the accusation of clericalism, another charge frequently leveled at the Christian Democrats was that they were an international party. They denied this, but Christian democracy was in fact an international movement and the individual parties always stressed their ties with one another. Since 1947 there has been a hemisphere-wide confederation of social Christian parties, the Christian Democratic Organization of America, which, while it cannot compel adherence to its polities, does exercise a great deal of influence over its member organizations. In the eyes of nationalists both right and left, the international character of the Christian democratic movement was only slightly more suspect than its emphasis upon a foreign policy of international cooperation. The Salvadoran PDC was as concerned with national autonomy and rights as any nationalist group, but with the notable exception of its wholehearted support of the government's position in the 1969 war with Honduras, it generally translated this concern into a call for cooperation, regional integration, and international social justice, instead of an irrational isolationism. Of particular interest to El Salvador's Christian Democrats was the strengthening of the Latin position in the Organization of American States, the defense of the rights of smaller countries in the United Nations and of producer nations in world markets, and the economic integration of Central America. The PDC, in fact, favored an international order from which imperialism and colonialism of all types were absent. To critics who charged that Christian Democrats took their orders from Rome, Caracas, or Santiago de Chile, Roberto Lara Villadour replied not only that this was not true but also that, even if it were, these were hardly sinister imperial powers on a level with Washington, Moscow, or Peking, from whom the official party and the Marxists derived their inspiration. Christian democracy, Lara Villadour explained, differed from the two major alternatives in that it was not an imperial ideology. According to him, liberalism and communism both required the subordination of smaller states to larger ones in order to function properly. Thus, while the liberal and communist systems achieved their highest expression in the world's three great imperial states, the United States, Russia, and China, Christian democracy was more suited to the small national or territorial state that wished only to safeguard its own rights and autonomy. The Salvadoran PDC repeatedly condemned colonialism and was as critical of the Soviet version as of the North American, citing Cuba as a victim of both forms. The party's first national convention in San Salvador in 1961 Con 113 condemned the Cuban Revolution as a betrayal of the Cuban people's struggle for liberation and warned of the threat it posed of Soviet domination in the Caribbean. Equally conscious of a threat from the North, the Christian Democrat minority in the Salvadoran Legislative Assembly successfully urged the passage in 1965 of a resolution condemning the United States military intervention in the Dominican Republic. On the issue of economic penetration, Lara Villadour opposed the establishment of a local branch of the First National City Bank of New York, as another spearhead of foreign imperialism, and Abraham Rodriguez, in his 1967 presidential campaign, condemned the Rivera government's policy of floating large foreign loans for public works projects, then using the money to buy foreign materials and hire imported workers and technicians. In 1969, José Napoleón Duarte, then serving as mayor of San Salvador, shocked a gathering of Central American municipal officials in Veracruz, Mexico, by condemning United States POHCY in Latin America as designed to maintain the Ibero-American countries in a condition of direct dependence upon the international political decisions most beneficial to the United States, both at the hemispheric and world levels. Thus preach to us of democracy while everywhere they support dictatorships. Continent-wide, Christian Democrats resist location within the simplistic typology of right versus left. A Nicaraguan social Christian leader has made perhaps the most precise statement of this problem. If by left we understand the struggle for social justice, the great battle for the social and economic redemption of the people, the incorporation of workers and peasants into the mainstream of culture and civilization, then undoubtedly we are leftist. If, however, by left is understood historical materialism, communist totalitarianism, and the suppression of liberty, then in no way are we leftists. If by right is understood the conservation of the spiritual values of civilization, the historical legacy of humanity, and the dignity and liberty of man, then there can be no doubt that we are rightists. But if by right we understand the conservation of an economic order based on the exploitation of man by man, on social injustice, we energetically refuse the name of rightists. Adhering to Catholic teaching, Christian Democrats rejected the belief in the ultimate perfectibility of man and the determinism therefore inherent in laissez-faire liberalism and Marxist socialism. But the movement itself drew fire from critics for the determinism supposedly implicit in its own belief in the inevitability of revolution in Latin America. Christian Democrats believed that the inequities in Latin American society must eventually lead to violence if they were not corrected. Since they did not believe that most of these inequities could be remedied short of drastic structural change, They called in reality for a revolution of their own, a peaceful Christian revolution to prevent a violent, materialist one. The word revolution often appeared in the polemics of the Salvadoran 114 Party. A revolution, the party declared in 1966, was unavoidable. But, spokesman hastened to add, the Christian democratic revolution would not be violent or destructive of national institutions. Rather, it would be a scientifically and technically planned process designed to effect, within the limits of liberty and national reality, a peaceful and rapid change in political, economic, and social structures. In his political memoirs, Napoleon Duarte rejects the Marxian notion that the clash of thesis and antithesis must necessarily lead to a constructive synthesis. It is just as likely to lead to the reinforcement of the thesis or to an orgy of wasteful violence. Change is necessary, Duarte is in effect saying, but it cannot be undertaken lightly or without careful preparation. He likens the revolution contemplated by the Christian Democrats to a controlled chain reaction produced in a nuclear reactor. The Christian Democratic call for revolution in liberty * aroused suspicion among observers of all political persuasions. One Uruguayan leftist saw it as an attempt on the part of the Catholic bourgeoisie to * short-circuit the aspirations of the workers by bringing about minor social change, preserving capitalism, and restoring the temporal authority of the Church. In El Salvador, a right-wing clerical polemicist who often faulted the Salvadoran PDC for the thoughts and actions of its Chilean counterpart accused the Christian Democrats of adopting Marxist theory and giving the concept of revolution priority over that of liberty. The notion of the inevitability of such a revolution he condemned as Hegelian and, therefore, presumably determinist, Marxist, and heretical. Finally, he charged that Christian Democrats prefaced democracy with the word Christian for the same reason communists used peoples to deceive the masses. The Christian Democrats had quite definite ideas about the kind of world they hoped to build as a result of their revolution. The new regime would above all be one of democracy and social justice. From the beginning, the Salvadoran Party declared these popular aspirations to be its overriding goals. The PDC used the word democracy in the classic political sense: open elections, respect for the dignity of the individual, the guarantee of human and constitutional rights, and an end to persecution and imposition. By social justice, the Christian Democrats meant the just payment of labor, the economic and cultural redemption of the peasantry, and a more equitable distribution of property and the fruits of production. Party leaders here placed the greatest stress on the right of the individual Salvadoran to gain a decent living from his work. Above and beyond any moral basis for this position, both Duarte and Lara Viladú argued that a more just diffusion of Salvadoran wealth would be beneficial to the nation as a whole, as the increased number of consumers would serve as a stimulus to industrial growth and the widened propertied class would contribute to political stability. The minimum acceptable standard of living in El Salvador, as defined by party leaders at a roundtable discussion in 1962, would be one in which every 115 citizen would be guaranteed a nutritious and filling diet, sanitary, comfortable housing, adequate shoes and clothing, access to medicine and health care, the basic skills of literacy and sufficient vocational preparation to contribute in a productive fashion to the economy, protection in his or her old age. The key to social justice, according to the PDC, was structural reform designed to remove the obstacles the old order posed to the economic development of the country. It first set forth its plans to accomplish this on a national level in the presidential campaign of 1966 to 1967. In their platform of that year, the Christian Democrats declared their primary goal to be full employment at dignified wage levels. Since El Salvador had a large core of unemployed or underemployed citizens, the necessity of a high rate of economic growth was obvious, especially since the rapid increase in population meant that more than 30,000 new workers joined the labor force each year. As more than 60% of the existing labor force was already competing for a limited amount of work in the agricultural sector, the PDC hoped to incorporate the increment into non-agricultural pursuits by fostering industrial development and national productivity in general. How this prodigious feat was to be accomplished never was clear, but party leaders constantly invoked the sacred precepts of economic planning and state direction as the answer to the nation's ills. While they called for industrialization, the Christian Democrats placed virtually equal emphasis upon increasing productivity in the agricultural sphere. They urged a program to increase crop yields, but warned against the ruthless exploitation of the nation's soil resources without attention to the problem of conservation, a particularly important consideration in a country as small as El Salvador. The agricultural problem had a troublesome social aspect as well. Something must be done to ensure a decent living for the vast numbers of landless or nearly landless peasants who lived by selling their labor to the large operators. The demand for itinerant farm workers was seasonal. The PDC estimated in 1967 that the average laboring campesino worked only 120 days out of the year and guessed the productive income lost each year due to this situation to be more than 80 million colones. The government could employ some of these workers on housing and transportation infrastructure projects, the party declared, but the only lasting solution would be some sort of alteration of the prevailing pattern of land use and ownership. The Christian Democrats' moderate proposals received little criticism from the left in El Salvador, largely because the government was a more prominent target. Certain facets of the PDC program, however, scandalized traditional liberals on the right who chose to regard the party's approach to the problems of urban and rural labor as an attack upon private property. Very early, party leaders made it clear that they did not consider labor to be a commodity subject to the caprice of the law of supply and demand. When the editorial staff of El Diario de Hoy uncritically attacked this position as Marxism, Roberto Lara, 116. Villador replied that workers were as much investors as were stockholders and, as such, deserved a share of the company's profits as well as a guarantee of a decent having. He went on to distinguish the Christian democratic position, based upon the human dignity of the individual worker, from the alternative positions of liberalism and communism. Whereas in a liberal system the means of production remained in the hands of private capital and in a communist system in the hands of the state, Lara Villador argued, in an ideal Christian democratic community production would be a free and dignified collaboration between capital and labor. The concept of free collaboration of capital and labor along with the related concept of communitarian ownership of the means of production were popular themes in abstract discussions, but party ideologues rarely approached the question of practical implementation. Although conservatives, usually arguing weakly from the Chilean experience, charged that Christian Democrats favored the destruction of private property as an institution, the position of the Salvadoran PDC on this issue was essentially conservative. In an early declaration the party maintained its belief that property was a natural right justified in that it constituted a fair reward for work and provided for the satisfaction of the individual's present and future material needs. The Christian Democrats, however, also believed that social justice required property holding to be broadly diffused throughout society. To effect this, they urged just compensation for labor and easily accessible credit to encourage savings and consumption on the part of wage earners. They also demanded state protection for small proprietors in agriculture, industry, and commerce. The stated economic and social aim of the PDC was the growth of a large, comfortable middle class. Such a class, it believed, would provide the backbone for a stable economy and a durable democracy. As party leaders declared on many occasions, the solution of El Salvador's social problems did not lie in pulling down the oligarchy, but in elevating the oppressed. Of special concern to Christian Democrats in general and of the Salvadoran Party in particular was the position in society of the family and, closely related to this, the position of women. The PDC saw the family as the basic unit of society and repeatedly expressed a determination to strengthen it. According to the party, the family was the primary nucleus of socialization, education, moral formation, and economic activity, and a strong family could provide the vanguard in every struggle from that against hunger to that against juvenile delinquency. A major obstacle to the achievement of family strength and stability in El Salvador has been the large number of households formed from free unions instead of legal marriages. This has particular implications for the position of women in society. In the lower classes, where the entire family must function as a productive unit in order to stay ahead of starvation, the needs of the family have forced the Salvadoran woman to serve as bread 117 winner as well as mother. Working class men, repeatedly bested in the uphill struggle to maintain a hovel full of hungry children, often leave home in search of work, or simply out of frustration. Many never return, abandoning their families entirely. In the city of San Salvador, the vast majority of the market vendors are women, many of whom must provide for families without any assistance from men. In recognition of this situation, the PDC called early for legislation to protect the economic rights of wives and mothers and to require fathers and husbands to meet their domestic responsibilities. Only with her economic interests thus protected, the party declared in its Mother's Day message for 1961, could the Salvadoran woman be free to accomplish her grand mission as queen of the home and educator of her children. PDC concern for women's rights and interests was not completely altruistic, of course. Since 1945, women have become increasingly important as voters and political leaders in Latin America. Politicians, Christian Democrats not the least among them, have been quick to recognize this. Women have been particularly receptive to the message of Christian democracy because of its religious inspiration and because of its emphasis upon social stability and family security. From a broad examination of party pronouncements on various issues, it soon becomes apparent that, although the rhetoric of the PDC may at times have been radical or even revolutionary, the ends and means it actually proposed in El Salvador were generally moderate and at times socially conservative. The PDC's interest in political reform and espousal of traditional Western democratic values are reminiscent of the program of the moderate rightist Old Guard PAR, which it displaced in 1964 as the dominant opposition party. The movement's scriptural inspiration and its emphasis upon Christian morality appealed particularly to traditionalist sentiment in society, as did its claim to be an ideology compatible with El Salvador's Hispanic heritage. The PDC's call for regional solidarity to be accompanied by the rejection of alien ideologies, such as communism and liberalism, represented an attachment to the fundamentals of Salvadoran culture and society. Similarly conservative was the party's desire to maintain an ordered society along established lines through the strengthening of traditional social institutions, such as the family and the church. The economic programs of the Christian Democratic Party may appear at first examination to have been more radical than its social goals. But one should remember that the economic changes the party proposed were designed specifically to achieve the restoration of its vision of an ideal social order. Party theorists were thoroughly committed to the concept of private property, which they did not believe to be mutually exclusive with social justice. While they did recognize the need for more broadly distributed property holding in order to achieve social justice and political stability, they spoke more of diffusion than of redistribution. The goal was to 118. Create new wealth through industrial growth and increased productivity in general, and to ensure its fair distribution in society, rather than to divide up existing property. In the one area of Salvadoran economic life where this course was clearly impossible, that of land ownership, Christian Democrats agreed, however reluctantly, to the necessity of expropriation and redistribution. But, even here, the PDC opposed precipitous action. The process of redistribution must be keyed to the development of markets, roads, and technical education, in order to guarantee that the peasants would be able to exploit their new holdings in the most efficient manner. Above all, the Christian Democrats insisted that the expropriated landowners be compensated for their lost property. Salvadoran Christian democracy was in many ways an ideology well suited to the middle-class lawyers and other professionals who founded and led the party. While it adopted a moral orientation toward the question of social justice, it did not question the concept of class advantage itself. It retained private property as the foundation of economic life and assumed individual inequities in its distribution, condemning such inequities only when they were so gross as to threaten social order and development. It sought the support and cooperation of disadvantaged members of society in order to promote changes that it believed would contribute to the orderly expansion of a propertied middle class, and saw the growth of such a class as the best guarantee of political democracy and a tranquil social order. To manage social tensions from below, the PDC urged the organization of the masses into associations similar to those interest and professional guilds gremios, the elites had always employed to articulate and defend their class positions. The party also advocated measures designed to ease access to the middle class from below and welfarist programs designed to ameliorate the lot of those who inevitably would remain at the bottom. The Christian Democrats hoped through education not only to promote social stability but to inculcate the masses with middle-class values. Thus the PDC stressed wholesomeness and respectability in family life and campaigned against non-marital unions, irresponsible fathers, alcoholism, and other such socially dissolutive practices as gambling and prostitution. In spite of the protestations and denials of Christian Democratic leaders, not only in El Salvador but all over Latin America, it is hard to avoid the judgment of one North American scholar that Christian democratic social theory is essentially traditional. Catholic corporatism. Christian democracy is not forward-looking, it is backward-looking, back past the dehumanizing rise of liberalism and nationalism, past the centralizing age of political absolutism, past the secularizing world of the Renaissance, back to the medieval ideal of unity and order, to a world where all Christendom was theoretically a community and where the moral laws that guided man's spiritual and personal life supposedly guided his political and economic activities as well. The applicable 119 ity of this charming vision to modern industrial society is, of course, highly questionable. Prescribing against the possibility of social violence from below was a simple matter when compared to the necessity to manage elite attitudes. The PDC's vision of an ideal society, while moderate, required significant concessions on the part of an established oligarchy that had developed an elaborate moral vision of its own to justify the existing order. While the goal of a revolution accomplished solely through Christian suasion and moral education is an attractive one to those who abhor bloodshed, one must be skeptical about its chances for success in any society, much less one such as El Salvador's, where the privileged have routinely demonstrated their willingness to employ any means whatsoever to preserve intact their advantages by stifling all but the most innocuous attempts at change. One must particularly doubt the wisdom of advocating the diffusion of power and decision-making responsibility in a region where a major difficulty for governments has always been that they have generally not been powerful enough to enforce compliance with policies other than those most favorable to established interests. Chapter 3. The Church and Liberation Theology. Editor's Introduction. Every religious viewpoint has to grapple with the problem of theodicy, the reconciliation of divine justice with the palpable reality of evil and suffering on earth. Most often this is accomplished by assuring people that God's infinite wisdom and mercy will eventually prevail, even if life looks grim in the present and injustice and exploitation run rampant. The problem of theodicy is raised in José María Arguda's moving novel of contemporary Latin America, Todas las Sangres, All the Blood, Buenos Aires, 1964, which includes among its characters a priest who tries to assure his parishioners that they must bear misfortunes because God is everywhere with all people and all classes. But a peasant, a humble tiller of the soil, questions the priest closely on what appears like a rationale for human-made injustice. Was God in the heart of those who broke the body of the innocent teacher Belito? The peasant inquires. Is God in the bodies of the engineers who are killing La Esmeralda? In the official who took the cornfields away from their owners? Questions such as these have been increasingly raised within the Roman Catholic Church in Latin America during the years since Pope John XXIII's Second Vatican Council in 1962. Many within the Church have persisted in the traditional mold, focusing on salvation and evangelism strictly defined so as to exclude, either implicitly or explicitly, any call to social action or any challenge to the established order. Some within the hierarchy have counseled. 121. 122. Submission to authority instead of activism. And given their blessing to unjust governments and structures. but increasingly, brave parish priests, and even an occasional bishop or archbishop, have stepped forward to speak out against injustice and oppression. Aligning themselves with the oppressed groups, these progressive churchmen risk the displeasure of the privileged elites, who often send gunmen to liquidate radical priests. Such martyrdom came to the outspoken Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero, head of the Roman Catholic Church in El Salvador until his assassination in the early spring of 1980. Romero might prove to be no less a threat to the Salvadoran oligarchs in death than in life. In addition to animating the Latin American clergy and attracting missionaries from such places as the United States to assist in the struggles for social justice, the outburst of radical religious commitment has also taken the form of a new doctrinal outlook, the so-called liberation theology. The tenets of this theology stress the Church's primary mission to minister to the poor and downtrodden rather than to serve the wealthy and powerful. Priests and lay delegates of the Word in El Salvador and elsewhere have fanned out into the countryside as well as the urban centers, bringing the message that the people's poverty is not willed by God but is the result of historical patterns of oppression that cannot be overcome without action toward peace and justice. During Pope John Paul IP's 1983 visit to El Salvador and the rest of Central America, he voiced concerns about the direction and even the legitimacy of some liberation theology currents. The Pope urged priests and lay leaders to be faithful transmitters of church doctrine, responsive to the authority of their superiors. This attitude has caused concern among advocates of liberation theology. The papal approach to the issue is decidedly mixed. On the one hand, the Pope has reaffirmed the Vatican II emphasis on popular evangelization and the need for the Church to stand with the poor in their struggles against unjust structures. The Pope has, however, warned against the use of Marxist analysis as a tool for understanding social and structural injustice, and against church alliances with Marxist groups. Such involvements, in the Vatican's view, constitute a flawed compromise with an ideology that at its heart denies transcendental aspects basic to the Church and would subvert the Church's role as an autonomous institution separate from partisan politics and guided by a hierarchy already in place. The Pope has, at once, affirmed a large part of that which we call liberation theology while seeking to define more narrowly the dos and don'ts for the Church within that current. The Salvadoran Church, despite disagreements among its bishops over the nature of the political dynamic and the government, has consistently spoken out for a genuine land reform, a redistribution of power and income, and a negotiated settlement to the civil war. It has steadfastly supported freedom. 123. Of association for all Salvadorans and played an important part in monitoring and publicizing violations of basic human rights. The Church is currently mediating the dispute between the government and the opposition in order to humanize the conflict and, eventually, bring about a negotiated settlement. Through its social service agencies, the Salvadoran Church has reached out to help all Salvadorans, regardless of political persuasion, to secure adequate food, shelter, healthcare, and, most importantly, human dignity. It is perhaps the sort of concrete work, more than this or that theological hypothesis, that has made the Salvadoran Church an important factor in El Salvador's complex equation and its uncertain future. 11. The rebirth of Christian militancy in El Salvador carried by the staff of CARIN/Central America Research Institute. The upsurge of Christian radicalism, symbolized in El Salvador by the ministry, the teaching, and ultimately the martyrdom of Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero, constitutes a challenge to the U.S. government's doctrine that popular unrest in Central America is the product of outside agitators Nicaraguan, Cuban, Soviet. As veteran New York Times journalist Alan Riding put it, it is an amazing tribute to the abilities of these outsiders to orchestrate from afar the revolutions that are erupting from the very bowels of Central America. In reality, these movements are being stirred by more powerful forces, the human instincts of hunger and faith. But U.S. policy toward Latin America has no room for such subtleties. Continuing the discussion of the Roman Catholic Church in El Salvador from Reading 9, we present here discussion of the high degree of social activism carried out throughout the religious institutions of Salvadoran society. Transformation of the church began in El Salvador in the 1960s with the establishment of community development programs, among them health education and savings and production cooperatives. During the 1970s it continued with the rapid growth of Christian base communes, organized on the local level by priests, who eventually trained leaders c.osen by the groups. Excerpted from El Salvador's Catholic Church, Central American Bulletin, 3. 124. These leaders were known as delegates of the Word and catechists. Pastoral work included the discussion of biblical passages, which were reflected upon in relation to the daily lives of the community members and implemented in some form of social action. The Salvadoran government came to characterize this activity, and the organizing associated with it, as threatening and subversive. El Salvador's then Archbishop Luis Chavez y González and his auxiliary Arturo Rivera y Damas both actively supported the development and work of the base communities, and the right of the people to organize for improved social conditions, especially agrarian reform. When Chavez y González retired in 1977, Rivera y Damas was passed over as his successor. Many believe this was because his support for reforms put him in too confrontational a position with the government. Instead, the chosen archbishop was Oscar Arnulfo Romero, who had acquired a reputation as a conservative. However, Romero's views were deeply affected by developments during the late 1970s, including an increasingly high level of repression against the church. During Romero's term and subsequent transformation as archbishop, his closest ally in times of confrontation with the government over attacks against the civilian population and the church was Rivera y Damas. The base communities and the priests and nuns committed to the promotion of the doctrine of Vatican II and Gettleman became an increasingly important sector within the church, commonly called the popular church. The government often associated the popular church with budding organizations working to improve social conditions, sometimes accurately and other times inaccurately. These organizations, known as popular organizations within El Salvador, later consolidated in the opposition FDR/FMLN. In 1978, Romero and Rivera y Damas issued a pastoral letter, The Church and the Popular Organizations. In it they stated that the popular organizations were the only means open to Salvadorans for participation in the political affairs of their country. They also called for a dialogue between the popular organizations and the church. The highest body of the Catholic Church in El Salvador is the Episcopal Conference, composed of the bishops of the 5 dioceses in El Salvador: San Vicente, Santa Ana, San Miguel, Santiago de Maria and San Salvador. Occasionally other bishops also participate. One of SEED's principal tasks is to issue church policy statements reflecting the thinking of hierarchy on important issues facing their constituents. Romero's strong stance on human rights and popular organizing caused tremendous tension within SEED's. Many bishops and priests were actively supporting the government. After Romero and Rivera y Damas issued their letter in 1978, the other bishops issued a statement prohibiting priests and lay workers from involvement with popular organizations. During his 3-year term, Romero came under increasing attack from the other bishops, especially San Vicente's Bishop Pedro Arnaldo Aparicio and San Miguel's Bishop José Eduardo Alvarez. After Romero's assassination in March, the Vatican did not appoint a new archbishop immediately. Instead, it appointed Rivera y Damas as apostolic administrator of the Church. The Popular Church. The Popular Church and its relationship with popular organizations has continued to be a source of tension and division in the Church. The organization that coordinates and directs the pastoral work of the Popular Church, the National Coordination of the Popular Church, was formed in 1980, after Romero's assassination. The majority of parishes in which CONUP is present are located in the zones of control areas of the country from which government forces have been driven by the FMLN and replaced by a local Civijan administration. Many villages that had a strong base community movement in the 1970s are now in these zones, and CONUP has a strong presence in them. Since its formation, CONUP has been condemned by SEEDS as a whole and by Bishops Aparicio and Alvarez individually. When asked about the Popular Church in March 1983, Archbishop Rivera y Damas referred to the 1979 Bishops' Conference in Puebla, Mexico, saying that it had been defined and sanctioned then as a * church that has grown from the people. Nevertheless, in those areas where it has grown and developed, it has become a little too ideological, and this has created some problems of division. Rivera y Damas, however, has not condemned the popular church outright. In 1982, when Bishop Aparicio accused priests working with Christians in zones of control of collaborating with guerrillas, Rivera y Damas responded by stating that pastoral work should be conducted wherever it is needed and asked for. CONUP responded to Aparicio's accusation by saying that in the course of its pastoral work, it has suffered persecution, including imprisonment, torture and assassination, but it chose to be * where the people are creating their history. It added that in 2/3 of Aparicio's diocese, San Vicente, CONUP was the only church presence carrying out pastoral work. Because zones of control have been slowly expanding and consolidating since 1981, and are relatively free from government forces, the work of CONUP has not been subjected to government persecution, as members of the popular church were during the 1970s. Therefore, the popular church acquires a stronger presence in El Salvador over time. CONUP does not define itself as a parallel church. It is not a church that grew out of the people in opposition to the church of hierarchy. It declares 126. Itself open to the poor, because within our community we discover our mission and we regain our spirit in making an authentic church, b. to the hierarchy of the church and the ecclesiastical bodies, in order to receive from them their interpellations and to, as a community, construct the true church, the church of the poor, c. to the popular organizations, to accompany them in their construction of a more human, rational, and fraternal society. Tracy Shear visited Christian-based communities in Quelatenango in late 1983, and describes their work. Priests perform Mass, while delegates of the Word carry out the pastoral work including Bible study groups. Services are held outdoors in some villages because church buildings have been destroyed in the bombing raids or counterinsurgency operations. According to Shear, the Bible is a primary tool in literacy programs as it is one of the few books available in the zones of control. Church work in the zones involves both pastoral work and social obligations, as it did in the early Christian-based communities. However, conditions of work for popular church members are very difficult in zones of control. A young catechist describes his work. Work was more difficult every day because there was so much to do and I did not have time for everything. So I was asked to dedicate myself full-time to pastoral work and to stop baking bread. On Sundays, pre-sacramental meetings for baptisms and marriages were held. Monday through Saturday it was a matter of passing through the villages to evaluate tasks, to lift people's spirits and to plan the work together. We also had 3-day courses with persons responsible for other parishes. Tensions in the hierarchy. Despite Rivera y Damas' repeated calls for unity within the church, divisions are still evident. Some of these pertain to the existence of the popular church, as described in the previous section. Others pertain to the nature of church's role in the war. Seed's position on dialogue between the government and opposition forces provides an example of the latter. In November 1982, Seeds issued a call for dialogue. In January 1983, Aparicio, then vice president of Seeds, told the American Chamber of Commerce in San Salvador that he was opposed to dialogue because it would be between criminals and the state. Although Aparicio retired in June 1983, several other bishops remain who continue to work closely with the government. Alvarez is closely associated with the military. Marco René Ravello, Bishop of Santa Ana, is a member of the Government Peace Commission, and former Secretary of Seeds Freddy Delgado is a member of the Government Amnesty Commission and Human Rights Commission. 2 new bishops were installed during the past year. Former Auxiliary Bishop Oscar Barahona replaced Aparicio as Bishop of San Vicente, and 121. Former Vicar General Rodrigo Orlando Cabrera became Bishop of Santiago de Maria. The leadership in SEEDS also changed in routine elections. On March 22, 1984, Alvarez was replaced by Ravello as the president of SEEDS. These changes, while they may help to lessen the polarization within SEEDS somewhat, do not appear to resolve the basic division in the Church, nor depart radically from past policy trends. Central American University publication Carta a las Iglesias reported in March 1983 that SEEDS still remained divided between those who followed Vatican II and Metal-HN and those who did not. Pope stresses unity, reconciliation. In March 1983, Pope John Paul II visited Central America. Before and during his trip, the Pope stressed two objectives: to emphasize the need for reconciliation as a means for bringing to an end violence in the region, and to emphasize the need for unity within the Church. In El Salvador, expectations for his visit were displayed in a variety of ways. Rivera y Damas announced that the visit is viewed as a source of hope for the Salvadoran people, because it will unite us and invite us to a reconciliation. Christians in the zones of control held meetings in which they formulated suggestions and requests for the Pope and sent them to him in letters. They asked that the Salvadoran Catholic Church receive him, and not the government, that the Pope be given a bouquet of flowers in memory of the martyrs of the violence, that he visit refugees, the prisons, the slums and Romero's tomb, that he issue a call for dialogue, and that he name and condemn those responsible for violence against civilians. Cartas a las Iglesias wrote that the government and political party leaders remained silent on the subject of the Pope's visit for fear that he might repeat his August 1982 call for dialogue toward a political solution to the war. It also said that these political leaders hoped that the Pope would take a strong anti-Marxist stand during his visit. The Pope was received by the church hierarchy and the Salvadoran government. On March 6, 1983, Provisional President Alvaro Megaja announced in his reception speech that presidential elections would be held before the end of the year. The points most stressed by the Pope during his one-day stay in El Salvador had all been made before, and reflected the objectives of his trip. He called for dialogue among opposing factions in the war, for reconciliation and peace. He called for a sincere dialogue from which no one must be excluded. John Paul responded to Megaja's announcement of elections with the comment that the means announced and all the other adequate means could contribute to peaceful progress. As the National Catholic Reporter noted, means have been announced by the opposition, as well as by the government. And the opposition's plan includes a call of dialogue. 128. The Pope also called for unity within the Church. The strength of the Church is in unity, which is a responsibility of all members of the Church. This message contained a warning to the popular Church and to priests aligned with popular organizations to obey their bishops, and to stay out of partisan politics. The Pope told the priests to be faithful transmitters of Church doctrine and admonished them not to let ideology or temporal considerations enter into their teachings. They were not social leaders, political leaders, or functionaries of temporal power. Just prior to his visit, the Pope announced the appointment of Rivera y Damas as Archbishop of San Salvador. According to Roberto Cuellar, director of Socorro Jurídico, a church-related human rights organization, Rivera y Damas' appointment was a show of strong church support for the continued appeals for a peaceful solution to the conflict in El Salvador. While Central American University publication Estudio Centroamericano said that after his visit the moral and religious authority of the Pope still enormous, the popular church was disappointed with his visit. Father Rutilio Sanchez said that the Pope did not address our problems. We feel the Pope spoke as if he were in a different country. He never mentioned our war, our political prisoners, the hunger we are suffering, the repression. He spoke as if El Salvador were at peace. We felt very disappointed. Archbishop pushes dialogue. Throughout 1983, Rivera y Damas has continued to call for dialogue toward a political solution to the war in El Salvador. This call was supported by the Pope, who sent a message in January 1983 called Dialogue for Peace, an urgent need of our time. In response to this, the San Salvador Archdiocese Commission for Justice and Peace organized a day of prayer for peace on January 6, 1983, at which Rivera y Damas again urged the government and the FDR/FMLN to begin negotiations. When he was apostolic administrator, Rivera y Damas defined the Church's role in El Salvador as a nonpartisan intermediary between the government and the opposition forces and as an active promoter of a non-military resolution to the conflict. He has offered the services of the Church as a mediator and has also supported various political initiatives toward the realization of dialogue. Cartas a las Iglesias reported that the Church was involved in the process of bringing the various sectors together, but that the work was being done in secret. Rivera y Damas has also expressed support for the efforts of the Contadora Group Panama, Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela to bring about a political solution in Central America. During the fall 1983 preparations for the March 1984 elections in El Salvador, Rivera y Damas reaffirmed the need for dialogue between the Salvadoran 129 government and the opposition forces. He explained that such dialogue * would serve to avoid what happened in the March 1982 elections, which resulted in a government that instead of favoring internal reforms has set them back. In February 1984, Seeds issued a pastoral letter once again calling for dialogue. And 1 week before the March 25 elections, Rivera y Damas said that conditions for free elections did not exist. The elections are supposed to be free and democratic, but the spirit of the event is violent. Prelates denounce human rights violations. The Archbishop's office continued to monitor and report on the human rights situation during 1983, supplying one of the most consistent and authoritative sources of information on the political violence. Auxiliary Bishop Gregorio Rosa Chavez announced at the end of 1983 that 6,096 people died of political violence in El Salvador that year. He said it is almost a rare thing to die a natural death in this country. It is almost a miracle. In their Sunday homilies, Rivera y Damas and occasionally Rosa Chavez cite the level of violence of that week and the prevailing practices in human rights violations, and warn against increased U.S. military involvement in El Salvador. They are careful to balance these citations with denunciations of both government and FMLN actions. However, the emphasis is usually on the more severe and violent Army and Death Squad activity. Rivera y Damas also notes trends in the human rights situation. In January 1983, he said he didn't understand how military service could be said to be obligatory when only the poor were enlisted. In May, he denounced the indiscriminate use of mortar fire against civilians. And, as death squad activity increased in the summer and fall of 1983, Rivera y Damas and Rosa Chavez condemned their activities. In one such denunciation in July, Rosa Chavez said that even though death squad members belong to government security forces, they remain anonymous. He called on the government not to give false information about disappearances and murders. Rivera y Damas and Rosa Chavez have continued to make statements on political affairs that affect the human rights situation in El Salvador. In July, Rosa Chavez expressed the Church's concern with the deployment of the U.S. flotilla off the Central American coast. This is not a rational or peaceful solution, he said. In August, as the Constitution was being written, Rosa Chavez asked the Constituent Assembly not to vote by party or political bloc, but according to their conscience. He warned that if they continued with the same partisan attitude, they would give El Salvador a constitution devoid of any substance. During September 1983, Rivera y Damas addressed the U.S. presence in the region by saying the Central American people do not want to suffer the economic, political, or military dependence on another country any longer, nor to become the piñata of the superpowers. 130. When the Kissinger Commission report was issued in January 1984, Rosa Chavez commented on behalf of the Church that we again insist that fomenting the prolongation of the conflict means condemning to death more Salvadorans and increased suffering. Repression of the Church. The Catholic Church continues to be the target of human rights violations in El Salvador. Since 1981, 17 priests, nuns and religious have been killed. In 1983, a number of incidents point out the continuing tension. On April 6, 1983, 2 members of the Christian community in San Ramon were abducted, tortured, and shot by the National Police. Later that month, the National Police also abducted 2 members of the Salvadoran Lutheran Church, the Rev. Medardo Gomez and Dr. Angel Ibarra. As death squads became more active in the summer and fall of 1983, attacks against the church increased. During September, the Jesuit residence in San Salvador was bombed. According to Socorro Juridico, 4 members of the Social Secretariat of the Archdiocese were kidnapped for 10 days and then remitted to Mariana prison. That same day, it was revealed that Rivera y Damas had received a death threat. In October, the anti-communist brigade killed 4 people and left them in a parking lot. In a communique left with the bodies, the brigade accused one of them of being the contact for the Archbishop, Mons. Rivera y Damas, as intermediary to the contact with the Mexican embassy, who had supposedly helped coordinate church efforts to bring about negotiations. By November, both Rivera y Damas and Rosa Chavez had received death threats from the right-wing death squad Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade, warning them not to continue their denunciations of human rights violations. In October, Rosa Chavez's 74-year-old father was abducted by members of the armed forces, detained and then released. Despite these threats, Rivera y Damas and Rosa Chavez continued to report on the violence and comment on the political situation. Since becoming apostolic administrator, Rivera y Damas has had to contend with a church divided and clearly polarized between those whose work supports the government and those whose work supports the opposition. The church continues to be divided. Many priests work in the zones of control, others, including most of the bishops, participate in government-sponsored programs which ultimately are part of the counterinsurgency campaign. Rivera y Damas has called for unity within the church, and has been careful not to condemn too strongly either sector, while at the same time not embracing either. This has been backed up by the Pope, who gave his support for Rivera y Damas' job in leading the Church of El Salvador, by warning the popular church not to become too far removed from the hierarchy and calling for a negotiated settlement to the war. 131. Cartas a las Iglesias summed up Rivera y Damas' term as Archbishop in March 1983 as following the legacy of his 2 predecessors. Mons. Rivera y Damas has reclaimed the right of the people to organize, has insisted on the necessity of including the left in finding an authentic solution to the military conflict, has denounced the injustices and atrocities of both sides in the conflict, without fear of being accused of partiality when the bulk of the denunciations directly accuse the armed forces and security bodies. At the same time, on repeated occasions, he has sought the humanization of the conflict and has proposed dialogue and negotiations as the most rational and Christian resolution. On the other hand, Mons. Rivera y Damas has tried to keep alive the spirit of Mons. Romero. 12 Oscar Romero, Archbishop of the Poor Carrot. By Patrick Lacefield. These excerpts are from an interview with Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero in August 1979, 2 months before the coup that overthrew the military dictatorship of General Carlos Humberto Romero and ushered in the first junta. Interviewed near the chapel where he would be gunned down while celebrating Mass on March 24, 1980, the Archbishop expressed hope that peaceful channels for social change in El Salvador were still real possibilities. Under Romero's successor, Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas, the Salvadoran Church honors the slain prelate as a martyr and has taken up his work for justice and peace. Rivera y Damas has spoken out against violence and the violations of human rights by both the government and the rebels while decrying U.S. military aid and the escalating air war in the countryside in disputed areas. The Church is sponsoring the dialogue between the government and the rebels in hope of reaching a negotiated settlement and putting an end to the civil war. Patrick Lacefield, the principles of liberation theology that emerged from Medellin and Puebla, have drawn a sort of battle line between the Church and the government in many countries. How does the Church in El Salvador apply these principles to the objective realities it encounters? Monsignor Romero, this is a Latin American problem. There are two trends in the Latin American church. One is the conservative school which we tried to push a little in Medellin and Puebla, and, of course, the other is the progressive. There are two trends in the church here also, but I do not particularly from Fellowship magazine, November 1979. 132. Like to call these trends conservative and progressive because this implies a division within the church. I do not wish to say that there is a division but rather that there is pluralism. The progressive trend promotes the liberation themes of Medellin and Puebla. The former Archbishop, Monsignor Chavez, initiated the application of the principles of the Second Vatican Council and Medellin. When I was appointed Archbishop 3 years ago, I only continued with the trend already initiated. The circumstances in these last 3 years have been very hard and therefore our program has been more visible. There is much persecution of the church because the church is standing against repression and injustice, in accordance with the principles of Medellin and Puebla. The Archdiocese of El Salvador becomes more and more aware every day that this is the correct and true interpretation. What happened at Puebla ratified the authenticity of these liberation principles. We can concentrate on these words emerging from Puebla: preferential treatment for the poor. It can be made concrete. Can you speak of the recent persecution of the church? I know that there was a priest, Padre Palazzo, killed in June. These are the facts. There was the assassination of Padre Palazzo, and the expulsion of Padre Astor Luis, a Salvadoran whom the government will not allow to return from Colombia. When we attempt to investigate, to find the reasons for this, we are only told, superior orders. There is also a Belgian priest, a Father Juan de Planck, whom the government will not allow into the country. He visits Belgian priests working in Latin America. The government has continued a campaign of misinformation about church activities, our communities, and priests. There is support for campaigns denouncing me through the media, with radio programs and paid advertisements in the newspapers. I might also mention our inability to use the communications media because they are all under the control of the capitalists and the government, the oligarchy. The only exceptions are the Archdiocese radio station and our weekly paper Orientación. There has been government interference with the frequency of the radio station. A recent declaration of the Human Rights Commission of the Organization of American States clearly says that there has been systematic persecution of the church in El Salvador. For many people, particularly in the countryside, the church is the only means of opposition communication, especially now since La Crónica is gone. Is this not true? It is not the opposition really, because the church is not a political party. Rather it is the gospel's voice, denouncing injustice and oppression. With the return of Dr. Morales Ehrlich from exile, he is becoming a voice of the opposition in the political field, and this is hopeful. There is also a new press. 133. Service, API independent press agency that will take up much of the news that La Crónica printed. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about progress toward democracy and human rights in El Salvador? How will such progress come about, by elections, government reforms, or armed rebellion? I am optimistic from the point of view of Christian hope. This is the hope I try to communicate to the people, because I am certain there is a God who is close to our problems and he will not let us down. But in addition to this, from a human point of view, I believe there are peaceful solutions. I believe in the ability of our people if only they are given an opportunity to participate. Here is where the difficulty lies. As long as there is repression and any discordant voice, any left voice against the government, whether a political party or a popular group is repressed, there will be a problem. Elections alone are not the answer. If elections are a part of the process of freedom for the people, then I do believe in them. Because of this, it is imperative that these repressive actions by the government be stopped. And what of the dialogue by General Carlos Humberto Romero following the massacre of demonstrators in May, that the government and some opposition elements sit down to discuss national affairs? There is no credibility for the dialogue. It is a forum, not a dialogue. A dialogue implies the presence of, and a toleration for, dissenting voices. In order for these voices to be heard, it is necessary to have a climate where repression is not feared. It is absurd that a national dialogue is called during a state of siege, and that during the state of siege more acts of violence have been committed by the extreme right, and also in revenge by the extreme left. There is no appropriate climate for a dialogue at present. What were your feelings in May when government troops massacred peaceful demonstrators on the steps of your church, the Metropolitan Cathedral? What were your thoughts and what did you feel in your heart? I expressed as always the rejection of such a crime, such violence. But as a Christian I am moved to call for conversion, for sinners to repent. I expressed my solidarity with the families of those killed and my solidarity with the just claims of the people. I pointed out the causes of these outrages, particularly social injustice and the lack of participation by Salvadorans in the goods of the society and the political process. As long as these profound conflicts exist, violence will continue and I regret that new crimes will be committed. In many Latin American countries, most notably and recently Nicaragua, Christians, even priests, have taken up arms in the struggle for liberation. Do you feel this runs counter to the gospel tradition of love for all of mankind, the imperative for reconciliation and the belief in the inherent worth of all human beings? Regrettably, it is an historical fact that many freedoms have to be won. 134. By bloodshed. Christian ethics admits of violence for a just cause. There are even constitutions that admit the right of the people to rebel. The Church also admits this right. When there is a tyrannical situation, insufferable to the people, and it has not been possible to change the system by pacific means, then violence is justified on the condition that the evil of the rebellion does not become worse than the evil of the status quo. In principle, Christians prefer peace. I believe that the power of nonviolence is much stronger than violence because it carries the power of love and the conviction that we are all brothers. This fraternal inspiration resolves unjust situations much better. The principles of the Church are predicated on the conversion of mankind. However, as Pope Paul VI said, the Christian knows how to struggle and how to fight, but prefers peace. We too prefer peace but preach the legitimacy of the just war. You have been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by 132 members of the British Parliament and 16 U.S. congressmen. The Church in El Salvador may be in the most difficult situation in the world and I know that you have received numerous death threats. What sustains you in your work, your commitment, and your dedication? Regarding the Nobel Peace Prize, I am deeply grateful for the nomination and have expressed my gratitude to the British Parliament, to the U.S. congressmen, and all those who have indicated solidarity with this nomination. The nomination signifies to me very great moral and international support for our struggle. I am almost certain I will not receive the prize because there are so many political and diplomatic concerns that are not within my grasp. But the nomination itself is prize enough for me. I would accept it not for myself, but as an award to the cause of human rights. What sustains me in the struggle is my love for my God, my desire to be faithful to the Gospels, and my love for the Salvadoran people, particularly the poor. I could not say whether the Church in El Salvador is experiencing the most difficult times in the world today, but churches all over the world, particularly in the United States, have given us beautiful testimonies of their solidarity. Can you talk very briefly about your background before you became Archbishop? I was born in a small town in the department of San Miguel into a lower middle class family. My father was the telegraph operator in town. I attended seminary in San Miguel, San Salvador, and Rome and spent most of my life as a parish priest in San Miguel. I suppose I could have been called a conservative. However, I followed the principles of the Second Vatican Council with considerable interest. I noticed the changes that the Vatican was asking of us. Later I came to San Salvador and served as secretary of the Bishops' Conference, and in those years lived a very private life, anonymous you might say. 135. Then I was appointed auxiliary bishop in the town of Santiago de Maria, where I became very close to the problems of the campesinos, and then the bloody repression began. This was 1975. Then, in 1977, I was appointed archbishop. The circumstances were difficult. Priests were being exiled and, a month after I assumed office, Padre Rutilio Grande was assassinated. This gave me the impetus to put into practice the principles of Vatican II and Medellin, which call for solidarity with the suffering masses and the poor and encourage priests to live independent of the powers that be. My predecessor had initiated this work and I continued on with it. It was precisely those young priests involved in experiments of conscientization * with the peasants and urban shanty town dwellers who feared that I was a conservative and would put an end to the process. However, circumstances made me very understanding of the plight of the Church, and we have worked very well together. Q. Is there any message that you would like me to take back to the Christian community in the United States? A. I have expressed my appreciation to the U.S. religious community before and welcome this opportunity to reiterate that appreciation. I have received many expressions of solidarity from bishops, priests, religious communities, and individual Christians, not only in the Catholic community but from all denominations. To all of them, I thank you for this fraternal feeling. Some have been so kind as to say that we are an example of faithful followers of the Gospels. I would beg that they pray for this to be true, because this praise is most encouraging. We will try to live up to their opinions of us. 13. Avoiding bloodshed, a letter to President Jimmy Carter Carrot. By Archbishop Oscar A. Romero. In February 1980, less than 2 months after the resignation of the civilians from the first junta, Archbishop Oscar A. Romero sent a letter to President Jimmy Carter urging him not to supply military aid to the Salvadoran government. On March 14, U.S. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance replied, "We understand your concerns about the dangers of providing military aid assistance, given the unfortunate role which some elements of the security forces occasionally have played in the past. Nevertheless, the aid was granted to the government." On March 24, 1980, Archbishop Romero was assassinated while saying Mass. What follows are excerpts from the Archbishop's letter to President Carter. February 1980. To President Carter. It disturbs me deeply that the U.S. government is leaning toward an arms race in sending military equipment and advisors to train 3 Salvadoran battalions. Your government, instead of favoring greater peace and justice in El Salvador, will undoubtedly aggravate the repression and injustice against the organized people who have been struggling because of their fundamental respect for human rights. If it is true that this past November, a group of 6 Americans were in El Salvador supplying $200,000 worth of gas masks and protective jackets and giving training in their use, you yourself must know that starting at that time, the security forces with greater personal protection and efficacy have used even greater violence with death-dealing weapons in repressing the people. Because I am a Salvadoran and Archbishop of the Archdiocese of San Salvador, I am responsible to watch over the condition of the faith and justice in my country. I ask that, if you truly want to defend human rights, you prohibit military aid to the Salvadoran government, guarantee that your government will not intervene, directly or indirectly, with military, economic or diplomatic pressure in determining the destiny of the Salvadoran people. In these moments our country is living through a grave economic and political crisis. It is beyond doubt that the people are rising to the times, each day becoming increasingly conscious and more organized, and beginning to summon the ability to direct, to take charge of the future of El Salvador. No power other than the people is capable of overcoming the crisis. I hope that your religious sentiments and your sensitivity for the defense of human rights will move you to accept my plea, avoiding, with such acceptance, any greater bloodshed in this suffering country. Monsignor Oscar A. Romero. 137. 14. The Option for Life, Challenge to the Church in El Salvador. By John Sobrino. John Sobrino is El Salvador's leading proponent of liberation theology. These excerpts from an article in the Salvadoran journal Estudios Centroamericanos point out the opportunities, roadblocks, and challenges facing the Church as it carries on the work begun by the late Archbishop Oscar Romero. The Church in El Salvador is well known. Its option for the poor and, above all, the consequences of that option: conflict, persecution, martyrdom, as well as its pastoral, liturgical, and doctrinal creativity has attracted powerful attention. This true Church of the Poor achieved its maximum expression in the time of Monsignor Romero but has continued in its work with less brilliance since that time. Undoubtedly all of the Church is not alike, but there is a part of the Church that has maintained its faith in the Gospel, in Gettleman, and in Puebla, and that acts as a yeast within the ecclesiastical body. Everything we shall say is a continuation of the following: the world of poverty is a world of death. For that reason, the option for the poor is an option against death and for life. Many things can be said about the Salvadoran reality. There is an enormous idealism and generosity, a creativity and strength in the midst of the struggle and the suffering, the decision of all the people to survive. This is very novel in comparison with the resignation and fatism of previous periods. This is a product of the hope of a people and generates hope for the future because it shows that El Salvador is not only a country torn and impoverished but also a people with great values and great capacities for winning the peace and constructing a just society. El Salvador is and has been for a long time in the same condition as the whole of Latin America. The most striking factor is the misery that marginalizes large groups of people, a product of structural injustice that truly constitutes institutional violence. That misery is reflected in all economic indicators and expresses itself in infant mortality, starvation wages, 60% illiteracy in the countryside, inhuman crowding in the slums, chronic unemployment among campesinos, etc. It is now possible neither to accumulate statistical data nor to record the tragedy that is reflected in the faces of Salvadorans. As was said at Puebla, such poverty is the most humble. Excerpted from ECA/Estudios Centroamericanos, May-June 1984. Translated by the editors. 138. Eating and devastating scourge. Poverty is not a natural or inevitable fact but a product of economic, social, and political situations and structures that objectively produce great poverty and an ever-widening social division, leaving the rich ever more rich at the expense of the poor becoming ever poorer. That poverty cries out to heaven and is contrary to the plan of the Creator. It is a sin, absolutely in opposition to God, and cannot be condoned or tempered. It is not a lesser evil but rather a greater evil. In El Salvador, as in Latin America and other countries of the Third World, poverty has a primary relationship with death. Poverty does not mean simply a scarcity of some goods accessible in societies of abundance. Poverty overwhelms the human being with the weight of existence, leaving him or her unable to control his or her own life on even the most elementary level. Poverty is indeed close to death, and the poor are destined to die before their time. This is why poverty is a cry for life, a cry for survival. As Father Rutilio Grande said, the God that gave us a material world. For all of us without frontiers wants a shared table for all humanity at which every man has his place and his position, and God today sees that his creation is threatened and destroyed. It is not pure metaphor to argue theologically that the creation of God has not arrived in El Salvador because life is not the predominant reality in a society of poor people. Nor is it metaphorical to state that there exists in Salvadoran society a serious sin because the socio-economic system, the first idol, Monsignor Romero called it, is organized to produce a slow death for the poor. In 4 years there are already close to 50,000 murdered by the repression, most at the hands of government forces and the death squads. That is without counting those who have died in combat on both sides. In 1983 alone, the tutela legapi of the Archdiocese has denounced a total of 5,142 political murders by the right and 67 political murders attributed to the guerrillas. To this it is necessary to add 6,000 disappeared persons, of whom only 549 have been given up for dead. To this are added the tortures, the faces flayed and disfigured with acid, the mutilations, the trunks without heads sometimes in such great numbers that it is difficult to match the head and the trunk. It is not metaphorical to speak of a people crucified. It is important to remember that those murdered are poor and die for being poor. The first is an empirical fact as much for the victims of the repression as for those who die in combat on one side or another, because the poor are those who fight with the guerrillas and with the army. Those recruited do not include the sons of the oligarchy or the middle class but only the poor. The second is true because the ultimate reason for the repression and now for the See reading 32 eds. 139. War is to eliminate the poor who are, by their mere anguished existence, a threat to the established system. Both the repression and the war seek to eliminate those who have organized themselves to combat the system and to terrorize those who are not organized. Those who are murdered who are not sociologically poor are murdered by the system for defending the poor. This reveals that against the God of life and justice actively work the gods of death, who give death in order to defend and maintain themselves. It matters little what they are called. In El Salvador, Monsignor Romero spoke of the idol of the doctrine of national security. What is important is that the idol of the rich is untouchable and that whoever touches it succumbs to the hands of the idol of security. As Monsignor Romero graphically put it, to denounce, above all, the dictatorship of the rich. This is the greatest evil in El Salvador, the rich and private property as an untouchable dictatorship. Woe be to he who touches that high-tension wire. He burns himself. In El Salvador the misery of poverty dominates, as does the agony of crucifixion. Here, death rules. Faced with this situation, the Church must choose fe. This must be done insofar as a Salvadoran Church is concerned, because without that option the Church would not be responding to El Salvador and would be neither credible nor relevant. And it must be done insofar as a Christian Church is concerned, because as such it has a mission to announce and initiate the kingdom of God on earth, and this cannot arrive until the reign of death is ended and the reign of life begins. The existing situation is different from that in the time of Monsignor Romero. It is different, above all, because it has worsened. The evils he denounced persist, and to them has been added the great evil of the war, which has outstripped all previous evils. There persist, for the most part, the challenges to which Monsignor Romero responded, and it continues to be necessary to respond to them in his spirit. A new situation exacts a new test for that spirit, the work, above all, for peace. The programmatic response of the Church to the challenges of the situation has been clearly expressed by Monsignor Rivera. On a doctrinal level, he stated it clearly upon assuming the position of Archbishop on April 8, 1983. In El Salvador we will consider as our priority the problem of war and peace, to put an end to the war through pacific means, through a dialogue as requested by the Church. Among other things, we ought to require of all parties a humanization of the conflict in order to lessen the shameful pain of the widows, the orphans, the homeless, the plundered, the prisoners, the wounded, etc. Remembering that the promotion of justice is an integral part of evangelization, we will put emphasis on meeting human needs so that those in the most need can be makers of their own destiny, will be heard, and will be more than they are now. In its daily work, the Church is giving great priority to the dialogue and a negotiated settlement to the conflict. This Monsignor Rivera does in his homily. 140. Lies proclaiming the need, explaining the reasons, and preferring it to any other solution, whether war or elections. The Church is trying to humanize the conflict, assisting thousands of refugees, especially those fleeing government repression, and programmatically defending their rights. The Church has helped those persons and political prisoners who had to leave the country and has offered on several occasions to receive prisoners freed by the FMLN. The Church is also working to speak the truth about the country, analyzing the true causes of the conflict and denouncing the repression in sermons and in reports from the tutela legal. The Church works for reconciliation, rejecting a Manichaean view of the conflict and insisting, in the words of Pope John Paul II, that it is a war between brothers that take up arms. The Church has many serious problems in responding to the challenge. Some come from the outside, and others come from within the Church. After years of repression and 7 years of outright persecution, the Church has been decimated and seriously weakened so far as human resources are concerned. Many priests and pastoral agents have been assassinated, have been expelled, or have abandoned the country under threat of death. A good part of the Church has been terrorized, which has diminished on the whole its nearness to the poor, its promise to them, and the clarity of its criticisms of the repression. The weariness that accompanies the length of the conflict has made many Christians cease to be interested as Christians in the situation of the country. This disinterest has made comprehension and practice of the faith more individualistic and interior in a way that one finds in faith a refuge from personal problems but no motivation for the building of the kingdom. For all these reasons the Church has lost vigor as a body of service for the option of the poor and has seen its social influence diminish. All this is understandable given the climate of fear and the reigning weariness, but that does not keep it from being a serious problem for a church that desires to be effective in responding to the country's problems. In order to defend life, Monsignor Romero analyzed the strengths of the forces undermining life. He then denounced them in proportion to their contribution to death. He unmasked the idols of absolute private property and national security and ordered soldiers not to obey the orders to kill. But he also analyzed and promoted the causes of life. He defended and inspired the organization of the poor, that they might become effective agents for structural change and masters of their own destiny. And today Monsignor Romero would denounce not only the war but also the mystique of violence that seeks a solution for the country through purely military force. 141. 75 Protestant Challenge in El Salvador carried by Marl Simons. Although the phrase the Church in El Salvador used to refer exclusively to the Catholic Church, progress made by Protestant sects during the 1980s has begun to challenge that definition. Protestant churches, lavishly financed by their adherents in the United States and taking advantage of the chronic shortage of Catholic clergy, are making significant inroads in this heavily Catholic nation. This has prompted a response by the institutional Catholic Church and the rise of a vibrant charismatic current within the Catholic grassroots. It is also a development with political ramifications, as the following reading demonstrates. Marl Simons is a widely published writer on Latin American affairs for the New York Times. San Salvador. Only a decade ago revivalist preachers were viewed with hostility in deeply Roman Catholic El Salvador, at times even treated as alien sorcerers, stoned, tied up in village squares and run out of town. But from its almost clandestine beginnings, the Protestant evangelical movement has now won influence and respectability, with senior military officers, businessmen, teachers, and students among its followers. Revivalist preachers now far outnumber the Catholic clergy and say they have converted 1 of every 5 adults from Catholicism. The movement has also become closely identified with the battle against the country's Marxist-led guerrillas. While its leaders in the past invoked purely spiritual reasons for their mission, now some say openly that their crusade is part of the fight against Soviet encroachment in Latin America. The dramatic growth of the sects here and elsewhere in Latin America is a result of an intense multimillion-dollar evangelical campaign by American-based churches and religious agencies. Their impact and anti-communist focus appear especially strong in war-torn El Salvador. Preachers often refer to the leftist insurgents in theological terms, calling them sinners, forces of darkness and allies of Satan. Because most of the sects here still receive considerable financing and guidance from their North American headquarters, their activities have further tightened the links between the United States and this small nation, which already depends overwhelmingly on American military and economic aid. American money has helped set up new temples, schools, clinics, and radio stations. Moreover, the movement's growth has widened the arena in which political 142 conflicts are fought out under religious banners. The age-old mix of religion and politics in this region had centered largely on Catholic factions and disputing leftist, liberal and conservative views. Now, like the new Catholic theologians on the left, the revivalist newcomers of the right use the gospel as a vehicle to promote their political views. Although several branches of Protestantism have been growing steadily here since the 1930s, ambitious plans by fundamentalists to intensify their work in Central America are relatively new. According to missionaries, several large denominations decided to step up their activities within the past 10 years. The Catholic left and the Marxists were looking like the only people with a new message, the people with the appeal and the vitality, said an evangelical development expert here. Many of us knew that was wrong, that had to change. Baptisms up sharply. Since then, missionaries supported by North American recruiting techniques and funds have helped establish new churches, training centers, bookstores, and the region's first evangelical university, which opened in San Salvador in 1981. According to Campus Crusade for Christ, an interdenominational agency, the number of Protestants baptized in El Salvador, which has a population of 4.6 million, jumped from 70,000 in 1975 to 250,000 in 1985. It says the movement has more than 500,000 followers and 2,465 large and small places of worship. On recent visits to Sunday services in poor and well-to-do parts of San Salvador, church halls were full, despite rain squalls. At the Gamaliel Tabernacle, a new Baptist church set among well-appointed homes, the proceedings were unusually orderly for a culture that normally thrives on improvisation. Attendants in dark blue uniforms firmly directed worshippers where to sit or move. Outside, a church bookstall offered translations of American authors giving testimony or advice on self-improvement or how to make money. There is no single theology or mission strategy in a movement as fractured as this, which involves large denominations and many small, independent offshoots. Evangelical leaders in the past have been circumspect about discussing their financing or organization with outsiders. But apparently emboldened by the broad conservative mood in the United States and their growing acceptance here, leaders have become more willing to talk about their strategy. Religious and ideological. The California-based Campus Crusade for Christ, an agency specializing in recruiting and training, channels converts to churches of the Pentecostal movement, which makes up 3/4 of the Protestants here. Its leaders say they regard their mission as both religious and ideological. 143. Our main objective is to influence the university, said Manuel Martinez, an executive at the Campus Crusade for Christ. *11 Mass movements and revolutions begin there. The conflict we have in El Salvador today began in the universities. But in 1980, one of El Salvador's more turbulent years, Campus Crusade mounted a nationwide drive called the Spiritual Battle for El Salvador. As a pivot, it used an American-made film called Jesus, which according to the drive's organizers, has been shown in more than 100 towns and villages to 250,000 people. Adonai Leva, the national director for Campus Crusade, said that after a film show or a street rally, people who react most positively to our message are visited by Christian brothers or Campus Crusade coordinators. In our methods and strategy we emphasize the personal contact, Mr. Leva said. We usually follow a person through visits and contacts for 3 months, like a soccer player follows the ball. Then, if the person still resists, we incorporate him into a cell, a small group that often meets for prayer and discussion. Of course not everyone lets you go all the way. We were called by God. Mr. Leva conceded that the agency's tactics were not dissimilar to those used by its opponents on the left. The Marxists infiltrate the universities, he said. So do we. Marxism is the first thing humanities students hear. It's planned that way. Therefore we try and get to them first. So we start work in high schools and prep schools. The Marxists, Mr. Leva continued, also use the most effective methods, the personal approach, the small groups. They learned that from the Bible, he said. But we were called by God. Increasingly, preachers appear in remote refugee camps and villages where the short-handed Catholic clergy do not reach. In 1985, in a move apparently initiated by Washington, the local office of the United States Agency for International Development signed its first cooperation agreement here with a Protestant group to distribute food to refugees. There are also signs that the Protestants are receiving encouragement from the armed forces. "We now preach in the barracks and the jails," said Edgardo Montano, a preacher with the Assemblies of God. "Before, only the priests could go there." In Quetzaltenango province recently, soldiers first helped out on a Protestant housing project, then the zone commander himself attended the inauguration. Asked whether this might identify the project with the army and leave it a target of the guerrillas operating nearby, the project director, the Rev. Edward Ward, said, "The army has had a murderous image for so long. It also deserves some good publicity." Chapter 4. Salvadoran Politics at Tli-Top. Duarte and the Right-Wing Opposition. Editor's Introduction. José Napoleón Duarte *S admirers among the U.S. press corps in the Camino Real Hotel in San Salvador generally characterize him as a man who has made a Faustian bargain with history. As a member of several of the post-1979 juntas and as President of the Republic since 1984, Duarte has been in office during the bloodiest period in recent Salvadoran history, when as many as 15,000 to 20,000 non-combatant civilians may have been massacred by the death squads and armed forces. He has had difficulty justifying his decision to stay in office under these circumstances, especially since members of his own Christian Democratic Party defected when it became clear to them and to many people that PDC participation in the government did little to stop government terror, much of it directed against Christian Democrats themselves. Explaining these anomalies to a group of visiting U.S. academics early in 1985, Duarte said that the normal increment of violent criminality in a country like El Salvador with its traditional culture of violence would amount to about 300 to 500 apolitical, non-combat deaths each month. The periods in which the killings substantially rise over the normal level are accounted for by the simultaneously and, to Duarte, morally equivalent violent efforts of the guerrilla left and the oligarchic right. He obligingly sketched a graphic representation of his theory, which is reproduced here. One main problem with positing any such equivalency between left and right, as the material presented in later chapters of this book indicates and as many observers have noted, is the awesome numerical preponderance of death squad-initiated and government-caused killings over violence perpetrated by the left. Not only the quantity, but also the quality of violence in contemporary El Salvador, so graphically revealed in Craig Pies's Pre-ISQ-inning Albuquerque Journal reportage, suggests that the most brutal deeds by far are committed by the right-wing forces associated with the National Republican Alliance. But Duarte's theory of the normal increment of Salvadoran violence, however shaky its basis in fact, makes perfect sense as an expression of his own Faustian pact with what he conceives of as intractable political reality in El Salvador, which includes a powerful right wing convinced that Duarte and everything he stands for are evil. His current position also represents part of the ideological heritage of Christian democracy in El Salvador, which drew on traditional Roman Catholic teachings on social questions. But there were social and historical reasons for the emergence of Christian democracy in Latin America in the 1960s, when it appeared to be a palatable alternative to the option of left-wing revolution introduced to the region by Fidel Castro's 1959 revolution in Cuba. Despite these moderate aims, conservative groups in the Salvadoran oligarchy and military see Christian democracy as a barely disguised form of subversive Marxism. What appears at first glance to be surprising is the support given to Duarte by the conservative Reagan administration, since the PDC's welfare state reformism is precisely what the Reaganites claim to be battling against in the United States. But several factors help explain official Washington's backing of the PDC, backing that includes significant amounts of covert financial aid. First, the price that Duarte had to pay for this backing, part of his Faustian pact, is the virtual abandonment of the Christian Democratic domestic reform program, except as a rhetorical banner. This is one of the elements that make up what the author of Reading 21 calls Duarte's fix. A second factor explaining U.S. support for the PDC is that the alternative, backing the right-wing opposition, is less acceptable. Because of its terrorist activity and the unsavory reputation of some of its leaders, most notably, Roberto D'Aubuisson, this would be objectionable to all but a fringe of President Reagan's constituency. But perhaps most important in understanding U.S. support for Duarte is the long-term strategic design of U.S. foreign policy in the Cold War era, transcending political parties and administrations, to seek a third force in areas of the underdeveloped world experiencing economic dislocations and related political unrest stemming from long histories of repressive government. Conditions that spawn such unrest also invariably lead to the rise of Marxist-led armed insurgencies. The third force strategy is to back groups that will counter these leftist insurgents while avoiding the drawbacks of aiding right-wing repressive forces that further stimulate revolutionary opposition. In El Salvador, this translates nicely into a policy of support for the Christian Democrats of José Napoleón Duarte, who, with the endorsement of both Ronald Reagan and the Salvadoran military, and barring assassination or other unforeseen developments, seems assured of retaining what power he has for at least the next few years. 16 At Home with José Napoleón Duarte. By Tom Buckley. When he was interviewed by journalist Tom Buckley in 1981, José Napoleón Duarte had just become a member of the Third Military Civilian Junta in the kaleidoscopic sequence of Salvadoran politics that followed the overthrow of General Carlos Humberto Romero in 1979. At that time, the Christian democratic vision of social justice through such measures as land reform animated his conversation. A half-decade later, backed by the Salvadoran armed forces and the Reagan administration, and now president of El Salvador, Duarte has narrowed his options. Even though the level of terror is currently diminished, his inability in the past to discipline the death squads, and to prevent the massacres of thousands of leftists, peasant organizers, and trade unionists, still haunts him. Land reform, once the keystone of PDC policy, has been virtually abandoned. Despite his 1984 electoral victory, his support from the U.S. Embassy, his dramatic proposal at the United Nations for an end to the civil war in his country, Duarte still has serious problems. The oligarchs snipe from the right, and the insurgents maintain their opposition on the left, going so far as to kidnap his daughter in late 1985. Duarte's hold on power may be only marginally better than it was when he had drinks with Tom Buckley in Escalon. Buckley, who reported for the New York Times from Vietnam in the 1960s and 1970s, believes that there is little hope for El Salvador or the other countries of Central America and the Caribbean while the White House is occupied by someone like Ronald Reagan, who ignores the need for dramatic changes in the economic and political systems of the region. The International Press Club was established at the Camino Real Hotel in San Salvador in March, 1981, while I was staying there. To mark the occasion, the management of the hotel provided free drinks. It was an act of generosity so entirely without precedent in the hotel's history that the clock in the lobby stopped. The party had been in progress for an hour or so when Duarte arrived unexpectedly. He was in an ebullient mood. The guerrillas were licking their wounds, the populace had shown its loyalty to the government, and the weapons and advisors needed to suppress the rebellion were arriving on every plane. For 40 minutes Duarte responded, forcefully but amiably, to questions. When he had finished and was sipping a scotch, I introduced myself, told him that I was writing a long article about El Salvador for the New Yorker, and asked for an appointment. "How about now?" he said. "Come on home with me." I asked if I might invite 2 colleagues, and he agreed. We left the hotel shortly after 9 p.m. in a convoy of 3 armored sedans and station wagons, escorted by 4 motorcycle police. The curfew had just fallen, and the moon-bathed streets were empty and silent. Good citizens sat behind locked doors and drawn curtains, watching dubbed American sitcoms or Mexican soap operas on television. In their shacks, the poor lay down on their mats in the darkness and prayed that they would live to see the light of the morning. Duarte lived on a tree-lined street in Escalon. The house was concealed behind a 15-foot brick wall topped with barbed wire. It was illuminated by floodlights and guarded by soldiers. Duarte led us inside, introduced us to his wife, one of his daughters, and a couple of grandchildren, and then escorted us onto the patio. It was a pleasant and roomy dwelling, but only a humble shelter compared with the mansions of the oligarchs in the vicinity. Little had been written about Duarte, at that time, and not much since. I asked him to start at the beginning of his life and go on from there. The beginning is that I was born in San Salvador in November, 1925, he said, sipping a scotch and coke that his military aide had poured for him. I was the second son. My father came from a little town in Quetzaltenango. He was apprenticed to a tailor and took tickets in a movie theater at night. My mother was, how do you say it, a modiste, a dressmaker. She was from Santa Ana in the western part of the country. They had come to San Salvador to make a better life for themselves. They met, and they got married. By the time I was born, my father had opened his own custom tailoring shop. It was right across the street from the Casino Salvadorino, the best men's club in the city. Many of the members were his clients. They knew his suits were just as well made as any that they could have bought in London or New York. In 1928, my father was elected president of the San Salvador Society of Artisans, he went on. TT wasn't a union, but an association of craftsmen. The society was mainly social and philanthropic, but conditions were very bad in 1932, and the members decided to back Arturo Araujo in the presidential election that year. When Hernandez Martinez took over, he arrested all of Araujo's leading supporters, including my father. They were in jail for weeks, hundreds of them. Every day the guards would lead out a group of prisoners and tell them they were going to be shot, but they would shoot only one or two and send the others back to their cells. After a couple of weeks of that, my father and the others who hadn't been shot were freed. He tried to reopen his tailor shop, but Hernandez Martinez sent 2 policemen to stand at the door. Everyone was afraid to go in. My father lost his clientele. He had to start from zero again. What he did was, he and my mother began to make candies at a little stove in the kitchen, Duarte continued. Hard candies, toffee, things like that. The wrappers had little sayings or mottos on them. No one had done that before, and they sold very well. He was able to increase his capital little by little. He bought candy-making machinery and hired people to work for him. The parents did well enough to send their 3 sons, Rolando, who is a year and a half older than Jose Napoleon, and Alejandro, to the Liceo Salvadorino, which was run by the Brothers of the Holy Cross and was second in prestige in the city to the Jesuit school. T was a senior in 1944, when the people finally decided they wanted to get rid of Hernandez Martinez, Duarte said. Everyone went on strike, and we said we were going on strike, too. Our teachers warned us that if we did, we would be punished, but we went ahead anyhow. We marched in the demonstrations, and nothing happened to us. My father, though, stayed at home. He said he had had enough of politics. Our parents were very ambitious for us, Duarte continued. My father. Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 151. Always said, I want you to be big men, to excel. He knew that if you wanted to be someone in our world, in El Salvador, you had to learn English and study abroad. He wanted us to learn something about American institutions and American business. The head of the Liceo said he thought we could get scholarships at Notre Dame. Rolando went there in 1943. The next year so did I. FLL say this for Notre Dame, it taught me to have guts. Rolando and I didn't speak a word of English when we got there, so we had to study twice as hard. At the same time, I worked in the laundry. Later on I served in the cafeteria, and then I washed dishes. I got up at 5 a.m. and went to bed at midnight. I even tried out for the freshman football team. I had played soccer and basketball at the Lyceum, but not American football. One reason I wanted to go to Notre Dame was that the football team used to be in the newsreels we would see here. Anyhow, I went on the field, and they threw the ball to me. I caught it and ran about 20 meters, and then boom. I got hit by some great big guy. He smacked his fist into his palm to illustrate his obliteration under one of the 220-pound tackles from the Pennsylvania coal region whom the Fighting Irish used to recruit. Boom. He repeated, and laughed. That was the end of my football. At that, Duarte has the build of a football player or a brewery worker. He is about 5 feet 10 inches and 190 pounds, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested. He has acquired a bit of a belly, which may be why he wears a guayabera, a fancy short-sleeved shirt that is worn outside the trousers. His head is massive and set on a thick neck. His brown eyes are deep set under upward slanting eyebrows. He has a splendidly arched nose and a granitic chin with the hint of a cleft. His cheekbones are broad and high. The injuries that he suffered in 1972 have been corrected by plastic surgery. Duarte's hair is still thick and jet black, and his skin has the faintest coppery burnish. Almost every Salvadoran has at least a trace of Indian blood, and while, overall, Duarte's appearance is very Spanish, these details suggest that he probably does, too. His English is lightly accented and idiomatic, although he sometimes has to grope for lemot just. I mentioned that I had heard somewhere that his father had financed his entry into the candy business with a big prize in the national lottery. Not exactly, he replied. He was already in the candy business and doing very well when he won the lottery. It was in 1944, the year I went away to Notre Dame. He won 40,000 colones. He gave the ticket to his closest friend, Jose Maria Duran, and said, "Here, go and collect the money for me. This is my new house." Don Jose was also a poor boy from the country. He started as a carpenter and became a very successful contractor. He was also my father-in-law. He is dead now. When I got back from Notre Dame with my degree in civil engineering, I married his daughter Ines and went into business with him. His family lived next to us all the while I was growing up. 152. I am 2 years older than she is, so I can, honestly say I have known her all my life. If the sons or cousins of the oligarchy had been engineers and contractors, Duran Duarte, as the firm was called, would have been building chicken coops, but they weren't, so the firm had a chance to get major contracts, and it prospered. Among its projects, Duarte said, were the Central Bank, a five-story Art Deco structure, the Bloom Hospital, one of the few privately endowed charitable institutions in the country, and the unfinished cathedral. Duarte was a joiner and a booster, and it was his community activities, which are by no means as frequently undertaken in Latin America as they are in the United States, that eventually led him into politics. I was in the Boy Scouts, and I am still a member of IHE International Training Committee, he said. When I went in the Boy Scouts, I took an oath, and it made a great impression on me. I've always been interested since that time in service. I used to be active in the Red Cross and the Anti-Tuberculosis Society and even the Volunteer Firemen. I traveled all over Central America founding chapters of the 2030 Club. It's HKE the Kiwanis and the Rotary, dedicated to service, but for men between 20 and 30. It was because I have always been a man of concepts and principles that I decided to enter politics. One day in 1960, I was invited by a friend of mine to attend a meeting of a group that discussed the social doctrines of the Church that you could find in the encyclicals like Leo XIII's Rerum Novarum. I began comparing what was being said with what I believed and with what I saw around me. In this country, which then had a population of 3 million, fewer than 100,000 people had any privileges at all. There were fewer than 2,000 teachers in the entire country. From that time I decided to form a political force to look for a solution to the country's problems. That force turned out to be the Christian Democratic Party. Its model was the reformist capitalist parties of that name in Western Europe. You must realize that until then there were no political solutions, no real political parties in El Salvador, only coups d'état, Duarte said. The Christian Democrats represented an electoral solution. All the political intellectuals said we were crazy, but we decided to take part in the elections of 1962 against the whole machinery of government. They got 450,000 votes, we got 37,000. Something like that. We didn't give up. We kept working and in 1964 tried again. We won 37 mayor's offices, including San Salvador, which I won by 500 votes. I did things for the people. I went to the electric company, which was then owned by Canadians. I told them I wanted streetlights, which we had in only a few parts of the city, for everyone. I showed them how we could pay for them from the taxes I was collecting. They said no. So I went to a friend of mine and asked him to build a factory to make the poles and fixtures. When the electric company saw what I was doing, it changed its mind. When the lights, Salvador and politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 153. Went into service, people went out in the streets to dance. It was like a fiesta. They danced all night. The lights completely changed the attitude of the people. After that, every city and all the little towns in the country were demanding street lights, too. I wanted to build a central market building, he continued. We had never had one. When the national government found out what I was going to do, they took it away from me and did it themselves, to try to get the credit for it. It was the same with the Communitarian Action Organization. I went to the poor people. I listened to them. I tried to help. When the government saw how successful it was, they made it a part of the presidential office and stopped doing anything. This program of decentralization of authority, the creation of neighborhood organizations able to carry out self-help projects, is the heart of the doctrine of communitarianism, which was evolved by a Chilean philosopher, Jaime Castillo. Duarte has published a book by that title. Another of its exponents is Luis Herrera Campins, the president of Venezuela. In the United States, the town meeting and neighborly cooperation date back to the Pilgrim Fathers, but communitarianism was a revolutionary doctrine in Latin America, where bossism is far more pervasive, corrupt, and violent than it has ever been in the United States, and is based on family and personal loyalties. Since colonial days, it has been customary for a local political leader, or cacique, to agree to become the godfather of scores, perhaps hundreds, of children. Godfatherhood establishes a patron-client relationship that often continues for generations. The question is, what is a community? Duarte went on, in explaining communitarianism. A family is a community, but a town is just a vicinity unless the inhabitants are connected to each other in some way. If you provide the connections so that the people can join together in dealing with social problems, you have created a community. The idea is for them to do as much as they can and leave to the municipality only the services, such as garbage collection, and capital investments, like public markets or street lighting, that they cannot do efficiently or because they are too expensive. I went over the books, and I found out that the Regalado Duenas family, the richest family in the country, hadn't paid their garbage or water taxes in 30 years, Duarte said. There were a lot of families that. I went around and collected from them. Sometimes I did it myself and used the money for community action. When I presented them with the bills, they got very angry at me. They said, Mr. Duarte is going to suffer because he is touching us. When I was running for my second term, Tomás Regalado invited me to his house. I had never been there before. No one I knew had. 3 or 4 of the richest men in the city were there. They gave me a big drink, and we talked for a while. Then Don Tomás asked me to come upstairs with him. He said he wanted to show me a painting, but what he wanted to do was to talk to me about how I could serve them, the oligarchs. 154. How much did I want to resign and take a job with them? Whatever I needed they would give me. They would ask only one thing, that I drop out of politics. I said, thank you for the offer, but no. I left the house and I never went back. Speaking of the 1972 election, Duarte, between sips of another scotch, said, we knew that the official party would try to cheat us, and they did, but they made a miscalculation. They had brought in polling experts, just like you have in the United States. The experts said that we would get about 200,000 votes, so they figured they're cheating on that basis. They thought 300,000 would give them a great victory. But we got 324,000, and they had to stop counting the vote and go back to all the little towns and villages where they were in complete control. They still had only 316,000, so they just took 9,000 away from us and gave it to themselves. When my people found out what happened, they gathered in the streets. One word from me, and they would have burned down the city, but I told them, to believe in democracy. I don't believe in turmoil or violent solutions. You must be patient. Duarte obviously didn't enjoy talking about Mejia's attempted coup. A shadow fell across his lively brown eyes. He was uncharacteristically evasive and, at some points, inexact in describing his role. The reason might have been that he now agreed that he should have acted more decisively. The police violated diplomatic privilege to arrest me, Duarte said. They dragged me out of the house of a Venezuelan diplomat and took me to the Central Police headquarters with my hands handcuffed behind my back. I was blindfolded, and my mouth was covered with adhesive tape. They left me in the car for a while, and then they came back, one by one, no one saying a word, and began to beat me. They used their fists, blackjacks, brass knuckles, a pistol butt. I could feel the shape of whatever they were beating me with. They beat me unconscious in complete silence. Then they dragged me, still blindfolded, to a cell. When I came to, they began questioning me. They wanted to know how we got the money for the campaign. Was it supplied by the communists? Because they had spent millions, they thought we had spent millions. I thought in the end they would kill me, but they threw me in a plane and flew me to Guatemala. It was only after he got to Caracas that he was reunited with his wife and their younger children. He had plastic surgery for his facial injuries, and aside from a suggestion of bruises on his cheekbones and scars that are lost in the lines of his face, he bears no obvious marks of the beating. Most of the last joint of the 3 inner fingers of his left hand are missing. There is a persistent rumor that they were clipped off while he was in custody, although as a technique of torture it seemed far too subtle for the Salvadoran police. Duarte assured us that he had lost them as the result of an accident at a construction site in the Venezuelan hinterland. In 1974, one was notified that I could return to El Salvador, he said. When? Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 155. I arrived at the airport here, hundreds, maybe thousands of my friends were there to meet me. I returned to Caracas to help the family pack. Then I got another message from our embassy I could not return after all. Why did they change their mind? Because they thought that by then I would be forgotten, but when they saw what happened at the airport, they knew I had not been. In the election of 1977, we decided to try a new formula to show the military we weren't against them, he said. So we nominated Claramount for president and Morales Ehrlich for vice president. Once again we knew the other side would try to rob us. This time I was not so naive. If the United States government would say something, it might make a difference. I flew to Washington and met with Senator Kennedy and Vice President Mondale. Neither one could give me much time. With Mondale it was hello, and then a photographer appeared. Duarte's voice became distant and ironic, and he mimed the pushing together of the two men, the synthetic smiles, the handshake, and the sudden glare of the strobe light. After that, goodbye. I have the photograph still. I tried to arrange a meeting with the staff assistants of members of Congress. I am told they are very influential. The Republicans wouldn't talk to us at all. But we expected 20 or 30 Democrats at the meeting. We had 3. A lunch for newspaper people. 5. We were trying to be heard, but nobody would listen, and the fraud this time was complete. Duarte returned to Washington to protest the theft. He received a hearing before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, but for all the good it did him or the Christian Democrats, he might just as well have spoken to the walls of his hotel room. In his testimony, Duarte pointed out the obvious that non-intervention amounted to an endorsement of a corrupt and repressive government. The United States, at this moment, he went on to say, has an historic duty. Support those basic principles which form the basis of the so-called American way of life. The first time that an American official got in touch with him, Duarte said, was in August or September, 1979, which was, not coincidentally, a month or two after the triumph of the Sandinistas in Nicaragua and at a time when the Romero government in El Salvador was already shaking. He had a visit in Caracas, he said, from Viren P. Vaki, then the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. Duarte said that Vaki discussed the likelihood of Romero's overthrow. Duarte said he made clear his opposition, as a matter of principle, to coups d'état, and advanced a program of his own. I said I had a formula so that Romero would accept a dialogue and that the Christian Democrats would wait until the elections for the National Assembly in 1980. All parties would then enter the government, and we would prepare for a presidential election in 1982. 156. Duarte said that his plan was scuttled by the leftists, who were the dominant civilian element in the first junta, and by the church, particularly the Jesuits who were Archbishop Romero's most trusted advisors. Their objective, Duarte said, was to head off the possibility of compromise with the center, as exemplified by his segment of the Christian Democrats, and the moderate right. He charged that the first junta resigned after only 3 months in office to precipitate a crisis. I found documents explaining why they had done so, Duarte said, without describing them further. They wanted to end pluralism, to break up all the democratic possibilities, and, by letting the military rule, which is what they thought would happen, to create a civilian-military confrontation. We didn't want that, so we accepted the challenge of trying to govern. Mr. Ungo has lost his mind. He's lost his democratic concepts. He will accept no alternatives. He refused an invitation from the Christian Democrats to remain in the government. The left has lost the people, but the war will have to go on until the people isolate both the far left and the far right. Duarte rejected the opinion expressed by Ungo and other officials of the Democratic Revolutionary Front, many of whom were old friends of his, that his long exile had put him hopelessly out of touch with developments in El Salvador and that he preferred to ignore the fact that the Christian Democrats had split down the middle. In their view, vanity, which Duarte, like most men in public life, has an adequate supply of, had reacted with disappointment to produce a corrosive compound that had eaten away at his judgment. *TM carrying out political change, but I'm doing it intelligently, and it can't be done overnight, he said. The army, as an institution, is willing to accept political solutions, but the others, the National Guard and the National Police, have been trained for 50 years to do it the other way, and it will take time to change them. Duarte said that he could already see a decline in the support that the campesinos were willing to give to the guerrillas. The difference was the land reform, he said. I spoke for it as long ago as when President Kennedy announced the Alliance for Progress. The political concept is simple: to take away the power of the hacienda owners and give it to the campesinos. Both the extreme right and the left tried to stop the land reform, but they failed, and if you look at the places where the guerrillas are strong now, the regions along the Honduran border, you will see that these are also the places where there were few haciendas to expropriate. He finished a drink and stopped his aide from pouring him another. There is no such thing as inevitability or historical determinism, he said, emphasizing his words by bringing down his fist and then stopping when he recalled the top of the table was made of glass. You can change the laws of history by having the right people in the right place doing the right thing. I think Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 157. Was selected by my people to be president in 1972. Now I have a second chance. The situation is very different. I have more enemies, and much of the world is against me, but I think we will succeed. 77. Promoting democratization and economic vitalization. By Just Napol 6 N. Duarte. Delivering the Salvadoran version of a State of the Union address in June of 1985, President Duarte touched on several major domestic as well as international and diplomatic issues. The speech was delivered in Salvadoran National Assembly, with key legislators, magistrates, foreign dignitaries, and representatives of the armed forces in the audience. In Chapter 10 we will present his views on the important issue of dialogue between the Salvadoran government and the rebels. Here, we offer Duarte's appraisal of the non-military aspects of the country's plight, even though in candid moments he could admit that the war accounts for 800 million colones of our budget. Has become more important than the garbage department, public employees, drilling wells, providing subsidies, and all the rest. As is usual in addresses of these kinds, whether delivered in San Salvador, Washington, Beijing, or Moscow, the speaker usually accentuates the positive achievements and hopeful prospects, the intractable difficulties are usually slurred over. Yet these difficulties are enormous, and they have resulted in drastic austerity measures, including devaluation of the currency and sharply increased gasoline prices. Announcing this austerity program early in 1986, Duarte sweetened matters by pledging to subsidize such basic consumer goods as corn, beans, cooking oil, rice, milk, and salt, and raising the minimum wages for farm workers. Permitting these economic concessions was a doubling of prices for Salvadoran coffee, due to crop failures elsewhere in Latin America, which will bring in the equivalent of several million unexpected dollars in the next 2 years. When such windfall benefits are removed, the prospects for the Salvadoran economy are bleak. Upon completing the first year of my tenure as constitutional president of the Republic and general commander of the armed forces, I want to address you regarding the country's general situation. Why message? The situation we are experiencing and the efforts we make so that El Salvador can succeed and we can decide our own fate. These efforts are contained in 5 major objectives, which I will discuss. Third, democratization. When I assumed the presidency of the Republic, I said that my government would promote the democratic process by encouraging the participation of democratic organizations in the new pluralist system established in the Constitution of the Republic. This has been possible thanks to the people's decisive support and to the strengthening of the institutions, particularly the armed forces, which has not only served to demonstrate an extraordinary moral and technical conduct in the struggle against subversion, but has also become the bulwark of the democratic system and a decisive factor in supporting the legally established government in the search for peace and a general solution to the country's problems. This is what the people have hoped for and what they have expected from the armed forces. Today it has come true. My commitment to democracy is based on a lifelong struggle on behalf of democracy and an absolute rejection of violence as a means to reach power. My ideal of democracy is not a static or cut-and-dried concept. It is dynamic, realistic, and participative with a profound humane dimension. To take advantage of democracy to manipulate men for economic, political, or ideological exploitation is to distort the real meaning of democracy. Therefore, I am pleased to see our country slowly but firmly moving toward an authentic democracy. In a recent letter to the Assembly, even the terrorists admitted the legitimacy and representativeness of the legislative branch as the result of the electoral processes and the people's will, and not as an imposition through the use of arms and violence. The international recognition of the progress we have made in this respect, which was obtained as a result of my trips to Europe, the United States, and Latin America, is the recognition of our institutional legitimacy obtained through the people's massive participation in the 4 elections we have held. In this manner, we have complied with the democratization of a government that governs. Fourth, participation. Democracy is based on the people's participation in the government's decisions. That is why after I aspired to be president of the Salvadorans and was elected by the people, I agreed to sign a social pact with everyone based on making the participation of all sectors effective so that together we can work to achieve peace, full democracy, and social justice. The Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 159. Social pact is not a pact of interests. It is a bundle of will to attain social goals so that we can all forge ahead in harmony. This social pact implies the understanding and participation of all sectors in a permanent dialogue that will make possible the prevention of a social conflict so that together we can promote a feeling of solidarity for the good of our country. Once again I urge all sectors to work conscientiously together on behalf of the country's dearest interests. However, we are all aware of the trade union strikes that are taking place. Under the pretext of making labor demands, these strikes have an indisputable political background. I have always believed in democratic trade unionism because it is a well-deserved gain by the workers. The trade unions are the channels of participation in the process and in the material and spiritual development of the peoples. What is unacceptable is for those channels to be used to manipulate people's needs. When the trade unions are infiltrated and used to promote war and destabilization, they lose their social function and the people's confidence. This is the sad, unjust objective planned by the FMLN/FDR, which we discovered in documents seized in Morazan from rebels who had surrendered and also found on the person of terrorist Nydia Diaz. I must mention that many of the evils we are fighting today have been the result of the lack of social discipline in previous years. It is necessary that we realize that obeying the law is indispensable to having social harmony. We all know that we have a war economy, a large fiscal deficit, and a currency shortage, that half of our budget goes for national defense, that terrorism has greatly damaged our economic structure, that there is high unemployment, that there are almost no private or state investments, that as a result of the conflict the private sector has reduced job opportunities, and that we are facing a critical situation, and in order to overcome it we must make great efforts and sacrifices. Under these circumstances, to demand outrageous wage increases and benefits that do not conform to reality is really unreasonable and shows a lack of patriotism. For this reason, I appeal to all Salvadoran workers to understand the country's difficult situation and make an effort not to help aggravate the crisis. The terrorists have publicly unveiled their intentions by appealing to workers to strike and cause disorder. However, I have faith and confidence that the workers will not heed or follow radical trade union leaders because the workers understand that destabilization only weakens the democratic process, impedes the consolidation of the reform, and makes the struggle for the masses and the creation of jobs impossible, thus failing to meet the needs of thousands of jobless workers. Through participation we are trying to create a political space without clashes or confrontations. We act judiciously yet firmly because this is a true government. Fifth, economic reactivation. I have established a process to stabilize our economy by facing the problems that affect most of our people. Our plans include the creation of new jobs for the thousands of jobless and to keep those who have jobs in them. I want to mention some of our efforts toward economic reactivation. As part of our economic reactivation program, on May 14 I announced specific ordinances that will benefit the national coffee growing industry and all small, medium, and large coffee growers. This measure is necessary today more than ever to improve financing for coffee growing in order to preserve and strengthen one of our country's most important production structures. Thanks to the 600 million colones granted to us above former years' financing, this industry will employ more than 300,000 workers. In addition, we have issued similar ordinances to help cotton growers, who also have suffered the impact of the crisis. Regarding sugar cane, it not only stabilized, but cultivation acreage increased. We have also issued specific instructions regarding basic grains. We have set up credit lines for more than 500 million colones. In addition, mechanisms have been expedited so that growers of basic grains have easy access to bank credits. It is important to point out that the grain growers have a sure credit and market. For this reason, we have speeded up the operation of the Institute for the Regulation of Supplies and ordered the Agricultural and Livestock Development Bank, the Federation of Credit Institutions, and the Mortgage Bank, as well as the rest of the banking system, to cooperate in this marketing effort. Regarding livestock, at the beginning of this month and during the inauguration of the Central American Livestock Exposition, I said that this field deserves special attention. Cattlemen can rely on this government's cooperation. We have proudly confirmed the improved quality of this country's cattle breeds. Agrarian reform requires consolidation. We have succeeded in breaking the legal stagnation of this sector, and 3 other estates have been returned to their former owners. These estates are worth approximately 38 million colones. In addition, Salvadoran Institute of Agrarian Transformation has delivered 28 other farms to as many cooperatives. As part of the government's economic policy, it is worthwhile to stress that necessary measures have been taken to ensure the public expenses austerity and rationalization without increasing the 1984 general budget. By sacrificing other operational and investment expenses, the salaries of more than 149,000 public workers were increased by more than 130 colones monthly in July, thus benefiting their families. As you can see, we have been concerned over state workers. Therefore, we made an effort and raised their salaries. We want to make our contribution so that social justice can be attained in this country. Public workers have insurance. Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 161. Coverage was increased by 50% from 10,000 to 15,000 colones. In December, retirement and pension benefits for the central government's civil and military workers were increased proportionately. Some pensions for less than 100 colones were increased to 525 colones. A minimum of 150 colones per month was established for all retirement payments. This corrected the cases of many retired people who received 8 colones per month for many years because this adjustment had not been made for more than 50 years. The tax policy centered its efforts on identifying new taxpayers. Tax registers were improved. The fiscal program was broadened. Taxpayers received assistance in the payment of their back taxes and procedures used by the tax administration were speeded up. The public credit policy was aimed at containing rapid indebtedness and achieving a rational utilization of domestic and foreign financing sources to contract for the strictly indispensable obligations to foster public investment and economic reactivation. The government, aware that the population's true income continues to be affected by inflation-related phenomena, has speeded up the stabilization and price mechanisms. For this reason and because of a late charge regarding prices of some medicines, I have ordered the Economy Minister to open a public hearing to discuss this and make the necessary decisions. The industrial sector, which is considered one of the strongest pillars in the economic reactivation policy, has received fiscal benefits to foster productive activities. The national industry has been protected and the consumption of our products has been urged and fostered. The organization, fostering, and development of the economy's non-formal sector has received priority treatment. Technical, financial, and managerial assistance has been given to the sector, as well as commercialization assistance, thus stressing its potential. We have taken into consideration that this sector is the one that provides the largest number of jobs in our country because this is a true government that thinks about the majority. Salvadoran people, friends, the country's problems are many and difficult. Through the humanization of the armed conflict, we strive for our nation's pacification, the democratization of our society, the people's participation in the nation's activities at all levels, and the reactivation of the national economy. We do this because this is a true government. Therefore, this is a suitable opportunity to ask all sectors of the country to join forces and participate in this process to strengthen the 5 political aspects that I have outlined, because we can forge ahead only in unity. Salvadoran people, I would like to invite all of you to feel that if the crisis that lashes at us is special, then the characteristics of our effort and willingness for work will also be special. At this time, as El Salvador is having through one of its history's most dramatic chapters, I ask God, with all the force of my Christian conviction, to help me and give me the necessary moral strength to be firm and to always keep aloft the flag of faith and hope, to keep asking for all Salvadorans common. 162. Unity and effort. I ask for help to be able to lead our homeland to a higher well-being, justice, democracy, freedom, and peace. If we have faith and are willing to struggle and work together, victory will be ours. Salvadoran people, government, legislative assembly, Supreme Court of Justice officials, members of the diplomatic corps, ministers of state, armed forces members, Salvadoran people, thank you very much. 18 Arena, the Salvadoran Right's Conception of Nationalism and Justice. By Major Roberto Dogwison. The word fascism is a term not to be thrown about lightly in the manner of careless soapbox orators, yet the Arena Party in El Salvador seemed, at least until its mid-1985 house cleaning, to be a reasonable facsimile of a Central American fascist organization. Arena is the Spanish acronym for National Republican Alliance. In the classic European fascist parties, extreme nationalism and militarism were main ideological principles. Roberto Dogwison and other Arena spokespeople stress the role of their party as upholder of Salvadoran nationalism and the honor of the military, and are widely believed to be closely associated with the death squads and with the assassination of Archbishop Oscar Romero. But if Arena represents fascism in El Salvador, it is in a form different from the great power fascism of Nazi Germany. Although Dogwison sometimes claims to be defending all the Americas against the communist onslaught, there is also clearly a realistic acceptance of El Salvador's small nation status, the country's power clearly circumscribed by tiny territorial extent, relatively small population, and weak economy. It may be that in the comparative analysis of fascism, a category must be reserved for small power fascism. But this should not obscure the danger if even such a diminutive country as El Salvador becomes the trigger of a far larger conflict, particularly if great powers like the United States act on the belief that their national security requires outside support for the suppression of rebel challenges. In this selection, Arena 5 aims and ideology in the 1984 electoral campaign are set forth in a revealing and obviously spontaneous declaration by Dogwison: intense nationalism, devout piety toward private enterprise, passionate hatred of the left, barely veiled justifications of terror and violence as legitimate means of political action, and several notions bordering on the bizarre. Surprisingly, from a Salvadoran polit icon backed by such conservative North American figures as Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, there is more than an undercurrent of hostility to the United States, some of whose policy suggestions are seen from the Arena perspective as akin to communism. Arena lost the election to the candidate favored by the United States, José Napoleon Duarte, and his Christian Democratic Party, and subsequently disintegrated into squabbling factions. The pugnacious Dogwison was replaced as Arena chieftain by soft-spoken agro-export businessman, Alfredo Cristiani, who evidently hopes to moderate the party's damaging reputation as a violent, possibly fascist organization. As a nationalist, I want to offer in this most important forum the interpretation of what members of Arena feel. Let us not delude ourselves regarding the situation that we are experiencing. The problem that is facing El Salvador is not that this country is a target of international communism. We are guinea pigs. The two great world powers have come here to confront one another. The United States, the defender of our freedom, has come here to carry out alien experiments without even asking us if we wanted to be part of those experiments. They have come here to play with trilateralism. They have come here to experiment with a number of other activities. They are supplying the weapons and the money for this confrontation, and unfortunately we Salvadorans are supplying the blood and the destruction of our people and of our fatherland. Based on this reality, we must respond to those two currents that are confronting each other here and that are playing and experimenting with us. On the topic of corruption, administrative corruption must be fought. It is an evil that has developed gradually. There have been countries that have fallen into total chaos or are at the brink of failure because of corruption that has become almost institutionalized. However, the worst kind of corruption, in our view as national Republicans, is the nationalizations and state confiscations. That is the worst germ of administrative corruption, because when there is nationalization, or state confiscation, corruption becomes routine. Another kind of corruption that has become very widespread and harmful for our country is to allow intervention in the internal affairs of our people. In our domestic affairs, this kind of corruption, this surrendering, gentlemen, is the most harmful of all. Corruption at the national level is highly dangerous because this corruption, together with the misinformation campaign of the great international Marxist plague, could place El Salvador in a very critical situation. It is corruption to allow this war to go on. Corruption is not having the courage to admit that we are in a state of war. We have been at war for 4 years already. Corruption is to allow it by talking about things that are no longer comprehensible to us nationalists, such as negotiating, holding dialogues, or forming a different government. It is corruption to allow this war for the financial benefit of those who supply us with weapons and those who are supplying the other side, those who are giving us loans, donations and a number of other things. They are making money, and that is also corruption. As to justice, has been linked to respect for human rights. I have heard how many deaths this war has caused, but I have not heard that those dead include some 2,000 young men of our armed forces. Where is the justice for those whose throats have been cut, as in the case of Colonel Becorino in El Paraiso? Where was the clamor against the bombs that these terrorists placed in an unarmed civilian light plane that was carrying women and children? Where were the defenders of justice when the mother and daughters of a family in Aguilars were raped and the entire family killed? Only a young lady who was bathing in the river at that time was saved. Why did the guerrillas kill them? Because that lady was serving the troops that were on duty on Guazapa Hill. She would do their shopping in Aguilars, buy them cigarettes, candy, or take the newspapers to them. Human rights and justice. This topic is also closely linked to violence. Who among us Salvadorans does not mourn a relative, or a comrade in arms, lost in this violence? I, for one, carry in my heart the memory of a great number of good Salvadorans, good servicemen, who have died violently, and not in combat. Speaking of violence, gentlemen, the fundamental platform of our party is to attain peace, but we want to be very clear about this because we are not trying to deceive anyone. We believe that we will attain peace when El Salvador and our people obtain a victory. It is not true that we will continue negotiations to share with those gentlemen a power to which they have no right. The topic of justice has been distorted. Gentlemen, there used to be 4 pillars here that were always the pedestal to keep out those doctrines that gradually infiltrated themselves, until those who espoused them ended up in the mountains attacking us. One of those pillars was the productive sector, the men who knew how to work and give directions, from the man that tills the soil and the laborer up to the businessman. We are realists and I personally do not make distinctions between this kind and that when we speak about private enterprises. Everyone who produces and works honestly and freely is an entrepreneur. For a government to fulfill a social function, it must have an income. The government's income comes from taxes. Who pays the taxes? Producers. That is why one of the principles that we most firmly believe is that productivity generates resources. The other pillars are the church, justice, the law, and judges, and our armed forces. Let us speak of justice that, being already undermined, has become a factor in the violence, the expropriations. Is it fair to expropriate violently? I think not, because if the government had felt secure and sure of popular support, it could have proceeded gradually in implementing its intention better to distribute the land. However, when a government feels unstable and follows foreign instructions, it behaves in this way, and that does not constitute justice or compliance with the law. If you vote for Arena's position, it will be our obligation to correct those errors. Above all the things about which we have spoken to you so much, we say and will continue to say that El Salvador comes first, second and third. Thank you very much. 79 Arena's bid for power by Craig Pies. Although it is the fear of communist revolution that excites the most heated U.S. rhetoric about El Salvador, it is the terror engendered by the death squads of the right that has created some of the most serious embarrassments for a succession of Washington administrations. As this reading by Albuquerque Journal correspondent Craig Pies makes clear, these death squads bear a distinctive Made in U.S.A label. Thus, Washington policy has vacillated between supporting movements like Arena and occasionally excoriating such Arena figures as Colonel Roberto Dogwison for his links to the death squad apparatus. 166. Beneath these policy shifts, and underlying Reagan administration 5 support for the Christian democratic government of José Napoleón Duarte, may have been sober reflections on the long-run futility of the kind of counter-terror described here. As leading academic expert on communist insurgency Chalmers Johnson pointed out during the Vietnam War, anti-guerrilla terrorism will more than likely spread the mass mobilization upon which guerrilla movements thrive. But neither has the U.S. government pressured the Salvadorans to dismantle the terror apparatus that Dogwison and his friends so carefully created. This apparatus stands in place ready to be reactivated when the Salvadoran oligarchy no longer perceives that regular counterinsurgency is effective and when popular political organizations again challenge the oligarchic military establishment of that country. From current reports, they will not have long to wait. A group of die-hard veterans of French colonial Algeria helped right-wing leader Roberto Dogwison map a secret plan for a campaign of terror aimed at seizing control of El Salvador's government. The plan was drafted in Guatemala in April and May of 1980, Dogwison said, when he met with former members of the French secret army organization who had been contacted by Salvadoran millionaires. Dogwison said he and his French consultants laid out a political and operational strategy of counter-terror adopted from techniques OAS developed in its struggle against Algerian nationalists in the late 1950s. The OAS veterans also had served as advisors to the ultra-right-wing National Liberation Movement in its bloody anti-guerrilla campaigns in the 1960s. After the October 1979 coup in El Salvador by a group of reform-minded young military officers, Dogwison and other Salvadoran rightists moved to Guatemala and began working closely with the MLN in regional anti-communist paramilitary operations, including attacks on officials of El Salvador's US-backed government. Dogwison's plan outlines organizational and operational guidelines for assassinations, kidnappings, and military assault teams, to be coupled with a political organization engaged in international diplomacy and public relations. Dogwison called it a good plan, based in part on how we have been operating from October 1979 to May 1980. The Salvadoran leader never said how much of the plan had become operational, acknowledging only that later the initial idea that we had seized on in that document became more consolidated. He added that it contained the organizational diagram that resulted in the Nationalist Republican Alliance. The document was seized from Dogwison *S attaché case during his May 7, 1980, arrest at a farmhouse northwest of San Salvador by forces loyal to Army Chief of Staff Col. Adolfo Arnaldo Maginot, one of the army officers Dogwison was working to overthrow. The plan, a copy of which has been obtained by the Albuquerque Journal, was among a number of compromising documents seized at the time. The others included a datebook containing the names and addresses of right-wing businessmen and military officers and records of payments to active-duty army officers, for weapons, notations of meetings, vehicles, prostitutes and safe houses. I believe this is a whole terrorist plan. It was a miracle to have captured this, said Maginot. Everything that was planned in this has come to be in these past years, the kidnappings, the dragging people out of their homes at night. It's all here. Though the datebook was shared with authorities in the United States, U.S. officials claim they were never given a copy of the Dogwison plan. The paramilitary organizational structure described in the document resembles a political death squad network that U.S. officials today say is linked to Dogwison's arena and high-ranking military officers strategically placed in intelligence sections of the Salvadoran security forces and army commands. Some of these officers were among those arrested with Dogwison at the farm, but all were released quickly for insufficient evidence by a military commission. A few days after Dogwison's arrest, 7 of El Salvador's most notorious death squads issued a proclamation announcing their unification under the banner of the secret anti-communist army, one of the death squads operating in El Salvador today. The proclamation called for joining the extreme right's political groups with the military death squads, as outlined in the plan. After his release, Dogwison sent an explanatory letter to a member of the High Command, asking permission to put the anti-guerrilla plan into effect. The journal was allowed to see a copy of the May 25, 1980, letter, which is in the private files of a close Dogwison associate. The letter concluded with an appeal to the Armed Forces Command for help and protection to develop an anti-communist campaign in the country that is quite similar to that carried out in Guatemala, would not signify any embarrassment for you because we don't plan to leave any tracks in that campaign. Dogwison publicly has denied any involvement with Salvadoran death squads. The plan is the most significant documentary evidence so far to link the Salvadoran nationalist and his supporters to the planning of paramilitary terrorist groups. It illustrates how terrorist actions could be carried out by tightly controlled but seemingly independent death squads which display no visible ties to either the military or political organizations. At the time the plan was drawn, Salvadoran rightists believed Marxist infiltrators in the Christian Democratic civilian military junta were preventing the government's security forces from vigorously pursuing the battle against subversion. Some of Dogwison's OAS advisors came from Paris, others from South America, said a Salvadoran close to the operation. They were very tight-lipped, more professional, more serious, he said, than other foreign advisors they had contacted. He said the French had been promised funds to establish a commando school in Guatemala, including weapons and bullets and arms and uniforms, and all those implements that are used to train people to be commandos, but the funds were not delivered. Dogwison said that, before meeting with the French, he received assurances from friends in Argentina and France that they were honorable, motivated, trustworthy and that they had a lot of experience in these things. I laid it out to them how we had been working from October 1979 to May 1980, Dogwison said, how FAN was organized, what we had managed to achieve in these few months and what kind of economic help we had, with what infrastructure. That was my idea with respect to making political war. Then they told me that all we had done was good, that we were knowledgeable about our cause, but they recommended that I be more specific. Then they explained to me about the guerrilla war in Algeria, he added. Dogwison said the French advised the Salvadorans to form an organization which would operate independently of the government. What we had to do was not to wait for the politicians to give the orders, Dogwison explained. At the top, according to the plan, would be a political directorate and a general staff made up of representatives of the military and right-wing civilians. The general staff was divided into 4 departments and a chief of combat operations. One department was charged with collecting funds through its agents and accounting for the expenditures. The description matches the datebook seized during Dogwison's 1980 arrest. Another department had responsibility for psychological action, which was defined as maintaining liaison with international support groups in Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 169. Europe, South America, and the United States, and distributing analysis and propaganda to local and international media. The press, the plan advises, will be manipulated intelligently, suggesting getting close to journalists, paying them, exploiting their professional ambitions. The Department of Mass Organization would be a civilian group to oversee food supplies, provide hideouts, distribute leaflets, and obtain identity papers for the rightists. The civilian groups also would serve as an intelligence net, turning in the names of subversives to the brain of the organization, the Department of Searches and Information. DBF's functions were to collect and analyze data and to direct the combat networks. The plan calls it the point of the spear in the anti-guerrilla war. Only the highest officers of the organization were to be allowed direct personal contact with DBI. The director of combat would operate out of DBI. He would be the top of an organizational pyramid, delivering orders to cells through post office box safe drops down through its levels of command to individual combat cells of 3 soldiers each. The DBI also would direct its urban combat units in assassinations, ambushes, military-type assaults, kidnappings, fund collection, and sabotage. For the countryside, the document prescribes guerrillas in heavily armed small groups to disrupt the red gangs in their own territory, while trying to win over peasant families in their tiny little towns with gifts of money and food. The actions of the urban and rural guerrillas would have to increase gradually, the plan says, until the organization's support in the armed forces was sufficient to seize power. During the Algerian War, French soldiers who joined the OAS operated in secret terrorist cells against the Algerian nationalist movement, even as the French government was working to reach a political accord for Algerian independence. The politicians, the OAS believed, had betrayed France in surrendering Algeria to the nationalists, and it vowed to kill de Gaulle and bring down his government. But, after more than half a dozen failed attempts at killing the French president, the OAS was broken up by French intelligence agents. Members of the secret terrorist organization dispersed, some to South America to become military advisors in the international anti-communist movement. In the mid-1960s, at least one of the officers who worked with D'Aguisson was in Guatemala to coach the MLN. The MLN carried out a counterinsurgency campaign similar to that later waged in El Salvador, using techniques that became the model for the Salvadorans. Arena insiders describe a theory of counterinsurgency warfare which parallels the development of the party. The theory explains El Salvador's epidemic of death squad killings as the implementation of a philosophy of selective and mass assassinations carried out in an organized manner. 170. D'Aguisson is perhaps only the most public figure in Arena, a political movement that contains others more powerful than he. The party organization spans all of El Salvador's 14 departments. It is divided into sectors that correspond roughly to the traditional divisions of Salvadoran society, such as youth, peasants, and farmers. But the party also embraces local military officers, security force operations, and a broad vigilante network of civil defense units suspected of being used to eliminate the party's political opposition. Current U.S. intelligence indicates that Arena may be connected to a single countrywide death squad network, consisting primarily of 3 loosely knit regional organizations which in total do not exceed 50 persons. In San Salvador, the names of the operating groups are the Secret Anti-Communist Army, the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Anti-Communist Brigade, and the Comando Metropolitano, whose commander is known only as Comandante Leopoldo. In the eastern part of the country, the death squad is known as the Gremio Anticomunista Salvadorfia. In western El Salvador, it is called the Escuadrón de la Muerte, which operates under the trademark M. The plan, explained one D'Aguisson aide, was to establish a 3-tiered organization containing a political or propaganda level, to encourage and protect the military level, a financial system where we would always have money to attack, and a military level what the United States called right-wing death squads, people who go out and kidnap and kill the communists the way they were doing it to the rightists. We divided into a Salvadoran group and a Miami group, said the D'Aguisson aide. The Miami group was finances. In the Miami group were members of El Salvador's oligarchy. They felt dangerously exposed after the 1979 coup broke its hold on the military and upset the old power structure. Those who put up the money at first, and who later became key financial backers of Arena, which emerged later, were primarily planters with agribusiness and banking interests and who live in condominiums in Miami. The identities of most of them are as well known in El Salvador as the names Rockefeller and Getty are in the United States. They include Guillermo Billy Sol, Orlando de Sola, and relatives of Guatemalan rightist leader Mario Sandoval Alarcon. Within the Salvadoran exile community in Miami, journal sources said, there was talk in 1979 about hiring military men and foreign advisors to re-establish a security network that would operate its own death squads. Names of participants weren't revealed, but rumors put the fundraising goal for this endeavor as high as $10 million. Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition 171. The general plan was confirmed by former Salvadoran President and Christian Democratic Party leader José Napoleon Duarte. The people in Miami started to get meatery people, Duarte said. I know at least 3 of the men they called. They were looking for people to create a structure outside the army, to do the things the army could not do. They wanted to find someone to put together a military and guerrilla force, the same as the left had. They were concerned about the intelligence work in particular. Terrorism cannot be fought with conventional methods, asserted Guillermo Billy Sol, a financier and right-wing activist and one of Dogwison's earliest backers. The only answer, he said, is destroy it. And to accomplish its destruction, you need excellent intelligence. Dogwison is excellent on that. He's U.S. trained. In fact, the intense, chain-smoking intelligence officer had spent most of his 20 years of meatery service tracking down enemies of the state. In 1978, fresh from special training courses in Taiwan, Dogwison composed a 64-page intelligence report for the National Guard which became the text on the relationships between social reformers and Marxist guerrillas for the various Salvadoran governmental intelligence services. Dogwison was assigned to the elite of those services, the Salvadoran National Security Agency, ANSESL. ANSESL was formed of the heads of the military services and internal security forces and answered directly to the president. From its offices in the presidential palace, it functioned as the brain of a vast state security apparatus that reached into every town and neighborhood in the country. By conservative estimate, at least one Salvadoran out of every 50 was an informant for the agency. In addition to gathering intelligence, ANSESL was used to carry out death squad activities before the coup, according to Salvadoran and U.S. officials. After the coup, ANSESL was ordered disbanded. Rebuilding that intelligence system, and using its database for identifying the enemy, became a central goal of Dogwison's nationalist movement. Rightist insiders involved with the paramilitary underground said that Dogwison remained in contact with about 100 mostly low and mid-level officers from the security forces, working closely with 15 to 20. These sources pointed out the National Guard and Treasury Police, particularly their intelligence units, as the rightists' 2 main bases of support in 1980, which they called the Big Paramilitary Year. Both agencies have been accused by U.S. officials of conducting mass assassination campaigns. The biggest target was the Christian Democrat Party, whose right wing maintained power with U.S. support after the civilians of the first junta resigned at the end of 1979. The PDC remained in power until the elections of March 1982. 172. Arena party leaders told the Albuquerque Journal that they recognized the need for the moderate facade of Christian Democratic President Duarte during the junta period, in order to get military support from Washington. But to the extreme right-wing network being assembled by Dogwison, the rank-and-file Christian Democrats also were the foe. According to PDC spokesman, more than 260 of the party's leaders, including 35 Christian Democratic mayors, have been murdered in the past 3 years. Many of these killings have been traced to former members of ORDEN. This group of ragtag, machete-wielding peasants and conservative farmers formed the base of the government's disbanded ANSESL internal espionage network. But Dogwison said he recruited and paid about 8 of ORDEN's 14 departmental officials to maintain ORDEN's structure down to the local level, and rechristened the organization the Democratic Nationalist Front. The ORDEN network was formed in the mid-1960s by Dogwison's mentor, former National Guard Chief Gen. José Alberto Chil Medrano, who was identified by U.S. officials as both a CIA liaison and head of the Salvadoran White Hand death squads in the 1960s. Medrano fashioned ORDEN to support his own political aspirations, building the organization around paramilitary power and political control. ORDEN recruited vast numbers of civilian agent volunteers, put a chief in every town and a political leader in every area, who reported to the National Guard. By the late 1970s, the governmental spy network was estimated to employ more than 80,000 IRs and 6,000 paramilitary troops. A report by the Organization of American States recommended in 1978 that the government abolish the vigilante group for its participation in killings, torture, voter fraud and political intimidation. Much of that network now has been absorbed into ARENA. Retired COL. Mario Rosales y Rosales, one of ORDEN's original organizers, controlled the organization and all military for ARENA, said a high party official. The official, who asked not to be named, said Rosales put an ORDEN man in each province to run the party. At the beginning, Dogwison said, ORDEN was the foundation of the mass movement he was about to build. Perhaps insufficiently emphasized in Pisa's otherwise penetrating exercise in investigative journalism is the North American origins of the Salvadoran death squads. Carrying out similar research at the same time, another U.S. journalist, Alan Nairn, found a pattern of sustained U.S. participation in building and managing the Salvadoran security apparatus that relies on death squad assassination as its principal means of enforcement. Nairn's evidence includes not only Medrano's CIA connections, but data on the role of both the CIA and the U.S. Armed Forces in creating and organizing both ORDEN and ANCESL, advising and arming both groups, including instruction in methods of physical and psychological torture. Nairn, Behind the Death Squads, The Progressive, May 1984. eds. Salvador and Politics at the Top, Duarte and the Right-Wing Opposition. 173. To counter leftist support groups, Dogwison said he began to put together an umbrella civic organization to support the armed forces politically and to extend military intelligence capabilities. Called the Broad National Front, its membership was made up of private enterprise associations, such as the coffee growers, cattle ranchers, and young executives, plus the Women's Front and a youth organization called the Salvadoran Nationalist Movement. Each of these elements was later fused into the ARENA Party. MNS was one of the most idealistic segments of the burgeoning right-wing nationalist movement. Its young members were mostly American-educated aspiring businessmen who were the sons of upper-middle-class Salvadorans. They had sworn a blood oath dedicating their souls to the battle against communism. They were also one of the first groups to join Dogwison. Described the civilian organizations as counterparts to the army, giving it information from the peasants to very high-up people to help destroy the urban guerrillas. It is not a civil war, an open war, a legal war, Paredes explained. We don't want to fight a fair war. We have to go and beat their pants off. Because the ultimate leadership of the communist organizations is always hidden, the intelligence services must be turned into services of combat to uncover the secret brain and destroy it, Dogwison explained. If you destroy the organization, the guerrillas will starve up in the mountains, Paredes said. Before the coup, almost 200 people a year were being killed, allegedly by government security forces. El Salvador was known in the international community as one of the world's worst violators of human rights. After the coup, the rate of killing rose steadily to 800 a month. Both U.S. and Salvadoran officials attribute most of the increased post-coup violence to independent anti-communist death squads financed by the oligarchy and directed by the right-wing paramilitary underground. The Salvadoran military leadership said that Dogwison was running these paramilitary operations from Guatemala. Dogwison said that, after he left the army, his activities were directed toward building a network, both within and outside the armed forces, which he said had been compromised by pro-Marxist elements supporting the coup. Initially, he said, he met with former intelligence operatives and right-wing political leaders to salvage the intelligence system of the pre-coup regime. MNS members said the organization did not participate in paramilitary activities but, for safety's sake, decided to copy the enemy's strategy, operating with secret groups in a combination of cell and chain. A number of these cells formed civilian defense groups which patrolled the upper class. 174. Neighborhoods, HNKED by CB radios and initiating actions under cover of their defense units. The system was helped into place by Carranza, who explained the network with obvious pride. He said he personally organized Civil Defense Committee No. 1, which had about 20 people, mostly doctors, lawyers, and businessmen, who patrolled in sophisticated groups with radio systems hooked up to the National Police and the Armed Forces. These groups, said Dogwison, were integrated into FAN and formed levels of defense more or less in leadership with me. Beneath FAN was an underground network of civilian military death squads. According to information contained in the organization's private files, members of its clandestine arm at one point considered calling themselves the Army of National Salvation. The name was never generally used in public, but one former Salvadoran junta member said that the Army of National Salvation was known to some of the highest people in government, who thought it may have been the high command of the right controlling all the other paramilitary groups. A few months before the March 1982 elections, the metamorphosis of FAN into ARENA was completed. ARENA burst into the open as a new Salvadoran political party. Its motto was the Party of National Salvation. 20 demonstration elections in El Salvador carried by Frank Broadhead. Raymond Bonner witnessed the 1982 elections in El Salvador as a New York Times correspondent and was observer of the intense involvement of a variety of U.S. government agencies in the electoral contest. Not only was the Agency for International Development able to divert funds from human rights and planning efforts while the CIA covertly channeled funds to Duarte and the Christian Democrats, but the American Institute for Free Labor Development, a nominally non-governmental branch of the USAFL-CIO, also threw itself into these elections. But even deeper than these specific instances of U.S. involvement was the sense in which these and later elections were staged for a North American audience that needed a public spectacle of legitimate governmental activity, lest segments of the U.S. public, already uneasy about their country's increasing entanglement in what appeared to be another Vietnam, become actively anti-interventionist. Pioneering in this interpretation of the Salvadoran voting as a series of demonstration elections were Edward Herman and Frank Broadhead, whose book Demonstration Elections was published by South End Press in Boston in 1982. In this essay, Broadhead summarizes the argument of that book and extends it to the eve of the 1984 presidential elections, in which José Napoleon Duarte, Washington's man in El Salvador, was the victor. On March 25, 1984, more than 1 million Salvadorans will go to the polls. They will be casting their ballots in El Salvador's presidential election. Although the election will be interpreted as a vote for peace, it will be used by the Reagan administration to justify the continued U.S. military buildup in Central America. The Salvadoran election is not an exercise in democracy, but its opposite, a means to deny Salvadoran self-determination and to justify U.S. intervention. For most Salvadorans the election ritual is meaningless and participation is compulsory. Voting is a means of keeping alive for another day. The election will affect Salvadorans chiefly by its impact on U.S. policy. It is for us, the citizens of the United States, that this election drama is conceived, written, staged, and interpreted. It is for us that the fine words of democracy and self-determination are scripted. It is for us, not the Salvadorans, that this election is called free. Our role in this election is not simply passive. As in much experimental theater, we as audience also have a role to play in the drama. If we find the election drama sufficiently convincing, our role may be expanded to support the dispatch of U.S. troops to Central America. Instead of a bit part, we may be offered the same leading role we had in Vietnam. But if we denounce the drama as a fraud, as not genuine, as insulting and laughable, the Reagan administration may be blocked from escalating U.S. military aid to its Salvadoran clients at a militarily critical stage in the war. Demonstration elections. The Salvadoran election of March 1984 may be best described as a demonstration election. That is, it is an election whose secondary purpose is to select political leaders or even to ratify the political leaders chosen by the Reagan administration. The purpose of the demonstration election, rather, is to convince the citizens of the United States that their client government is freely chosen. While many colonial powers have sponsored fraudulent elections in client states, the demonstration election has become particularly important for U.S. intervention strategy. It is one of the major vehicles through which the United States legitimizes the expenditure of billions of dollars and thousands of lives in the slaughter of more thousands of lives in the defense of U.S. interests. It is significant that such an exercise, a demonstration election, has become 176 necessary in managing U.S. interests in the Third World. For it was not always so. The United States intervened in Central America prior to the Second World War with no thought given to electing a Somoza in Nicaragua or a Yabico in Guatemala. The United States required no such justification when it appointed Diem the president of the imaginary country of South Vietnam. Indeed, the United States has frequently exercised its influence in Third World countries to prevent a free election, as it did in Vietnam in 1956 and in El Salvador in 1961 and 1972. The U.S. support for free elections is selective, tending to support free elections which ratify a candidate of our choice while opposing free elections in which the outcome is problematic. The rise of the demonstration election is distinctly a product of the growing anti-imperialist revolt in the post-World War II period. More specifically, the United States gave little thought to using elections to legitimize its counter-revolutionary work in the Philippines or Greece in the 1940s, in Iran in 1953, or in Guatemala in 1954. But the prolonged U.S. involvement in Indochina undermined automatic domestic support for the imperial enterprise. By 1966 the Johnson administration found it expedient to ratify its rescue of anti-democratic forces in the Dominican Republic by staging an election, and in the following year it staged another election to consolidate the ONKY as the leaders of Vietnam, thereby legitimizing further U.S. intervention as a response to the request of a freely elected government. In both elections the Johnson administration was at pains to present the election day events and the mechanics of the election as on the democratic up and up. Election observers were provided to supervise the fairness of the balloting. The elections in the Dominican Republic and South Vietnam set the pattern for future demonstration elections. In both these and later elections a critical role in their legitimizing and demonstration function was played by the mass media. Because the purpose of the election is to influence U.S. citizens, the election managers in the State Department, Pentagon, and CIA must rely on the privately owned U.S. mass media to shape the appropriate audience response to the election drama. There is clearly room for error here, as contradictory facts can slip through. Yet on the whole the media fulfill their role by consistently accepting the premises of election drama, putting certain questions on the agenda and keeping others off the agenda. For example, the media can be counted on to play along with the "will the guerrillas disrupt the election" theme, and to accept the equation of a high voter turnout with political enthusiasm for the choices offered in the election. Most of the important questions, however, are kept off the agenda, or at least off the front pages. For example, completely lost in the media's fixation with political personalities and who will win are questions like: 1. Is there genuine freedom of speech? Could a candidate campaign for real land reform and the withdrawal of U.S. forces without being assassinated by government security forces or death squads? Salvador and politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 111. 2. Is there a free press? Could it support a candidate who was for real land reform and a withdrawal of U.S. forces? Would its reporters disappear? Would its editors be arrested? Would its presses be bombed? 3. Can popular organizations grow and survive if they are independent and/or critical of the government? Are there trade unions, peasant associations, professional and artistic groupings? Are their officers assassinated or their militants routinely tortured by state officials? Ironically, this tests the existence of voluntary or intermediate organizations of citizens standing between state power and an atomized populace is one stressed by liberal democratic theorists in criticizing the lack of democracy in totalitarian states. Yet the free press in the United States seldom raises these questions when considering the context of a US-sponsored election in a third-world country. 4. Is there a limit on what kind of political parties can contest the election? Can candidates campaign safely? Can a party be established without turning over thousands of names to the secret police? Will the party that gets the most votes actually hold office? Will all the major political forces in the country be allowed to be represented on the ballot? 5. And, is the level of state-sponsored terror sufficiently low that people acting in a political manner might reasonably hope to survive? How much of a climate of fear is compatible with making a free choice in the voting booth? Can a free choice be made in an atmosphere dominated by the army and associated death squads? These and other questions affecting the fundamental qualities of political life are never on the agenda when the US media are discussing a US-sponsored election in our sphere of influence. A simple litmus test of media bias is to imagine a similar election within the Soviet sphere. In such cases, the US media has shown an astonishing ability to cut through rhetoric about democracy and to perceive the real meaning of an election ritual. In the Polish election of 1947, for example, the US media accurately criticized the election as a farce. They ridiculed the idea that a high turnout meant political enthusiasm for the communist regime, and correctly analyzed it as an indication of coercion and fraud. They reported the restrictions on the opposition party's candidates, their difficulties in campaigning and getting on the ballot, their exclusion from the government-controlled press and radio, and the censorship placed on opposition party newspapers. During the Polish election of 1947, the US media did not feature long lines of apparently happy voters eager to do their duty, as they did during the elections in the Dominican Republic, Vietnam, or El Salvador. In short, it may be taken as a rule of thumb that the US media will focus on the mechanics of the election and election day events when assessing a U.S.-sponsored election, while shifting its focus to the more fundamental parameters of political power when the election is in an enemy sphere of influence. Thus the New York Times passed on, without 178. Comment: Secretary of State George Shultz's criticism of Nicaragua's forthcoming election, an election just as an election doesn't really mean anything, he said. The important thing is that if there is to be an electoral process, it be observed not only at the moment when people vote, but in all the preliminary aspects that make an election really mean something. The US media has placed off the agenda the preliminary aspects of US-sponsored elections, i.e. precisely those qualities that make an election really mean something. El Salvador. The election held in El Salvador in March 1982 was a classic demonstration election. The political chmate in the United States was skeptical and increasingly critical of our Central American policy. Despite one of the most conservative Congresses in many years, public opinion in the United States had forced somewhat cumbersome restrictions on the amount of U.S. aid sent to El Salvador. The March demonstration election was instrumental in stemming this tide of skepticism and criticism. It gave the Reagan administration some badly needed breathing room, letting it regroup its right wing, fire conciliators like Undersecretary of State Thomas Enders and Ambassador to El Salvador Dean Hinton, and increase the U.S. military presence in Central America without taking a beating from the Democrats and doubting Republicans in Congress. In thinking about the March 1984 Salvadoran election, therefore, it is useful to analyze how the last election achieved its demonstration purposes. By March 1982, 2 years of state terror had cleared the ground for a free election in El Salvador. The country had been under a legal state of siege since March 1980. Freedoms of movement, residence, thought, and assembly had been suspended. All Salvadoran newspapers that were critical of the government had been closed. Among the 30,000 civilian victims of the security forces and death squads were priests and church officials, human rights workers and labor leaders, at least 20 leaders of the Christian Democratic Party, and more than 1,000 students. The media did not dwell on these longer-term factors in the election. Instead, they stressed the long lines of enthusiastic voters defying threats of guerrilla disruption to cast their vote. They did not reflect too much on the fact that the long lines were produced by allocating only a few polling places for each city, by making voting legally obligatory, and by identifying those who voted by marking their identity cards. Neither the media nor the official U.S. observer team criticized the use of transparent plastic ballot boxes and transparent paper ballots. Although Salvadoran election officials and the U.S. Embassy predicted between 500,000 and 800,000 Salvadorans would vote, a turnout of more than 1,500,000 did not arouse skepticism. Two studies done by the Central American University in Salvadoran Politics at the Top, Duarte and the Right-Wing Opposition. 179. El Salvador claiming that it was physically impossible for so many people to vote within the allotted time were quickly buried by the U.S. media. Nor did they spend much time puzzling over how a massive vote for peace could have resulted in the victory of those forces most determined to pursue the war against the guerrillas. The cooperation of the U.S. media enabled the Reagan administration to pull off the demonstration election and to temporarily halt the rapid loss of popular confidence in its Central American POSI. The promise of elections during the March 1982 certification hearings in Congress, and the results of the elections during similar hearings in July, allowed the Reagan administration to claim that it was supporting self-determination in El Salvador. At a minimum, the election undercut those liberal Democrats who claimed that the guerrillas had broad support and should therefore be included in negotiations. The election helped retain the support of Christian Democratic parties in Europe and Latin America for the alleged U.S. efforts to restore the mythical center in Salvadoran politics. It kept the congressional military aid pipeline open a little wider and a little longer. And, perhaps most important, it facilitated the Reagan administration's contrived search for peace, whereby the scope of possible negotiations between the political forces in El Salvador was reduced to including the guerrillas within the next round of the electoral process. As the media and the U.S. Congress had largely accepted the legitimacy of this electoral process, the guerrillas were placed in the position of losing credibility if they refused to play the electoral game, or being defeated in an election drama controlled by the security forces and the Pentagon if they chose to participate. March 1984. Like its predecessor, the March 1984 Salvadoran election is a demonstration election. It is intended to pacify the home audience and to provide a suitable checkmate in which Congress can consider the recommendations of the Kissinger Commission for increased military aid. Whatever the additional consequences of the election for Salvadorans, its main effects will be in the United States. U.S. officials have been working on this election for a year or more. Special Envoy Richard Stone's first assignment was to attempt to move the elections up to last fall. Members of the State Department and the last official U.S. observer team have been in El Salvador making arrangements for the election. The United States has put up $6 to $8 million for the election computers alone. The depth of the U.S. role in the election is indicated by a New York Times report last May. The Central Intelligence Agency plans to support the election by intensifying its collection of intelligence information about the guerrillas' military plans and opera. 180. So as to help the Salvadoran military bloc anticipated efforts to disrupt the voting. Because the State Department and the Salvadoran government lack expertise in conducting elections, a lot of the work will be turned over the private contractors. A concern in El Salvador or the United States would likely handle an extensive print and television advertising campaign to promote the major voter registration drive that the Salvadoran government hopes to conduct. These efforts are being made for our benefit and not in the interests of Salvadoran democracy. They should be seen for what they are, the props, script, and stage lighting of a shoddy farce. By Sam Dillon. From the very start of José Napoleón Duarte's political career as a founder of the Christian Democratic Party and as its popular mayor of San Salvador, he has had his ups and his downs. By early 1987, the question is being asked once again, how long can Duarte hold on as Salvadoran head of state? Is he stronger than before or weaker? What of his foes in the military, on the Salvadoran right, among the guerrillas? What is the attitude of the Reagan administration toward his policies? Since Sam Dillon's article detailing Duarte's prospects following his election as president over Roberto D'Aubuisson, the Salvadoran president has faced new challenges. The kidnapping of his daughter, Inés, by FMLN commandos in mid-1985 paralyzed his government for weeks until a swap involving kidnapped mayors, political prisoners, and wounded combatants could be arranged. The exchange weakened Duarte's standing, as both the Salvadoran right and the Reagan administration opposed the trade. In addition, Duarte just barely convinced the Salvadoran military command, bitter over exchanging FMLN leaders they'd captured. The kidnapping effectively scotched any immediate resumption of the church-sponsored dialogue between the government and the rebels. With the current rebel emphasis on attacks against the infrastructure of the nation, the economy has taken a turn for the worst. In the slight political apertura that has resulted, the civilian left in the capital has made a tentative reappearance, and workers in the unions that are part and parcel of Duarte's Christian Democratic base have turned their rising expectations and frustrations into militant strikes. Still, this is not the whole story. Duarte was able to bring the military along on the exchange, however grudgingly, and that is no small feat given the traditional imbalance of power between civilians and the military in El Salvador. Duarte has utilized his 33-27 majority in the National Assembly to bolster the government propaganda apparatus to the benefit of his own personal standing and that of the Christian Democratic Party. The Salvadoran right is in disarray, stymied by Duarte's working relationship with their erstwhile solid ally, the military. The right is reduced to shrill, ineffective, and hypocritical flailing against corruption in the government and against a recent economic package that includes higher taxes against the coffee growers and restrictions on luxury imports that go to the oligarchy. Despite El Salvador's astronomical foreign debt, and though there is no sign of any end to the war, the United States seems content to continue a level of aid adequate to prop up the tottering economy and fuel the Salvadoran armed forces. Duarte, for all his pluses and minuses, is a survivor, and any attempt at predicting his future would seem a chancy undertaking at best. Sam Dillon has written about Central America for the Miami Herald. In recent weeks, El Salvador's president, José Napoleón Duarte, has triumphed as never before. In local elections on March 31, his Christian Democratic Party handily beat a coalition of rightist parties, seizing control of the country's legislative assembly, most of the country's 262 town governments, and every other major organ of civilian government except the judiciary. Meanwhile, the guerrillas have blundered their way into political and military reverses unprecedented in the 5-year insurgency. Attacking unarmed peasants in La Paz province, razing municipal halls in nearly 3 dozen villages, executing 2 town mayors, and kidnapping several others, the insurgents have handed the government a series of unequivocal propaganda victories. Duarte's fortunes have surged so suddenly, in fact, that they have obscured the continuing limits to his powers as El Salvador's first freely elected civilian president in 3 generations. The civil war is now 5 years old, and Duarte's peacemaking intentions notwithstanding could last 10. Despite the guerrillas' setbacks, they still hold the country's battered infrastructure at ransom. And they have begun to take advantage of the apertura his government represents by making inroads among unionists, students, and peasants. Meanwhile, the economy would collapse without U.S. aid, and although Duarte's victory has left the far right vanquished and confused, the U.S. Embassy and the military still hold significant power. They can prevent him from negotiating with the guerrillas too generously, pushing his populist economic policies too firmly, or prosecuting political assassins in the military too righteously. Hours after his March election victory, Duarte announced that he would renew his peace efforts, calling them decisive to the Christian Democratic sweep. In the weeks since, however, he has set no date for the next encounter with the guerrillas, and the future of the dialogue remains in question. The successful first encounter between the guerrillas and the government at La Palma on October 15 was followed by a second ugly, stalemated meeting at the Ayaguelo Seminary in late November. Duarte's top aide, Julio Reprons, says the government will not risk another such embarrassment. Hint. 182. At secret dealings, Reprons says, as Duarte did at the White House on May 1-6, that before any new public dialogue the government will search for common ground with rebel leaders on limited issues in private talks. The peace talks, of course, are about war, a bloody showdown over which the army is confident as never before. The High Command is at once flush with new U.S. arms and gleeful over the political ineptitude of the guerrillas' recent return to terror-style tactics. Defense Minister General Eugenio Vides Casanova told me that although the army supports Duarte's dialogue efforts, the military he leads hopes to force the guerrillas to make major concessions. If we act with more military force every day, the subversives will adjust their ideas to reality, Vides said. For their part, the rebels have recently reaffirmed their own faith in a long-term war of attrition, a war increasingly fought by roving terror squads planting claymore mines and hurling grenades. With the major actors still committed to war, the prospects for negotiated progress appear limited to pacts over humanization of the war, the prisoner exchanges and other tactical agreements that only regulate the war's continuation. Further complicating the prospects for a negotiated settlement are new fears. Christian Democrats have recently acknowledged with candor the immediate threat that political accommodation with the rebels could pose. 6 months after we sign a peace treaty, and these leftists start wandering around the country organizing legally, all the agrarian reform cooperatives would turn communist, said one of Duarte's aides. Miguel Parada, rector of the battered National University, where leftists have renewed organizing recently, made the same point about school-age youth. Parada said he believes that the left still enjoys wide organizing opportunities on the country's campuses and among unemployed youths. In the labor movement as well, signs of leftward moves indicate that rebel agitators may find the ground more fertile than at any time since the rebels abandoned large-scale organizing in 1980 to wage the guerrilla war. The political picture inside El Salvador's unions has been especially complicated for the Duarte government by U.S. attempts to recast the labor movement around a new center-right federation. Since 1980, the AFL-CIO's American Institute of Free Labor Development has funded the Popular Democratic Unity, UPD, a political federation of peasant and trade unions. The UPD's leaders are street-smart peasant and trade union organizers, men who wear sandals but carry briefcases and represent the only organized center-left force remaining in the country. The AFL-CIO's support has attempted to keep them centrist, and under control. 3 months after Duarte's 1984 presidential victory, UPD leaders publicly criticized Duarte for failing to prosecute army officers accused of political Salvadoran politics at the top, Duarte and the right-wing opposition. 183. Murders and, the Unionists charged, for stalling on opening a dialogue with the guerrillas. To the AFL-CIO's Institute, that criticism proved the UPD had become too radical. Institute organizers, who because of their funding relationship with the U.S. government wear U.S. embassy badges, initiated a transparent drive to break the UPD by creating a rival federation. UPD leaders say the drive so far has involved 2 elections rigged to oust key UPD leaders, bribe attempts to induce UPD leaders to cooperate with the Institute's newly created rival, and cut-offs of U.S. aid when they have refused. The effort appears to have run aground, and the Institute's discredited director was recently transferred out of the country. Jack Heberly, the Institute's Washington-based spokesman, says that it never intended to weaken support for Duarte, only to tilt labor's influence back to the center. The opposite appears to have occurred. The UPD leaders, embittered by the interference, appear more militant than ever. At a recent summit in Sonsonate province, the assembled labor chieftains listed their post-election priorities: peace talks, freedom for political prisoners, and even a renewed struggle for national sovereignty by the Duarte government, a thinly disguised call for a reduction in U.S. involvement in El Salvador. Beyond dialogue, UPD leaders are most insistent now in demanding that Duarte move to prosecute political murderers. Hundreds of the Federation's own militants have been assassinated. In one celebrated case in February 1983, Army troops intervened in a land dispute on Las Hojas, an Indian cooperative, slaughtering 74 peasants. Perhaps Duarte's most troubling dilemma is how to maintain Army loyalty while prosecuting guilty officers. His general tactic, according to Christian Democratic Party lawyer Humberto Posenda, will be to reform the judicial system rather than to push for punishment of past crimes. One of Duarte's first flourishes as president in 1984 was to secure $900,000 in U.S. funds for an investigative commission to probe celebrated political murders. But the Assembly, then under rightist control, put a halt to that notion. The 12 Supreme Court justices and the Attorney General, all rightists, blocked other attempts to punish political murder. As one of its first measures, the new Christian Democratic Assembly emphasized its determination for judicial reform by replacing the rightist Attorney General. The establishment of the investigative commission will come next, party leaders say. But Posenda maintains that the Supreme Court will remain untouched unless it commits impeachable offenses. Duarte's political fortunes will depend at least partly on the degree to which his supporters will accept mere judicial reform instead of retribution. Before the March voting, U.S. officials worried that a Duarte sweep could provoke rightist violence. But the death squads have remained quiet, and the post-vote calm is a sign of progress in Washington's 5-year effort to tame. 184. The semi-feudal Salvadoran right and modernize Salvadoran capitalism. Gradually the rich have accepted the Reagan administration's deal, play by constitutional rules, and the United States will provide the dollars and the guns to ensure that business prospers and the insurgency fades. Symbolically, Roberto D'Aubuisson, the dark prince of the feudal right, was the biggest loser. Many believe his career as the oligarchy's standard-bearer is finished. El Salvador's shattered right will have 3 years before new elections to lick their wounds and, perhaps, realign around new leaders. In the meantime, however, it has been deprived of formal power. Christian Democrats say that in the vacuum they expect the Reagan administration to emerge as the strongest advocate of private sector interests. On economic issues, Reagan administration officials find more in common with the right's free enterprise prescriptions than with Duarte's cooperativismo. During Duarte's first 10 months, U.S. officials brought constant pressure on him to build bridges to his business enemies, while bolstering the flow of U.S. aid to private sector organizations. A month after Duarte took office in 1984, U.S. officials withheld dispersal of some $75 million in aid, demanding that he take measures to benefit the country's cotton, shrimp, sugar, and coffee exporters. Duarte complained, then complied. Last December, U.S. officials withheld another $93 million, demanding changes in government import regulations. Recently, the Reagan administration has increased its flow of aid to the private sector. Over the next 3 years, the administration will channel nearly $7 million to several private sector groups who have been among Duarte's sharpest critics. The funds will help businessmen develop strategies for negotiating more forcefully with the Duarte government over policy. These parallel efforts to weaken Duarte's grassroots allies on the one hand, and to bolster his longtime business foes on the other, will dominate the Christian Democrats' second year in office. How successfully Duarte resists the pressures to veer right will determine the degree to which he keeps his promises of peace, reform, and justice in El Salvador. Chapter V. The Salvadoran Rebels. Editor's Introduction. It is impossible to determine precisely the degree of popular support held by guerrilla movements in countries like El Salvador, lacking a peaceful democratic and electoral context. It is clear, however, that the Reagan administration's long-standing claim that the guerrillas are little more than a small band of Marxist terrorists, externally armed, advised, and organized, interested only in obtaining power through brute force, is not to be taken seriously. Too many journalists, church groups, and congressional delegations, in visits to guerrilla and refugee camps, have found otherwise. In fact, the tactic employed by the Salvadoran military, with American support, of separating the guerrilla fish from the friendly peasant ocean in recent years by aerial bombardments is evidence that belies the propaganda. It is generally agreed that the guerrillas exercise considerable control in large portions of El Salvador, especially in the north along the Honduran boundary and in the southeast. Moreover, the Democratic Revolutionary Front, a coalition of, among others, labor unions, professional associations, peasant organizations, and church groups, has in its leadership a large number of Christian Democrats, Social Democrats, and other non-Marxists, many of whom were until recently officials of the junta, including FDR President, Guillermo Ungo. But legitimate questions can be raised about the degree of power held by FDR moderates. Will they, when and if victory comes, be shunted off by radical Marxists in the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front? The latter, after all, have the moral credentials they did the fighting and the dying. More important, they will have the guns and de facto military control. Even the case of a successful revolution in neighboring Nicaragua offers little in the way of what to expect in El Salvador. Nicaragua was less an example of a peasant war than that of a popular, multi-class uprising against an entrenched dictator. Factory owners joined with their workers in the general strike linked to the final offensive against Anastasio Somoza in June 1979. Also, the extreme left in Nicaragua was never as influential as its counterpart in El Salvador. Last, the final disposition of the Nicaraguan revolution is yet to be determined. We are led to the conclusion that no one can offer advance assurance that the revolution in El Salvador will not end up a left-wing dictatorship. Bloody civil wars often do in countries lacking democratic traditions, examples being China, Vietnam, and Cuba. On the other hand, Spain, Greece, and the Philippines show that when the right triumphs, years of authoritarian rule and coup-ridden regimes are the result. But matters could be different in Central America if the United States gives the FDR and, in Nicaragua, the Sandinista government a degree of breathing room. Revolutionaries in both countries are undoubtedly aware that 20 years of revolutionary rule in Cuba have amply demonstrated the enormous difficulties that arise when a Western-oriented economy in Latin America is totally severed from the United States. It is in the clear interest of whatever coalition comes to power in El Salvador, even the most left-wing, to maintain economic relations with the United States. But will the United States be willing to maintain economic relations with the revolutionary El Salvador? U.S. magnanimity has thus far been nowhere visible in post-war Vietnam. Nor has Washington ever suggested détente should include Cuba. Rap. Rapprochement with China exists primarily because the latter promises to be a useful card against the Soviet Union. The example of Chile, where the CIA played a covert role in overthrowing the Allende government, even indicates an unwillingness on the part of the United States to accept duly elected governments that try to build socialism peacefully and democratically. To a great extent, therefore, the ability of the Salvadoran revolutionaries to carry out their commitment to structural change democratically and without terror depends on the willingness of the United States to permit a socialist state to exist in Central America. In the introduction to this section in our first edition, written in 1981, we pointed out that if the United States escalates and prolongs the civil war by an extravagant military commitment to the junta, the power and influence of Marxist guerrillas in the FMLN will be strengthened at the expense of moderate civilians in the Democratic Revolutionary Front. Recent reports that guerrillas in the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front are attempting to build a revolutionary party independent of the FDR, surely a mark of the dispensability and weakness of the moderates, tend to confirm our previous formulation. 22. The Salvadoran Left. By Robert S. Lycan. For years, the Salvadoran guerrillas have employed the slogan "The people united will never be defeated." But unity has been an elusive ideal the Salvadoran left squabbled even as it fought the common enemy. This should occasion little surprise, for the left everywhere, not just in El Salvador, is rarely unified. What causes disunity in El Salvador is perceptively analyzed by Robert S. Lycan in the reading that follows. Lycan is a senior associate at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He is co-editor, with Barry Rubin, of the Central American Crisis Reader. Genealogy. The FMLN has two main sources, radicalized religious activists, and the Salvadoran Communist Party. Vatican II and the 1968 Conference of Latin American Bishops in Medellin, Colombia, had an especially powerful impact on the Salvadoran clergy. Christian base communities, Small Bible Study from Central America, Anatomy of Conflict, edited by Robert S. Lycan. Footnotes deleted. Groups disseminating liberation theology's message of Christ's preferential option for the poor, were formed in many parishes which later were to serve as rearguard zones for the guerrillas. The guerrilla-led mass popular organizations formed in reaction to the electoral frauds of the early 1970s drew many of their activists and leaders from these Christian communities. The same was true for the political military fronts that split off from the Salvadoran Communist Party. In 1970, Salvador Cayetano Carpio, a former seminarian and the Secretary-General of the party, resigned and took underground the first cell of the Popular Forces of Liberation. They quickly recruited radicalized members of the Christian base communities and persecuted union activists. Shortly thereafter, an amalgam of ex-party members, Young Christian Democratic Party dissidents, religious activists, and student revolutionaries known as El Grupo publicly announced the formation of the People's Revolutionary Army. Two more organizations, the Armed Forces of National Resistance, and the Revolutionary Party of Central American Workers, were later to split from this grouping. The fifth guerrilla organization, the Armed Forces of Liberation, was formed by the Communist Party between 1977 and 1979. Thus, in varying degrees, all of the guerrilla organizations are products of the prolonged and turbulent struggle within the Salvadoran Communist Party. The first apple of party discord, dating back to the Cuban Revolution, was the question of armed struggle. During the 1960s there developed in the PCS currents that favored the Cuban and Chinese criticisms of the Soviet line of peaceful transition to socialism which had repudiated armed struggle. Sympathizers of the Cubans gravitated to the FPL, of the Chinese to the ERP. The Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia and enunciation of the Brezhnev Doctrine, each in turn endorsed by Fidel Castro and repudiated by the Chinese, sharpened the divisions in the party as well as among its dissidents. By the early 1970s the FPL, like the Cubans, was hooning up with Moscow on international questions. The revolutionary groups engaged in ferocious polemics in their newspapers, in the National University, and in the popular organizations then beginning to form. The first of the popular organizations was the United Popular Action Front, a broad coalition of peasant, trade union, teacher, and student organizations, professors, radicalized clergy, and members of the Communist Party, the FPL, and the ERP. By then the ERP itself was beginning to subdivide into a military and a political wing. The latter, which eventually would become the National Resistance, was responsible for work inside the FAPU. The differences within the FAPU between what was to become the RN and the FPL were to re-emerge years later, after the formation of the FMLN. On the key question of political and military strategy for the Revolutionary War. In 1974-75 the two FAPU factions diverged on the role of reform versus revolution, the working class versus the peasantry, popular insurrection versus protracted war, and on the matter of alliances with the middle class. The ERPRN conceived the revolution as unfolding in stages leading to mass insurrection. Actions should correspond to the historical moment, especially the level of awareness and organization of the masses. The struggle for reforms was necessary to consolidate the mass organizations, to create a political space in El Salvador, and for the masses to learn from their own bitter experience the futility of reformism. The same flexibility applied in choosing allies. All democratic sectors should be fused in a broad anti-fascist united front. This would include not only those directly represented, the workers and the peasants, but also ample sectors of the middle class and democratic army officers. The FPL considered the peasantry the key element in a worker-peasant alliance for a protracted people's war. The FPL rejected the anti-fascist United Front because it liquidated class contradictions. The reform struggle and alliances with the middle class and military reformers would lead to co-optation. The mass organizations should provide the recruits for protracted war. Partly because of the large number of radicalized Christian militants, the FPL leadership inculcated a messianic spirit of self-sacrifice in Cayetano Carpio's words, a mystique, so that the members are disposed to sacrifice their life, in any moment. The RN, by comparison, was a body of irresolute politicians, disposed to compromise with the enemy. As a result of these differences and the bitter rivalries among member organizations, the FAPU split, and, in July 1975, the FPL formed its own popular organization, the Revolutionary Popular Bloc. But even as this SPHT was developing, the ERP itself was splitting. In 1975 its military staffs tried and executed the group's leading intellectual, Roque Dalton, charged as a Soviet Cuban and CIA double agent. Dalton's supporters, members of the political faction of the ERP, subsequently left the group to form the RN. By 1978 each of the three main guerrilla groups headed a popular organization. The FPL-led BPR was the largest, with 9 affiliated organizations and a membership of 60,000. Its main base was among the agricultural workers and peasants demanding wage hikes, reductions in land rents, and credits. The BPR frequently led peasant occupations of haciendas and uncultivated land. The RN-led FAPU was strong among the urban trade unions of the National Federation of Salvadoran Workers. Belatedly, in February 1978, the ERP organized its own popular organization, the Popular Leagues of February 28. In late 1979 the PRTC founded the Popular Liberation Movement. By this time the Communist Party had formed a guerrilla wing, the Armed Forces of Liberation. Back in the 1960s the party had gained control of the National Democratic Union and organized it as an electoral front. With the affiliation of trade unions and teacher organizations, it too gradually took on the character of a popular organization. By May 1980, all 5 popular organizations had united in the Revolutionary Coordinator of the Masses. At this time these mass organizations, capable of organizing truly massive street demonstrations in the capital, were the foundation of the guerrillas' power. In 1975, FAPU demonstrators were gunned down in San Salvador. Thereafter mass demonstrations and meetings were accompanied by small contingents of discreetly armed militants. Government repression solidified the links between the popular organizations and the guerrilla groups. The former came to constitute recruiting ground for the latter. Demonstrations grew steadily in size and, in January 1980, 4 popular organizations announced a demonstration to celebrate their unification. Most prominent among the demands advanced by the organizers of the demonstration were calls for land reform, the creation of a new people's army to replace the old, a national health care system, and a campaign against illiteracy. Estimates of the size of this demonstration vary widely, but it certainly was the largest in Salvadoran history. It was fired upon by the Salvadoran security forces, leaving dozens dead and hundreds injured. This and the massacre that accompanied the funeral of Archbishop Oscar Romero in March ended the epoch of large street demonstrations in San Salvador. The center of activity of the revolutionary organizations shifted to their rearguard bases in the mountains. In May 1980 they announced the formation of the Unified Revolutionary Directorate, the precursor of the FMLN. The revolutionary organizations had reacted in different ways to the reformist military coup of October 1979. The Communist Party welcomed the coup and prepared to join the government. The ERF called for an insurrection and set up barricades in San Salvador's suburbs. Later, in an about-face, it agreed to study any offer of participation in the junta. The FPL called the IRF's insurrection suicidal but opposed the junta as a U.S. plot. Its BPR occupied the headquarters of the Economic, Planning, and Labor Ministries, taking 300 hostages to exchange for political prisoners, wage increases, and price controls. The RN favored dialogue between the junta and the popular organizations. The October junta was composed of reformist and traditional military officers as well as Christian Democrats, Social Democrats, and Communists who later were to join the guerrilla-led popular organizations in the FDR. The revolutionary organizations' attitudes toward the junta were consistent with past and future divergencies. The IRF leapt at the prospect of armed insurrection. The FPL was cautious militarily but intransigent politically. The RN perceived an opening toward an anti-fascist front and sought an understanding with the reformist middle-class politicians and military officers. When the 192 junta collapsed under the weight of its own internal contradictions, all sides could claim vindication. But Cynthia Arnson's assessment is more accurate. By failing to appreciate divisions within the military and between the civilian and military representatives of the junta, the left played into the hands of the coup's betrayers. The high command and sectors of the army security forces furthest to the right ordered a stepped-up campaign of violence and repression on the premise of restoring law and order. The junior officers acquiesced to their superiors. The attitude of the left caused the younger officers to feel that they, too, were regarded as the enemy. At war. The legacies of the FMLN's prehistory were smoldering, and sometimes violent internal struggle and an organic linkage with significant mass organizations. The latter have provided not only a reserve of guerrilla fighters and sympathizers but also the bulk of the asterisk militias that now play a key role in the FMLN military structure. Along with 6,000 to 8,000 guerrillas, the FMLN claims to have up to 1 million sympathizers, including 100,000 militia members. The latter provide food, storage, a postal service, intelligence, and backup support in military operations. Militia members keep a gun and some ammunition in their hut or farm and follow a certain discipline. In the cities they are supplemented by block and neighborhood committees that stockpile arms, ammunition, food, water, and medicine and provide logistical support, erect barricades, and dig trenches during conflicts. As the war has deepened, the guerrillas have consolidated their support system, but their reservoir of popular sympathy seems to have diminished significantly, especially in the capital. According to ERP Commander Joaquin Villalobos, the guerrillas failed to earn sufficient popular support early in 1981, just when their military capacities appeared to have matured and they undertook the final offensive. What happened was that we lost the propitious moment. In fact, they have consistently overestimated the readiness of the masses to support their tactics and heed their calls for strikes and insurrections. The guerrillas' onslaught on the economy has destroyed factories, stores, buses, private cars, and public utilities, causing widespread disruption, unemployment, and misery. In January 1982, trade union leaders sympathetic to the guerrillas' moderate program, if not their immoderate methods, told me that 3 years before, at the time of the great street demonstrations in San Salvador, the guerrillas spoke for all people. Now they believed that no longer was the case. This alienation is one reason why an incipient third force has emerged in El Salvador from among the unions and other sectors. It supports neither the FMLN nor the government but peace talks between them. However, the elections of March 1982 should not so much be interpreted. The Salvadoran rebels 193. As a repudiation of the guerrillas as of the war. When elections are carried out under conditions of civil war, such as those held in Algeria between 1948 and 1954, in South Vietnam in 1967 or Zimbabwe Rhodesia in 1979, the results can be deceptive. In the case of El Salvador, the elections reflected, among other things, the changing conditions of the war. As is customary in Third World revolutionary wars, the locus of guerrilla power had shifted to the countryside. The government controlled most of the major cities, the guerrillas much of the eastern and northern countryside. The election turnout was heavy in the government-controlled cities and quite light in areas dominated by guerrillas. Since the failed final offensive of early 1981, the guerrillas have carried out several offensives, each larger, better coordinated, and more damaging than the last. Guerrilla assessments of the war tend to correspond to the divergent approaches of the major groups. The ERP has been inclined to triumphalism. After the FMLN's successful January 1983 offensive, leading ERP commandantes were predicting the Salvadoran army's collapse by the end of the year. The ERP is also by far the FMLN's most effective military force. This summer it inaugurated a full-size brigade, the Rafael Arce Zabla, capable of undertaking a variety of strategic missions. It was apparently trained in the ERP's zone of control in northern Morazan province, where the ERP runs 2 military academies. These are directed by former Salvadoran army captains. In early September the Arce Brigade initiated the latest, and spectacularly successful, guerrilla offensive by taking and holding for the better part of one day, the country's third-largest city, San Miguel. The other 2 major groups have been more restrained in their analyses. The RN and the FPL stress that although the government's new national pacification plan failed as soon as the guerrillas pushed against it, the army still retains relative control over the strategic economic zones and abundant tactical resources. Above all, the masses are not insurrectionary. Nonetheless, they stress that the nature of the war is changing from one of isolated guerrilla attacks to a war of movement utilizing ever larger guerrilla contingents able to move freely and openly through greater areas of the countryside. The guerrillas assert that their military successes have increased their numbers, leading in turn to grander exploits. The widening of their zones of control in 1982-83 enables them to incorporate more peasants into their ranks. The expansion of the areas of conflict, from which the guerrillas withdraw upon arrival of the army, allows them to create clandestine networks. This, in turn, facilitates travel from areas of conflict into controlled zones where recruits can undergo military training. With each temporary occupation of a village they claim 70 were taken in their offensive of fall 1983. The guerrillas are able to propagandize and to establish an underground organization. 194. Taking sides. The RN and ERP have shown the greatest independence in developing their international views and in their international dealings. Among RN intellectuals and political leaders, genuine non-alignment has been a basic ideological tenet. Among many lower-level RN cadre, however, strong sympathies for Cuba prevail. The ERP is fiercely nationalistic, impatient with ideology, and suspicious of socialist solidarity. Both the ERP and the RN have been quite critical of the Cuban presence and influence in Managua. ERP leaders have said that they would not want to see so many Cuban doctors, teachers, and advisors in El Salvador. A leading RN official considers Nicaragua's press censorship a grave error. If they didn't like La Prensa, they should have created a better newspaper. He was critical too, of the Cuban role in Sandinista economic planning and thought that together they were leading the country toward economic disaster. But the Sandinistas' greatest error has been their sectarianism, not incorporating the masses into the revolutionary process. Historically, the FPL has been the group closest to Cuba and Nicaragua. It is especially intimate with the protracted People's War faction of the Sandinistas, which has proved to be the most proficient at infighting in Managua. Cuban officials consider the FPL to have the most developed Marxist-Leninist analysis of Salvadoran reality. But the FPL's former leader Cayetano Carpio's intransigent opposition to a political settlement has led to frequent tensions with Havana. With respect to the Soviet Union, the FPL has had 2 orientations over the years. The old leadership from the Salvadoran Communist Party retained few criticisms of Moscow once the USSR had abandoned its honey of peaceful transition. Characteristically, they defended the invasion of Afghanistan and martial law in Poland. Younger leaders and militants with Christian activist origins, on the other hand, consider the Soviet Union corrupt and oppressive. Like others in the FMLN, they criticize Moscow not from an east-west perspective, but from a north-south perspective. The Salvadoran Communist Party, with its Armed Forces of Liberation, remains firmly in the Soviet camp. It has gained some measure of influence within the PRTC, hitherto quite independent. Nonetheless, a PRTC Congress in the spring of 1983 reaffirmed its independence. The FPL is the largest of the FMLN groups in membership but not in armed guerrillas. As of early 1983, the ERP, with close to 40% of the guerrillas, was, by far, the biggest and most effective fighting force. The FPL is next largest with about 20%, followed by the ERN with 15%. The FAL and the PRTC each have less than 10% of the guerrillas, and the remainder is not permanently attached to any single group. A major argument against negotiations with the FDR-FMLN is that the Marxist-Leninists have the guns. Yet among these Marxist-Leninist guerrillas, it is the organizations that stand at the greatest distance from the Soviet Union, which control nearly two-thirds of the fighting force. It is not certain that the FMLN will pursue real non-alignment. The Cubans have been assiduously courting the ERP, with whom they share a militarist orientation. The PRTC, as we have seen, is vulnerable to penetration by the Salvadoran Communist Party. Furthermore, as the war drags on and threatens to regionalize, the FMLN must perforce draw closer to its Nicaraguan and Cuban allies. On the other hand, the recent events within the FPL disclose this group as a rather unreliable wedge for Cuban-Soviet penetration. Negotiations as strategy. The most neuralgic point of difference within the FMLN has been the question of negotiations. As we have seen, all of the groups now comprising the FMLN with the exception of the RN refused to negotiate with the reformist October 1979 junta, which included many of their current colleagues of the FDR. After the failure of the final offensive in February 1981, the Political Diplomatic Commission of the FMLN-FDR approved an internal document which committed it for the first time to negotiations. Yet the document supported negotiations only as a tactic, a maneuver for gaining time and diplomatic initiative. These reservations were the price exacted by Cayetano Carpio's FPL hardliners from the rising number of FMLN-FDR members who supported a political solution. In the second half of 198, the FPL became increasingly isolated on this issue as the other guerrilla groups and even the FPL's main outside backer, Cuba, endorsed negotiations as a strategy. Under Cayetano Carpio's leadership, the FPL had become an increasingly isolated, recalcitrant opponent both of negotiations and of the military and political unification of the FMLN. The other FMLN groupings bitterly complained of the FPL's refusal to coordinate military actions with the other groups. They regarded this as a major reason for the failure of the guerrillas' March 1982 election offensive. Carpio's intransigent, fiercely independent attitude eventually created dissension in his own organization. Second-in-command Melita Anaya Montes became the voice of the opposition. In October of 1982, Ana Maria supported the decision of the other FMLN groupings to present a concrete negotiating proposal to the government. Cayetano Carpio balked, but was forced to go along when the other groupings threatened to present the proposal without him. Cayetano Carpio's line was finally and decisively overthrown at a meeting of the FPL's Central Command in January 1983. There, the FPL accepted negotiations as an auxiliary but strategic factor in our struggle, approved unity of the FMLN as a strategic objective and pledged to 196. Eliminate from our vocabulary all objectives which offend the other organizations, and accepted that alliances were now to include all non-oligarchical sectors. The document was approved overwhelmingly by the Central Command, signifying that Ana Maria was now the de facto leader of the organization. Less than 3 months later, Ana Maria was repeatedly and grotesquely stabbed to death by Cayetano Carpio's closest comrades. According to an official communiqué of the FPL, Cayetano himself, resentful at his political and moral defeat in the COSEN meeting, became the principal initiator responsible for the assassination. It has been rumored by unofficial FMLN sources and diplomats in Managua that Tomas Borga, a leader of the Sandinistas National Directorate and Minister of the Interior, went personally to Cayetano Carpio's house 3 days after Ana Maria's murder. Borja is reported to have told Carpio that he had to choose between suicide and public disclosure of his own and his comrades' involvement in Ana Maria's murder. Suicide would assure that the murder would remain an internal FPL affair. Borja had originally denounced Ana Maria's assassination as a CIA plot. Subsequently, both Managua and the FMLN quietly dropped that allegation, but there has been speculation of international involvement from another source. Historically, Borja's own GPP faction of the Sandinistas had been close to Cayetano and the FPL. This was especially true of National Directorate Comandante Bayardo Arce of the GPP and his assistant Julio Lopez. These two head the international section of the Sandinista Party and are charged with relations with fraternal organizations. According to Sandinista defector Miguel Bolaños Hunter, his former superior in the Interior Ministry accused Julio Lopez of having failed to guarantee Ana Maria's security. Bolaños claims she was killed for political reasons. She was just back from Cuba and wanted to have more dialogue between the guerrillas and the Salvadoran government. The GPP is reported to be the most intransigent of the Sandinista factions, though Borja himself, after a sharp turnabout this summer, now champions the Nicaraguan negotiation campaign. The international reverberations of the deaths in Managua do not stop here. On May 25, U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Albert A. Schoffelberger, a military advisor in the American Embassy, was killed in San Salvador. The FPL, and later the FMLN as a whole, took responsibility for the action, but the manner in which they did it raises questions. The FPL communique was delivered to a commercial Salvadoran radio station on stationery without the group's customary letterhead. Moreover, normally such communiques are read over the guerrillas' own radio stations. The FMLN delayed in acknowledging responsibility for the action. Subsequent events were to suggest that this and other urban terrorist actions carried out during the same period were committed by a breakaway group of Cayetano Carpio's supporters within the FPL. In August, the FPL held a unity congress dedicated to Ana Maria and reaffirming the hegemony of her line. But the unity was short-lived. 3 months later, Cayetano Carpio's closest followers had split from the FPL, repudiating its new leadership. In early December, a new faction, the Revolutionary Workers' Movement Salvador Cayetano Carpio, claimed responsibility for several bombings in San Salvador. The split and the terrorism confirmed earlier speculation that there had been a dissident terrorist faction inside the FPL since April. Within days of the More declaration, the FPL issued a communique denouncing Cayetano Carpio and the backward, sectarian and anti-unity position of More. Certainly for the FPL, violence has been the midwife of history. The main result of their fratricidal struggle has been the consolidation of positions favoring negotiations and unity with the other FMLN groups. According to FMLN and FDR sources, the FPL now cooperates militarily and politically with the other groups. The spectacular military successes of the guerrillas in the latter part of 1983 appeared to corroborate this claim. Politically, the guerrillas now appear firmly united around the FMLN-FDR October 1982 proposal for unconditional negotiations. What has led these guerrilla organizations down the path from no dialogue with the reformist October junta, which included their current associates in the civilian wing of the FDR, to unconditional negotiations with the present right-of-center government? In the light of the guerrillas' steady military progress, weakness cannot be the explanation. The guerrillas do acknowledge war weariness, but they give more stress to the toll on the civilian population. The importance of the FMLN's links with the popular organizations has never been properly understood in Washington. The popular desire for peace is one reason the majority of organizations in the FMLN have rejected the strategy of protracted war. The FMLN holds that a military victory over the Salvadoran armed forces is possible, but recognizes that a government produced by a military victory would have serious internal and external problems. Among the external problems would be the hostile attitude of the United States. The reconstruction and development of the war-devastated economy would become insuperably difficult should the U.S. seek to embargo the Salvadoran economy, one far more industrially developed and hence more dependent on foreign imports than that of Cuba or Nicaragua. These factors help explain why the FMLN-FDR has progressively softened its negotiating position even as it has gained ground militarily. The FMLN has now agreed to the preservation of the institutionality of the army in a negotiated settlement. They are also prepared to participate in elections, and to guarantee a non-aligned foreign policy, and a mixed economy. These concessions could form part of a framework for negotiations that could safeguard legitimate U.S. security interests. In this framework, the security forces would be cleansed, professionalized, and placed under the effective 198th jurisdiction of the Interior Department, where they could be integrated with FMLN forces into a territorial militia. The Salvadoran Army's officer corps would be preserved, and only individual officers guilty of major abuses and convicted after proper investigation and due process would be retired with compensation. The same would be true for members on both sides of the territorial militia. When the Sandinistas came to power in Nicaragua, the failure of previous mediation efforts led to their enjoyment of a vital monopoly of military and political resources. This has been a major factor in the country's evolution toward a monolithic political apparatus and enmeshment with the Soviet bloc. Should there be negotiations in El Salvador, a multiplicity of political actors, each with military and political resources, will contend for power. Among them will be the moderate pro-government political parties, the civilian parties in the FDR, the different FMLN groupings with their conflicting agendas, military reformers and more conservative military officers, the church, and the trade unions. Negotiations will not end the struggle, but they will shift it to different terrain, the political and economic. On this terrain the Cuban Soviet bloc is at its weakest. As we have seen, conflict in the FPL does not seem to prefigure fissures within the FMLN. It is unlikely that the FMLN will split before a political settlement is achieved in El Salvador. However, there is danger that if the sectarian past reasserts itself, internal conflict could develop after a political settlement. It is also unlikely that the democratic elements of the FMLN-FDR would split off from the guerrilla organizations before the end of the war. Both the Carter and Reagan administrations have endeavored to lure the FDR away from the FMLN via elections. This has little chance of succeeding as long as its civilian adherents believe that a rupture of their alliance with the FMLN would deliver them into the hands of the armed oligarchy. After the October 1982 disappearance from San Salvador of several leaders of the FDR just as the latter was proposing negotiations, such fears seemed warranted. Furthermore, the drawing of hard and fast distinctions between the democratic and the violent members of the opposition is not always useful. This is not only because the Democrats support the armed struggle but also because the integration of the FMLN and the FDR civilian organization is horizontal as well as vertical. The FPL has gained a certain measure of influence in the Social Democratic MNR of Guillermo Ungo. Ruben Zamora of the Popular Social Christian movement split off from the Christian Democratic Party is highly respected and trusted by the ERP and the RN. The imminent need of demarcation within the FMLN-FDR is not so much between democracy and revolution but between non-alignment and Soviet alignment. 199. Socialism and Sovietism. In Central America, as in the rest of the Third World, revolutionary groups display a variety of attitudes toward the Soviet bloc. But in the American backyard the left is more inclined to Soviet alignment than in other parts of the Third World. Many, but certainly not all, Central American dissidents have come to regard world events as a contest between reactionary forces led by Yankee imperialism of which they have had first-hand experience and progressive forces led, or at least assisted, by the Soviet Union of which they have had none. A history of U.S. opposition to legitimate change in Central America, revolutionary or otherwise, has been the main propagator of this view. Currently the principal justification for resumption of such policies has been the assumption that revolutionary movements eventually must link themselves to Soviet expansionism. Yet the diversity and even cohesion of views among the Salvadoran revolutionary groups in particular, and Central American groups in general, should force us to examine this assumption. El Salvador is only the most graphic example of the division between non-alignment and Soviet alignment within the Central American left. Many of the terceristas in Nicaragua envisioned a non-aligned course for the revolution in which the country would stand equidistant from the two superpowers. Between 1979 and 1983, a line similar to the old FPL line in El Salvador, that of the GPP tendency, seemed to have prevailed in Managua. There is reason to hope that the old tercerista positions may reassert themselves in Managua. In Guatemala and Costa Rica, similar divisions exist among leftist groups. The Guatemalan Revolutionary Organization of the People in Arms and the rebel armed forces replicate some of the RN and ERP agnosticism toward Moscow. The People's Guerrilla Army is closer to the Salvadoran pro-Cuban FPL, while the Guatemalan Workers' Party is directly backed by Moscow. In the summer of 1982, the Costa Rican Electoral Front, Pueblo Unido, split twice over the issues of broad alliances and the Soviet Union. Eric Arden, the leader of the Revolutionary Movement of the People, declared that a major reason for separating from the Vanguardia Popular, the pro-Soviet party, was that they are permanently aligned with the Soviet Union. This same Eric Arden was accused of Sovietism after he interrupted President Reagan during his visit to Costa Rica in December 1982. Over the past decade, U.S. political leaders and policymakers have learned to distinguish leftism, even some varieties of Marxism-Leninism, from Sovietism. In other parts of the Third World, non-Soviet and pro-Soviet insurgent groups have parted company after the winning of power. This has been the case in Angola, Zimbabwe, Egypt, China, and Indochina, among others. Recently, a virulently anti-Soviet guerrilla group emerged in Peru. In a number of Asian and African countries, revolutionary regimes have spurned alignment with the 200. Soviet Union. Marxist-Leninist China, with 1/4 of the world's population, remains a bulwark against Soviet hegemonism. Marxist-Leninist Yugoslavia receives U.S. aid. Nonetheless, we have been reluctant to apply these distinctions in the U.S. backyard. These distinctions will have to be made if the U.S. is to live peaceably with its southern neighbors. By ignoring them and by its wholesale opposition to the entire Central American left, U.S. policy pushes the non-aligned left into the arms of those who are pro-Soviet. U.S. national security would indeed be threatened by Soviet-aligned regimes in the Caribbean basin, but not necessarily by independent leftist regimes, even if they do speak the language of Marxism and seek to practice socialism. This discrimination will be fundamental to developing future U.S. policies for the region. 23. The guerrilla army carried by Radio Liberation and an FMLN commander. The Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front seems to be modeled on the guerrilla armies of China, Cuba, and Vietnam. Part of their success can be attributed to an ability to induce large numbers of the enemy's armies to defect. The statements that follow make clear that the FMLN is making a similar effort. Successful guerrilla armies do more than fight. By concerning themselves with the health, education, and social needs of the peasants, guerrillas win their sympathy and support. A. Radio Liberation. The fighting people are building a new army. In our fatherland there is suffering, but there are also heroic sacrifices that are building a new society, erected on the ruins of the old oppressive structures. It is a fact that the fascist army is collapsing at the same time that the People's Army is growing. The People's Army is completely different from the guerrilla, have been at the head of the battles of our forces in Santa Ana, where they are getting ready for new offensives. They remain in the front line despite the fact that the liar junta has tried to misinform the people by saying that they are in Guatemala. The troops, which joined the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front along with the lieutenants, continue alongside our brother fighters in the common struggle. Another thing that distinguishes the new army from the fascist army is the high morale of its fighters, which has led them to acts of great heroism. Our army is not an army of mercenaries because it is an army with ideals of justice and freedom. The FMLN fighters struggle and face death with heroism for the noble and just cause of the people. It is led by our political military leadership, forged in the daily struggle, filled with privations and sacrifices, which has armed it with the courage of steel, revolutionary conscience, and a spirit of sacrifice, characteristics that the fascist officers of the guerrilla army do not have and will never have, because they are a handful of corrupt and murderous traitors. In the new army of the liberated fatherland there is room for the troops and officers of the enemy's army who join the ranks of the people. The democratic revolutionary government will create a new type of army made up of the popular revolutionary army and the honest and patriotic individuals in the ranks of the troops and officers of the current army. The incorporation of officers Mina Sandoval, Cruz, and Navarrete has already made a reality the proposal contained in the platform of the democratic revolutionary government. Long live the democratic revolutionary government! Long live the new popular revolutionary army! Long live the incorporation of the honest officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers in the ranks of the FMLN. B. FMLN Commander Rigoberto Hernandez. The concerns and needs of the community are constant. Children, women, old people, and fighters need food. People must learn to read and write, and they require medical attention and an armed defense. It is here that the FMLN power comes into play. The FMLN plans the mechanisms for the planting of staples, mainly corn and beans. Coordination is established with the few revolutionary doctors stationed in the military area so that they can attend to the people's health. Coordination mechanisms are established with the militias. 202. And they distribute the tasks of building defenses against air and artillery attacks, construction of communications trenches, and so forth. The organization also guarantees the safety and maintenance of the troops who are constantly fighting inside and outside the region. In order to promote production, fighters have a schedule in which each unit participates in planting and cultivating staple grains. This is coordinated by the FMLN Directorate. They teach reading and writing. A literacy campaign is being promoted by teachers and clergy women at the battlefront. Every morning and afternoon children and adults attend makeshift classrooms or sit under trees where they are taught to read and write in a manner adapted to the specific conditions in which Salvadoran workers have. When the junta's army attacks, pencils and notebooks are immediately exchanged for rifles, shotguns, anti-personnel bombs, or any other manufactured or homemade weapon. The FMLN power in rural areas, scattered throughout the country, is the structural base for a new people's power on Salvadoran territory, a power parallel to the one supported by the armed forces of the junta to keep power in the hands of a local oligarchy which, allied to the United States, has maintained this system over 50 years. It is slowly but surely crumbling. 24 Platform of the Revolutionary Democratic Governments carried. On February 27, 1980, the Coordinating Committee of the Salvadoran Revolutionary Organizations made public its programmatic platform excerpted below. Calling for such economic measures as nationalized banking, foreign trade, and electricity distribution, and a deepening agrarian reform, along with such social measures as low-cost housing, a national health system, and a literacy campaign, all within a framework designed to benefit small and medium-sized private businesses, owners of real estate, and landowners. The writers of the platform see the revolution they espouse as popular, democratic, and anti-oligarchic, and the only path to true and effective national independence. A few months later, a revolutionary manifesto of May 1980 was issued by the Unified Revolutionary Directorate. The formation of DRU was a significant step toward the unity a successful guerrilla struggle requires. The various guerrilla groups still remained separate entities but now had a single leadership, a single military command, and single command unit. This manifesto, more inspirational in tone, echoed the programmatic platform. Without its detail, the Reagan State Department characterized this manifesto as follows: in May 1980, the leftist opposition to the government formed the Unified Revolutionary Directorate, which in its manifesto is dedicated to the establishment of a Marxist, totalitarian government in El Salvador. At a later stage in the Civil War, the FMLN issued a detailed proposal for a provisional government. The economic and social structures of our country which have served to guarantee the disproportionate enrichment of an oligarchic minority and the exploitation of our people by Yankee imperialism are in deep and insoluble crisis. The economic and political crisis of the dominant classes on the one hand, and on the other the forward impulse of the decisive political force in our country, the People's Movement, have given rise to a revolutionary process and to conditions in which the people can assume power. The revolutionary transformation of our society submitted up to now to injustice, betrayal, and pillage is today a near and possible reality. It will be the revolution that will gain true political independence for our country, giving the Salvadoran people the right to freely determine their destiny and attain true economic independence. This revolution is therefore popular, democratic, and anti-oligarchic, and seeks to conquer true and effective national independence. The decisive task of the revolution on which completion of all its objectives depends is the conquest of power and the installation of a revolutionary democratic government, which at the head of the people will launch the construction of a new society. Task and objectives of the revolution: to overthrow the reactionary military dictatorship of the oligarchy and Yankee imperialism, and to establish a revolutionary democratic government, founded on the unity of the revolutionary and democratic forces in the People's Army and the Salvadoran people. To put an end to the power of the great lords of land and capital. To liquidate the dependence of our country on Yankee imperialism. To assure democratic rights and freedoms for the entire people, particularly for the working masses. The democratic revolutionary government, its composition and platform of social, structural, and political changes. The revolutionary democratic government will be made up of representatives of the revolutionary and people's movement, as well as of the democratic parties, organizations, sectors, and individuals who are willing to participate in the carrying out of this programmatic platform. 204. Immediate political measures: a halt to all forms of repression against the people and release of all political prisoners. Disarming and permanent dissolution of the repressive bodies Ancestral, Oden, National Guard, National Police, Treasury Police, and Customs Police, along with their respective special sections, of the Gotera Counterinsurgency School and the so-called Armed Forces Engineering Training Center in Zacatecalica, of the cantonal and suburban military patrols, of the oligarchy's private paramilitary bands, and of all other kinds of real or nominal organizations dedicated to criminal action or slander against the people and their organizations. The current misnamed security bodies will be replaced by a civilian police force. Dissolution of the existing state powers, abrogation of the political constitution and of all decrees that have modified or added to it. The revolutionary democratic government will decree a constitutional law and will organize the state and its activities with the aim of guaranteeing the rights and freedoms of the people. The revolutionary democratic government will adhere to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The revolutionary democratic government will carry out an intense effort of liberating education, of cultural exposition and organization among the broadest masses, in order to promote their conscious incorporation into the development, strengthening and defense of the revolutionary process. The People's Army will be strengthened and developed. The new army will be the true armed wing of the people. The revolutionary democratic government will establish diplomatic and trade relations with other countries without discrimination on the basis of differing social systems, on the basis of equal rights, coexistence, and respect for self-determination. Close fraternal relations with Nicaragua will especially be sought, as the expression of the community of ideals and interests between our revolution and the Sandinista revolution. Our country will become a member of the movement of non-aligned countries and will develop a steadfast policy toward the defense of world peace and in favor of détente. Structural changes. Nationalize the entire banking and financial system. Nationalize foreign trade. Nationalize the system of electricity distribution, along with the enterprises for its production that are in private hands. Nationalize the refining of petroleum. Carry out the expropriation, in accord with the national interest, of the monopolistic enterprises in industry, trade, and services. Carry out a deep-going agrarian reform, which will put the land that is now in the hands of the big landlords at the disposal of the broad masses who work it. 205. The agrarian reform will not affect small and medium landholders, who will receive stimuli and support for continual improvements in production on their plots. Carry out an urban reform to benefit the great majority, without affecting small and medium owners of real estate. Thoroughly transform the tax system, so that tax payments no longer fall upon the workers. Establish effective mechanisms for credit, economic aid, and technical assistance for small and medium-sized private businesses. Establish a system for effective planning of the national economy. Social measures. Create sufficient sources of jobs so as to eliminate unemployment in the briefest possible time. Bring into effect a just wage policy, based on regulation of wages, taking into account the cost of living. An energetic policy of control and reduction of the prices charged for basic goods and services. A substantial increase in social services for the popular masses. Put into action a massive plan for construction of low-cost housing. Create a unified national health system. Carry out a literacy campaign that will put an end to the social defect of illiteracy in the shortest possible time. 25. Proposal for a provisional government carried by FDR/FMLN. The following, a platform for an incoming provisional government, was issued in early 1984, when the prospects for taking power seemed good. However, with the application of massive air power, in combination with the emergence, however tentative, of a political center personified by José Napoleón Duarte, the revolution has been sidetracked. Even guerrilla leaders now speak of a long war of attrition. Nonetheless, what the FDR/FMLN considered to be worthy of inclusion in such a document is of historic interest, revealing its conception of power, government, and society. Excerpted from English-language press release of the FDR/FMLN, January 31, 1984. 206. The proposal to form the Provisional Government of Broad Participation is the result of the development of the democratic and revolutionary forces of the Salvadoran people in the military and political arena. The basic objectives of the Provisional Government of Broad Participation. 1. To rescue national independence and sovereignty. 2. To dismantle the repressive apparatus and to lay the grounds for a true democracy in which human rights and political freedom are fully respected and where broad popular participation to achieve a definite peace becomes a reality. 3. To respond to the most immediate and pressing needs of the popular majorities and to adopt basic economic and social measures to change these structures. 4. To establish the practical conditions needed to solve the current state of war. 5. To prepare for and hold general elections. Representatives of the labor movement, peasants, teachers, workers, professional associations, universities, political parties, the private sector, representatives of the FMLN-FDR, and of an already restructured national army will compose the Provisional Government of Broad Participation. The government institutions will be an expression of the representatives of all the above-mentioned sectors. The oligarchy, individuals and sectors that are against the objectives of the provisional government or that advocate the maintaining of the dictatorship will be excluded. Immediate measures. 1. To repeal the political constitution of 1983, and to substitute it with a constitutional statute that will guide the action of the provisional government of broad participation. 2. To repeal the state of siege and all the decrees promulgated since 1980, that coerce social and individual freedoms. 3. Freedom for all political prisoners and disappeared, as well as the suspension of all sentences dictated based upon repressive and emergency decrees. 4. Full guarantees to exercise collective and individual rights of agricultural and state workers to organize themselves. Trade unions will be compensated for damages against their property, caused by the repression since 1979. The popular power organizations that have emerged in several areas of the country during the war will be legitimized. 5. The dissolution of the security forces, death squads, and their political arm, the ARENA party. A new civilian police force will be created under the Ministry of the Interior. 207. 6. Withdrawal of U.S. advisors, a halt to U.S. military aid, as well as that coming from other countries, and the halt of all arms shipments. 7. Restructuring of the governmental armed forces, and once it is achieved, the incorporation of its representatives in the structures of the provisional government of broad participation. 8. Investigation and bringing to trial of the military and civilians responsible for the genocide, political crimes, torture, disappearances and illegal abrogations of individual freedoms. The deaths of FMLN combatants and army soldiers and officers in military combat do not constitute a crime. 9. The Supreme Court of Justice will conduct the immediate investigation and trial for crimes against human rights. At the same time, it will undertake a restructuring and reorganization of the judicial system. The non-governmental human rights organizations that defended the people during the dictatorship will be asked to help in these tasks. 10. The return of the exiled and refugees, and the implementation of an emergency program to absorb and assist in the most urgent needs of the refugees, the displaced, those disabled due to the war, the idling elements of the armed forces and of the families or individuals in abandonment because of the war on either side. The Provisional Government of Broad Participation will ask the collaboration of international agencies and non-governmental organizations in these tasks. 11. Execution of an emergency program for the reconstruction of the economic, educational, and healthcare infrastructure damaged or destroyed by the war. 12. A moratorium on all debts of small and medium entrepreneurs. A lenient financial program will be implemented for these sectors, in the industrial and agricultural sectors, thus stimulating the economic recovery. 13. Price control of the basic products of popular consumption, thus improving the real value of wages. Reorganization and control of the commercialization and distribution system of the basic popular consumption products. 14. Reorganization of the external debt, based on reorganizing the financial commitments contracted by the previous governments. 15. Re-establishment of the autonomy of the National University of El Salvador, assigning the necessary resources for its functioning and reorganization. The installations of the university campus will be immediately handed over to its legitimate authorities. 16. Undertaking a massive literacy campaign and a democratic program of adult training in the areas of health, education, agricultural production, and community organization. 17. The development of a massive employment plan through the promotion of private and governmental investment in labor-intensive sectors of the economy. An emergency program will be implemented for the acquisition. 208. Of raw materials, as supplies, necessary for the economic recovery. Adequate channels and profit margins for the producers will be guaranteed. 18. Promotion and development of a program of popular organization through the broadening and consolidation of the municipalities, communal and local organizations. Participation of these structures in the planning, execution, and evaluation of the projects that benefit the community. 19. Development of a massive communication program, implementing the creation of massive popular communication means of local interest. 20. To establish an electoral institution, which, by agreement of the parties, prepares the holding of general and free elections. Reliable electoral registers will also be created. Economic and social reforms. 1. To lay the grounds for the full achievement of agrarian reform, ensuring the free participation of the rural workers in its execution. To develop programs of cooperative organizations with small individual owners. 2. To lay the grounds for the full achievement of the nationalization of the country's banking and financial system, with the purpose of making the financial structure and the credit system serve the interests of the national majority. 3. To lay the grounds for the full achievement of foreign trade reform, including the control of exports of the main products, coffee, cotton, sugar cane, fishing industry, and meat. To include control over the import of raw materials, supplies, spare parts, and technology necessary for the national production. 4. To lay the ground for the adequate solution of the housing conditions of the low-income sectors, as well as for the progressive expansion of the social security services, and to reorient foreign investment so it can effectively contribute to the fulfillment of the social needs. Foreign policy. The Provisional Government of Broad Participation will develop its foreign policy based on the following criteria. 1. The Provisional Government of Broad Participation will promote an international relations policy oriented at preserving peace, against the arms race and nuclear proliferation. It will defend the principles of peaceful coexistence, self-determination and non-intervention as follows: will join the movement of non-armed countries and consequently will reinforce the struggle against colonialism, neocolonialism, Zionism, race discrimination, and apartheid. Diplomatic relations with other countries will be established independently of their social regime, and based on national interests. The Salvadoran rebels 209 will comply with the obligations contracted in the international organizations, and will seek the active participation in international forums for the discussion and solution of the problems stemming from the economic relations among the nations. Will reaffirm Bolivar's convictions and consequently will make efforts in the promotion of, and participation in the regional forums which strengthen the positions of the Latin American countries regarding the political, diplomatic, economic, financial, and social regional problems. 2. In its relations with the United States. 2.1. Proposes the signing of agreements that will guarantee the national security of both countries as follows. The Provisional Government of Broad Participation commits itself not to allow the installation of foreign military bases and/or missiles in its territory, and on its part, the government of the United States should commit itself not to undertake, promote, or encourage aggressive or destabilizing activities against the Provisional Government of Broad Participation, and the government that is created from said process. The Salvadoran government will not allow its national territory to be used to destabilize the governments of neighboring countries, nor will it allow the transit of arms and foreign troops in its territory. Will promote the signing of agreements of non-aggression and non-intervention in the internal affairs of the countries of the area. 2.2. The relations of the government of El Salvador and the United States and Central America will be reoriented on the basis of the unconditional respect for the right to self-determination, independence and national sovereignty, as well as mutual cooperation and independence as follows. It will make efforts towards achieving the Morazanic ideal of the Central American unity, and that our region be free of foreign military forces. It will not participate in military alliances. Consequently, it will withdraw from CONDECA. It will actively participate in the promotion and development of regional organizations that will guarantee political solutions to the international conflicts, and will sign agreements that promote economic, social, and political integration. General Command of the FMLN Executive Committee of the FDR. 210. 26. Dual power in the guerrilla zones. During the period of the Vietnam War, few Western journalists had any first-hand experience with the areas held by the rebels of the National Liberation Front for South Vietnam, the group commonly called the Viet Cong. One noteworthy exception was the Australian reporter Wilfred Burchett, who had a quarter-century of experience in the region before he revisited the area in 1963-64. Burchett's glowing report, Vietnam, Inside Story of a Guerrilla War, was contemptuously dismissed as the apologetics of a communist sympathizer. What was valid and accurate in his reporting was precisely what was missing in the mainstream Western press: insight into the revolutionary society the NLF was building in its zones and the rebels' determination to achieve victory. This account of life and politics in the rebel-held territories of El Salvador, written by New York Times bureau chief in Central America James Lemoyne, on the basis of actual forays into the regions controlled by FMLN forces, is consistent with the observations of such previous observers as Raymond Bonner. They indicate the considerable extent to which these regions exhibit dual power, a situation in which the insurgents begin exercising sovereignty even before the power of the previous regime is extinguished. One rebel spokesman described the new political institutions in these areas, the PPLs, as a common phenomenon in the history of humankind. Declared FMLN spokesman David Natchon, no society goes from one type of organization to another without living through a period of dual power. It has been present in all revolutions in different forms. It may be a territorial duality, where the established government controls a certain area and the revolutionary forces control others, but where no new political power structures evolve. It may be a political dualism, where the PPLs function clandestinely alongside the established government. During this time the state apparatus becomes like a vacuum, like an empty building. In other words, in a large portion of the country a seed of the new society exists, developing an alternate government in which all the people participate. No wonder the Salvadoran armed forces see these zones of control as their prime targets. For if the rebels can claim genuinely popular dual power, then the counterclaim that the revolutionaries are subversives, undermining rather than creating political institutions, foreign directed rather than indigenous, will be revealed as a falsehood that may serve the interests of the oligarchy, the military, and their Miami and Washington allies, but does not accurately reflect the situation in El Salvador. Los Albertos, El Salvador, with his small blue backpack, white cowboy hat and hip-high sun tagging along behind him, Evaristo Lopez makes an unlikely-looking senior political official. But for the peasants in this and other neighboring villages who support leftist rebels trying to overthrow the Salvadoran government, Mr. Lopez serves as a kind of combination governor, commune organizer, and trade union activist. To be precise, he is the president of the sub-regional junta of the Popular Power government set up by the guerrillas and their followers in this area in Quetzaltenango province 70 miles northeast of San Salvador. The rebel administration is part of a network of guerrilla services and institutions in the area. Rebel officials say it is the most developed administration they have in the country. Few areas of rebel control. The region is one of the dwindling areas where the rebels of the Marxist Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front are dominant. It is unlike most of the country in being drastically depopulated by war. The small groups of peasants who have stayed on in villages like this one are committed to the rebels' war against the government and actively support it. Army operations and flagging public support appear to have limited the rebels' ability to expand their influence elsewhere in the country. But their political practices here offer an indication of how they might govern in the unlikely event that they ever defeat the government army. Two reporters had a rare opportunity to visit the zone for a week recently in the company of guerrilla escorts. They walked 40 miles through the rebel-dominated region and spent time with hundreds of rebel supporters in 11 villages. The political structure the rebels have organized in these hill towns is based on the demands of subsistence agriculture and practical Marxism at the local level. The rebels are concerned principally with ordering village life collectively, maintaining political support and supplying guerrilla military units. 3,000 to 4,000 remain since the rebels drove permanent army garrisons out of the region 4 years ago and do not recognize the government of President José Napoleon Duarte as legitimate. The rebel administration is the only political authority known to the 3,000 to 4,000 people who remain here. 212 villages have armed militias that keep 24-hour guard against army incursions. There are also small repair shops, a few stores, 3 hospitals, rebel military training schools, weapons factories, and a rebel radio station that broadcasts 4 times a day, according to rebel officials and their supporters. There is even a guerrilla mailman who totes a pouch on one shoulder and an aged M1 carbine on the other. As he ambles down the mountain paths, peasants and rebel officials give him scribbled notes to deliver in villages further down the trail. The Popular Power government is organized in ascending tiers from the village to regional level, according to Mr. Lopez and others. At the top is the Central Committee and Military Command of the Rebel Popular Liberation Forces, the Marxist group that has deeply embedded itself in the region for more than a decade. Direction for the masses. The Central Committee appears to be made up chiefly of former Marxist trade union activists and student leaders who organized a rebel army in this isolated zone. The top leaders are known as the Direction to Peasant Supporters, who call themselves the masses. The Central Committee sets the policies that village leaders carry out after discussions in village meetings, according to Mr. Lopez and other village officials. Asked how he applied his Marxist beliefs to the business of government, a member of the Central Committee who gave his name only as Elias said, "Our job is to go cultivating certain values in people in satisfaction of needs. People cooperate in a social way and try to eliminate egotism. The rebels have shown less beneficence to the elected mayors in the towns surrounding this area of guerrilla control. They kidnapped 9 mayors in September, forcing them to resign. The rebels accused the mayors of trying to limit guerrilla activities. Strong commitment shown. The political commitment called for in the system the rebels have created goes far beyond that seen in the capital of San Salvador. Much of daily life here is devoted to public activities, and political discussion is constant in twice-monthly village meetings, according to several villagers. For those willing to accept the basic assumptions and hardship of life in these small politicized communities, the form of government that has developed appears to offer some attractions. There seems to be a much higher degree of participation in village life than in most Salvadoran peasant communities, and the political structure appears well suited to helping villagers survive the war. The Salvadoran rebels 213. The highest authority is the sub-regional junta that Mr. Lopez heads. He said that it was formed in 1983 and that its representatives were still learning how to be administrators. The junta consists of a president and delegates specializing in health, education, militias, the economy, and public works and judicial matters, Mr. Lopez and other officials said. 8.11 representatives are elected by secret balloting in villages, they added, a method that could not be confirmed by a reporter. They now serve 1-year terms, but that may be extended to 8 months in the next election, Mr. Lopez said. One of the chief concerns of the local rebel authorities is the use of land and the production of the crops on which the region and rebel combat units depend. The sub-regional junta has a university-trained accountant, whose job is to travel the region with calculator and account books, estimating the size of the harvest and the needs of farmers in the new season. The accountant, who gave his name only as Eric, said the rebels depended on financial aid from rebel sympathizers in the United States and Europe to buy fertilizer and seeds each year to distribute to villages for planting. Village popular power committees decide how much land will be cultivated collectively and how much will be devoted to growing beans, corn, and sorghum to feed rebel military units, Eric and Mr. Lopez said. Peasant families then decide how much land they want to cultivate for themselves. If the government army burns a family's food supplies or cuts down their crops, as appears to happen 2 or 3 times a year, the village donates food to see them through, Eric said. One task of village leaders seems to be to serve as therapists for residents suffering the psychological and physical trauma of the Civil War, which has taken hundreds of lives and destroyed many homes in this region. Personal visits made. When a family has suffered especially harshly, local officials go to speak with them, as do political organizers who work for the Central Committee, according to Amado Valles, head of the Popular Power Committee in the village of Portillo del Norte. One tries to explain it for the people to understand, Mr. Valles said, adding that the government troops do this to demoralize us and have us abandon the zone. Such contact is an indication of why the Popular Liberation Forces has survived repeated army attacks. More than other rebel forces, it has devoted itself to maintaining close ties with its peasant followers as much as to military preparations. 214. Despite such attention to local administration, however, the region's population has fallen drastically during the years of war, and many hamlets and farming valleys are now almost deserted. When this started, we never believed it was going to last so many years, said Paco Dubon, a rebel follower in the once thriving, now nearly silent town of Arcatao. Radio Farabundo MARXF. The day starts early at a guerrilla radio station hidden in the mountains of Quetzaltenango province. By 5 a.m. a dozen rebel newscasters, soundmen, and reporters are up and about. After 15 minutes of calisthenics, they stand to attention and sing the International. The early morning session ends with a series of chanted political slogans. If Nicaragua won, El Salvador will win. The radio team shouts into the morning air. Revolution or death. They call their station Radio Farabundo Marti after a Communist Party leader executed by the army in 1932. They switch locations at least once a month to avoid discovery by the army, they say. 2 trees for antenna. During a visit by 2 reporters who were brought to the site blindfolded on horseback, the radio was situated in a small clearing. 2 trees draped with wire served as an antenna, and a small wooden table held a sound mixer, microphones, and tape recorders ready to transmit the evening broadcast. This is Radio Farabundo Marti, the rebel signal, a female announcer named Irandi shouted into a microphone. Soldiers, don't keep defending the interests of the rich, she continued. Leave the rich to defend themselves. The slogan is, develop the war of all the people. The radio is only one of a number of services and facilities the guerrillas have organized in this mountainous zone visited recently by a reporter with guerrilla escorts. Medical care. 4 doctors moved through the area, working at 3 carefully concealed hospitals, according to one who gave his name only as Francisco. He said he had worked with rebel forces for 4 years. He has learned how to carry out an amputation by flashlight, as well as use a broken door with tree branches for legs as an operating table. 215. Because the army regularly destroys rebel medical facilities, all operating equipment and medicine are kept in backpacks, ready to be carried away on the run. A small rebel clinic visited by a reporter was well hidden in a narrow, heavily forested canyon. 2 patients lay on stretchers, a small wood stove served to boil water to sterilize instruments, and nurses were on hand to aid in surgery. Dr. Francisco, who is 35 years old, said the most common ailments are parasites, malaria, and malnourishment among children. He has chosen to work with the rebels, he said, because he feels politics is inseparable from his practice as a doctor. We are not going to cure hunger and disease with medicine, he said. We have to fight to change the system or else our profession will be the useless giving of pills. Military school visited. The rebels consider this region to be their strategic rear guard, and they have tucked military facilities into its many abrupt valleys. A reporter's request to visit a bomb factory was not granted. But a military training school provided a look at the sort of preparations underway in the region. The school was visited on the condition that its precise location not be revealed. It is administered by a 28-year-old rebel named Alex, who said he had 5 years of combat experience. An abandoned farmhouse served as a classroom. It contained an American-made M60 machine gun, and its walls were posted with rebel propaganda. There was also a series of carefully drawn diagrams detailing how to build a variety of the bombs and mines that Salvadoran officials say now account for more than 40% of army casualties. About 20 rebel students were taking the 18-day course in explosives and weapons. One was a European who said he had raised funds for the guerrillas abroad. A clenched fist. The instruction includes political discussions, and the classroom wall was dominated by a red banner and a poster of a clenched fist, sharply outlined in black MK. Each finger of the fist held a separate slogan. The image appeared to represent the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front, which is composed of 5 rebel factions. Rutilio, a 15-year-old student, already appeared comfortable with his M16 automatic rifle. We are being taught how to strike the enemy, he said. 216. 27 FMLN, THIRD-WORLDISM party carried by Commander Leo Cabral. In El Salvador, as reading 22, by Robert Lycan, makes clear, the left is riven by sectarian rivalries and historic enmities. Some semblance of political unity was achieved in April 1980 with the formation of the Democratic Revolutionary Front. The various guerrilla groups also attained a degree of military coordination with the formation of the Unified Revolution Directorate a month later, reformulated later that year as the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front. The full degree of unity guerrillas believe necessary to win a long war of attrition, however, has apparently not been achieved. For this reason, in the fall of 1985 they announced that they were attempting to consolidate into a single revolutionary party. Since each of the 5 factions that make up the rebel front is Marxist-Leninist, it is not unreasonable to assume the single party they are seeking to create will also be Marxist-Leninist. Several important questions can be raised about this tendency toward Marxism-Leninism in the Salvadoran left. One involves the historic differences among the 5 groups making up the FMLN, and whether such FDR moderates as Ruben Zamora or Guillermo Ungo will have much of a political role in the new structures that are envisioned. Questioner: we have asked Commander Leo Cabral, Second Secretary of the FMLN's National Resistance, to comment on the importance for our revolutionary process of the line traced by our General Commander that we should advance toward the consolidation of a single revolutionary party and a single people's army. Cabral: first, in order to answer this question we must refer to a situation we have experienced throughout these years in unifying the FMLN's strategic and tactical lines of action. Specifically, we have implemented a process of coordination and cooperation among all our forces, using our HUM.AN and material resources, in order to channel our military, popular, and international lines in one direction. In this sense, we have confirmed in practice that we are more capable of defeating the enemy's plans. We can say with absolute certainty that the FMLN's line is being implemented by the single commands we have created in some of the combat zones in our country, with the single political military directorates. This, in turn, is a step forward in creating a single party and a single revolutionary army. In addition to and parallel with this process of building the single political military directorates, we have also found ourselves submerged in an accelerated process of sharing our experiences. It is precisely this that has enabled us to become familiar with the particular functions of each of the organizations during all these years. We have not only learned about how they have solved their internal problems in organizing the party and army, but also the concrete ways in which they have faced the enemy's operations, both in rural fronts and in the cities. In addition to seeking the unification of the strategic and tactical lines, in the political field we are currently striving to achieve our ideological unification. In this respect, all the organizations are working toward drafting a single political platform, in other words, a platform for a single party. The internal debates within each organization will lead to the creation of a single, revolutionary party. However, this is a process, and as I said, we are currently exchanging experiences. Regarding ideological unification, we must stress the importance of the efforts we have begun to unify our training, in other words, preparations in the ideological, political, and military fields. These will be specific steps that will enable us to maintain closer and more direct relations in order to know each other better, so that the strategic line traced by the FMLN General Command can be assimilated and implemented in a unified manner. In sum, these are our views regarding the immediate perspectives of the line traced by our General Command, which calls for the unification of the 5 organizations into a single party and a single revolutionary army struggling for power. Chapter 6. The Civil War. Editor's Introduction. Helicopters and screaming jets descend over a jungle village. Bombs explode, carving craters, leveling ancient forests. Villages crumple as families crying out in terror scramble to reach bomb shelters. Children caught in billowing walls of fire run screaming down dirt roads, the clothing burned from their bodies. In less than an hour a village has been destroyed, 100 civilians have been killed, more than 4,000 are homeless. This is not Vietnam. This is El Salvador. Rethinking the significance of the Vietnam War and its relationship to events in Central America should be a central intellectual and political task of our time for thoughtful citizens. Elsewhere in this volume, historian George C. Herring, re-examining the connections between the Indochina struggle and the one in El Salvador, makes a good analytic start. But there are aspects of both conflicts that need further clarification, and one of them is the question of what constitutes a civil war. The U.S. Civil War of the mid-19th century was a clear example of an internal conflict, relatively uncomplicated by outside intervention. Vietnam and El Salvador are far more complex in that the struggles there became enmeshed in wider conflicts of global dimensions, with undeniable outside interventions in both cases. In the case of Vietnam, the major outside intervention came from the United States, which poured hundreds of billions of dollars into Indochina, sent more than 2 million troops, and subjected the area to a bombardment that probably exceeded the total firepower expended in all previous wars in the history of humankind. There was some attempt to equate this massive U.S. involvement with the presumably comparable North Vietnamese interference in the struggle waged in the southern part of that country, but such efforts to create interpretive symmetry cannot stand up to serious analysis. For one thing, the almost self-contradictory proposition that Vietnamese can be portrayed as outsiders in their own country is frequently overlooked by those who wish to view the Indochina War in a light favorable to the United States. But a more plausible case can be made for seeing Vietnam not as a civil war at all. At least after the communist-led Viet Minh defeated the French in 1954, no other local independent force in Vietnam was capable of sustaining itself without outside influence. By this view, the Americans did not intervene in a civil war in Vietnam, but rather created and maintained a series of client regimes in Saigon that, aside from Washington's backing, had little support. In the sense of having more of the trappings of a genuine internal conflict, the situation in El Salvador more nearly approaches the model of a civil war. Naturally, Washington and the U.S.-backed government in El Salvador deny this, refusing to credit the rebels with any popular constituency and charging that the insurgents are nothing but outside agents of the world communist conspiracy. These assertions must be understood in part as ideological pronouncements, weapons in the conflict itself. They must also be evaluated in light of the realities of the struggle inside El Salvador, where the Marxist